He was the worst healer in the party, bullied in-game and real life, cast aside as useless. But his hidden Avenger ult, the strongest in the server. One glitch later, his gamer identity becomes real power. Now he's the hero no one saw coming. His ult wasn't for fun, it was a weapon in waiting. Facing in-game monsters and enemies in real life, can a high schooler truly become a hope of humanity? Let's find out. The story begins in a magical world. Not far from the city, in a place where monsters live, several guys were fighting. They jumped back at the same time and dodged the monster's attack. It looked at the guy with the shield and released a strong stream of fire from its mouth. He put his shield in front of him and blocked this attack. The second guy ran very quickly towards the monster from the other side and swung his sword to attack. He slashed the sword at the face of this monster. Because of this, the skin of this monster cracked, and it looked at him. It attacked with its paw and threw him aside. He landed with a dissatisfied expression, turned around and loudly asked Leorum, what is he doing? Can he use healing normally? He apologized and said with a worried look that he will fix it now. He raised his staff and the system notified that the skill blessing of the Holy Mother, stamina recovery, was used. He thought this place is a kinetic hyper-VR MMORPG game, Ergosphere Online. Here players can choose their roles, accumulate experience, grow and explore the fantasy world. If you want, you can become a knight who can defeat a dragon, or become a magician who can summon huge golems. So the motto of this game is to awaken a new personality. More than 20 million users play this game. With different roles and new experiences, enjoy your fantasy life. The guy with the shield loudly called him by name, insulted him and asked if he could heal him already. The main character apologized and said that he would do everything now. He ran to him but tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. He thought with a displeased look that his role was the most boring and not fun of all, a healer. He watches others play and at this time heals them. They turned to him and asked what this idiot is doing. Maybe he will hurry up already? They noticed that the monster was going to attack them again, and one of them said that they made a mistake. This is 100% top skill. The monster released a powerful stream of fire from its mouth, which threw them all back. The system announced that Yu Minho, Kim Sungwon, and Lee Oh-rum died from a high-class dragon in the pasture. The guy with the crossbow named Baek Hunhyung, who was watching them with a calm expression, said that he thought they could handle it this time. He called the system and immediately a notification appeared next to him. He said that it should remind everyone to retreat. It agreed, and he calmly said that this is the real level of this idiot. After a while, one of them hit the MC in the face, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Someone looked at him with a displeased look, loudly called him an idiot and said that he can't even heal properly. If he had done everything right, they could have caught the monster, but he messed up. He sat on the floor with a sad look and said that he was really sorry. He kicked him and asked loudly, does he seriously think that just being sorry is enough? Yoonhun came to them and said that he should stop. They were inside the game so it wouldn't hurt. He thought about it and agreed with him and said that he would beat him up at school tomorrow then. Oh-rum stood up, looked down with a sad look and said that he was sorry. Because of him, they lost the game when they could have won. He was really sorry. He walked up to him, patted him on the back and said that games were for fun anyway. Things can go wrong, right? He was still nervous about what happened and laughed and said that he was right. Eunhyung asked, anyway, even if it was just a game, he would take responsibility for his mistake, right? He was a little confused by this and asked him what he meant. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that he has to prepare 600 high-quality potions for them by 8 o'clock tomorrow. He looked really surprised by this and said that it was more than 300,000 won in cash. How can he do it by himself? He ignored him and walked up to his friends and asked if they had agreed to play with the guys from Shindong High School, right? Minho looked at him with a smile and asked if there would be girls there. They continued to discuss this while the protagonist stood there with a shocked expression. Eunhyung turned to him and called his name. They started to disappear, logging out of the game, and he said that they would trust him and logging out first. He must not forget about the 600 high-quality potions, no less. He himself knows what will happen if he misses even a few potions. When he was left alone, he asked with a worried look, should he get 600 high-quality potions? How can an ordinary healer get all this by himself? No matter how much he thought about it, even if he played all day, he would only be able to make 300. If he couldn't do anything, he would be beaten. Just like last time. He was very upset about this, but he still stood up and called the system. He looked at the window that appeared next to him and said that he wanted to exit the world where he was a healer and enter an alternate world. The system agreed and notified that the system was being logged out. A minor character was being created. He said with a dissatisfied look that he got very tired when he used a different class, but in any case, this was the only way he could do everything by tomorrow. The system notified that the system was logged out. Minor hero, Avenger class, logged in. He must be vigilant. Fatigue is possible due to the difference in classes. His appearance changed and he asked where he should go now. At the same time, in a high-level dungeon, the Red Abyss, a group of players stood next to each other and looked at a huge monster. It released a very strong stream of energy from its mouth, but the girl blocked this attack with her shield. She said loudly that they should hold on until the next final move, then they will get to it. Her allies agreed, but unexpectedly for her, the monster swung its fist. They were very surprised when they noticed that it was going to hit from above. After this attack, the system notified that 2 party members had died due to the premium Balrog. The guy held a sword in his hand with a worried look and asked, "Did he kill 2 people with 1 blow?" The priest asked with a surprised expression, "What should they do now? They can't handle it." He ran forward and said loudly that he would do it. She should use her resurrection skill at this time. She was surprised because of this and said loudly that he should wait. The system notified that the supersonic skill was used. The speed was increased. He ran forward very quickly and thought that if he did this, he would take all the attention of the monster to himself. This would give them some time. He noticed that the monster reacted very quickly to his actions and was already swinging his huge fist. The guy looked at this with a worried look and said loudly that his rank was higher than he thought. At the same moment, MC came to this dungeon, and the system notified that the devotion of revenge skill, anti-barrier, endurance skill, damage absorption were activated. He stood between the monster and the guy and blocked this very strong attack. A group of people were surprised by what happened, and the girl asked who he was. He counterattacked very quickly and cut off the arm of this monster. Balrog began to scream very loudly in pain. It immediately swung and began an attack with its fist, but he dodged and ran along this arm. Immediately after that, he slashed with his sword and cut off one of the monster's horns. The girl looked at it with surprise and said that it seemed like that guy was really good at the game. The guy asked with a surprised expression, what did that mean? If he was able to defeat that monster by himself while playing a hero of such a difficult class, he must be an outstanding player, or maybe a player from the Asian server. The monster became very angry because of that and clenched his hand into a fist. He created a big hand out of dark energy and started attacking. The group of people looked at it with a shocked expression and asked what was that? That was the final blow of Balrog, the fire of God. Orium stood still while that monster attacked him with a large amount of energy. The girl created a barrier in front of her and protected both of them from that attack. He still stood still after that attack and held back that blow with one hand. The system announced that the innate passive skill of the Avenger class player is Sunset Blooming Flower. If the stamina falls below 80%, he will receive a 50% increase in strength for 10 seconds. He seriously channeled energy into the sword and said that to finish, he will combine the passive skill and the final blow. He used the skill Dead Pavane and many swords made of red energy appeared around him. He seriously threw all these swords into the monster's body. The Balrog began to disappear and various objects were left at the place of death. The protagonist let out a sigh of relief and said that it had been quite tough. He turned to the party members standing nearby and apologized. He said that they had been in the midst of a fight when he had barged in. The girl, looking confused, said that it was okay since they hadn't been able to handle it. He asked if he could take one of the rewards, the Balrog horn then. She said that he could take everything. He took a small box, refused, and said that one thing would be enough for him. He thought that if he sold it, he could buy over 600 high-quality potions. He was about to leave when they asked him to stop. The guy asked with a smile if he wanted to join them. They would do their best to support him. He looked away with a confused look and said that it was a great offer, but he was still in high school and had to go to school. They had done a good job anyway, so he should go. He said that then, they asked him to at least add them as a friend. He apologized and left them. They started crying because of this and asked if he refused them, because they were losers. She agreed with this and said that she was definitely sure of it. MC ran away from them and thought that if he plays with someone else, it will be difficult to stop in the middle. He called the system and asked what time it was. He received an answer and asked with a little surprise, "Is it really that late?" He made a mistake. He needs to do his homework and wash his clothes. He called the system again and said that he wants to exit the game and turn off the device. It agreed, and he said that first he needs to put his clothes in the wash and then sit down to do his homework. It is not that much, so it should not take long. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, which said, "Does he really want to exit this hero's world?" He read it and asked, "What is this?" He has never seen anything like this before. He clicked on the system window and asked, "Maybe this is some kind of mistake?" Another system window appeared in front of him, which said, "Will he not regret his decision?" Orum asked with a puzzled look, "Why does it keep appearing? Should I check the server status?" After that, his VR device notified that the game was over. He could take off his helmet. He took off his helmet, looked at his shirt, and said that he was sweating a lot. He knew it. Playing for the Avenger is very exhausting. He should hurry up, do his chores, and take a shower. He feels somehow uncomfortable. Unexpectedly for him, the device activated, and he felt some weakness. He began to rub his eyes and asked, "Has he been playing for so long?" His eyes were completely dry. He noticed that his body, like in the game, began to fall apart and asked loudly, "What is happening to his body?" He looked at what was happening with a worried look and asked loudly, "What is happening to him?" The device said that data is being transferred, system diagnostics, Biometric verification complete. Transfer 224 completed. The change process is complete. His body has changed a lot, and he asked with a slightly surprised look what happened to his body. He looked at his face in the mirror and said that he didn't look like that. He realized that he looked like his Avenger avatar from the game, and he suddenly felt worse. He fell to his knees and threw up because of what happened to him. After that, he wiped his face and asked what the hell was happening to him. The device next to him notified that the adaptation of materials was 70% complete. The error field statistics is 0.23%. The judgment of the ability to participate in missions, no problems were found. From now on, his training will begin. He was confused by this, reached out his hand to the device, and asked what this even means. Suddenly, the protagonist was transported to the roof of the building, which surprised him very much. He looked around and asked what this is. Wasn't he in his sister's room? How did he manage to transport here? At that moment, a monster with 2 pairs of arms jumped onto the roof next to him. He noticed it and said that this couldn't be. It was a monster, a black monster from the game. He looked at it with a shocked expression on his face and asked loudly why this creature appeared in the real world. It opened its mouth wide and suddenly jumped towards him. It attacked him and threw him off the roof of the building. He fell to the very bottom and wondered in surprise. Did he still survive after falling 5 floors down? Maybe this was happening in his dream? The people standing next to him didn't see him and asked what was happening. He doesn't know this. The building suddenly exploded. Maybe it was a gas explosion? He looked at them with a worried look and thought that judging by their reaction, this was definitely the reality he knew. How could this even happen? The monster ran up to him very quickly and hit him with its fist, but he managed to jump aside. MC fell to the ground and thought with a worried look that at the moment he doesn't understand what's going on here. However, he needs to get away from this monster. 2 other people who were passing by asked with a confused look what was going on here. He doesn't know. It seems like something happened to the ground. Maybe the cement overheated and exploded. He looked at them with a worried look and asked what they were even doing. He apologized to get their attention and asked why they weren't running away. After all, a monster appeared here. These people didn't pay attention to him and continued to look at the place where the monster attacked. He grabbed the guy by the shoulder and said loudly that they needed to run away from here urgently. He was embarrassed by this, turned to him and asked, "What was that?" He pointed to an empty space next to him and said with a worried look that he felt something touch his shoulder. The girl just chuckled because of this and asked what he was saying. Maybe he drank too much and was seeing things? He said that he wasn't lying. He even got goosebumps. Oram looked at them with a shocked look and thought, does it mean that these people do not see him and the monster? His attention was drawn to the bright light from the energy that the monster began to concentrate. He turned around abruptly and saw how it released a powerful beam of energy from its mouth. This attack reached him very quickly, but he managed to block it with his hands and was not affected by the energy explosion. When he came to his senses, he saw a trace left by the beam and the people who were standing nearby. The guy he touched still got caught in this attack, was badly injured and was lying on the ground. The girl who was walking with him was very surprised by what happened, and people started to panic. He looked at the monster who did this with a very worried look and could not say anything. Because of the strong fear, he thought that he should run away from here or hide. He needed to do at least something. Immediately after that, he very quickly began to run away from the monster. He continued to run for several streets and thought only about his survival. This monster was faster, and when he decided to turn around, it punched him in the face. He was thrown back very hard by this attack and fell to the ground. The monster immediately ran up to him and started attacking with its fists. The protagonist couldn't even move and wondered if this was how he was going to die. Every time, he was unable to escape and was being beaten. He remembered his school life, which made him very angry. He raised his hand and thought with a dissatisfied look, what did he do to deserve this? He was able to interrupt the monster's constant attacks by creating a magic circle from which spikes of energy began to fly out. He was able to hurt the monster with this attack and asked with a puzzled look, what kind of feeling was that? Isn't it the same feeling as when he uses a skill in the game? This defense skill is called Red Spikes. He remembered all the information he received before the battle began, and he had a guess. The monster jumped back to a safe distance and shot a beam of energy from its mouth at him again. He stood up, noticed the attack, and the system notified him that the passive skill, Sunset Blooming Flower, had been activated. He put his hand out in front of him and was able to stop the attack. He said with a slightly surprised look that everything was going as he thought. He didn't know how, but it all related to the Ergosphere game. He began to concentrate energy in his other hand and said that if that was the case, the only way he could survive this situation was to kill them all. He created his sword, like in the game, and with a sharp swing, he cut through the beam of energy that the monster was releasing. After he realized this, he looked at the monster with a serious expression, which had already jumped towards him. When he raised his sword, Spirit appeared behind him, and he said that he was using the skill Ghostly Death Sword. The system notified him that this critical skill reduces defense to 0 points, but the critical hit chance increases for 5 seconds. He charged with a determined look and killed the monster with one blow. After this attack, he turned around and asked in surprise, did he destroy it? This is the end, right? He poked the monster's body with his sword to make sure it was dead and said that it was a mid-level monster. A system window appeared next to him, congratulating him and notifying him that he had completed the training quest. MC looked at it in surprise and asked, isn't this the QT system? It's exactly like the game. The system notified him that he had to collect the quest rewards. A reward selection window appeared in front of him, where there were 3,000,001, 1 point, and 3 random boxes. He looked at it with a thoughtful expression and asked, will he get a reward if he chooses one of the 3 options? He can get a cash reward, but what about the status points and random boxes? The system notified him that he had 30 seconds left. If he doesn't choose before the time runs out, the reward will be chosen automatically. Then he will return to the beginning. He became worried about this and asked with a serious look what he should do. At times like this, wouldn't it be better to choose money first? Right now, it was the most useful reward for him. The system announced that he had 10 seconds left, and he was very scared because of this. After thinking it over, he decided to leave the reward selection to the system and clicked on the window. The system announced that he had selected the reward. Now the return begins. Immediately after that, a beam of energy fell on him from the sky, which teleported him back home. Oram found himself in his room and fell to the floor with a loud sound. He looked around and said that he had returned to his home. The device he had left lying on the ground made strange sounds, but he did not attach any importance to it. The next day, the news said that there were casualties due to an unknown explosion near the Shindeban station. After the police and fire department investigated the cause, suspicions fall on random extremism. All witnesses are being sought. He was watching the news on his phone while making breakfast and thought that, as expected, what happened yesterday was not a dream or a hallucination. It definitely happened in reality. His sister named Aharum came home and warned him about it. He turned to her and she said that she was very tired. Taking off her shoes, she looked up and asked, did anything happen last night? She suddenly stopped smiling when she saw him and he said with a smile, welcome back. She was tired from the night shift, wasn't she? He put the plates on the table while she looked at him suspiciously, and he said that she should take a shower and have breakfast. He had just made food. Aram, looking confused, extended her hand towards him and asked who he was. He thought with a small smile that he thought this would happen. He introduced himself as her brother and asked, didn't she recognize him? She looked at him for a few seconds with a confused look, then started looking for something in her bag and said that she understood everything. Now she recognized him. He was definitely her brother. She took out a stun gun and asked, did he think she would react like this? She tried to hit him, but he managed to dodge with a surprised look. He walked away from her and said loudly that she should listen to him. He really was her brother. She did not believe him and with a serious expression on her face asked loudly, how could such a strong guy be her brother? He was very weak, like a kitten in the rain. The main character with a confused look imagined this and thought that now it was clear how she saw him. He realized that it was because of his appearance and said that he just woke up like this. He was telling the truth. She looked at him with a small smile and asked, is that so? She again unsuccessfully tried to hit him with a stun gun and asked loudly who would even believe such nonsense. He jumped back and said that he could tell her things that only he would know. He knew that she hated carrots and sesame leaves. He also knew that her jaw hurt from clenching her teeth in her sleep. She also reluctantly went on a blind date and drank alcohol afterwards and complained about how terrible it was. She still didn't believe him and said that he had found out quite a lot. She continued to point the taser at him and told him that he should keep talking. He looked down with an upset look and asked, then, what about this? Their parents' birthdays are June 23rd and July 14th. They both died in a car accident. He begged her to take him to an amusement park that morning and said some rude things when she said no. He still regrets it. Ahram looked at him closely and compared him to how he looked before. He said that it was his secret, that he told only her. She lowered her hand and asked if it was really him. MC agreed and said that he himself didn't know what happened. Suddenly his body just became like this. She put the taser on the table, walked towards him and asked with a worried look, where did he get these wounds from? Is he okay? He said with a confused look that it already happened when he woke up and it didn't hurt. He thought, with a worried look, that he didn't want to tell her about what happened yesterday because she would definitely worry. She looked at him with a serious look and then picked up the phone and said that they should go to the hospital department right away. He was surprised by this and loudly asked her to wait. She said with a serious expression that he should check his body when something like this happens. He asked even so, she thought that the doctors would believe this. She works at the hospital herself. Aram put the phone away and said that maybe it was so, but he should get checked out in case something strange had happened. What if he had some kind of illness? He said with a confused look that even so, he didn't know how to explain it. He was thinking about continuing to live like this, for now. She asked, then what about school? He thought that the teachers and other students would believe that it was really him. Oram said that if they didn't believe him, then he would go to the hospital. He would undergo an examination and a consultation. She looked at him with a displeased look. But after thinking it over, she calmed down and said that he was so stubborn about such strange things. She agreed to his proposal and said that if he decided so, he should take his bag and go to school. She would go with him and explain everything to the teachers. He asked with a surprised look, did she want to go and explain it? She agreed and said that it was obvious that the nurse's words would sound more persuasive than his. He said that, however, even if she didn't go with him, he had his own plan. She took the stun gun and said that he should listen to her carefully. She turned it on threateningly and asked if he could stop complaining and listen to her instead, or would he listen only after the shock? He still agreed to this so that she wouldn't shock him with the stun gun. After some time, the guy hiding his face behind a virtual mask was broadcasting live, greeted the viewers, and asked if his viewers from the video hosting site were still alive. The Orange Box channel would visit the mystical place again and would also show it to them. This place was Shindaibong Street. Why was he here since early morning? What fools are they? They should read the news about what's happening in the world. Hadn't they heard that there was a mystical explosion in this area? Should he explain everything to them? Anyway, the reason for the explosion is completely mystical. Who knows? Maybe this is the beginning of the apocalypse? Do they think he's overreacting? Well, he likes their objections. A student at school named Kim Shiwal was walking down the street and watched the stream and said that the area was pretty far away. Maybe she should go check it out later? A girl named Hang Sojung came up to her and called her name. She looked at her and greeted her. She came closer, looked at her phone and asked if she was watching something funny. She said that it wasn't. It was just in the recommendations, so she decided to watch it. But it was kind of childish. She laughed and said that this video hosting site has inexplicable algorithms. Anyway, does she want to meet anyone? Someone from her school wants to meet her. Shiwol, with a calm expression, said that she doesn't care. She's not interested in such things. Their attention was drawn to the main character walking down the school hallway with his sister. Sojun looked at him with a little surprise and asked who he was. Did they have students like that at school? She had never seen him before. She asked with a calm expression if he was with an adult. Maybe he was recently transferred? She looked at her with a smile and said that if that was the case, she hoped he was in their class. Shiwol turned to look at him and wondered why she felt like she had seen him before. He walked further down the hallway and stopped at the teacher's room. Aryum said that they would say that he was currently undergoing a medical examination and that he himself did not know the reason for what happened. He understood everything, right? He agreed and said that his stomach hurt because they were in such a hurry. She did not mind if he went to the toilet, right? She agreed and said that he should come back quickly. He apologized and said that he would come back soon. Immediately after that, he locked himself in the toilet stall and thought that, to be honest, even if she was a nurse, the teachers would hardly believe her. Instead, suspicion would fall on him, and they would call the police. He took out a small stone from his jacket and thought that in this case, he should use random boxes. He needed to use the one he received earlier. The system notified that it was a crystal of selective skill. With this, it becomes possible to use a skill of another class with 60% of proficiency once. MC decided to use this item and said that the skill he was using, the caster class, the Eye of Charm, mind control skill. After that, he went to the school hallway and thought that this skill is usually used to make monsters your allies or to get buffs for NPC, so he doesn't know how it works on normal people at all. If it's possible, he will try to convince his teacher first. He can trust him as well as his sister and understand his situation. After that, they went into the office, and his teacher said that he doesn't understand. This worried them, and he said that of course there are students who change beyond recognition after the holidays, but no person would believe if they were told that someone changed so much overnight. Aryum worriedly said that, however, as his sister, she knows about the fact that it is him. His face is different, but the way he talks and his voice are the same. He said with a puzzled look that even if she told him that, he only sees a completely different person here. Aryum looked at her and thought that, as expected, even if he had a guardian with him, it wouldn't work if he didn't have some kind of identification document. His eyes lit up with energy, and he thought that in that case, he had no other choice. He would have to use a skill to make him believe it, like he had planned from the beginning. His attention was drawn to the vice principal who was standing next to him. He thought that if he was going to use this skill, it would probably be better to test it on him. Then he would be able to convince the other teachers as well. It was time for him to try it. It would be better to have someone on his side as soon as possible. He used the charming eye skill and a mark appeared above the vice principal. It worked. He walked up to them and called out to Teacher Chang. He turned to him and asked, was there something he wanted? He said with a serious expression that he had been listening to their conversation for a long time. Why shouldn't they believe this student? The teacher was confused by this and said that, however, he looked completely different. The vice principal looked at him and asked, is appearance such an important detail for a teacher? It doesn't matter what their students look like. Will a real teacher look for the true form hidden in their students and educate them? The protagonist was embarrassed by his expression and wondered, what's wrong with him? He was already trying too hard. He turned around abruptly with a serious expression and loudly asked his guardian what she said earlier. She said that their student had contracted a rare disease. She refused with a slightly confused look and said that it was unknown yet. The doctors said that they needed to study it to find out more. He said loudly that if she didn't know the cause, then it was definitely a rare disease. What else could it be if she didn't know the cause in an era when even dogs were in space? He turned back to the teacher and asked loudly, "Will he continue to treat a student who had contracted a rare disease? Will he still doubt him?" The teacher asked with a confused look. Even if he said that and they believed it, how would they explain it to the other students? The vice principal said with a thoughtful look. He understood. He was worried about the other students. Of course, there would be confusion among his classmates. Then he had no choice. He accepted the responsibility of explaining it to the other students. He walked into the classroom resolutely and said that they would be the leaders of the class. They should follow him. The worried teacher followed him and said that he should wait for a while. Ahram asked with a slightly surprised look. This is a bit strange, but everything should be fine, right? MC was also a little surprised by what happened and agreed with her. When they entered the classroom, the vice principal said loudly, "Therefore, they should all take good care of him." How amazing must he be? He had become a completely different person because of a rare disease. They should close their eyes and think. Just imagine what kind of heart palpitations and confusion he must be having. They can't imagine it, right? He shed a tear and said that he couldn't stop crying just by thinking about it. The students quietly said with a surprised look that it was amazing. He was actually crying. Why was he acting so emotional? Oram didn't show his worry and thought that this was the end. He thought that he could convince them with logic, but it was emotions that no one would believe. Teacher John came up to him and asked, "They all more or less understand this, right? He was sick, so they should take care of him." He started to take the vice principal out of the class, turned around and said that he could take his seat. He would talk to him about what happened. He agreed and went to his seat and wondered if he should just use a skill to say that he would be transferring schools. Sojin was sitting at her desk and called out his name with a smile as he passed by. He sat down in his seat behind her and she asked what happened to him. Is he really that loser? He agreed and she asked in surprise, is this really not a joke? How can someone change so suddenly? What happened to him and what kind of rare disease is this? He said with a slightly confused look that he had heard about it before from his sister. Something like acute change syndrome? It occurs when a person is under a lot of stress. The student sitting next to him turned to him and said that it was not a disease. This is not funny anymore. How can someone change so much because of some stress? Another student agreed and said that it turns out that it is because of stress. He has already had something like this. It looks like some kind of comic book. The protagonist began to get nervous and thought that as he thought, such a speech from the vice principal will not work. What should he do in this situation? Shuol said that she had heard about this disease before. He turned around and she looked at his face with a calm expression. Sojun was surprised by this and asked how she knew about it. She said that she just heard about it from her dad once during a conversation. A man living in a city in Germany woke up one day to find that he had grown 12 centimeters and had a completely different face. There was something about a disorder in some organ that secretes hormones or something like that. This happened to him, didn't it? She waited silently for his answer, and then he agreed and said that she was right. Cheo asked with a surprised look, "Is this really true?" The student said that it was something unbelievable. Isn't this something he just made up? She turned to him and asked what benefit she had from lying. Her father is the head of a pharmaceutical company, so she hears about such things. MC felt relieved and thought that this wasn't happening the way he expected, but everything seemed to be going well. They thought it was strange at first, but will they get used to his changes over time? He just had to see how Eunhung and his friends would treat him. He noticed that he didn't even look at him and thought, isn't he curious? Shuol called his name and he immediately turned to her. She asked if he had headphones. She wanted to listen to music before studying. He agreed and asked, but he already used them. Is that okay? She said with a calm expression that it didn't matter. She really didn't care. He gave her his headphones and she thanked him and said that he could tell her if he needed them. He turned around and thought that if he thought about it, he wasn't the same as he used to be. He used to be pretty short and skinny, but now he was bigger and had muscles. So Eunhyung and the others might not bother him anymore. Or rather, things will definitely change. Like the others, he will make friends and go to school like everyone else. In this changed body, he can do this. He can really change this. After that, he met the three of them in the school toilet. He looked at them with a very worried look and thought, although he thought so, but why can't he move a single muscle in front of them like usual? Why is he still afraid, as if he is about to be attacked? Minho laughed out loud when he noticed his reaction and said that it was true. He became a different person. Maybe he was injected with the super soldier serum? He called Sungwon and said that he should do to him what he did before. He wants to see if he can handle it in his new body. He started to flex his fist with a smirk and asked if he should do it, although he is quite curious too. He walked up to Orum from behind and put him in a chokehold. He said loudly that he should try to break out of his hold. He should do it if he can with his new body. Earlier, when school was over, he packed his bag and thought that luckily nothing bad happened. It would be great if tomorrow was the same. He needs to text his sister and let her know that nothing unusual happened. She must have been worried all day. Sojin came up behind him, called his name and asked what he was doing after school. Should he go home right away? He looked at her and said that he could go home a little later. She said with a smile that this was great news. They were going to take a little break before going to the academy. Maybe he wanted to come with them? The protagonist thought it was a good suggestion and said that he had just enough time. He received a notification on his phone and asked them to wait. He became very worried when he saw that Eunhyung wrote that he had to go to the restroom on the 5th floor. He apologized with a worried look and said that unfortunately, he couldn't today. Something came up, so he needed to go there. He left without explaining the reason and she asked him to wait. She didn't chase after him and asked what was wrong with him. She wanted to be friends with him after all. Shiwol looked at him with a serious expression and didn't say anything. After that, in the toilet, Minho watched him being strangled with a smile and asked how long is he going to do this? People might think he's hugging him or something. Someone put all his strength into his move and said he should wait a bit. He wants to make him weak and show this guy passing out. MC thought with a worried look that he can't gather his strength since he can't breathe. His neck hurts like hell because of this. As expected, he was stupid. Nothing changed except his body. It was obvious that nothing would change. He saw his past self next to him asking, does he really think that? Does he seriously think that nothing has changed? Is it because he doesn't do anything? He has to get out. He is no longer the weakling he used to be. He is just scared like always. He has to remember how he defeated the monster last night. He can do it if he puts in the effort. These words gave him strength and he thought that he shouldn't just wait for things to get better. He has to do it himself. The system notified that the skill determination was activated to counter the place. He grabbed someone's hand and with a sharp movement threw him over himself, which surprised him very much. The others were also very surprised by what happened. Oram himself was shocked by what happened, and his hands started to shake. He started to get up on his feet, and with a very displeased look asked how dare he throw him away. He, with a very angry expression, loudly called him a freak, and said that he was dead. He was very scared because of this, and started to run away from the school. He was still very angry because of what happened, and loudly said that they have to catch this freak. After some time, Shiwol was standing outside with Sojin, and she was looking at the headphones she borrowed earlier. She looked up and noticed the protagonist running from the other side of the road. What happened caught her attention, and she noticed his worried look. He ran into the alley and thought with a scared look that he really couldn't beat the three of them. He felt like a huge snake was chasing him again and looked back. Because of this, he didn't notice a small ledge and tripped and fell to the ground. He tried to get up and thought that he was really scared. The students caught up with him and loudly called his name. Minho said with a smile that this freak was making him sweat unnecessarily. Did he want to die? Someone got really angry looking at him and then gave him a sharp kick to his face. He threw him away with that kick, called him a freak and asked if he was going to let him go, but he still ran away? It seems like he needs to make him a decent person. He walked up to him and started throwing a lot of fast punches with his fists. He tried to cover himself with his hands and closed his eyes out of fear. Minho looked at it with a displeased expression and asked, that freak? Just because his body changed a little, thinks he has become someone? He is just a loser. MC opened his eyes slightly and thought he mustered up courage, used a skill and tried to run away, but nothing will change. Shiwol came to them and broke a glass bottle to get their attention. They all got distracted by this and looked at her. She asked, why don't they leave it like this? She feels like she will get a migraine from all the noise. She was also planning on playing with that guy. Maybe they will let him go and not interfere in her business? Sunwon walked towards her with a displeased expression and asked who she is. Minho turned to him and said that she is the daughter of the head of a pharmaceutical company. She is the richest kid in their school. He became even more angry at what he heard and asked, so she wasn't afraid at all? She should only interfere after she knew the situation. She thought she had the right to interrupt their conversation? She wanted to get beaten half to death too? She looked at him with a calm expression and asked if he could please take 5 steps away? She covered her nose with her hand and said with a displeased look that she felt like her nose was going to rot from his stench. She insulted him, which made him very angry, swung his fist and insulted her loudly in return. Oram stood up and noticed what was happening with a worried look. The past him appeared behind him and asked, he knew what he needed to do now, right? There was no need to be afraid or run away. He was no longer the healer he used to be. He stopped him by loudly telling him to stop. He ran up to someone really fast and punched him hard in the face. The punch sent him flying and he fell to the ground. He said with a serious expression that they should stop this right now. He called him a thug out loud and said that he should just stop already. Minho looked at this with a displeased expression and said that this crazy idiot has gone crazy. Maybe he went blind because of an illness? Someone stood up after his last punch, called him by name and asked if he seemed like he wanted to leave, right? He started taking off his jacket and said that he acknowledged that he fell earlier. However, he would be his opponent one day. He should clench his teeth harder if he didn't want to die. He called him a freak out loud and ran closer and punched him really hard. He continued throwing a lot of fast punches, and the protagonist blocked him. He continued attacking, going around his block and hitting his side. Minho looked at this with a smirk and said loudly, "This freak only barks but doesn't bite. He can't even defend himself properly." He stopped blocking, swung his hand, and used the skill damage absorption activated. He caught his fist with his hand with a serious expression. He swung his other hand and said with a serious expression that the damage was absorbed. Immediately after that, he delivered a very strong punch to his stomach. Several fists made of energy appeared next to him, and the system notified that the skill Vindictive Flower deals multiple blows in exchange for health. He began to deliver many rapid punches with his fist. After this series of punches, he jumped high and delivered a strong kick to the neck area. Because of this punch, someone lost consciousness and fell to the ground. He did not calm down after that, grabbed him by the clothes and swung his fist to attack. However, he stopped because Shiwol called his name. He turned to her and she said that he should stop right now. His hand was covered in blood. He looked at his hand and let go of his opponent. She came up to him, gave him his briefcase and said that they had to go. He would not have anything to do with them anymore. He agreed and was about to leave, but stopped because Minho loudly asked where he was going to go. He ran towards him and swung his stick to hit him. He said loudly with a very angry expression that he would kill him. MC looked at him with a slightly worried look, but she used her energy, causing him to lose his balance. He fell to the ground and dropped his stick. He was very surprised by what happened, and she called him an idiot with a calm expression and said that they should go. Minho was shaking because of his strong anger and insulted him. After some time, they stopped at another place and Shiwol put bandages on his face. She said that everything was ready, this was first aid, so he should go to the hospital later. He agreed and said that he understood her. She took a photo of him and said that anyway, his face was ruined now, he should see it for himself. He was surprised by what he saw and said that it was pretty bad. She said that she would send him the photo so that he could keep it as a souvenir. He called her by name with a confused look and said that he was grateful to her for helping him. She was looking at something on her phone and said that she didn't remember giving him money. He said that he thanked her for a couple of things and for helping him earlier. She said with a calm expression that he could consider it payment for letting her borrow his headphones. That settles it, right? He took it and agreed. She remembered something and said that she had to go since it was pretty late. She wanted to talk to him about something, but she would save it for tomorrow. Orum asked if she wanted to talk about something. She agreed and said that it wasn't a quick matter, so she decided to save it for the future. She asked him if they should eat together tomorrow. Would he mind? He agreed to it with a confused look. She left, said goodbye to him, and said that they would see each other tomorrow then. He turned away and wondered what she wanted to talk to him about alone. Maybe it was curiosity about the changes in his body? Since she is the daughter of the head of a pharmaceutical company, she might be interested in medicine development or something else. He was very surprised when he noticed the system window that suddenly appeared in front of him. It said that the subjugation quest would start in 5 minutes. Did he accept it? He remembered what happened to him earlier and asked if this could be the same as yesterday when he had to fight the monster. Of course, he refuses. Who would want to do that again anyway? He pressed the button, but suddenly the system announced that users with penalty points cannot refuse quests. The protagonist was indignant about this and asked when he managed to get penalty points. What did he do wrong? The system announced that he had received a total of 400 penalty points so far. Below is the penalty point information. Using a skill on an ordinary person, it is 100 points. Using a skill to attack an ordinary person, it is 100 points. It was used 3 times. Due to this, he will be forcibly transported to the location of a top-class subjugation quest, which corresponds to 400 penalty points. He teleported and found himself in a small river. The protagonist looked around and asked, "Is this some kind of river?" He stood up and said that if they were going to move him, they could have chosen a normal place. After all, he had a phone in his pocket. They gave him penalty points without explaining the reason. This is very unfair. He looked to the side and noticed a strange transparent door hovering in the air. He came closer and asked, "What is this? The same monster that he must subjugate?" A system window appeared next to him and notified that the subjugation quest will begin in 10 seconds. He must prepare for battle. He was a little surprised because of this and asked what he needs to do to prepare. After that, the door began to change, and a large monster with a sword in his hand came out of there. The system notified that it was the infected paladin Abel. He looked at it with a worried look and asked, "What kind of monster is this?" He had never seen this in the game. The monster raised his sword above his head, and he immediately created his sword. He blocked this very strong attack, and thought that even if he does not know what this monster is, but he is sure that the sword is his main weapon. He got an idea. He pushed away its hand, jumped behind his back, and struck with his sword. This attack did not cause much damage to Abel, and he thought that fortunately, it would not be difficult to subdue this monster. Compared to beast and animal monsters that have unconventional movements, humanoid monsters are straightforward and easy to read. He will continue to use skills to smoothly eliminate it. He was surprised when he noticed that his hand with the sword began to tremble, and he wondered, what is this? Why is his hand going numb? The monster swung his sword again and struck a very strong blow. This attack missed MC, and he thought that something was wrong here. Something was dulling his senses. He noticed that the monster raised its sword above him, put up a block, and activated the skill Thirst for Vengeance. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that he cannot use this skill. He was very surprised by this and asked why he cannot use the skill. The monster finished its attack, but he managed to jump back. His head was slightly grazed by this blow, and he thought that his reflexes were becoming slower and he could not use the skill. Could it be paralysis? He stood up and thought that this monster's normal attacks had paralysis properties. Usually, a paralysis sign appears in the game, so he did not notice right away. What should he do? The Avenger's playstyle is to combine skills, which means he has no way to win if the skill activation is blocked. He must calm down and think about it. He is paralyzed, but this monster's slow attacks are easy to dodge, so he just needs to subdue it just like in the game. Another strategy that needs to be used is to constantly run away after being hit. It will take a long time, but it is better to be on the safe side. Abel thrust his sword into the ground and created a magic circle. Orum was very surprised by what happened. The skill took effect, and he thought that he could not see anything. He jumped back and wondered if that aura was just an attack that blocked his vision. He needed to move away and wait until he could see again. Suddenly, a monster ran up to him very quickly and struck him with a strong punch. He was thrown back to the shore and wondered what he should do. Fortunately, his vision was gradually returning, but he was unable to attack due to the paralysis caused by the blow. It would be great if a healer could heal him at a time like this. He remembered something, but at that moment, he ran up very quickly and struck him with his sword. He ran past and thought that if there was no healer, then he would do something else. He needed to just use an item to get rid of the paralysis. He called the system loudly and said that he wanted to open all the remaining random boxes that he got as a reward for training. It agreed and announced that it would open random boxes. He thought that he didn't mind if he didn't get a rare item, he just hoped that he would get any working item. The system announced that he got a golden branch, an item that looks beautiful and crows like it, a midnight tear, a gem with a pleasant aroma, maybe it would look good in the bathroom. He read it with a dissatisfied look and said that it was too useless. The monster ran up to him very quickly and hit him with a very strong blow, which threw him aside. The protagonist fell to the ground, looked at what he got, and thought that the dropped items from the random box were a golden branch and a midnight tear. He put it in his inventory and thought that no matter how random it was too much. He blocked another hit from the monster and thought that the paralysis damage had overlapped, so he couldn't do anything but defend himself. What should he do now? At this rate, it would lead to death. If only there was something like a store in the game. He remembered what he heard from the system before starting the quest and called it. Said with a serious expression that it should call the crows with the golden branch and open the battle preparation page. It agreed and activated the golden branch. Immediately after that, crows appeared around Abel and started pecking at him. Because of what was happening, he started swinging his sword to drive them away. MC took out a small bottle of potion, and the system notified that he used the battle preparation page and exchanged the midnight tear for the paralysis cure. He used this medicine and the monster quickly ran up to him and struck him with a sword. He managed to dodge this attack and ran behind him very quickly. The monster turned to him, and he said with a serious expression that his attacks would no longer hit him. In the end, he accumulated enough damage to use his ultimate ability. He created many swords from his energy, which he launched at his opponent. Abel screamed loudly in pain and fell to the ground because of this attack. He was breathing heavily because of fatigue and said that he seemed to have done it. He really thought that he would die in this game. If he had not noticed the battle preparation page, then the danger would have been unavoidable. He called the system and said that it should open the reward page faster because he wanted to rest. It agreed and warned that the reward page would be opened. Orum began to stretch his shoulders and thought that this time he would not be selected by a random box. Suddenly, another system window appeared in front of him, which notified that another user had entered. He was surprised because of this and asked, "What does this mean? Are there people here doing quests besides him?" At that moment, a guy named Hong Kiho attacked him from behind and dealt a strong blow with his scythe. He was surprised because the protagonist blocked this blow with magic. The system notified that the skill Resistance to Revenge anti-barrier was activated. He struck back and threw him back. He looked at him with a surprised expression and wondered why he attacked him. Is he a monster? He was wrong, he just looks like a human. He looked at him, remembered what happened, and said that judging by his skill, he is from the Avenger class. He ran towards him, swung his scythe and said that this class is trash. Having gotten closer, they began to attack each other at high speed. He blocked his blow with his sword and loudly asked what was wrong with him at all, and why was he attacking him. Kiho said that he did not know. Before that, he did not think about the reasons for hunting in the game. A spirit with a large scythe appeared behind him, and the system notified that he used the skill Arrival of the Black Reaper. It struck with a scythe and seriously injured MC's shoulder. He raised his head after that, saw the opponent who jumped towards him, and thought that he was too fast. Shiwol was nearby and used the skill Labyrinth with no exit. Because of this, a wall of magical energy appeared between them, which stopped his attack. He immediately jumped back, and with a surprised look, thought that this was a defense support skill of the Labyrinth Master class. She came closer and said that this time she did not help him because of the headphones. So he will have to pay for her lunch tomorrow. He will have to buy her the most delicious strawberry milk in the whole world. She offered to chat with him later, after which she pointed her staff at the enemy and said that if you fight while talking, you can bite your tongue. Kiho immediately rushed to her. He swung and hit with his scythe, but she blocked the blow and jumped to the side, after which they began to attack each other. At one point, she used the skill Trap of the Beast Keeping Treasures, and spiked plates appeared around her enemy. He used the skill Walking Ghosts, and at that moment the trap slammed shut, and MC said that it was amazing, but it was too early to rejoice. Shiwol understood this. After waiting for a while, she noticed something strange and ordered the guy to dodge, but he was unable to react, and at that moment Kiho appeared behind him. He extended his hand to him and used a skill called Blacklist, causing his body to be covered in sparks. He felt pain, but quickly pulled himself together and managed to jump back a second before Kiho struck. After that, he felt his body and exclaimed that nothing had changed. Shiwol loudly called out to him and ordered him to quickly open the reward page and choose a reward. The time limit for choosing a reward does not count when another user interferes, so the only way for him to finish the quest is to choose his own reward. He agreed, and Kiho walked towards him, asking, does he think he will just watch him do it? He jumped up, about to attack him in the air, and at the same time, Orem opened the system window and began to select a reward, and then his opponent struck. But he couldn't. His scythe passed through his body, which surprised him greatly. Shiwol said that he must not have learned the skill enough. The place where he is now standing is the skill area where she set up a labyrinth with no exit when she teleported here. He looked at his feet. He was indeed standing on one of the passages of the labyrinth. She said that the labyrinth is full of barricades, illusions, and various traps, and it all lasts for 90 seconds. He should remember this. If not, she will kill him the next time they meet. MC meanwhile finished choosing the reward, and the system reported returning. Static appeared around their bodies, and the Reaper cursed, then took off his mask and said that they are the ones who will die next time. He remembered their faces, so let them live in anxiety from now on. He bid them farewell, calling Orem the owner of the scum class, and then they all disappeared and returned to their original places. MC immediately caught his breath and looked around, and then his phone made a notification sound. Shiwol was calling him. He answered the call immediately and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on here? Is she the same as him?" She asked him to wait and said that he must have something to say, but for today, he should just go home. That skill, Blacklist, that was used on him, is a location tracking skill. So, for the 8 hours that it lasts, he should just hide. Although she talks about location tracking, but it is not as accurate as GPS, so everything will be fine as long as he is home. He became worried, and she said that that guy was a user who killed players before. These are people who, instead of getting a reward for completing a quest, collect bonus points by killing people. It would be better if he didn't go against them, that is, if he didn't want to kill people. He probably already knew that there was no way to get through to people like that. He remained silent, knowing that she was right, and she suggested that they talk tomorrow. She brought up the idea of him being in danger again, and then he asked, what about her? She had been marked by that idiot after helping him. Wouldn't she be in danger? She told him that it was unnecessary worry, she could defend herself just fine. He exclaimed that he knew that, but he was still worried that she would get hurt. She thought about his words and after a short pause asked, so what? He wanted to stay together all night or something? He told her excitedly that that wasn't what he had in mind at all. He just thought that it would be a good idea to work together from now on. She noted that it sounded like he wanted to be in a party with her, and he said that if they stick together in reality, he would only be glad, since he can trust her. After these words, she thought for a few seconds, and asked how he could trust a person with whom he started communicating only today. He let out a surprised sigh and asked, is that how it works? The girl said that what she wanted to tell him tomorrow was not much different from what they had just talked about. So after the call ends, let him write her his address. She will sleep at his place today. Orem was stunned by the statement and woke up everyone around with his surprised scream. Time passed, he went out into the entrance to meet his night guest, and soon she came to his door. They exchanged greetings, then she went to his apartment, as if to her own home, and said that it turns out that she will now be under his care. She took off her shoes, and he hesitantly called out to her, asking if she was really going to sleep at his house? She turned to him, then took off her coat and asked if he didn't like her? He answered awkwardly, no, not at all. And she said that was great. They had a lot to talk about after all this. Anyway, she was going to take a shower. Could he borrow some clothes? He agreed and went to the other room. In the kitchen, he noticed a note left by his sister, in which she wrote that she was working the night shift today. The fact that they were now alone here made him feel uneasy, and he wondered why she was working today of all days. Finally, the shower procedures were over, and Shiwol came out, changing into his sister's clothes, which were more or less her size. After drying her hair, she asked. He said that he lived with his sister, right? He confirmed this and told her that they had been living in a relative's house, but when she got a job, they began living together. She asked about his parents, and he sadly replied that they had died. Realizing that she had touched on a sore subject, she immediately apologized, and he excitedly said that she did not need to worry about it. This had happened in his childhood, so he was already used to it. She looked at him thoughtfully, and after a short pause, said that it must be difficult, both for him and for his sister. She asked when she would be back, and he replied that she would only be home in the morning. She said that it was very convenient, after which she came closer to him, forcing him to press himself against the countertop, and suggested that he move on. Having already managed to think about something, he became very agitated, but she was as calm as always. Her hand slid to his shoulder and he closed his eyes, expecting something. But she simply opened the system and told it to send a party request to the user closest to it. MC sighed in relief and thought that he managed to get scared for no reason. After which, a notification with a party request from Shiwol appeared in front of him. She said that she had to tell him something before he decided to accept the invitation. She would tell him all the information she knew once they were in the party. Of course, she would do her best to support him. In other words, she would give him everything she had. So if he ran away or betrayed her, she would grind him up with a blender and make a smoothie out of him. Does he understand everything? From her threatening look, he became slightly nervous and told her that he understood everything, after which she told him that he should think carefully before answering, since there were only the two of them here. He looked at the system window thoughtfully, and then accepted the invitation, which surprised Shiwol. She turned to him indignantly and exclaimed that she had told him to think carefully. Why did he immediately agree? He told her that he didn't even think that it was worth thinking about. She looked at him blankly, and he said that his current self does not have enough understanding and information about the situation. At this time, he is being hunted by a user who kills players. In addition, he has no way to get out of this situation on his own. In other words, he is on the verge of ending the game, so she is undoubtedly the best choice in this situation. She is the only one he can rely on. She sighed heavily and rubbed her neck, saying that she is happy that he thinks of her in such a way. She grabbed his clothes and pulled him closer to her roughly, which confused him. She complained about him being so cocky, then walked away from him and said that she felt stupid for taking this so seriously. He knew what it was like. He thought about it and probably tried to put himself in her shoes. And she said that it was for the best anyway, so they could stop this useless talk and start strategizing. He asked if they needed it to fight the player killer. She opened the system window and told him that that was one of the reasons, but this was more important. She moved the notification from the system window, then opened it, showing him a large-scale event, the exact date of which no one knew, was the horizon. And they were going to participate in this event and strategize to take first place. Oram was surprised by this, and meanwhile somewhere in the dungeon a group of players met a boss, which was a monster with the head of an old man and a horse. The guy got very nervous and said that they were all finished. Among all this undead, even the King of Death appeared. He turned to the archer and said that he should also run before the undead carried them away. Eunhyung quietly muttered that he was just trash, but the guy did not hear what he said. Then, Eunhyung took out a crossbow and the monsters, recognizing a threat in him, pounced on him. But before shooting, he remembered Oram and said that he was a loser. After which he used the Dragon Slayer skill and his crossbow grew. A huge arrow flew forward, sweeping away all the undead in its path and pierced their king, which made the other players shocked. Eunhyung climbed the mountain made of monster bodies and told Oram that losers should act like losers and crawl on the ground. After that, the system reported that he had advanced from an archer to an executioner. Meanwhile, MC had just heard about the horizon and asked what would happen at the event. The girl said that she didn't know any details, but she was pretty sure that the first place winner would get 20 billion won, and one wish would be granted to boot. He was very surprised by such a reward and asked her to wait. Doesn't she think that a wish would be granted sounds like a scam? She said that at first, she also thought it was impossible. That 20 billion was an absurd amount. But let him think about it, about their experiences. They were already beyond logic. Then, a wish might be granted. If not, then she could make a simple wish to quit this game. He thought about it and asked where she got this information from. She told him that she received an invitation letter after completing 10 quests. He would probably get one too after completing the quests himself. He asked how long she had been doing them for, and she told him that she had started since the winter break of her 3rd year of middle school, for a total of 17. And she had almost died during 5 of them. He was very surprised by this, and she said that she didn't know how she had changed or why this was happening. She even went to the gym that WR4 and Ergosphere Online created, but they treated her like she was crazy. He asked if her parents had said anything about her changes, and she told him with a gloomy expression that those people wouldn't even know if she disappeared or was cut into pieces. He didn't get what she meant, and then she said with a smile that she was already pretty. Actually, so her appearance hadn't changed much, unlike him. If anything had changed, it was the color of her hair. He got very excited and exclaimed that he changed so much because the Avenger class is better if you are taller. She decided to make fun of him and asked, does his face affect the stats so much? He answered her resentfully that his face really didn't change that much, and suddenly there was a loud noise, as if something hit the front door with all its might. They immediately turned around and MC cautiously asked, could it be the player killer? She assumed that it was just noise, but still decided to check what was there with the help of her skill. She took out her staff and he began to closely watch her movements. She used the skill Labyrinth Watchtower and pointed the staff upward, after which a large tower appeared on the roof. After finishing, she said that it should work. With this skill, she can detect enemies if they suddenly invade. He asked, but if she uses this skill, didn't they notice that they were in this building? She told him that it was a skill invisible to the eyes. Moreover, a Reaper had no ability to detect this skill. He decided to trust her since she said so and rubbed his injured shoulder. This did not escape the girl's attention and she called out to him, telling him with a straight face to bare his torso. He was very surprised by her request and she said that she thought it was strategic to treat the shoulder injury. When he realized that it was all for the sake of treatment, he calmed down and asked why he needed to take off his outerwear. Is there a reason? She flashed her eyes and said that she just wanted to get golden impressions from what she saw, and he exclaimed, what's wrong with her? After that, she ordered him to calm down and take off his clothes, but since he did not listen, she began to undress him herself. When he finally undressed, she took out her staff and stood behind him, telling him not to move until she said she was finished. The skill will not work if he moves. She pointed her staff at him and used the skill Oasis in Desert Labyrinth, after which a magic circle appeared under him, and he began to be enveloped in magical vines that healed his wounds. He was surprised by this, and she said that it will take some time because they need to heal everything, including his shoulder. She is not a healer, and this is just a buff that increases stamina. He remained silent, watching his wounds heal, then called out to her and asked why she created a party with him. She already has high-ranking skills, so she has no benefit from a party with him. She thought about her answer for a few seconds, and then mockingly said that it was because she thought it would be easier for her to order him around, since he was a loser before. He smiled nervously and she said that it was a joke. At first, she planned to find out what kind of player he was, but then she remembered something. Does he remember the opening of Purgatory event? He asked, is this the difficult raid event during her second year of middle school? She confirmed it and said that there were difficult quests back then that not even 0.5% of users could clear. It was the hardest extreme difficulty event in history. At that time, she was supporting the guild as a mercenary, hanging back. But while she was buffing, she didn't notice a monster approaching her. She had already prepared for the worst, but then he appeared. He protected her from the monster's attack, and she was simply delighted by him. While everyone was helplessly killed due to the absurd difficulty of the event, she remembered meeting him running around the battlefield without any sign of surrender. Orum was slightly embarrassed by her words, and she also blushed, after which she said that she thought then that she needed him in her party since he was a crazy player. The treatment ended, and she sat down next to him, saying that in addition to this, she wanted an interlocutor to whom she could tell everything about herself. He was upset too, right? That there was no one who could find out about his alternative account. He confirmed this and said that he felt better. Meanwhile, a guy named Kang Ikju, a player of the Soul Fighter class, was chasing a lizardman nearby. He clenched his hand into a fist and used the Ancestor Strike skill, which increases attack power by 3 times, and then struck and pierced the lizardman's thick armor, causing drool to spray from his mouth. Yu Sunga, a player of the Queen's Guardian class, came to his aid. She squeezed her sword tighter and used a skill that reduces the enemy's defense. She jumped up and easily sliced the monster's head off. After which, she said with a smile that this was the 20th. The quest was a success. Her comrade clenched his fist in victory and remarked that it was too easy, after which she offered him to choose status points as a reward for today. He agreed, and then something strange caught her eye. She looked to the side thoughtfully and the guy asked what was going on. Her eyes flashed blue, and she told him that someone nearby used a skill, even though there was no quest. He offered her to attack them, but she disagreed and looked at the system window, telling him to forget about it. There are only 50 seconds left, especially since they don't know who these users are. They will just have to watch to determine whether they will become a blessing or a curse to their guild. Let him mark the coordinates for now. They will return here tomorrow to investigate. Time passed. Deep in the night, MC opened his eyes and found himself in some strange place. He looked ahead and saw a strange mass of wires, human body parts, and ugly eyes. and on the back of this monster sat a guy in a distinctive white cap. Oram got nervous and asked who he was, and then this guy pounced on him, waving a scythe. Realizing that it was a reaper, MC got really scared and started running with a loud scream. He turned the corner, sped up, and saw the coveted sign, "Exit," ahead. He tried to open the door, but it was closed, and then he noticed a viewing window on it and looked inside the room. There was a boy sitting there playing in the sandbox. Oram immediately recognized him as Yoonhyung and asked him to help him. "He can't get out, the door is closed." He continued to beg him for help, but he didn't listen to him, and then he punched the door, shouting, "Weren't they friends as kids? Let him help him just this once." Finally his words reached the boy, and as he was getting up, he grew into the current Eunhyung and turned to him, asking with displeasure, who was he calling a friend here? His face was half distorted with a disgusting grimace, and many eyes looking at him. From this sight, the MC immediately woke up. There were tears in his eyes, and his whole body was covered in sweat. After catching his breath, he got up and grabbed his head, realizing that it was just a dream. He thought about it and was distracted by Shiwol's voice, asking if he had a nightmare. He looked to the side and found that she had been sleeping next to him the whole time. Noticing his intent gaze, she let out a questioning sigh, and he said that she surprised him. Didn't she sleep in his sister's room? She told him that she couldn't fall asleep in someone else's bed, after which she asked what kind of dream he had. A scary one or something interesting? She winked at him and stretched with a smile, which made him feel embarrassed. Then he excitedly said that he didn't dream anything. After that, they went to school, and Shiwol said that, like they talked about in the evening, she would be choosing the quests from now on, so he should start learning the skills to be prepared to face any enemy. He agreed, and she told him not to use his skills unnecessarily since the reward would be small if they received penalty points. He remembered something and said that the money he chose as a reward last night had disappeared. Is it because of the penalty points? She confirmed it and said that one penalty point costs about 10,000 won, so everything would be confiscated. Also, if he were to participate in a penalty quest, she, as a member of his party, would also be with him. So this irritated her even more. He told her that he understood everything. From now on, he wouldn't use skills unnecessarily. She smiled and noted that at least he was good at answering questions, then waved goodbye and said that she was going home to change. He asked her to wait and said that he had been wondering about something since yesterday. What would she wish for if she won first place in this event? She told him that she wanted to build her own heavenly harem with her favorite idols, which left him speechless. She said that of course she had lied to him, but if he did well in their next quest, she would tell him everything. She said goodbye to him, and he remarked with displeasure that she had said that she would tell him everything. And at that very moment, a car passed by them, in which Shanga and her friend were sitting. Looking at the two schoolchildren, she smiled and said that she had found them, the Avenger and the Master of the Labyrinth. But judging by their uniforms, they were still schoolchildren. She used her passive skill called Queen's Guard, which allows her to see the skills and stats of users and monsters from a short distance. That's how she knew they were players. She took off her glasses and said that it was worth it to go out and look for them while people were on their way to work. Otherwise, they would have to look for them all day if they were unlucky. EQ asked what she wanted to do. Are they going to hunt them right now? She told him that there were too many eyes in the morning, especially since they weren't important enough to hunt with penalty points at stake. Besides, they were a class that their guild didn't have. Until they knew what this event, Horizon, was, they needed to consider accepting them into the guild. He asked if they weren't too young for that. They should just scare them by pretending to hunt and make them give in. She asked with a smile, does age matter? The main thing is that they are skilled and follow instructions well. After all, you never know what could be hidden behind an innocent appearance. They will assign someone free from the guild to them and observe what these kids really are. It is not too late to think about how to take care of them after. Evening came. Oram was walking home and studying all sorts of skill information on his phone. He used the Ergosphere online skill system as a source since they are the same. For now, Shiwol is a master of the labyrinth. He looked through the information about her class and noticed that she has a lot of useful skills. For example, traps will work well with the Avenger, luring enemies into them, and skills with a buff can be used in tandem with the Avenger's counterattack skills to deal burst damage. This is a great combination, they will be good together. Suddenly, a guy who looked like a bandit called out to him and asked, "He's Oram from Hejong High School, right?" He hesitantly confirmed it, and he asked him to step away for a while, then pointed a knife at his stomach and said that they had something to talk about with him. Noticing this, he became very nervous and had to go with them. They came to a construction site. The guy took him to one of the floors and pushed him inside the room, which almost made him fall. When he looked up, he saw Minho and his guys and thought that he was wondering what he wanted to talk about, but everything was as he expected. One of his friends asked, "Is this the guy they need to beat up?" Minho confirmed it, then spat and told Oram very loudly not to even think about running away. He will only make things worse for himself if he runs away. They will go home only after everyone beats him up a little, warming their fists. The guys walked towards him, and he, taking off his backpack from his back, wondered what he should do. He can't use his skills, so what should he do? But they will continue to torment him endlessly if he does not respond to them. He will end all of this here and now, without using skills. He gained confidence, and the moment one of the bullies lunged forward, he jumped and struck him back right in the forehead, thereby throwing him back. But the second bully quickly arrived at him. He was already prepared for an attack, but MC quickly reacted and jumped up, kneeing him in the face and knocking him to the floor. Confirming that he had a chance to defeat them, he sighed in relief and thought that no matter how many of them were here, they were still humans compared to all the monsters he had fought so far. They were just weak mobs. But he should not rely too much on skills, like in the one-on-one fight last time. Even a drop of Avenger's strength is enough to deal with them. He ran towards the bullies, running towards him, and kicked them hard, thinking that he would get rid of them all. He and some guy started throwing punches at each other, and one of his friends walked up to Minho, grabbing the place where he had been kicked, and said that this idiot was too good. Is he really the loser he was talking about? Minho nervously gritted his teeth and said that this shouldn't have happened, and then his gaze fell on the rebar lying nearby, and a bad idea came to his mind. Time passed, the MC dealt with the guy they were exchanging punches with, and then it was the turn of another, bigger one. He rushed into battle with a loud scream, and he gave him a deadpan look and clenched his hand into a fist and then quickly kicked forward, knocking out his tooth. From such a terrible blow, he fell to the floor, and then the sneaky Minho sneaked up on Orum from the shadows with a rebar in his hands. He swung and hit him with all his might, but he blocked the attack with his hand, causing the weapon to bend, and Minho went into shock. Clenching his hand into a fist, he swung his fist at the guy in the face, stunning him for a second, and then he lost his balance and fell. Trying to get up, he started insulting him in every possible way, but MC pinned him down with his foot. Minho threw him a displeased look and asked, does he think he can end this so easily? He's already dead. Does he understand? He will call all the elders he knows and finish him off. He started calling him a loser and threatening to kill him, and then Orum threw him a threatening look, telling him to try if he can. He just gritted his teeth in response, after which he was released and began to get up, but froze, seeing something unexpected. When MC was picking up his bag, the guy who had been hiding all this time ran out at him with a knife in his hand. He swung, and when Orum noticed this, his eyes widened in surprise, and then the opponent struck. Meanwhile, his sister had just left the grocery store. Looking at the grocery list, she thought that this would be enough for tonight's dinner. Lately, she had been so busy that she couldn't cook for her brother. She needs to think about his health and feed him well. She doesn't know what's wrong with him, but she's glad he's not sick. She was distracted from her thoughts by her out-of-breath brother's voice, and she looked at him, asking in surprise why he was covered in sweat. His shirt was clinging to his entire body, but it didn't bother him at all, and he told her not to worry so much. He pointed to the building behind him and said that the guys asked him to play football with them. That's what happened. It turns out that the knife broke when they tried to hit him, and he quickly dealt with them and ran here. She asked in surprise if he was sweating so much because of football. Had they really been playing for that long? He confirmed it and said that he was having fun playing after such a break, but in fact, he was sweating so much because he ran away from there so that she wouldn't see anything. Deciding to change the subject, he snatched the bag by her hand and asked if she bought this for dinner. He was happy to see the pork belly and realized that they were going to grill the meat today, and she looked at him thoughtfully. She noticed that his actions and words were exactly the same as always, but his appearance was different. Noticing her intent gaze, he called out to her and asked worriedly if she hadn't gotten used to the way he looked yet. She smiled and asked, did her facial expression give her away? He said that it wasn't so, it just seemed that way to him. He looked down, thinking about something, and then asked upset if maybe she wanted him to look like he used to? She looked away, thinking about it, and then confidently answered that it wasn't so. She would like him regardless of his appearance, as long as he was okay. He thanked her for these words and she smiled widely, after which he asked if by any chance he had taken his friends out yesterday. He lied to her, and then she said in a puzzled tone that when she was cleaning the house in the morning, she found a lot of long brown hair. It was definitely not her hair. It was too long and the color was so unusual, so she thought it was his friend's hair. He got very excited and started mumbling, trying to find the words, but his sister quickly realized what was going on and asked him to introduce them, to which he had to unwittingly agree. Meanwhile, Minho came out of the construction site, shaking all over from the blows he had recently experienced, and leaned against a column to somehow ease his suffering, and swore that he would definitely beat that idiot to death. He took out his phone and called someone. Meanwhile, in a noisy place, at a party, the sound of a phone vibrating was heard. Yoon-young answered the call and walked over to the window, and Minho exclaimed in displeasure that he felt like he should intervene. If they let this Orum go, he would still get revenge on them. So he has to personally intervene so that this weakling knows his place. He smiled slightly and agreed, saying that he wanted to show him the difference in their levels anyway. A new day had come, Classes were already over and Shuol suggested that Orum go home together, which surprised everyone around him. Her friend Sojung thought that they were going to have fun and asked to go with them, but she refused her, saying that they were not going anywhere. They just needed to discuss something important. Sojung was very interested in this, and her friend, pushing the guy towards the exit, said that if everything goes well, she would tell her everything later. They both left under the surprised looks of their classmates, and they began to think that they were dating. And in the meantime, Yoonhun was probably thinking about how to deal with Orum. Last time, they both bought themselves a drink and found a suitable place to talk. At one point, Shiwol suddenly asked if they should start dating. He was taken aback by her words as always, and asked why she suddenly asked such a thing. She explained that if they were dating, then no one at school would care that they were communicating alone. He became worried and asked if she didn't think it was weird to lie about something like that. She told him that if he didn't want to lie, then they could really start dating, which surprised him greatly. Without waiting for an answer, she asked what he thought about it. He looked down and said that she had brought it up so suddenly, he needed to think about it. She calmly suggested that they talk about something else, after which, she opened the system window and said that she had received a quest. Tonight there would be a competitive paired suppression quest. She sent him an invitation, and he noted that since it was a paired quest, it meant that other players could participate too. She confirmed this, and said that the reward was only better for it. In addition to the 20 million, they would receive 12 status points, which would be a great chance for them to level up. He thoughtfully noted that this would make things much more difficult for them, and she said that was true, especially if they were competing with other users. Even if it was a 1 in a million chance, if a player killer appeared, a battle royale would begin. He thought that he had never worked together with her before, and the competition was going to be dangerous. She asked what he would do. If he thought it would be too dangerous, they could wait until an easier quest appeared. He firmly suggested that she try it. He had analyzed their skills, and together they could handle any situation. They didn't need to worry about player killers. If it came down to it, they could handle them. She smirked and asked what was wrong with him. Is loser Orum so confident today? She agreed and said goodbye to him, saying that they would meet at the quest location tonight. Soon, the night came, and with it, the time of the meeting. MC was standing on the roof of the building and peering at the city. Soon, Shiwol appeared next to him and asked how he liked this place. What did he know about it? Knowing the layout would give them an advantage. He told her that this place was completely unfamiliar to him. That's why he was looking around. If they found that strange door, it would be easier for them to plot a route. She didn't understand what door he was talking about, and he explained to her that it was the door from which the monster appeared, a rectangular one. But she told him that she had never seen anything like it, and he scratched his head in confusion, saying that it was strange. Don't all monsters appear from such a door? At that moment, a system window appeared. It informed them that the quest would start in 1 minute, and advised them to prepare for battle. Shiwol suggested that they discuss it later, now they need to finish the quest. She asked the system to open the battle preparation page, and a catalog of items appeared in front of her. To begin with, she decided to take everything for healing, and wondered whether she should buy an attack buff or not. She asked Orum if he needed anything. You can buy something here only before the quest starts. She will pay. He smiled and asked her to buy him something for healing and a speed buff. She agreed and sent the purchased items to his inventory. He got 2 Virgin Mary's panaceas, which fully restore defense and stamina, and 1 Hunting Hawk feather, which increases movement speed by 4 times for 5 seconds. She said that it was expensive, so tomorrow he would repay her with strawberry milk and a snack, to which he agreed. After that, the system reported that 1 minute had passed. The quest had begun. Immediately after this message, a huge monster flew over them, and they became nervous. This monster is known for its speed, and its name is the Nimble Wolf Vaham. It is a kind-hearted tribal god, does not attack unless attacked. His main attack is a quick throw that tears the enemy apart. Shiwol said that they should hurry and catch up with him. If they do it now, they will be the first. He asks her to wait, because if something goes wrong, he will drag them all over the city. There must be another way. He thought for a few seconds, then suggested that she make a trap. She will wait for the wolf in a dead end and use the skill, and he will drive him to her. She noted that in this regard, he is the bait. Isn't it too risky? He confidently told her that he is ready. Besides, the Avenger becomes stronger when they are attacked. He took out his sword and told her to let him know when she finishes the trap. He will lead the wolf to her. Before she could ask him anything, he already went after Waham. She hissed curses through her teeth and took out her staff, saying that he was smart enough to do all the most dangerous things alone. He jumped off the building, landed softly, and immediately rushed after the monster with the thought that the nimble wolf was in first place in speed, but overall, he was not that strong. If he lured him into a trap, they could easily win. But to his surprise, another player named Huang Juri appeared next to him, running at his pace. He became nervous and thought, who is this? She must have a special speed class that runs with the wind. She paid attention to him and said that it was interesting. Is he a knight or a swordsman? but it doesn't matter, they are all too slow compared to her. After saying this, she increased her speed, and he noticed that she was quite fast. Is she using their difference in speed to win? Then he can't stand still either. He used the skill. The time for revenge comes when the enemy is still alive. And in the meantime, Windrunner caught up with the wolf and said with a smile that she was in the right place at the right time. Taking out her weapon, she immediately lunged forward and used the skill Ice Wind Blade and stabbed Waham in the face. But since she wasn't done yet, she took out another dagger and used the skill Furious Storm Blade, making a cross strike. From this, Waham felt pain, his whole body trembled, and he had to stop. Realizing that he was now stunned, she called her builder-class comrade named Oh Yunsung and told him to send him flying with his combo pulse. Yunsung agreed and pounced on the enemy in the air, and then used the skill Skywall and slammed his shield on the ground with all his might, causing a huge wall to grow and hit the wolf. He thought it was time for a combo now, and was about to use the skill, but he noticed some stranger who was aiming at the wolf. It was Orim. He was about to strike from the air, and Giri exclaimed that it was the guy with the sword. When did he manage to catch up with her? But it was all because of the skill he used recently. With it, his agility increased by 1.5 times, but his defense began to decrease. Now his defense is about 20 units. If he loses this time, he will not be able to catch up with him later. He only has one chance. He used the skill Vengeful Spirit Sword, which reduces defense to 0 for 5 seconds, and greatly increases the chance of a critical hit, and swung, aiming at the monster's neck. After that, he struck him on the head, but only left a small scratch on his face. He jumped back and cursed in disappointment. He hit him, but the blow was not critical. Surely his critical attack chance dropped because Waham has a high agility stat. Windrunner called out to him in displeasure and asked what he was doing there. How dare he interfere with them and try to steal their loot when they were almost there? He looked at her with confusion and said that it was a competition. What difference does it make? She exclaimed indignantly that there is such a thing as manners. How would he feel if someone killed the monster he stunned? He thought about her words, then said that he did not do well, but he did not mean to. Then he will not do it next time. After saying that, he ran towards the wolf, and she angrily called him an arrogant idiot, saying that she wasn't done yet, and her friends suggested that she go. He's right, this is a competition. Making your opponent angry is part of the game, so they shouldn't be too polite either. He suggested that she use the game's features to her advantage, and then used his skill and built a wall around Orim that formed a dome. He nervously gritted his teeth and thought, is this a shelter for emergencies? Did he use such a skill to stop him? He slashed at the wall with his sword, but he couldn't penetrate it. As he thought, this dome only reacts to attacks from the outside. Will he have to wait until his skill's duration expires? But it will be too late. Then he decided to use the only piercing attack, Red Spikes, until the barrier falls. The Red Spike skill can penetrate walls and deal damage from the outside. It will take a long time, since the damage from such an attack is already small, but it will still be faster than just sitting here and waiting. He will get out of here and will definitely catch up with them. After some time, a crack finally appeared on the dome. He got out of the trap and thought that it happened much faster than he expected. He still had time to catch up with him. He ran along the wolf's tracks and was slightly surprised when he saw that the players were just standing in their places. He approached them in bewilderment. At first, he even thought that they were dead. He asked the guy what happened, and he said with a stunned look that he was sure that the monster had been fighting them until that moment, but it suddenly disappeared. MC did not understand how it could just disappear, and at the same moment he felt an ominous presence behind him. The space twisted and Vaham appeared on the wall out of nowhere. But they all immediately turned around, and Oreum nervously thought, is this teleportation? But this is simply impossible. In the game, he doesn't have such abilities. Waham roared loudly and rushed to attack, and then there was a crash from his landing. The others were thrown aside, and Yunsun he grabbed with his teeth and clenched his jaws, which made the guy cry out in pain. Orim gave him a worried look, and his comrade called out to him and hurried to save him. She used her skill, Mega Typhoon Dance, which increases the attack speed by 4 times for 18 seconds. But after that, she will be frozen for 5 seconds. She rushed towards the monster at high speed, clenched her teeth in rage, and then rushed forward, striking. But when she turned around, she was very surprised. The wolf disappeared, and she immediately began to look around for him, and then screamed loudly in anger and ordered him to come here immediately. MC realized that all this is bad. He did not expect this. If Waham can teleport, then he can escape from the trap. In that case, Shiwol is in danger. She finished the trap in the meantime and began to wait for him. He thought that if he did not figure out his teleportation, then the trap was useless. First, he needed to turn off his ability, and only then go to Shiwol. A roar was heard behind him. Vaham appeared very close and approached them. He opened his mouth, throwing the player off his teeth, and he winced in pain, and Giri called out to him worriedly, then cursed and said that she could not move because she used that skill. Vaham decided to leave her friend alone, and then rushed straight at her. As he approached, she began to get very nervous, and when the time came for the clash, she closed her eyes, but Oram protected her, used the skill Devotion of Revenge, Anti-Barrier. He reflected the wolf's blow and she looked at him in shock, asking, why did he do this? He replied to her that he told her he would mind his manners from now on. After saying that, he rushed forward, dealing several blows, leaving deep cuts on the monster's body. Howling in pain, the wolf turned around and ran away. Seeing him run away, Giri became worried, but MC was surprised. Can't he just teleport? Maybe it's because of the accumulated damage? The girl exclaimed that she could have caught up with him if her skill wasn't on cooldown. And that's when he realized what was going on. Waham's teleportation skill also has a cooldown. His phone beeped, he received a message from Shiwal that the trap was ready, and an idea came to him. He offered the girl to make a deal. He would give her the panacea, and she would help him. She doubted and asked, this is an ordinary item that can be bought with money, right? He thinks he can make a deal with this? Her injured friend coughed loudly, and she ran up to him, asking if he was okay. He just whined pitifully in response, and Oram asked, she didn't have any healing items, right? If she did, she wouldn't have gotten flustered and used that skill when her partner was bitten by Waham. He doesn't like to play with people's lives, but his life is also on the line, so he can't give away the panacea just like that. He also wants to protect his partner, so he offers her to make a deal. Let her help him in exchange for the panacea. She was hesitant, because this is a competition, and her friend offered her to help him. In this game, their lives are on the line. Competition is good, but survival is more important. So they need to try, because cooperation is one of the components of the game. He convinced her, and she agreed, saying that she had one condition. In his plan, they should not get hurt. He smiled and told her not to worry about it, since he would be in more danger. After that, he handed her the panacea, and the plan began to be implemented. Jiri climbed onto the roof of the building and carefully looked around the area. The first part of the plan is to catch it with live bait. She needs to provoke the wolf by pretending to hunt it and lure it to a crossroads, where the second part of the plan begins. That's all she needs to do. She noticed a wolf passing by and began to act. Taking out her dagger, she rushed down and used the skill Blade of the Furious Storm, enveloping the enemy in gusts of wind, and then jumped back to a safe distance and prepared for further attack. Seeing that the monster began to growl, she realized that she was able to provoke it. Since it can counterattack with teleportation, if she attacks again, she will immediately go to the meeting place. After that, she used the skill Run on the Wind and rushed to the desired place at high speed. Vaham began to pursue her, and she, convinced that he was simply running after her without teleportation, moved on to the second part of the plan, to drive him into a corner. At that moment, her comrade appeared above the wolf. He swung his shield and used the skill 100-Year-Old Castle Wall, after which he hit the ground and a huge wall appeared in front of Vaham, which he crashed into. He thought that now he had nowhere to retreat. He created the perfect arena for battle. Now came the final part of the plan, the hunt. Oram came into the scene. He rushed towards the wolf with the combo attack skill, Flower That Keeps Grudge, because of which many hands with swords appeared behind his back. He dealt many blows to the enemy at once and rushed forward, sliding along the ground. Of course, the hunt does not end there. In this game, the hunt for Vaham took him a long time. The attacks did not go as expected due to his agility. Therefore, in order to successfully complete the hunt, he needs to lure him into the Shiwal trap and lower his agility at all costs. But before that, he must force him to use teleportation. Apparently, he can only teleport twice in a row. In other words, if they can withstand his attacks twice, they can kill him. His sword sparkled red and his gaze became confident. Waham pounced on him. Preparing to attack, he swung his sword and then jumped high into the air, and the wolf rushed after him. Putting his other hand on the blade, he concentrated and shouted that he was not afraid of getting hurt. He only gets stronger from being hurt. After that, he raised his hand, and his skill, Flame of Vengeance, activated, which enveloped him in purple energy. Meanwhile, Sunga's comrades were nearby. Woyun peered into the distance and asked what he was doing there. Did he decide to go against Waham himself and lure him into a trap? Isn't it interesting? His comrade named Hyungsang told him to stop fooling around and observe him normally. As the guild leader said, they need to confirm if this is really a player who can open the back door. Meanwhile, MC went on the attack. His skill reduces his health by 18% with each attack, but at the same time, his strength increases by 2.5 times. He dealt the monster the first blow, which hit its mouth. He staggered, looked at his opponent, and then pounced on him, opening his mouth wide. Oram responded by swinging his sword, wounding him again, and then Waham decided to run away. He teleported, and MC thought that he had one more time. Everything was going according to plan. Since they know how he will attack next time, he will have to rely entirely on luck. He gripped his sword tighter and began to carefully monitor his surroundings, and in his mind he told the wolf that he will not move from the spot, so he should hurry up and show his fangs. At that moment, a haze appeared behind him, and then Waham appeared. He noticed it and immediately turned around, but did not do anything so that the wolf would grab him. Because of this, his passive skill, Flower That Blooms at Sunset, was activated, and MC was just waiting for this. His sword sparkled, and he used his ultimate skill, Pavan for the dead. Many heavy swords in the shape of gravestones appeared behind his back, and they pointed at the wolf. The swords fell on the monster, causing an explosion, which threw Oram aside. When he opened his eyes, he found that the wolf was gone, and thought that everything was going according to plan. He used all his teleportations. Yunsun warned the others about the wolf's location, and MC turned around. Waham was standing nearby, and 2 of his swords were stuck in his back. Since he received a lot of damage, he decided to run away, and Yunsun, seeing this, cursed loudly and exclaimed that they almost succeeded. But Oram knew that they hadn't lost yet, because he was running towards Shiwol's trap. Their party would win if he finished him off while he was trapped. At that moment, Giri rushed past him at high speed thanks to her skill. She said that she helped him, so the final blow is hers. After all, it's a competition, so he shouldn't be upset. He told her that he wasn't upset. They would still win. After that, he used Panacea and Hunting Hawk Feathers to increase his defense and movement speed. Moreover, he has a skill that increases his speed by sacrificing defense. The time for revenge comes when the enemy is still alive. All this combined gave him incredible speed, where he was even able to overtake the one running on the wind, leaving her far behind. She was blown away by a gust of wind from his speed and fell, exclaiming, "What was that? This idiot is so fast." Meanwhile, he ran to the destination and found that Waham was trapped in Shiwol's trap, overly clingy labyrinth. This skill reduces the target's defense and agility until they leave the skill's range. He immediately took out his sword, and thought that he didn't even need to activate the skills. According to his calculations, Shiwol should have activated the attack buff. At that moment, she just got down to business and put the buff on him, after which he dealt a blow that took Waham's life. Before his head flew off, he managed to let out one last roar, and then fell to the ground with a crash. Swinging his sword, MC sighed in relief and said that a little more and everything would have been lost. If it weren't for the speed buff, he wouldn't have been able to deal the final blow. Shiwol came down to him and asked how he knew this. Did he buy this buff because he knew it would be a speed quest? He told her that he didn't know that. He didn't even realize that their opponent would be the one running with the wind. He looked away and sheepishly said that he just thought that if she was in danger, the only thing he could do to support her was to run faster. That's why he took the speed buff. After his words, she smirked and called him an arrogant idiot, and said that if they had completed the quest, thanks to his importunity, then she could praise him. He smiled and the system appeared, telling the 2 of them that they had won first place in the competition. Since they had completed it in 45 minutes, they would receive 3 high-quality loot boxes. They looked at each other happily, and the system displayed the results and ranks of this quest. They were very surprised when the system showed them that they were the first out of 3 teams. But Oram didn't see anyone except the team running with the wind. Is there another group hiding somewhere around here? They were Sunga's comrades. Woyan said that it was pretty good. The Avenger has good intuition, and the Labyrinth Master is well versed in his skills. Hyungsung said that they only subdued 1 Waham. It doesn't prove that they are capable enough to join the guild. Woyan pointed out that it was not an ordinary Waham, but a unique one that could teleport. Considering how many people from their guild died because of unique monsters, he thinks they did a great job. He would give the Labyrinth Master 9,220 points and the Avenger 9,8879. Hyungsung was surprised by such numbers and said that he didn't even know whether it was a good grade or a bad one. He told him that it was out of 10,000 points. Let him evaluate them too. He noticed that he had a strange range, then looked at them and said that he would wait to judge. He would decide after he found out how this fight ended. Woyan didn't understand what he was talking about, because the quest had already ended, and he told him that it was not like that at all. The player killer will appear now. After a while, the system window notifies the protagonist to take a reward, points, or a loot box. Return in 480 seconds. MC looked at Shiwol with interest and asked what reward she would choose. Friend was going to level up, so she'll choose points? Shiwol calmly turned her head to the side and disagreed, saying money. She wants to buy a time difference generator. Oram scratched his head and asked if it was an expensive first-class item that was hard to get, even in the game. Shiwol closed her eye and agreed, saying that it could be used to reverse time for one object. Therefore, it is useful in a fight with a dangerous enemy, or when a person is seriously injured. In other words, it is like having 2 lives in the game. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that this was right. They were playing on the hardest level, and if a person died, it would be forever. Therefore, of course, it would be easier if a person knew that he had a second chance. The comrades noticed the clapping sound. Giri clapped her hands with a smile and exclaimed that they lost. It was a total loss, and she thought that she would be able to land the final blow and win. But in the end, they were beaten, right? Shiwol tilted her head down and asked, "Who is this?" MC replied that they were competing with them and helped each other out a little. Giri pointed at Shiwol and asked, "Is this her?" The one Oram said about, he has a woman whom he must protect with his life. Giri smiled and asked, "Is this her?" MC laughed sheepishly and pointed out that he hadn't said it that way. Yunsun raised his hand and thanked Oram for his help. He pointed out that at least they were in second place and no one died, so he wants to add the protagonist as a friend. Will MC accept his request? The system window notifies that Orium can see the class and status of friends, as well as whether they are currently participating in a quest. Shiwol clarified that if it is only about friends, then everything is fine. She sternly added that they should not expect cooperation. They do not know what kind of people the comrades really are. Yoon-sun tensely raised his hands and asked her not to worry about it. It is not because they want something from them. They just like the game. It is like an extreme sport. They can't even participate in really difficult quests because both of their classes are very low. So the comrades do not need to worry, they just need friends to play with. Orum looked at his friend and asked what she thought. In his opinion, they are not bad people. Shiwol calmly replied that if he thought so after talking to them, then she will not interfere. But she does not need to be added as a friend. It is enough that they are on the same team. The protagonist calmly exhaled and agreed with her. Yoon-sung happily looked at the system window and said that there was not much time left to collect the reward. He would send a friend request for now. Yoon-sung was very surprised to see the message that came. The system window notifies that it is a danger. Unknown user invasion. His comrades immediately turned their attention to the enemy who had fallen to the ground. They screamed in fear. Is this player killer? Yoon-sung resolutely enveloped the shield in mana. He used the ability 100-year-old castle wall. Yoon-sung tensely turned his head to the side and screamed that he would delay the enemy and they must hurry and collect the rewards. If they did not do this, then the enemy. PK instantly broke the wall and struck Yoon-sung without letting him finish. Yoon-sung coughed up blood from the attack he received. Juri quickly appeared behind the enemy. She raised her weapon with fury and ordered PK to go to hell. Player Killer raised his weapon and used the skill Spearman Tactics, Chapter 5. He used the skill Ocean of Spears, Wave Tactics, and many spears appeared around. Juri tensed up and gritted her teeth. The spears instantly attacked, raising a cloud of smoke. Juri was injured and flew to the side. She stopped and looked at the enemy. Juri thought furiously, why is he so fast? How can a spearman match the speed of a windrunner? She called him a freak and yelled, how long has he been playing? The chains of mana instantly bound PK. Shiwol, calmly holding the staff in her hand, noted that she forgot that she left another trap here. Shiwol advised the enemy to watch his feet when he fights. Shiwol smirked and clarified, although no, wouldn't it be better to tell him to watch what's above his head? The protagonist quickly flew at the enemy from above, stretching out his hand. He used the Labyrinth Master skill, a note left by someone who died in the labyrinth. The system window notifies that the skill adds an attack boost, adds 120% to speed and 20% to any selected skill. MC quickly cut off the enemy's hand and landed on the ground. Player Killer waved his bloody hand and sighed. He ran away from MC at great speed. Shiwol yelled tensely that PK was running away. Orum turned his attention to his wounded comrades. He ordered Shiwol to heal the others, and she asked in surprise, what does that mean? His friend clarified, he's not thinking about chasing the enemy, is he? The protagonist noted that Player Killer could pretend to retreat in order to attack again. He would follow him and distract him as long as possible until his friend healed them. Shiwol thought for a moment and disagreed. She clarified that if her friend made a mistake, he would die. So if MC is going to fight, there's no need to waste time. You just need to destroy the enemy. Shiwol clenched her hand into a fist and added that if Orum returns unharmed, she will tell you what she wished for. The protagonist agrees, right? MC hit her fist with his fist and agreed. He quickly ran after PK. Sometime later, under the night sky near the football field, Orum runs along the road at great speed. He turned his attention to the enemy and stopped. Player Killer turned his head to the side and looked at the protagonist. He noticed that, as he thought, the Avenger had come. Orum swung his weapon and struck the enemy. Blood gushed from PK's body and he fell to the ground screaming in pain. The protagonist calmly said that, honestly, he does not want to hurt anyone, no matter who his opponent is. But no matter how hard MC tried, he cannot watch how trash-like Player Killer harms other people. Orum asked the opponent to choose and asked, will PK calmly leave and live quietly without leaving the shelter? Or will he fight and be defeated like a monster? Player Killer smirked and replied that after the protagonist cut off his arm without hesitation, he had hope. He raised his hand with the sphere sparkling in it and added that, as PK thought, MC is just a fool who only knows how to act good. Orum clenched his teeth in rage and raised his weapon. He looked at the bright light with confusion and wondered, what is this? Could it be a time difference generator? Player Killer's hand was restored and he smirked. The system window notifies that the time difference generator reverses time until the moment the spearman activated the field. A magic seal instantly appeared under their feet. MC thought in fear. This is a one-on-one skill. The opponent had a plan from the very beginning and did not attack thoughtlessly. PK cracked his hands and asked, now that he has two arms, maybe he can pierce MC for real? He raised his spear with a determined smile. Player Killer ran at the protagonist with great speed with the intention of attacking. Orum jumped up, raising his weapon. PK laughed, smiling, and asked, what is the protagonist doing? After all this speech, MC turned out to be so sluggish. Did he think that he could just cut off his arm? Player Killer instantly disappeared. leaving streams of smoke around. The protagonist thought that because of the one-on-one skill, his speed and attack power dropped. The system window notifies that the one-on-one skill reduces the attack power and agility of the target inside the field by 30%. MC thought that the opponent is also fast enough to compete with someone running in the wind. With such an opponent, you can't relax for a second, otherwise he's finished. PK grinned maliciously and raised his weapon, using the skill, halberd. He attacked the protagonist, but MC managed to block it. Oram tensely clenched his teeth and coughed. He was very surprised to feel the blow. The protagonist put his hand to the wound on his head and thought, did he parry the attack, but still receive damage? But halberd does not have an effect that allows you to ignore defense even in a one-on-one situation. MC was stunned, realizing something. He raised his head and turned his attention to the enemy heading towards him. Player killer approached the protagonist and instantly swung his weapon. Oram coughed up blood and thought, is this a totem effect? The enemy has good basic parameters. Also, he has a very good understanding of when to use a skill or item. PK must have been playing like this for a long time. The enemy is a master among player killers. The protagonist resolutely thought, if this is so, he quickly headed towards the enemy. PK, jumping back, laughed and asked, what's wrong with the protagonist? MC can't beat him in speed, so he just decided to close the distance? This is very reckless. The protagonist thinks he can survive with such skills? Player killer used the skill Spearman Tactics. Chapter 1, Spear Cry, Focused Attack, and filled the spear with mana. He raised the spear with great force and spread the mana around, leaving a huge mark on the ground. An explosion thundered after his attack, and a cloud of smoke rose around. PK laughed madly and asked, how does the protagonist feel about this? MC is finished, right? The protagonist is just a damn fool. Player killer fell silent, turning his attention to Oram running towards him. He laughed and yelled, what is this? The protagonist can't defeat him, so he decided to run away? No way, MC can't even run away normally. PK raised the spear and used the skill Spearman Tactics. Chapter 2, Spear Judgment, Javelin. He threw the spear towards the protagonist with all his might. MC turned his attention to the weapon, and player killer ordered him to die. An explosion thundered and a cloud of smoke rose in the air. PK grinned maliciously, expecting victory. He fell into a stupor, paying attention to something. Oram decisively stopped the spear with his weapon. He coughed up blood and used the skill Unwavering, Damage Absorption. The protagonist threw the spear aside and thought as he suspected. He knew that the opponent would use Javelin if he tried to get out of the one-on-one action field. His opponent is a master among player killers. It is obvious that the opponent will use standard skill combinations. Anticipating this and using Unwavering to absorb damage, MC can compensate for the deterioration of his attack due to one-on-one. Oram confidently raised his weapon and PK, frightened, noted that this is that stance. The protagonist used the skill, Bad for Bad, the dual skill Steadfastness, and shrouded the weapon in mana. The system window notifies that this simulates 80% of the skill that attacked the user. MC confidently thought that he could not avoid the field with a fixed effect, but he will return to the enemy everything he received. Oram used the spearman's skill, Spear Verdict, and threw the weapon shrouded in mana towards the enemy. Player killer stood in a stupor with fear, and the weapon quickly flew through his chest. He coughed up blood with rage and called MC a freak. PK thought that this was the skill Ultimatum. He used the skill Fever of World Conquest, and a horse appeared under his feet. The system window notifies that the attack power and defense penetration ability are increased by 270% for 18 seconds. Player killer furiously raised the spear shrouded in mana and yelled that the fool is now finished. He quickly ran towards the protagonist. The mana flow went to the side and MC flew to the side. PK laughed and asked, did he like it? It really hurts, right? He quickly ran towards Oram and yelled that the enemy is finished. The protagonist can run if he can. MC sternly noted that 1 second. Player killer was surprised and instantly a magic seal appeared under their feet. PK tensed up and thought, damn, the duration of the one-on-one. Oram noted that the duration of the one-on-one is 200 seconds. Considering some differences, this time is enough. More than enough to not lose to the enemy even after deterioration. Player killer yelled with fury that MC was saying such a thing. He raised his weapon and ordered him to die. Oram resolutely enveloped his hand in mana and running towards the enemy, clarified that everything is useless, without deterioration or traps. PK is no match for him. The protagonist ran forward and attacked the enemy. Player killer coughed in pain and fell to the ground. He shook in fear and turned his attention to MC. Oram pointed his weapon in his direction and told the enemy not to even think about using anything. PK should know this if he has been playing for a long time. The difference in their abilities cannot be fixed with just a couple of items. Player killer coughed furiously and clenched his hand into a fist. The protagonist asked why the enemy was doing this. Even if PK was told about this, this is no longer a game, but reality. Even murder. What does the enemy get from this? Rewards for the event, or does he just like torturing others? Player killer snorted in irritation and called the protagonist an optimistic fool. He clarified that MC's family members recognized him, and his life was taken away. PK burst into tears and yelled that the protagonist was a damned optimistic fool. After he looked like his game character, his friend's family, no one would recognize him. Player killer is like dead. What difference does he make what he does? He doesn't care about quests and events. He doesn't know what happened, but he will destroy everyone. PK shouted decisively that he will put an end to this. He instantly fell to the ground and coughed up blood. The protagonist was very surprised and noticed the weapon stuck in player killer's body. He noted that this was a weapon belonging to him. MC, not finishing his sentence, turned his attention to Kiho. The Reaper looked down and noted that he thought the protagonist was finished, but MC surprised him. Kiho raised his head and pulled out a weapon, calling MC the worst class. Orum exclaimed with rage that it was the Reaper. The system window notifies that Kiho received half the points and all the items of the killed player. The protagonist tensed up a lot, and Kiho adjusted his mask on his face and clarified that the Avenger was next. MC raised his weapon, ready for battle, and asked if the enemy was the same. Kiho was surprised, and Orum clarified if the enemy was also killing everyone because he lost everything because of this game. Kiho thought for a bit and asked what the protagonist was talking about. He raised his weapon, ready to attack, and replied that he had no reason to hunt. It seemed like he had already said that. In reality, or in the game, he simply does everything for the sake of victory. Kiho quickly headed towards the protagonist. He struck with his weapon, but MC managed to block the attack. Orum thought tensely that the Reaper was much faster than before. Had the enemy really leveled up? The protagonist raised his hand and sent red spikes towards the enemy. Kiho instantly covered his face with his hand. He coughed furiously and called MC damned. A huge skull shrouded in mana instantly appeared behind Kiho. The protagonist screamed in confusion. What is this? A long finger came out of the skull's mouth. It hit the ground with great speed, raising a cloud of smoke, but MC managed to jump to the side. Orium, breathing heavily, thought that this was amazing. This is not a Reaper skill. The necromancer, smiling, noted that she missed. Although she aimed well, she probably got too excited and made a mistake. MC looked at her in amazement and asked, "Is this a necromancer?" The butcher irritably clarified what she was saying there. This is not her first time. She just has bad skills. The butcher calmly called her a fool. The necromancer got angry and asked, "Does the freak want to die?" The protagonist wondered, who are they? Are they on the priest's side? Kiho put the tip of the weapon to the butcher's neck. The comrade asked what the Reaper is doing. Kiho sternly clarified that these should be his words. He said that if the butcher interferes, he will kill him. The butcher asked not to misunderstand him and said that they were only here for the spearman. This whole meeting was an accident. He was not going to take the Reaper's prey. The condition of their cooperation was exactly this, not to touch each other's prey. Kiho remained silent and removed the weapon from his neck. The butcher asked if he should at least help the Reaper. They also wanted to deal with the Avenger because the protagonist had taken their job. Kiho lowered his weapon and replied that they should do as they wanted. He would be the one to kill MC anyway. Kiho quickly headed towards MC. He struck, but Orum managed to jump back. The necromancer appeared from the side of the protagonist. She smiled and used the skill, Bone Needles. Many needles were aimed towards the protagonist, but he blocked the attack by raising a magic shield above his head. The butcher raised his scythe, standing behind MC. Orum turned his attention to him. The enemy used the skill, Relaxing Massacre, critical hit. He enveloped the scythe in mana and quickly jumped on the protagonist. The comrades looked at the powerful explosion that thundered on the battlefield. The necromancer laughed and screamed that the enemy was finished. Kiho was very surprised when he looked at MC standing next to the sword. Yon calmly exhaled and noted that he would never have thought that he would have to fight in his pajamas. It was very embarrassing. But still, wasn't it cool how he landed? Yon used the skill, the Altar of the Dragon Sword. The system window notifies that the skill neutralizes all physical attacks within a radius of 5 meters for 9 seconds. During this time, a person cannot move. Orum was amazed to note that this skill and weapon. Is it really that rare class that there are only 3 such players in their country? Is it a dragon hunter? Yon smiled and exclaimed that it is, and the protagonist can determine classes. Class in Ergosphere Online, excluding the 11 starting classes a person chooses from when creating a character. Ascension classes are determined according to the player's weapons and skills, point distribution, and what quests they have completed. For example, if a person chooses a warrior as a starting class, then he can later become either a butcher or a swordsman, depending on what weapons and skills he uses. Since everything is determined by the user's playstyle, there are a great many possibilities. Players have already counted 84 classes. Because of such a huge number of options, the method for creating a dragon hunter and some other classes is unknown to many. That's why they are called rare classes. There are very few such players in the whole world. Yun looked at the protagonist and clarified, although his class is rare, but isn't MC the same? Not many people choose such a complex class, for example, like an Avenger. Orum thought about it. Is that really true? Yun took the sword out of the ground and said that they will talk later. He came to help the protagonist, so it's time to do it. Yun decisively raised his weapon and exclaimed that it's time to deal with all the parasites. The butcher realized something and yelled for everyone to be careful. The enemy is going to stun them. Yeon used the skill, Dragon Silence, and swung his weapon to create streams of mana. The streams hit the enemies and they closed their eyes. Yeon looked at the protagonist and yelled that this is enough. He asked MC to choose a reward. They need to choose a reward and close the quest. It will be difficult for the two of them to deal with them. Orem noted that his friend and the others are still. Yeon calmly interrupted him and asked him not to worry about them. His fellow monk is helping them with his blessing skill, so the protagonist can stop worrying and choose a reward. The quest will end as soon as MC does so. The Reaper in another incarnation raised his weapon with the intention of attacking, and Yeon froze. Yeon fearfully thought that the enemy must have managed to do something. He is definitely finished. Hyungsung used the skill Demon Slaying Palm. The Reaper instantly broke into pieces after his blow. Yeon happily raised his fist and yelled that his comrade did a good job. Shiwol called out to her friend and the protagonist paid attention to her. She calmly raised her hand and yelled that everything was fine, so her friend can calm down and finish the quest. The MC calmly agreed with her. He looked at Yeon and asked, "Who are they? Why are they helping them?" Yeon remembered something and noted that he had completely forgotten. They are from the Raizong Guild, and will meet them again. In the end, his friend helped them get a very good grade. After some time, people are relaxing by the pool. Sunga breathed a sigh of relief, wiping her hair from the water with a towel. She noticed the watch ringing. She picked up the phone and asked how everything went last night. At the same time, Hyungsen, sitting on the table, answered that it was fine. Although something unexpected happened, they followed everything as expected. Sunga sat down on the lounger and clarified, "Is that so? And what does he think about it? Will they be useful to them?" Hyungsen confirmed this and clarified that he and Yeon had discussed everything and agreed that both the Avenger and the Master of the Labyrinth can stand up for themselves. Besides, the Avenger is not afraid of danger at all. It seems that the protagonist has experienced difficulties not only in the game, but also in real life. Sunga smiled and clarified, if more specifically, is he like a wild animal? Hyungshen confirmed this and noted that MC has good intuition. He thinks that the protagonist will be useful for both strategy development and item management. Therefore, there is no need to delay in accepting them into the team. It is better to do this before they become stronger and start to interfere with them. Sunga laughed and exclaimed that it is unusual to see him so active during the recruitment of newcomers. Okay, she will set a time and meet these people. Yeon grinned and mockingly asked, does his comrade like those who play on the maximum difficulty? Hyungsung asked his comrade to shut up in an irritated tone. He put the phone to his ear and added that he had something else to say. Chaos appeared again. Sunga asked sternly, is Hyungsung sure about this? He replied that he was sure and said that he thought they should prepare for the guild confrontation. Sunga looked down sadly and replied that she and Ikju would prepare. She asked Hyungsung to tell the others about this and he agreed. Sunga sternly said that those damned freaks from Chaos have absolutely no idea what is happening, just like animals. But there is nothing to be done about it. If they decided to start a quarrel, then we will have to hunt them. Sometime later, in an abandoned building, in a dimly lit room there is a sofa. A man is sitting tied to a chair with a rope made of mana. Ikju sternly looks at him without saying anything. Sunga asked if he has spoken yet. Ikju did not confirm this and clarified that even after waking the man up from a deep sleep and keeping him awake for 100 hours, the man remained silent. It seemed like the man was ready to die. Sunga scratched her chin and clarified, is that so? Then nothing can be done. She kicked the man's stomach with great force. He gritted his teeth in pain and fell to the floor. Sunga put the weapon to his neck and said that she would explain the rules so he should listen carefully. Now she will stab him with her sword over and over again until he is on the verge of death, and then she will heal him. Each time after healing, he will have a chance to speak. She has 5 recovery potions with her. In other words, he has 5 tries. If the man answers their questions, he wins. If not, it's game over. They only have 2 questions. The first is where the Chaos base is. The second is personal information about the head of Chaos, his boss. Sunga squatted down next to the man with a terrifying look and asked, did he understand everything? The man screamed in fear that he didn't know. He didn't know anything. The man was just an assistant. He had never even seen the boss. Sunga smirked and noted that it wouldn't help him. There were no exceptions to the rules in their game. She put the glove on her hand and asked, should they start the game then? Sunga was just getting bored. They hadn't had any interesting quests for a long time. Maybe they should try to kill him with the skills she rarely uses? Although no, deadly poison is also fun. The man pursed his lips in fear and screamed. Sometime later at school, the protagonist walks down the corridor with his friend. He asked what kind of people are in the Raizon Guild. They seem to be pretty good. Shiwol raised her hand and clarified that Raizon is one of the top 3 guilds in the game. Their guild has 800 members and they have been around for a very long time. So that a friend knows, although in the game Raizon they only did raids and battles between guilds. This does not mean that they have not changed their goals. Considering that the event, Horizon, will start soon, they can do other things. MC agreed and noted that people go crazy when money is at stake. Shiwol offered to watch them from afar. Orom turned his attention to Eunhyung. The former friend sternly asked the protagonist to come here for a minute and clarified that they need to talk. Shiwol angrily yelled, "What is wrong with him? What can Eunhyun say to MC after everything that happened?" Eunhyun asked her not to interfere and said that he only wanted to talk to him. Shiwol irritably gritted her teeth and called him a freak. The protagonist calmly walked towards him, and Shiwol was very surprised. She called out to her friend and asked what he was doing. Oram would really go with him? The protagonist replied that they should at least listen to him. If Eunhyun wanted to say something, it would be weird if he just ran away. Even if something bad happened, he could definitely handle it now. The MC adjusted the strap of his backpack and asked his friend not to worry. He would call her when he was done. Shiwol puffed out her cheeks in displeasure and said nothing. After a while, Oram went after his former friend. The protagonist sternly asked, "So what did Eunhyun want to talk about?" Eunhyun asked, "Does MC know that someone was seriously injured and ended up in the hospital after a fight with Oram?" The protagonist was surprised and, without confirming this, replied that he heard about this for the first time. Eunhyun clarified that Senwon had something broken, so his friend would be there for a long time. He was already feeling better, but the thing is that because of the protagonist's actions, Senwon's parents were going to sue the MC. Oram got really scared and yelled that it was just a fight. Senwon didn't show that it was even a little important. Eunhyun added that his friend was going to go into professional sports, and he didn't report it to the police because he thought that it would interfere with his future career. But apparently someone changed his mind. It's been a few weeks already, so he doesn't know what the police are going to do about it. But if they start investigating this case, it will end badly for the protagonist. At best, the MC will be expelled from school, and at worst, they will be arrested. Oram got really tense, and Shiwol, hiding behind the wall, clenched her teeth in fear. Eunhyun lowered his head and clarified that there's always a way out. Someone's parents came to ask advice at his father's law firm. The protagonist was surprised and clarified, "So one of Eunhyun's father's lawyers is handling this case?" Eunhyun confirmed this and noted that this was a chance for the MC to get out of the situation without problems. He could persuade this lawyer to tell someone's parents not to sue Oram and insist on a peaceful resolution. The protagonist sternly asked, "Which one? And what did he need to do for this?" Eunhyun smirked and replied that it was simple. He will only tell his father about the protagonist, and MC will now go to Sunwon and apologize to him on his knees. Oram irritably remembered how Sunwon humiliated him and clarified, "Apologize to him?" Eunhyun said that it was simple. The protagonist just needed to apologize. If MC did it, he would persuade him and help resolve everything peacefully. Oram doesn't think that he did the right thing back then, does he? Sunwon's injuries and his hospitalization are the protagonist's fault. MC got really angry and clarified, "Is it his fault?" He shook with rage, and Eunhyun thought that everything was right. This is exactly the expression on MC's face that should be. A face marked by the feeling of defeat that Oram feels because of the injustice of the world. This is exactly how Oram looked when he was next to Eunhyun. It suits someone like the protagonist. No matter how strong the MC is or how good he is at fighting, there's nothing Oram can do about it. If he doesn't have power or money, all the protagonist can do is apologize for things that aren't his fault. The MC is just a damn fool. Oram thought for a moment and asked him to tell someone that the jerk can sue him. He's not going to apologize to him. The protagonist doesn't feel the slightest desire to. Besides, someone not only bullied him, but even tried to hit Shiwol, who wanted to help him. The MC can endure a lot, but this is unforgivable. He can bear his own suffering, but he won't tolerate other suffering because of him. So Eunhyun should tell him that if someone wants to sue him, then let him go. Oram won't change his mind. Eunhyun calmly clarified, the protagonist doesn't care about what the investigation reveals. MC angrily disagreed and said that he meant that under these circumstances he was not going to do what he was told. After all, when they started investigating the cause of what happened, it would not only be Oram who would be talking, but also Sunwon. He would have to tell what he did to the protagonist. Eunhyun should know better than anyone who would get the worst of it in such a situation. Eunhyun frowned in irritation and said nothing. The protagonist turned around and adjusted the strap of his backpack, clarifying that he had said everything. No matter what happened, he would not back down from his decision. Eunhyun thought for a moment and asked, "What would happen to MC's sister then?" Oram stopped and Eunhyun grinned maliciously and continued that if the police got involved, the protagonist's sister would find out that he was being bullied. "I wonder if that would break her?" The MC got really angry and Eunhyun added that even though she suddenly became an orphan, she still tried so hard to give her little brother a decent life. And the protagonist ended up being an outcast from society. When the sister faces this cruel truth, even if she is really strong, won't it destroy her? Oram clenched his teeth in anger and pointed out that it meant Eunhyun knew everything about his family. Eunhyun asked, "Isn't it obvious? They go to the same school after all." The protagonist grabbed his hood with great anger. He yelled, "Then why did Eunhyun remain silent all this time?" Eunhyun smiled and asked, "What does this mean?" The protagonist clenched his teeth in anger and exclaimed, Eunhyun knew what happened to him and his sister. So why did Eunhyun just watch? Eunhyun could have stopped them. He could have stopped the bullying. The position of a former friend allowed it. Eunhyung smirked and thought for a moment and asked why he had to do that. MC sadly hung his head and noted that everything was different before. They were friends. Eunhyung could have pitied him, could have helped. Wasn't that true? At least for his sister's sake. Eunhyung hung his head and disagreed. He sternly said that he never considered MC a friend. Never at all. How could someone like the protagonist be his friend? He has everything, and Oram doesn't even have parents. They are different. They just played sometimes when he was bored. Exactly, Shiwol probably thinks the same way. She also has everything. She was born very rich. Now she plays together with the protagonist, simply because she thinks he is funny. So, in fact, he doesn't care at all whether MC was hurt or not. The protagonist and his sister are just orphans who have nothing waiting for them in this life, no matter how hard they try. Their lives are so bad that they can't even be seen from Eunhyung's height. Oram got really angry and punched Eunhyung in the cheek. The ex-friend quickly flew away. The protagonist clarified that he thought that Eunhyung just got involved with a bad crowd. But it seems that's not true. In fact, the ex-friend found the same freaks as Eunhyung. The ex-friend smirked, wiping the blood from his mouth with his hand and clarified, so what? Does the protagonist really want an apology? Eunhyung angrily rushed towards the MC with the intention of attacking. Oram sadly raised his fist and replied that he didn't need it. He punched Eunhyung in the face with great force, and the ex-friend fell to the ground. The protagonist said that he didn't need an apology from someone like Eunhyung. He would deal with him later. MC confidently walked to the side and said that one day there will come a day when he will look down on Eunhyung. He will be higher than his former friend ever was, sometime later in the city under the night sky. The protagonist tensely looks down while walking on the road. Shiwol looked at her friend. She put her finger on his neck and ordered him to raise his hands up. If the protagonist moves, she will shoot. MC turned his head to the side in surprise, and Shiwol made the sound of a gunshot. She blew on her finger and noted that it was a very good shot, as always. Oram asked with confusion, "What is she doing?" And he did not move at all. Shiwol crossed her arms and said that she was just like that. The back of the protagonist's head is just asking to be shot. MC scratched the back of his head and clarified what this means. Shiwol thought for a while and asked, so Oram was friends with Eunhyung when they were kids? She apologized and said that she followed the protagonist because she was worried about him. Her friend heard everything. It must be a sore subject. Shiwol scratched her head tensely and apologized for eavesdropping. The MC calmly raised his hands and, disagreeing, exclaimed that she didn't need to apologize. It's not that important a story. He's just ashamed that the protagonist trusted him. Shiwol asked if they were close. Oram looked down with a smile and confirmed this, saying that they went to the same elementary school when they were kids, then to the same middle school. In elementary school, they played together after school almost every day. They were almost like best friends, but when they went to middle school, Eunhyung started hanging out with popular guys, and it was like a gap appeared between them. Shiwol clarified, and then Eunhyung started bullying the MC? Oram scratched his head tensely and replied that at first Eunhyung invited him to join the company of popular guys, but then everything changed. The girlfriend calmly asked the protagonist not to blame himself because it was Eunhyung's fault. What's the point of the victim suffering over this? The one who betrayed should feel guilty, not the one who trusted the traitor. The protagonist agreed with amazement and remembered Eunhyung's words. The former friend said that Shiwol probably thought the same way. MC came out of the memories and Shiwol exclaimed that just like that. She embarrassedly clarified that if Oram had no plans for the evening, he could come to her place. They would eat ramen. The protagonist was very surprised and waved his hands and asked, why all of a sudden? He no longer understood what they were talking about. Shiwol twirled a strand of hair around her finger and screamed that she just wanted to cook MC ramen. Do you really need a reason? Shiwol raised her hand in anger and exclaimed, besides, MC might get sued soon, right? She'll try to help with that, so the protagonist should go. Oram replied that it was his problem and he could handle it on his own. He couldn't ask her to do that. Shiwol disagreed and pointed out that if her friend was arrested, she would be left without a team. So it was important to her too. She pointed her finger at him in embarrassment and added that that's why they should figure it out together. It was their team after all. Oram looked at her finger in surprise and asked, even if that was the case, couldn't they discuss it over the phone? Shiwol disagreed and yelled that ramen was part of the quest. At the same time, in a dark building, the necromancer looked at Kiho's tied hands with a smile. The butcher noted that that was all. The Reaper was a good man for coming to them. Kiho replied that he understood everything and ordered the bandage and spell to be removed. He had to see the Chaos Boss with his own eyes. The butcher apologized and clarified that he could only take off the bandage. The Reaper had too many skills to handle. Kiho grinned in irritation and yelled that that was not what he had been promised. The butcher said that he would only be tied up until they reached the base. The Chaos President stood on the balcony and ordered Kiho to be untied. The butcher paid attention to him and called out to the president. The leader calmly said that the Reaper had come such a long way. If Kiho was tied up, they would not be able to drink tea. The butcher tensed up and Kiho smiled and replied that he was not going to drink any tea. Things were moving, which meant that the boss was indeed the president. The leader of chaos, class, emperor. Kiho lowered the mask from his mouth and said that he had always wanted to meet the leader and see what the president looked like. The leader remarked that it was a coincidence. He also really wanted to see Kiho. After some time, there was a tray with cups of hot tea on the table. The leader, holding a cup in his hand, asked if Kiho really wasn't going to drink tea. He had prepared very good tea when he heard that the Reaper was coming today. The smell of tea disappears little by little every time a person lifts the lid, so he doesn't drink it that often. Kiho snorted in irritation and replied that he didn't need these leaf. The leader should just say why he called him. The leader calmly clarified, what if he said that he just wanted to talk to his ally over a cup of tea? Kiho quickly created a weapon and asked him to stop saying strange things and just tell him what the leader needed. Before he got angry and destroyed his base. Or maybe it would be better if he broke their agreement and killed him? The leader laughed and remarked that Kiho was really ready to mindlessly pounce on anyone. That's what he was told. The Reaper is a real cliché of a villain. He really likes people like Kiho. Villains like Kiho create a narrative in this boring world. It amuses him. Kiho calmly asked, did the leader speak up? The leader asked, if the Reaper doesn't like their conversation, maybe they should talk about business and get to know each other better? The leader smirked and said that Kiho, a student of Osong High School, 2nd year, 3rd grade, is a murderer. Kiho got really angry and quickly ran towards the leader. He yelled with fury that he would kill him. The leader laughed and noted that he really likes Kiho. The Reaper even has a tragic past, like a classic villain. He calmly raised his hand shrouded in mana and added that this is not enough. The leader used the skill, kneel. Mana instantly shrouded Kiho's body and he knelt down. He tensed up and thought, what kind of skill is this? Why does he have no strength at all? The leader looked down at him and said that a truly good villain must have an ambitious plan, different from the ideologies of others, and so noble that it can destroy others' plans in an instant. The leader swatted in front of Kiho and asked, does the Reaper understand what he is talking about? No matter how good a player killer Kiho is or how he uses skills, Kiho is just a part of the game's system. Kiho is like a villain waiting for his turn. Does the Reaper understand how ridiculous and unreasonable this is? As for them, he has a request. If Kiho accepts his offer as a reward, the leader will teach him how to open that door. This will allow Kiho to get rid of the shackles of the system. Isn't that intriguing? Kiho can refuse after listening to the essence of his offer. The leader wants to hear the answer. The smell of tea weakens so quickly. At the same time, in Shiwol's house, they calmly entered the apartment. Shiwol took off her backpack and clarified that she was going to change clothes. The protagonist can feel at home. MC looked around the apartment with admiration and thought that the ceilings here were very high, just like the houses in TV series. He noticed a family photo of Shiwol with her parents. Oram clarified, was she still in middle school then? And her hair was shorter. So Shiwol is an only child in the family. He thought she had brothers or sisters. The protagonist's friend called out to him and he turned his head to the side. Shiwol, tying her hair with an elastic band, asked how many packs of ramen he wanted. The protagonist clarified, if for 2, then 4? Shiwol calmly agreed. MC pushed back his chair and thought that if he thought about it, they had always only talked about the game. He never asked anything about her. Why would a girl who lived in such a huge house risk her life playing a game? MC imagined Shiwol smiling and saying that she wants a secret harem just for her. He tensed up and thought, does her friend really want something like that? Oram let out a calm breath and looked at Shiwol, wondering what she was thinking. After a while, there were empty plates on the table. The protagonist happily said that it was very good. Ramen was always good whenever he ate it. Shiwol asked if it was really that delicious. She always felt better when she ate ramen after a hard day. That's why Shiwol invited MC to eat. Oram asked sheepishly, is that so? He thought that his friend was kind today. The protagonist quickly stood up and exclaimed that he would help her. Shiwol calmly held the empty plates in her hand and replied that she could handle it on her own. MC fell silent and thought for a bit and asked when her parents would come back. Shiwol put gloves on her hands and asked, who knows? They always come back late. There are days when they come early, but that's rare. She is usually alone in the evening. Oram asked, then the friend probably has a housekeeper who lives with her and helps her cook. Shiwol embarrassedly called him a fool and yelled that there is no housekeeper. Does the protagonist think that they live like rich people in movies and have a lot of servants? There are special people who help around the house, but they don't come every day. MC thought that means there is a housekeeper after all. Oram answered smiling that he was just surprised. He thought that in the evening they get together with the whole family and others do everything for them. The protagonist never thought that she would wash the dishes. Shiwol sadly lowered her head and asked MC not to say that. She's not like that, although she lives more comfortably than others since birth. Shiwol is not that kind of person. She will not push others around just because she has money. Shiwol embarrassedly turned her head to the side and added that she never thought of MC as a funny animal. Oram looked at his friend in amazement and thought that this is why she is so kind. She was upset by what Eunhyung said. The protagonist scratched his head and noted that he never thought that she would do this to him. In his opinion, his friend is not like that. Shuol helped him when he was being bullied. She helped when the protagonist was almost killed by player killer. His friend agreed to his plan during the quest. A person who thinks he is better than others, or is just playing with people, would never do this. Even if others think that Shuol is just rich, he does not think so. After all, he first met her when his friend was a master of labyrinths. Shuol covered her blushing face with her hand and noted that her friend embarrassed her. Then what was that weird thing about washing dishes? MC does have prejudices after all. Oram scratched the back of his head and replied that that is not what he meant. He looked away in embarrassment and clarified that what he really wanted to say was that he hadn't imagined her in an apron, but when he saw it, he thought it suited her very well. Shuol became very embarrassed and puffed out her cheeks. She screamed, "Does he want to die?" After some time, the lights were on in the windows of the building. Eunhyung was calmly walking down the hallway. He noticed his father standing by the door. Dad turned around and addressed his son. He picked up the bag, noticed that his son had arrived on time, and asked him to take the bag. It was a gift from his grandmother. She had made it herself. Eunhyung looked at the gift and asked why he had to give the gift to him personally. Usually, the housekeeper did that. Dad replied that he was passing by, so he decided to look in. And he was wondering how his son was doing here alone. What happened to Eunhyung's face? Did someone hit him? Eunhyung lowered his head and replied that it was nothing like that. Dad thought for a bit and said that he knew it. His son was just like his mother. Eunhyung was stunned, and his father clarified that he didn't expect anything good from his son anyway. His father added with a horrified look that his son shouldn't make him apologize for him. Did his son understand that? Eunhyung looked down sadly and replied that he understood everything. His father noted that it was only the first semester, so if his son wanted to change schools, he should just say so. He would look for another good school. Or Eunhyung could go abroad. What was his son even doing in a regular school? Eunhyung is the son of the elite, so he should behave accordingly. Did his son understand him? Eunhyung bit his lip in anger and agreed with his father. After some time, the guy greeted his friends from the video hosting site and asked if they were still here. He would just assume that everyone who wasn't watching him now had already died. He raised his hand and exclaimed that here was the mysterious place. There was an explosion here recently. Do viewers think it's boring because things like that happen all the time? Decided to unsubscribe because his content is monotonous? The guy pointed his finger at the screen with fury and yelled that they were fools. Isn't that how you investigate mysteries? Gradually getting to the bottom of them, even if they are the same? The viewers think he is doing something weird because he has nothing to film? Yes, if he sees the viewer in real life, he will kill him. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, and after thinking for a bit, clarified that that is what he would have said. But he was also tired of the monotony. There's nothing to catch in such a place. So today, he prepared something special. The guy started thinking why this happens at all. And it's all about cheese. What is it? The viewers will ask. Is it not food? Well, the viewers should read books. Yes, cheese is just food. But there is one theory that is actually not as tasty as its name suggests. The guy raised his hand, creating chunks from the mana in it, and added that, in the theory, the universe is like sliced cheese. It is said that they live as if on a thin piece of cheese, which is influenced by other universes piled on top of each other, like slices of cheese. The guy scratched his neck and asked, what does that have to do with it? And how is this different from the idea of parallel universes? At the same time, there is a phone on the table, showing the guy's broadcast. He yelled that the viewers are fools. The guy asked them to think that the world is not just a theory for them. Another world, the existence of which they did not know, affects them. He is talking about a new world that they have yet to see, about Zone 2. Eunhyung, with blood flowing from his nose, is sitting on the couch in VVR4 reality glasses. At the same time, in reality glasses, Eunhyung pointed his gun at the lying monster. He noticed something and turned his head to the side. Eunhyung quickly pointed the crossbow towards the man. The player crossed his arms in fear and asked not to shoot at him. He is not a monster, but a man. Eunhyung calmly raised his gun, and the player laughed maliciously and noted that Eunhyung scared him. The player looked at the dead monster and said that Eunhyung is a skilled player. Eunhyung killed an ogre on his own, which usually takes 5 people, in a cursed forest. The player is cool. He heard that this quest gives a very good reward. Eunhyung asked him to leave him alone, and the player, smiling, clarified what this means. Eunhyung sternly replied that he did not want to talk to him. Does the player need to be told twice for him to get it? The player laughed tensely and said that it seems that his comrade is having a bad day. He apologized for disturbing him. The player smiled ominously and clarified that Eunhyung was expecting such an answer. But in fact, he will rob the arrogant freak. The player quickly raised his weapon and used the rogue skill. The system window notifies that after death, everything the player has become his theft skill. Eunhyung looked in his direction and fired many arrows. He used the executioner skill, quick execution. Stunning. The player instantly fell to the ground and screamed in pain. He stood up, shaking, and noticed that the player had scared him. The player looked at the huge executioner behind Eunhyun with great fear and screamed. Eunhyun used the executioner's ultimatum skill, Guillotine Robespierre. The player fearfully asked him to wait and screamed that he was wrong. If the player killed him here, he would also become a player killer and receive a penalty. Eunhyun emotionlessly clarified, "So what?" He raised his weapon and ordered the player to die. The executioner quickly headed towards the player. A bright explosion immediately thundered. Eunhyun calmly looked at the dent in the ground. The system window notified that Eunhyun had just attacked another user. He is prohibited from using the city store for the next 56 hours. If Eunhyun continues to accumulate penalty points during the penalty period, he will be forcibly transferred to Chaos Island. Eunhyun must take this into account and continue to play according to the rules. Eunhyun calmly asked, "All these damn fools, where do they even come from?" Yeon noted that Eunhyun was really cool. Eunhyun quickly turned around and pointed his gun at him. Yeon smiled and said that the player pulled the trigger despite the consequences. It's amazing. If Eunhyun has time, he can offer him something. Maybe they can talk? Eunhyun asked what the player wants. Does he also want to die like that piece of trash? Yeon smiled and replied that of course not. He doesn't plan to fight him at all. On the contrary, he wants to get to know the player as well as possible. Eunhyun instantly fired his gun. He noted that the player is a damn freak. He almost felt sick. Yeon instantly appeared behind him and noted that the player is a real monster. He shot him right in the face. Eunhyun quickly turned around, but Yeon enveloped himself in mana and flew up. Yeon said that he was a recruit for a guild. He has been watching Eunhyun for a long time. He thinks that Eunhyun's abilities will be put to good use in their guild. Would Eunhyun mind going to an interview with their leader and joining the guild? Eunhyun angrily asked him to leave and exclaimed that he was not interested. Yeon smirked and asked, "Is that so?" Too bad, he was going to tell him something interesting. For example, about an event with a reward of 20 billion won, or an amazing opportunity to transfer your game character into reality. Eunhyun was instantly stunned and asked what kind of weird thing the player was saying. Yeon apologized and said that he would have to pay for more information. He asked Eunhyun to come to Chaos Island if he was interested in him. If Eunhyun kills all the player killers on the island and gets to the top of the tower, he will tell him more. Eunhyun will have to try a little, of course, if the player wants to hear something interesting. Yeon used the skill, teleportation, and said goodbye to the player. He instantly disappeared and Eunhyun tensely clarified, "A sudden change in appearance? Did Orum really do that?" Sometime later in the city, the protagonist looks at Shiwol's phone. She picked up the phone and said that she asked her cousin yesterday. The sister said that if MC can prove that he was bullied by a whole group of people, he will not be arrested. In other words, everything can be resolved if Shiwol testifies in his favor. So the friend does not need to worry, he will not be taken to court. Orum breathed a sigh of relief and said that this is good. He did not sleep all night, only thinking about the fact that he could end up in jail. Shiwol smiled and clarified that, where did the courage go with which the protagonist was able to tell Eunhyun to sue? She noticed something. Shiwol looked at car and asked, "What is it? Why is there a sports car parked outside their school?" MC suggested that maybe someone won a lottery or something. Shiwol happily covered her mouth with her hands and asked if it was a gift from her friend to her. Orum disagreed and replied that he would need to kill about 100 monsters for that. Songa raised her hand and called out to Shiwol and the protagonist. She stood next to the car and wished them a good morning. Songa adjusted her glasses and noted that they were early. She thought they would be here by the second period. Shiwol asked who it was. Does the protagonist know her? MC disagreed, confused. He clarified that he could guess who she might be. Shiwol was very surprised and thought that it was the Raison Guild. Songa smiled and said that they seemed to have guessed who she was. Then why don't they skip school and go for a ride with her? The weather is really nice today and they have a lot to discuss. So are they going to their base? After a while, the car is driving fast along the highway. The protagonist is sitting in the back seat of the car. Shiwol quietly turned to her friend and asked if it was okay that they went with them. MC replied that they knew their names, and they knew what school they went to. They could have attacked them at any time. The friend clarified, but the fact that they didn't attack proves that their goal was just to talk. Oram replied that that's exactly what he thought. They need to listen to them anyway. If they're lucky, they'll find out something about Horizon. After a while, they're walking down the corridor. Songa looked at her comrades and said that she wanted to introduce them to the other guild members. Would they prefer to talk alone or in a cafe? Shiwol confidently replied that they would talk alone. The cafe was too noisy, and it was inconvenient to talk. Songa took off her glasses and noted that, as she thought, the daughter of the head of a pharmaceutical company can boast of life experience. She will gather everyone in a private room. Shiwol thought that the guild leader knew their personal information. The protagonist called out to his friend and asked if she had been here before. Shiwol lowered her head and replied that she and her parents used to come here every summer when she was little. Her father liked to spend his vacation here. It was a good time. The MC was surprised and thought, does she mean that this time has come to an end? After a while, the elevator went up to the 8th floor. Sunga took hold of the door handle and opened it, asking her comrades to come in. She noticed that everyone was already waiting. Oram was surprised, and the guild leader exclaimed that all these people were members of the Rizong Guild. The protagonist noticed that there were fewer of them than he expected. Shiwal agreed and said that the guild was big. She thought there would be 30 or 40 people. Sunga replied that they were indeed a big guild, but not all of them had been transferred. When a person in real life becomes their game character, they call it a transfer. Shiwal raised her hand and asked if that was the case, then maybe they knew the reason why it happened. Yon replied, smiling, that none of them understood the principle by which it happened. There were no scientists among them. They tried to understand how it all happened, sharing information about the circumstances of the transfer. Sunga said that as far as she understood, the conditions for the transfer were having an account in the top 100. Although not all of them from this list were transferred, they believe that this is the case. This is the only thing that unites them all. The protagonist and Shiwal asked if this means that everyone in this room was on the top 100 list. The guild leader raised her hand and replied that there was no need to be so surprised. After all, they were also on this list. Sunga used her ability and said that Oram was number 89, Shiwal was number 47. Although they may not care, in the ergosphere, this list is more to stroke the ego of many. Especially the protagonist, he did not participate in the Team Quest Dungeon of Abundance, which would help to quickly increase the rank. MC is a special case. He only climbed into the top 100 thanks to solo quests and events. Also, he barely participated in PvP, which is basically a battle for rank. Did the protagonist have a reason for this? Oram scratched his head and replied that he didn't care. And he doesn't like fighting people even in games. Raimi asked, then what can he do in a real battle? They won't be able to win just because they are good players. Hyungsung noted that he was also confused at first. Monsters aren't the only thing they fight. But the protagonist fought a Chaos Spearman who had a lot of items and won on his own. Raimi clarified, without the help of items, that's just amazing. Hyungsung added that neither rank nor history should really bother them. From what he saw, MC's intuition and situational awareness alone were enough to get to the top of the list. If they didn't take him, it would be a big loss for them. Shiwal quickly raised her hand and yelled that they had enough of this talk. The conversation had long since gone off track. Did they really call them here to invite them to join the guild? Sunga picked up the documents and laughed, saying that she thought it was obvious, but she must have been wrong. Shiwal was right. That was why they had gathered here. From what they saw, their skills and classes would be a very good addition to their guild. That's why the guild leader decided to meet them and invite them to join. Considering that they don't know what awaits them during the new event, they need to expand their ranks. The protagonist asked if by the upcoming event she meant Horizon. Sunga calmly confirmed it and remarked that it meant they already knew. It would be beneficial for them to join the guild too. They not only share information about the quest rewards, but also discuss the transfer and the game. Shiwal asked sternly, so they didn't tell them everything? Sunga raised her hand and noted that who knows, maybe the only way to find out for sure is to join them? Besides, there are other benefits to it. They will have the privileges of adults that schoolchildren can only dream of for now. They will pay them for completing monthly quests and provide treatment. They will even give them VIP access to this hotel, which will become their base, and they will also protect them from chaos. MC asked in surprise, by chaos she means the island where you are forcibly sent for killing a player? Sunga agreed and noted that it is not only an island, but also a nickname for player killers who are up to something bad. And in real life, it is a guild for player killers. Oram thought back to the necromancer and the butcher with rage and wondered, so those players are in this guild? He thought they were just a few wandering players, but it turns out they act together like any guild. Sunga closed the documents and exclaimed that this was just a prelude. What will they say? What will they do? Join their guild? Or leave and pretend this conversation never happened? The protagonist thought that there was nothing wrong with guilds. The game will become even easier compared to how it was when it was just the two of them. Something was wrong. Shiwal raised her hand and asked, what will happen to the rewards for Horizon? 20 million won and a wish. What if only one guild member comes in first place and their wish is granted? Sunga replied that they would split the money equally. As for the wish, they would decide what it would be together. Shiwal said suspiciously that she had one more question. If they refuse to join them, what will they do? Sunga adjusted her hair and replied that nothing. But if they see each other during the event, they better not interfere with the guild. After all, they plan to win at all costs, whoever their opponent is. Shiwal tensed up and thought, and what should she do? If she joins them, the chance of winning will increase, but she will have to give up her wish. On the other hand, if she does not join them, the chance of winning will be very small. Besides, they are in the top 3 guilds. They are veterans of the game. It is unlikely that Oram and Shiwal will be able to win, and their lives are at stake. If she wants to survive, she will have to join them. The protagonist said that in this case, they refuse. Songha clarified, can I ask why? MC confidently answered that they have a wish that they want to fulfill. What's the point of playing if they have to give up their wish to be part of a guild? They better try to win as a team. Jean was surprised and noted that he had a backbone. Yon added that MC was more ambitious than he seemed at first glance. The guild leader wondered if she could then ask what their wish was. Maybe it was similar to theirs. Oram sternly replied that the wish they wanted to fulfill was to create a kingdom where each of them had a team of their favorite idols. All the guild members were stunned upon hearing this. Shiwol blushed with shame and froze. The protagonist clarified that this is what they wanted. Shiwol angrily punched him in the stomach and yelled that he was an idiot. She was just joking. How could he say such a thing? Has MC completely lost his mind? She'll beat him up until his passive skill activates. Oram raised his hand and called out to his friend, asking, even if this is not what she wants, she still has a desire, right? Shiwol stopped and confirmed this. Ikju pointed out that no matter how skilled they were still children. He asked terrifyingly, didn't he warn the guildmaster? Such children need to be taught a good lesson so that they don't play the game. Songa smiled and agreed, saying that he was probably right. Ikju ominously said that there was no need to wait for Horizon. He would deal with them right now. If they were playing for such a stupid reason, their guild didn't need them. Ikju, with the Spirit Warrior class, rank 13, stood up to Oram, with the Avenger class, rank 89. Ikju raised his hand in anger and used the skill, Bear Paw, which smashed boulders. Shiwol angrily asked him to stop and asked what he was doing. There was no need to start a fight just because they disagreed. The guild leader apologized and clarified that they did other things too, not just recruiting new members. Shiwol asked what kind of things. Songa ominously replied that they hunted. They found players who could hinder their guild and help them get out of the game. The protagonist asked, how are they different from player killers then? They are just like Chaos, who attack everyone indiscriminately. Yon disagreed with a smile and said that they don't kill people, unlike Chaos. He firmly clenched his hand into a fist and yelled that they just destroy the player's morale to the point that they have no motivation left. The MC thought, how is that different from what player killers do? Zhang added that the protagonist can consider their hunt the same as PvP in the game itself. They fight one-on-one, and the loser gets punished. Punishment is just sending to death. Oram asked, what if you don't accept the punishment? Zhang pointed out that it doesn't matter. They already know everything about the player, including their skills and habits. Sangha added that sending to death is just words. In fact, they can't force someone to stop playing. They don't have the time or resources to keep an eye on them. So with this battle, they will force them to surrender. At least then they won't be able to resist the guild in the future. So what? If they agree to join them now, they will cancel the hunt and forget everything. Oram confidently disagreed and exclaimed that they will not join them. If he loses, he will agree to become a member of the guild. The protagonist pointed his finger at the head of the guild and added that in exchange she was also obliged to promise something. If the guild lost, they would all join them. Sungha laughed and asked, isn't that cute? And why would they agree to these stupid conditions? The MC replied that it was because the guild wouldn't be able to stop them otherwise. Even if they lost, they wouldn't give up or lose motivation. They would become the first in the new event, no matter what. So the only way to stop them was to force them to join them. Soko sighed in irritation and noted that this was a very stupid lie. Sungha smiled and clarified, did Shiwol agree to everything the protagonist just said? Shiwol calmly replied that she hadn't agreed to anything, but she had no choice. If things turned out like this, she would have to agree too. Besides, she was not a weak girl who would agree to grovel before someone. The guild leader laughed and exclaimed that they were so funny, now she wants them to join the guild even more. Sungha agreed and accepted their conditions. She ominously said that in a one-on-one battle, the losing side becomes the winning side's subordinate. Are they okay with that? The comrades confidently agreed. Raimi walked up to the leader and asked if Sungha really accepted these kids' conditions. What will the leader do if they disband their guild? Sungha approached her with an ominous smile and answered in her ear that there are more of them. They can turn the situation in their favor at any time. They just let them give it their all. They can deal with them after the battle. After some time in the training base of the Raizan Guild, the protagonist and Ikshu looked at each other preparing for battle. Sungha calmly crossed her arms and said that the battle would consist of one one-on-one match. No time limit, no items, and going outside the building is prohibited. Shiwol asked tensely, is it really possible to do this? Someone could really die. The guild leader pulled out a doll from her inventory and disagreed, saying that they use this during battle. The system window notifies that this is a dear friend who saw her childhood tears, the Marianne doll. When the health of the player who owns the item drops to 1%, it is instantly restored to 15%. The doll smells like peanuts. Shiwol looked at the doll and said that it wasn't used often because you could only have one. But the fact that the leader had it for such cases. Sungha calmly interrupted her and clarified that the battle would end when the doll was destroyed. Their guild members would separate the opponents if something went wrong. Shiwol didn't have to worry. She pointed at Zhang and said that they even had a top-notch healer. Sungha looked at the opponents and asked if they were ready. She wasn't going to give any signals, so they could start whenever they wanted. MC calmly pulled out a weapon from his inventory. Ikju, while warming up, noted that he was a spiritual warrior. He slammed his fist into his palm with a terrifying look and said that he was telling the MC this to make things fair. Ikju already knew the protagonist's class. Oram confidently raised his weapon and replied that he appreciated it, but he knew his class too. At the hotel, the protagonist saw Ikju using his skills. He rushed into battle, cutting through the air. MC swung his weapon, but Ikju managed to dodge. Oram thought that spiritual warriors have a small attack range, but strong combos. He cannot give the enemy a chance to close the distance. He must constantly attack. Ikju used the skill. The ancestors are watching him. He punched the protagonist in the face with great force. MC tensely clenched his teeth and thought, what's wrong with the enemy? Ikju exposed himself to his attack to close the distance? Ikju raised his fists and said that the Avengers are a melee class. They are always at the forefront with their combos. But this style is not only for Avengers. Spiritual warriors use it too. Ikju raised his hand with fury and used the skill, Werewolf Claws. He quickly ran towards the protagonist and MC covered his face. Blood flowed to the sides and Oram groaned from the strain. Ikju jumped up and raised his leg and used the skill, Ogre Strike. He hit the protagonist with great force and MC flew to the side. Oram quickly jumped off the ground and jumped to the side. Ikju snorted and yelled that it was too easy. He looked down in surprise. Ikju saw a wound on his stomach and asked where it came from. The protagonist clarified, the enemy's style is to use the skill. The ancestors are watching him to increase defense and just endure attacks. But such a style is not only for his class. MC also just endures attacks, waiting for a chance to counterattack. Ikju thought in surprise, what does this mean? Oram managed to use a skill while he was striking the ogre. He noticed that in close combat, they are equal to each other. Not bad for rank 89. Ikju instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving a cloud of smoke. The protagonist tensed up and thought that the enemy had become faster. Is this a skill that increases agility? If so, is the enemy going to attack from his blind spot? MC turned his attention to the enemy who jumped towards his back. He instantly raised his weapon in front of his face, blocking Ikju's attack. Oram slid to the side and snorted. He quickly swung his weapon, but Ikju jumped to the side. The protagonist thought that the enemy was keeping his distance. He thought that the enemy would come from his blind spot and attack with a combo. Was MC wrong? And this skill is the power of the King of the Forest? Ikju used the skill, the power of the King of the Forest. The system window notifies that this is a spiritual warrior skill. For 80 seconds, allows you to alternately use either speed enhancement or attack power enhancement. Ikju quickly jumped towards the protagonist. He attacked the ground with great force, but MC managed to jump to the side. Oram raised his weapon and thought that it was okay. There is no need to think about it too much. His attack range is larger, so if the protagonist just finds the moment. Ikju punched MC's face with great force in an instant. He ominously noted that although MC's attack range is larger thanks to the sword, Oram takes too long to prepare for the attack. His attack preparation time is only 0.2 seconds shorter, but this time difference allows him to compensate for the range. Ikju swung his arms with great force, leaving a bright trace in the air. The protagonist slid across the floor and made a sound of pain. MC thought that the opponent was very strong. Ikju is on a completely different level from the spearman he fought last time. The opponent's hybrid attacks with the power of the King of the Forest are strong. In addition, Ikju adds small feints to confuse Oram during the attack. Such a chaotic playstyle can only be seen when a person is fighting another person, not a monster. The protagonist clenched his weapon in his hand and Sunga was very surprised. Ikju froze and MC punched him in the face with great force. Ikju flew to the side and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of smoke under him. The guild leader asked, did the Avenger decide to fight with his fists? Shiwol put her hands to her cheeks and clarified that what was this fool thinking about. Oram thought that then he too should use a new style specifically for fighting another person. Dual style. A combination of swordsman and martial artist style. Ikju spat to the side in annoyance and said that he didn't expect that. He hit him well. Shiwol frowned and thought he barely hurt him. He just lost his balance because he didn't expect that kind of blow. When a class like the Avenger who uses a sword suddenly punches in a battle against a spirit warrior, it's like fighting naked. MC rushed towards Ikju who was covering himself with his hands. He used a strong attack skill, causing Ikju to let out a loud cry. Jean looked at this and asked, doesn't he think Ikju is starting to lose ground? Raimi folded her arms and replied, indeed. A punch from the Avenger and the basic warrior skill he just used can't be enough to make the battle difficult for Ikju. Oram thought, the important thing is that he's not only using a sword. He can't guess whether he'll counterattack with his sword or his fist, so he'll hesitate before attacking. He struck Ikju, who activated the skill Ancestral Strike. MC dodged and swung his sword to attack from behind. He thought, and then when the opponent loses rhythm, he'll have a chance to strike decisively. He activated the skill Vengeance, this raging flame, and struck Ikju. Oram thought, that's not all. Now the agility buff. He began to quickly move from place to place and strike. Woyun took off his glasses and said he now has a strategy, keeping the opponent at a distance with his fists and counterattacks, and at the same time dealing damage. Doesn't this mean he's figured out how PvP works? He also became faster in attack, or so he thinks. Wilson replied, he increased his agility with the points he received as a reward, probably because he was thinking about PvP. After all, the faster he is, the easier it is to deal with both the difference in attack range and ambushes. MC swung his sword and hit Ikju, who clenched his fists and screamed loudly. He fell to his knees, and Shiwol immediately screamed, he fell. Did they win? Sunga answered, no, that's not all. Shiwol asked again, what? Excuse me. Sunga asked, Zhang, how many seconds have passed? He answered, exactly 342 seconds, almost the right time. If Ikju fought as usual, of course. Ikju activated his mana, and MC thought, really? Is this the ultimate skill of a spiritual warrior? Is this the coming of an elder god? Shiwol screamed, it's impossible. Isn't the activation condition to fight for 5 minutes at 70% of your ability? Does that mean he was holding back all this time? Raimi replied, no, quite the opposite. The fact that he chose not to go all out and use the ultimate skill means that he initially thought the opponent was strong enough to last longer than 5 minutes. Ikju didn't hold back. He didn't underestimate them just because they were kids. Ikju used the Spirit Warrior's ultimate skill, Elder God's Advent. The next 5 attacks, attack power is increased by 600%. This nullifies all attacks that inflict a field effect and the opponent's passive skills. After 5 attacks, agility and defense are reduced by 20% for 1 minute. Ikju said MC is strong, he admits it. If he joins their guild, he can handle 100 opponents. But he's nowhere near the guildmaster. He'll finish this in 5 hits. The first attack. He clenched his fist and punched MC, sending him flying. Orim hit the wall and screamed loudly in pain, when suddenly Ikju ran up to him and said, the second and third, this is a barrage. He started to strike MC, when suddenly he broke away and moved behind him. Thought that he can't use his ultimate skill because the Elder God's arrival blocks the related passive skill, Flower That Blooms at Dusk. If he keeps attacking like this, he's finished. He needs to stop him. He needs something that will change the situation in his favor. MC widened his eyes and thought, that's right. Ikju caught up to him and swung his sword and said, it's useless for him to run away. Here comes the 4th attack. MC held his sword in front of him and thought, barrier. Devotion to vengeance. Ikju looked at him and thought, this is also useless. He struck and sent MC flying, causing him to cry out loudly. Sunga laughed and folded her arms over her chest and said, apparently he was trying to make Ikju waste some attacks, but it didn't work. Spiritual warriors can break through defenses and barriers. There's only one more hit left. One more hit and it's all over. What will he do, Lee Orum? Ikju swung his fist and said, the 5th attack. He ordered Orum to clench his teeth and then punched him right in the face. Everyone froze in surprise, and Ikju's eyes widened, and he saw that MC had grabbed his fist with his hand. He used the skill Tenacity, Damage Absorption. Orum asked, isn't this too easy for the last attack? He easily calculated what he was going to do. Ikju thought, what's wrong with him? Does he still have an ace up his sleeve? He thought he had nothing left when he tried to block his punch with a useless barrier, but is that all? Is he hiding something? Orum replied that he had decided to hold back on this skill from the start. This was a chance to turn the Spirit Warrior skill against him, so he took the 4th hit head-on on purpose, because that was the only way his final attack would be a simple punch. The system window said that this was an eye for an eye skill, the Spirit Warrior's ultimate skill, the coming of the Elder God. He clenched his fist and punched Ikju, sending him flying backwards. He hit his back against the wall and let out a loud scream, and Doll Marianne appeared behind him. She said goodbye and thanked him for playing with her all this time. Now it's time for her to go. Bye. She started spinning and disappeared, and Ikju looked at Orum in surprise. MC looked at his hands and said, he won. Shiwol screamed loudly, they won. She threw herself into MC's arms and screamed, they did it, they won. What an unexpected turn of events. Awesome. When he hit the 4th time, she was sure he was going to lose. And she thought, well, that's it. This is the end of their group, but MC was slightly embarrassed by her words, and she turned away and punched him in the chest and said, he did well. Although none of this would have happened if he hadn't said something stupid back then. Soko looked at Sunga with a puzzled look and asked, Sunga, what now? Are they seriously going to join a group of high school students? Sunga laughed and asked, who knows? She didn't expect Ikju to lose. She doesn't even know what to do. They'll see what they say. Maybe they'll want something different. Maybe they'll ask for money or items, or maybe even information. It's worth discussing. They can compromise or just send them away. But if they really want to absorb their guild, then they'll have to get their hands dirty. In that case, she'll have to step in. Zhang stretched out his hands and used the Angel skill, Second Chance. This is a gift from the Angel. It instantly restores health and defense, increases attack by 20%. MC looked at his hands and said, so this is what it is, the Angel healing skill. Then healers can get such a class if they level up correctly. Zhang replied, healers are not the most popular class because it is difficult for them to level up alone, but they can become great players if they have a good party. Orum clenched his fist and said, he knew it. His party was just terrible. It is not the healer's fault. Shiwol looked at him with displeasure and arched her eyebrows. Sunga suddenly came up to them and said, "Here they are done. What will he do next? Leoram? They only have to fulfill the terms of the deal. Will they have to become his subordinates? Does he agree to this?" She thought. They will see what he decides. Regardless of the situation, the two of them will have to. Shiwol interrupted her thoughts and replied. They thought about it and decided how to calculate the change in conditions. They need to change the name of their guild to Kim Shiwol and her staff, and all the guild members must get tattoos like this in Gothic font, and the size of the letters is 2 centimeters. Woyun widened his eyes in surprise and thought, they didn't lose at cards. Jean thought, how childish, and the name is stupid. Sunga waved her hand and said, no thanks. That's only over her dead body. Soko looked at her in surprise and thought, can she be so serious? MC asked, well, if she doesn't like this option, then how about another one? He extended his hand and suggested forming an alliance. They agreed on the condition that they would become their subordinates, but honestly, he doesn't want to steal their guild. In a guild, it's important to work together. There's no point in forcibly absorbing someone else's guild, and he's not going to fight them. So how about forming an alliance and helping each other? Sunga put her hand to her lips and thought, alliance, huh? This is an unexpected turn of events, she said, but they might become enemies when the event conditions are revealed. Is he okay with that? Oram replied, it doesn't matter. If that happens, they'll just beat them like they beat them today, and they'll take first place. Sunga looked at him with a puzzled look, then laughed out loud. She grabbed her stomach and screamed, what the hell? Is he that cocky? They're just crazy. She didn't expect him to propose an alliance, and he's even going against the entire guild. Oh well, that's not bad. After all those idiots from Chaos, it's nice to see guys like them. It's like she's actually playing. Okay, she accepts their proposal. She shook Oram's hand and agreed to become allies. MC smiled and replied, okay. He suggested that they help each other. Sunga reached into her pocket and asked, well, since they're already allies, can they exchange contact information? She thinks they'll have to talk on the phone a lot. Shiwol frowned and said that she can give her number to her. Oram may be on the front lines as the main damage dealer, but she's the leader here. Sunga smirked and asked, does it make a difference who she talks to if there are only the two of them? She wants to talk to Oram. She likes talking to men more. Shiwol frowned and replied, that's exactly why she can't talk to him. She should only talk to her. MC looked at them with fear and thought, why does he already feel like the alliance won't last long? Ikju came up to him and said, they are allies now, so he will say this. He needs to be careful with Chaos during quests. They are strong guys, but no one knows what can happen. Their number 34 was killed by a group of Chaos. Plus they recently found out that their number is growing. He asked MC to try not to meet them. Sunga said, by the way, they decided to organize a joint dinner to share information. Will they both have time the day after tomorrow? Suddenly Oram blurted out, he has to cook dinner for his sister. He can't. Sunga asked, really, the next day? He said, yes, that suits. She said, okay, they will meet then. Anyway, let them just come to the same hotel restaurant on that day. She will send them the time and place to the Shiwol number. She waved her hand and said, they'll see each other. It was nice to meet you. MC looked at Shiwol and asked, does it seem like everything went well, huh? She replied, yeah. Not perfect, but overall the situation is resolved. But there's still something that worries her. She knew about play killers, but she didn't think they had a guild. Oram threw his backpack over his shoulders and replied, there's nothing to be done about it. They can only complete quests as quickly as possible and level up. Shiwol replied, that sounds like a plan. They need to level up their skills too if they want to compete with Raison. Suddenly MC looked away and said, Shiwol, he has a question for her. She asked, what? Oram asked, does he need to dress up when he goes to a restaurant? He's seen that in TV series. Sunga replied, no, she heard that now you can come in just your underwear. MC yelled, is that true? Shiwol replied, no. After a while, the system window reported, Ergosphere online, Chaos Island. The man swung his fist and screamed loudly, and Eunhung frowned and blocked the blow, attacking back. An opponent appeared behind him, who drew an arrow and shot, and Eunhung went around him from behind and shot a crossbow. The system window reported, the executioner's passive skill, a bird that cuts through the storm. It gives a 30% chance to dodge an attack. Eunhung thought, skill, Dragon Slayer. He aimed an attack towards the opponents, who screamed loudly. Bone skulls began to float around him, when suddenly the sound of footsteps was heard on the cliff. Ryuyong put his hand to his head and said, wow, he's trying hard. Considering his level, he thought it would take him longer to get to this place from the starting point. What does he think, boss? Doesn't he think he found someone useful? The boss replied, even if his skills are not enough, if he enters the flow, he needs to be stopped. Event, Horizon, very soon. Ryuyong smiled and said, got it. He will evaluate his progress, and once he gets to the top, he will pick him up from there. He thoughtfully asked why he is not answering. Did they lose contact? All this hacking is so unstable. Oh well, since he has permission from above, he just has to wait until he gets to the tower. Although not everyone who gets there can get to the real world. Anyway, good luck, Baekhyunhin. After a while, There were people sitting in the restaurant, and Sunga was holding a mug in her hand and asking, "So, how did the two of them form a group?" The MC replied that he needed information about all this, and Kim Shiwol needed a damage dealer. Sunga replied that their guild was the same. Considering that the game had become reality and unbelievable things were happening, they had no choice but to team up. Shiwol wiped her mouth and asked, "What about those who weren't transported to reality?" "They must be wondering what happened." Sunga blurted out, "They didn't tell the other guild members about this." She just said to contact her if anything weird happened in the game. After she completed her first quest after being transported, she forgot about the game altogether. She only became interested in real things. Orum asked in surprise, wasn't she interested in quest rewards? Sunga folded her arms and replied, "That too, but it's a little more complicated." MC looked at her questioningly and Sunga saw Jean and said, "She's right on time." She asked her to come here for a minute. She put her hand on Jean's shoulder and said, "This is their main damage dealer, Shin Jean. She needs to say hello." Jean said, without any emotion, "Hi, it's nice to meet you." Sunga asked Jean, can she show them a photo of herself before the transfer? If she doesn't want to, she can refuse. Jean reached into her pocket and replied, "Oh well, there's nothing like that there." She showed her phone screen and asked to see. The MC and Shiwol widened their eyes in surprise and asked what happened to her legs. Jean frowned and replied, "An accident. A truck crushed her fibula." The doctor said that she would never be able to walk, even though he put everything back together. Sunga spoke, but after the transfer, everything changed. She can run, jump, even fly. That's what interested her. The system can make the impossible possible. If they can understand how it works, they will change the world. They will create a new world, without illnesses and sorrows. Orum asked in surprise, so their desire is to understand the principle by which the game system functions. Sunga nodded her head and answered, "Exactly so. Although it might be against the rules, like asking a magic lamp for another magic lamp." By the way, she has one more thing to tell them since they're sharing information. Have they ever seen a black door while questing or fighting monsters? MC yelled out in confusion. "A black door?" Shiwol looked at him and asked, "Orum, didn't he say he saw some weird door?" Jean yelled out loud, "He saw it? That's amazing. It really exists." Shiwol frowned and asked, "What kind of door is that?" Sunga closed her eyes and said, "They're not sure. While interrogating the Chaos people, they accidentally found out that according to their data, that door leads to the next stage of their game, or rather to what was cut from this one. It's the path to the Transcendent class. That's what a black door is." After a while, Shiwol ran down the street holding a trident in her hands. She frowned, then turned around and released mana towards the monster. The system window reported, "Skill, Spike Trap." A huge seal covered the monster, and Shiwol shouted, "Li Orum, the final blow." MC jumped out of the window and headed towards the creature, shouting, "Good." He swung his sword and the system window reported, "Item, Ring of Inevitability." This increases the skill effect by 28%. He cut the monster's body in half and frowned. A while ago, MC asked, "Is the black door the path to the Transcendent class?" He thought it was just a door from which monsters appeared. Sunga replied, "That's not certain. Perhaps Chaos is deliberately spreading fakes. Well, considering the anomalies, it's quite possible." Shiwol asked again, "Anomalies?" Raimi suddenly approached them and said she was referring to monsters like the Nimble Wolf Waham, which they encountered recently. Alpha Plus creatures that were monsters in the game, but gained different skills in reality. Or creatures that weren't in the game at all. Considering that monsters that existed in the game appear, there's a possibility that players can also become something more than what's possible in the game. MC frowned and thought, "Yeah, he saw a monster that wasn't in the game before. And it came out of that door." Sunga smiled and said, "By the way, this is Kim Raimi, she's a magic shooter." MC and Shiwol said hello and she asked, "How do you open that black door? Have they figured it out yet?" Sunga replied, "No, unfortunately, they haven't figured it out." She doesn't think Chaos knows it either. Suddenly, Jean frowned and said she thought it was in their minds. When she first transferred, she could move just like her character, but not very well. And the next day after that, she was admitted to the hospital. But after she realized that she had become her character from the game, she began to move easily. So maybe the key to the black door is in their minds? Orum said thoughtfully, in his mind. He thought he had something similar. Shiwol asked in surprise, "What? Did he have fractures too?" MC answered, "No, not fractures, but..." Sunga smiled and said, "Either way, their exchange of information could be considered a success. Thank you. Now they are sure that the black door really exists. And maybe the one sitting right in front of her is the one who can open it." What does he think, Orim? He can still join them. If it is about her, she is sure that she can help him. MC asked in surprise. What? No, it is him. Shiwol frowned in annoyance and then grabbed her head and said, "Now she is annoyed by everything. She should just kill everyone." Orim screamed in fear. Where did such words come from? Shiwol said, "In the world, the strongest survive, so she should just kill everyone who annoys her." MC wondered, where is the logic in this? Sunga smiled and thought, it is so fun to tease them. After a while, the system window congratulated Lee Orum and Kim Shiwol. They completed the quest and killed the 5 greedy spiders of Enkyo. Shiwol looked at him and asked, "Those weren't anomalies, right?" MC replied, no, they were too weak to be anomalies. The high-quality items they got after killing Vaham, it helped them a lot. The system window reported, Ring of Inevitability increases skill effect. Proof of Heart Strength increases defense. Shiwal turned around and said, indeed, they were very lucky last time. The system window reported that Angel Wings increases agility and the linking thread increases any buff while in a party. MC looked at the eyelash of the Peerless Beauty, which greatly increases charisma, and spoke, although it was nonsense. Shiwal smiled and said that they can exchange it for something useful next time. The system window asked them to listen to an additional quest message. Players who finish the quest without taking damage are given the opportunity to complete an additional quest. An extra quest is a challenging quest designed to boost their competitive spirit. When the quest is completed, they will receive a special reward instead of money, items, or loot boxes. Shiwal asked in surprise, an extra quest? This is the first time she has heard of it. MC asked if it was like a mission they get when they break a record. This also happens sometimes in events. The system said that the decision to accept or decline the quest should be made now. The offer is time limited. What did they decide? Shiwal said that she would not like to participate in a quest whose reward she does not know. Isn't it better to take quests that he knows exactly what he will get instead of guessing? Oram thought about it for a moment, and then said loudly, no! He suggested trying. Maybe the special reward is information. Shiwal asked if it is information about the game or about Horizon. MC said maybe he just wants to think so, but he thinks that the special reward is something that can't be obtained from normal quests. Even if it's useless to them, as long as they have it, they can exchange it for something else from other parties or guilds. Shiwal smiled and asked, has he already thought of everything? Isn't that amazing? Fine. They'll take the extra quest. Screw it. They'll take it. He'll be on the front lines anyway. Orium smiled and cried out, yes, she's right. He asked Kim Shiwal to wait and asked what she just said. She turned away and started to walk away, and MC asked again what she was saying. Shiwal replied that she didn't know. The system made a sound and announced the time until the extra quest, 57 hours. After a while, MC stood outside and looked at his phone screen. He thought, the quest will start tonight. Probably no need to hide. Sister is on the night shift tonight. Suddenly Sojin appeared behind him and called out to him. He turned around and said, hang Sojin. She smiled and asked, is he going home with Shiwal today? He replied that she had a consultation today. She told him to go home alone. Sojin asked thoughtfully, is that so? Have they already kissed? Orium froze and widened his eyes in surprise, and then looked at Sojin with displeasure. She asked slightly embarrassedly, have they not gone that far yet? And she thought they already had. Everything is so fast for them. MC ruffled his hair and answered, he thinks she got it all wrong. They are not dating, that's why. Sojin grabbed her face and asked, really? They are not dating? That can't be. How could she have been so wrong? Usually her intuition doesn't let her down in such matters. She even realized that Eunhung was going to change schools. Orium looked at her in surprise and asked, is Baek Eunhung transferring to another school? Sojin waved her hand and replied, yeah. Everyone thought he was dead. He was gone for so long. But she heard in the staff room that he was just changing schools. She knew it. She heard that he was transferring to a prestigious school for rich people or something. From the looks of it, he was moving out of their area. MC frowned and thought, it was none of his business what this idiot was going to do. It would be better this way. They wouldn't see each other anymore. Sojin turned around and said, weren't they really close with Baek Eunhung before? MC frowned and replied displeasedly, no, not at all. Sojin asked fearfully, really? She thought about how scary his face was. She waved her hand and said that she would take the subway then. They would see each other tomorrow. MC didn't answer her and walked forward. He said he decided to run away. Pathetic idiot. He adjusted his backpack and ordered himself to forget. There is no point in thinking about him. It's all in the past. He needs to think about today's quest, and about the fact that he needs to get first place in the event. After some time, Oram and Shiwal moved to the right place, and she asked, isn't their school close? MC answered, it seems so. The buildings are familiar. He sees them on the way to school. The system reported that the quest will start in 3 minutes. Please let them familiarize themselves with the conditions and prepare for battle. An additional quest, a trial of time. You need to defeat the 8 exiled princes of the Ash Kingdom in 15 minutes. Oram folded his arms across his chest and said he was a little annoyed that the task was on time, but he is sure that they can handle it. The exiled prince is not a difficult monster, right? Shiwal began to warm up and answered, they could be anomalies. They need to be prepared in case they start using weird skills. MC answered, okay, they need to get speed buffs. They'll probably need it. Shiwal said thoughtfully, but she used to like the story of the Ash Kingdom. MC asked again, what kind of story is the Ash Kingdom? Shiwal asked again in surprise, Leoram, what is he talking about? Is he one of those who skips all the storylines? He answered, no, he reads everything, he just doesn't remember. Shiwal answered, the story of the Ash Kingdom is like this, a long time ago in the Golden Kingdom. At that moment, her story was interrupted by a loud sound, and Shiwal asked, a monster? But the quest hasn't started yet. MC turned around and answered, the test of time can start in different ways. They need to check. They set off, when suddenly MC said, he found it. It's the exiled prince of the Ash Kingdom. After a while, Shiwol said, if this is a test of time, then it would be better for them to split up. MC answered, okay, then they can talk on the phone. The system said the side quest would start in 5 seconds. Oram said they'd see each other after the quest. Shiwol said okay, but he had to be careful. The system said the quest was starting. The monster was standing in the middle of the street looking around, and MC was about to attack. He swung his sword, and the system window said he'd activated the Vengeful Spirit Sword skill. MC cut the creature's body in half and said he'd killed one. He widened his eyes in surprise and saw a monster with a sword in his hand in front of him and asked him to wait. Oram rushed towards the monster and stabbed him in the stomach with his sword and screamed. 2. Shiwol was running down the street at that moment, asking, 2 at once, wasn't he too fast? She hadn't found any yet. Suddenly she saw 3 monsters at once and said, as soon as she said that, 3 appeared at once? Was she really that lucky? The creatures swung their swords, and Shiwol frowned and thought, the skill Dead End. She activated the skill Dead End, which creates a magical barrier, and said, and more. She also activated the skill Sarcophagus of Chains Trap. Shiwol said, a skill that can kill 3 at once. The skill Minotaur Beast of the Labyrinth allows you to use the lightning spear for 17 seconds. This lowers defense against magical attacks and increases physical attacks. Shiwol activated the skill and pointed it towards the monsters, and then frowned and rushed towards the creatures. She chopped their bodies and said, 3 clean kills. MC asked in surprise, 3 at once? Then there is only 1 left? Shiwol replied that she will search for the creature through her skill, Watchtower. He should also search. Oram replied, okay. He looked around and thought, such monsters attack as soon as they see the enemy, so it cannot hide. Even if MC hadn't noticed the creature, it would have already attacked if it had seen him first. That meant there were probably places he hadn't searched yet. He ordered the system to tell him how much time they had left. The system reported 12 minutes and 49 seconds left until the end of the quest. Oram said, about 12 minutes. Okay, they still have plenty of time. He frowned and thought, they are not dealing with anomalies, so they can be killed quickly. He should not rush, but carefully examine every corner. He rushed to run forward, and Shiwol at that moment was standing on the roof and looking around. There was less and less time left, literally 5 minutes left. Suddenly Oram looked to the side and shouted, he found it. That's where it was hiding. He put his hand to his ear and said, Kim Shiwol, he found the last prince. He will kill him himself. Shiwol answered, okay, he is a good boy. MC grabbed the sword and thought, there is enough time, so he can try those skills that he usually does not use. The skill, Fury of the Vengeful Spirit. He rushed towards the monster and cut it in half. Oram turned around and looked at the rest of the monster, and the system window reported, Vengeful Spirit Fury. This allows them to randomly attack everyone around them for 15 seconds, increasing their attack by 300%. Since the skill does not matter whether the monster in front of them or another player, so it risks killing players. MC said, this is a useful skill for such straight alleys, but it is better to use it only in extreme cases, otherwise people may get in the way. Kim Shiwol, he killed the last one. Shiwol replied, great. She suggested choosing a reward and going home. Oram thoughtfully looked at the timer and asked, what? Why doesn't the timer stop? System, what's wrong? Hasn't the quest ended? The system reported, no, the quest hasn't ended yet. Kim Shiwol and Oram destroyed 7 monsters. There is still 1 left. MC turned around and saw a monster with a black door behind it. He screamed in fear. Is that a black door? The monster spoke. He finally found it. Their utopia, their horizon. The creature disappeared and Oram screamed, what is this? Did it turn into water? He widened his eyes and thought, the horizon the monster spoke of? Is this really it? MC put his hand to his ear and screamed, Kim Shiwol, does she remember the whole story of the quest, the exiled princes of the Ash Kingdom? Shiwol asked again, the story? Well, in short, when the Ash Kingdom was destroyed for blasphemy, all the princes left it. They went in search of their utopia, the horizon. Well, something like that. Suddenly MC felt a monster behind him, and then turned around and thought, he knew it. Quests are not random. All of them, they are continuations of unfinished stories in the game. The creature swung its sword, and MC managed to block in time. He thought, so if they figured out what kind of monster this anomaly was, they might be able to get a hint about this horizon it mentioned. MC threw the creature aside and commanded the system to open the battle preparation page. He commanded the system to exchange the high-class item, Eyelash of the Peerless Beauty, that he got last time for the Eye of the Sage. The system responded that it obeyed. It exchanges the eyelash for the Eye of the Sage and activates it. Oram looked at the monster with a skill and asked, what's wrong with it? The monster started attacking MC again, and then a huge leg appeared, with which it literally wanted to crush Oram. He jumped back and thought, this monster, even its name has a meaning. The 5th guardian of the horizon? The creature looked towards MC and swung its sword, but Oram managed to block it. The creature opened its mouth and released a stream of fire, which MC had to quickly dodge. Oram said, and also the creature's parameters. Compared to the highest level primordial Balrog, its health is 3 times higher? How to kill the monster in the remaining time? At this moment, the timer showed that there were 2 minutes and 48 seconds left. MC was fighting the monster and thought, there is no need to panic. The creature's defense is slightly higher than the Balrog's defense. With the damage it deals, he can definitely defeat the monster in the remaining time. Oram cut off the creature's arms and thought, first he needs to get rid of these 2 arms. Suddenly, the monster's arms returned to their place, and MC's eyes widened in surprise and asked, what? Did they grow? He began to attack the monster faster, which opened its mouth and began to release energy in different directions. It cut off parts of the asphalt, turning it into ruins. MC went from the other side and swung his sword to attack the monster. He thought if he can't cut off the limbs, then he just needs to constantly attack and not give the creature a chance to do anything in response. The system window reported, skill, revenge, this is a raging flame, whirlwind. The mask on the monster's face began to crack, and Oram thought, we can't stop. Further, the fury of the vengeful spirit. He began to quickly strike the creature, after which the mask began to crack even faster. He frowned and thought, great, the damage is accumulating. If he continues like this, they can finish the quest. Oram chopped the creature's body and then turned around and thought, wait, this feeling, really? Shual looked at the system window and said, time is up. The monster disappeared, and MC asked, did they lose? So what now? Shiwal called out to him, and he turned around and said, Kim Shiwal. He apologized. He almost managed to kill the monster, but time ran out. Shiwal replied, no big deal, at least he's alive. MC replied, yeah, oh well, they lost, what now? Is there a penalty for this? Shiwal frowned and replied, who knows, they have never lost before, and they have never left a quest unfinished, so she is not sure. Suddenly the system said, how unlucky, Kim Shiwal, Leoram, they lost. Shiwal said, for some reason this tone annoys her. The system reported, but fortunately, they managed to complete more than 50% of the quest, so they will have another chance to complete this one. The opportunity to complete the quest again will appear in 12 hours. It will happen at 15 hours and 50 minutes. MC asked again, at 15 hours and 50 minutes? Shiwal asked, during the day, not at night? The system asked, what do they decide? Do they accept the offer? Oram frowned and suggested that they refuse. Shiwal asked, why? MC replied, until now the chance of running into ordinary people was small. After all, everything happened at night, but at around 4 o'clock in the morning there are still quite a lot of people walking on the streets. If the quest is on the main street where there are a lot of people, tens or thousands of innocents could get hurt or even die. He doesn't think it's worth taking such a risk for the quest. Shiwal said, but what if they just kill all the monsters first? She frowned and said no, he's right. Even if one person gets hurt, that would be bad. She suggested giving up like he said. She wonders what the reward would be, but it can't be helped. But she's still upset, so he should buy her strawberry milk and a spicy chicken burger tomorrow. MC smiled and said okay. At least they learned that Horizon is related to the game's story. Maybe they'll go through the storylines from the game before the next quest. Shiwal said okay, she'll go through all the storylines that are related to the quests she's already done. Oram said okay. Sometime later at school, Sojun called out to Kim Shiwal and asked where she was going after school. Does she have plans? Shiwal said no, she'll just chat with Lee Oram and go home. Sojun smiled and said great. She'll be at her homeroom teacher's career guidance today and won't be going to cram school. Does she want to go shopping with her? Shiwal agreed and asked if they could go out to eat together too. Sojun said yeah, that sounds great. She's acting up today. Maybe they could invite Oram too? She thinks it'll be fun for everyone to hang out together. Shiwal said he was making dinner today. Sojun asked again, dinner? Oh well, she'll text her when career guidance is over and they'll see each other. Shiwal waved at her and thought she was so cute. She'll make her eat her fill today and look at her hamster cheeks. After a while, MC and Shiwal were standing by the lockers and talking. MC said that he read about the nimble wolf Vaham. There was also a story about his teleportation. When the nimble wolf Vaham delivered a message from God to the shaman, he accidentally fell in love with her. One day, Vaham broke the ban, which said that it was forbidden to kill people in order to protect the shaman from bandits. For this, Vaham was locked on the 46th floor of the underground dungeon. But God took pity on Vaham, because he understood his feelings for the shaman and promised that he would be able to see her. Shiwal looked at him and said, and this promise became the teleportation skill. Oram said, of course, in the game, Vaham could not cope with his longing for the shaman and broke out of the dungeon. It all ends with the players having to pacify Vaham. Shiwal looked at the screen of her phone and said, she thinks it's true, that the plot continues in reality. All the stories she looked at were somehow connected to reality. So the main storyline of the game also continues in reality? MC replied that he was looking for that too, but there wasn't much information. The main storyline is simply heroes and monsters who have received the power of gods appear in the lands of the Ergosphere. Although he did notice something while reading all these stories. When the NPCs talked about God, they all meant the black hole in the sky. Shiwal asked again, so what? Isn't that just part of the game? MC replied, well, he doesn't know. Aren't black holes considered gates to another universe? He just wondered if that was their hint about the horizon. Shiwal thought about it and said, she doesn't know. There are too many plots to consider. She doesn't think she can find the strength for this too. At that moment, she received a message from Sojung on her phone, who wrote, "That's it, she needs to go to the main gate." Shiwol asked, "Is it already that late?" She had things to do, so she went. "Is he going straight home?" Orum replied, "Yes, he has to go too." They walked down the hall together and he asked, "Is she going to share this with Raison?" Shiwol replied, "No, they themselves aren't sure yet, and she's going to hide it until the very end and then use everything they learned because they were trying to get this information." Orum asked her not to be so strict with Raison. They are allies after all. Shiwol clenched her fists and said, "No exceptions." At that moment, a system window appeared, which caught MC's attention. The system window said that an additional quest would start at this location in 5 minutes. "Is he accepting the offer?" Orum cried out loudly. "A quest? It can't be. Didn't they refuse it yesterday?" Shiwol replied, "They refused. System. What's wrong?" The system replied, "Another user took over the quest. Since it was their quest originally, it asks again if they want to try the quest again. If they accept, the quest will become competitive, and they can get rewards. But if they refuse, it will be considered interfering with someone else's quest." MC frowned and asked, "Who took over the quest? Is he here at school now?" The system window said it couldn't tell. Shiwol screamed, "Okay." They agreed. Orum called out to her in fear, and she replied that there was no point in thinking about it. The quest had already begun. They had to finish it as soon as possible. That was the only way they could be sure that those who remained at school wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. MC looked at her carefully and replied, "He got it. When she found that user, let her tell him. It could be a play killer or even a member of Chaos." The system said that they had accepted the offer and they would be teleported to the quest location. They were teleported from the hallway, and at that moment, Yin-young was already standing near the stairs. After a while, school children were walking along the school hallway and talking. A guy asked, "Did he want to go to the internet cafe?" Another guy asked again, "Why did he go there so often? He wasn't that good at playing." The guy got angry and shouted, "Screw him. At least he played better than him." Suddenly, the boy stopped and asked, "What was that?" Did he hear it? It was a strange sound. The schoolboy asked what sound. He didn't hear anything. "Oh well, they can go play for an hour. If mom finds out he went to an internet cafe, she'll kill him." Suddenly, the boy flew back and hit his head, and the schoolboy got really scared and screamed loudly in fear. A monster appeared behind him and swung his sword, but MC got there in time. He cut off the creature's hand and said, "Horror." One of them was injured. He ordered the schoolboy not to stand there like a pillar, but to run away from here. "It's dangerous at school." The boy asked in fear, "How did this happen?" MC frowned and thought, "Horror." He knew that ordinary people can't see monsters. What should he do? He can't evacuate everyone. At that moment, a loud ringing sound was heard. Orum looked around and asked, "Is it an emergency alarm?" Shiwol called out to him and said that she turned on the fire alarm so that people would evacuate. She suggested that he go look for monsters. MC smiled and said, "So she did it. She did a great job." They rushed to run along the corridor, and Shiwol asked what they should do. "Will they split up again like last time?" Oram replied, "No, they will stay together this time. In order to defeat that abnormal monster in time, they need to stick together." At that moment, he saw monsters in front of him, who were holding swords in their hands. He called out to Shiwol, and she replied that she understood. She activated the skill, Voice Outside the Labyrinth, and MC thought that this would increase all his parameters. Oram rushed forward and cut the bodies of the creatures, thinking that there were already 4. Half of the job is done. He widened his eyes in surprise and saw the bodies of the school children. He said they had already reached so many students. Not much time had passed since the start of the quest. He clenched his jaws and looked at it with annoyance. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard, and Shiwol said that the sound was coming from above. Orum suggested that she go and check. There was a girl sitting on the top floor, asking in fear what was going on. There were monsters floating in front of her, and a girl lying on the floor. The monster swung his sword, when suddenly MC blocked his attack. He called out to Shiwol, and she replied that she understood. Orum thought, "Spike trap skill." He turned around and waved his hand and said, "Everything is fine. She is safe." He ordered the girl to run away from here. She was crying and shaking, starting to call for her mother. MC turned around and said, "Everything is bad. She can't hear him." He swung his hand and screamed, "Horror." The girl got up and started to run away, and he mentally apologized to her and thought that it was better this way. He called out to Kim Shiwol and suggested that they go check the main building. He thinks all the monsters are there. He didn't hear an answer from her and asked, puzzled, "Kim Shiwol?" Oron looked down and saw Hung Sojung on the floor. Shiwol was standing over her body and talking. She said she would wait at the main gate. "Why is she here? Why?" MC grabbed her shoulder and told her to get ready. Sojung isn't dead yet. If they give her a potion or use a healing skill, they can save her. Shiwol said, "But they might get punished for that, or even get an extra quest or have all their rewards taken away." Orum pulled her close and yelled, "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. She just needs to heal her. Even if they get forced to do a quest or something as punishment, he'll help her, so there's no need to worry. Let her just help everyone she can, okay?" Shiwol frowned and replied, "Okay." MC looked at the timer and thought, There's only about 8 minutes left. Considering the school has multiple buildings, they don't have time to wait for her to heal everyone. He said he'll go to the main building first. She will need to come after she cures Hang Sojun. Shiwol turned around and asked Orum to wait. She said to get him this. Orum turned around and asked what? He grabbed it and Shiwol said, it's one of the high-class items she got last time. She was going to exchange it for something else because it seemed useless to her, but she thought it would be useful in this case. She asked MC to make sure he kills everyone this time. Considering the abnormal one. MC replied, he got it. Then they'll see each other soon. After a while, a monster was hovering in the school courtyard and MC quickly attacked it from above, piercing its head with his sword. He thought it was the 7th, only the abnormal one is left. The quest will end once he deals with the monster. Orum ran forward when he suddenly stopped and said, it's the abnormal monster. Why did it transform already? No, he has no time to worry about such things. He climbed into the building and swung his sword, thinking that he only needs to focus on one thing, victory. He used the Vengeful Spirit Fury skill and rushed towards the creature. MC swung his sword and thought, revenge, this raging flame. The mask on the monster's face began to crack, and legs appeared from the portal behind him. MC frowned, and this threw him back. He screamed and held his sword in front of him, defending himself from the monster. The system window reported that there were 30 seconds left. Orum asked again, 30 seconds already? He doesn't have much time. He needs to finish it all with one attack. The monster struck him, and he thought, first his passive skill, it makes him invulnerable and increases the damage he deals, and then the dragon soul that Shiwol gave him. It increases the damage 5-fold. Orum squeezed the stone and covered himself in mana, thinking that after that, all his parameters would be reduced by half for 5 seconds. If he doesn't succeed now, he won't have a chance anymore. This attack should be the last one. He swung and struck the creature's body. It pointed its swords at Orum, and then there was an explosion. Orum cut the monster's body in half and said, it worked. Now the quest is over. He looked forward in surprise, where the attack came from. He asked, what is this? What is he doing here? In front of Orum stood Baek Eunhyung, who was pointing his crossbow at him. A while ago, Eunhyung was lying on the floor, and Ryun was saying, just think, he got to the tower in such a short time. How does it feel to become the strongest and youngest play killer? Eunhyung stood up and aimed his crossbow at him, ordering him to stop talking nonsense. He promised to tell him how to become his character in real life and why Lee Orum changed. Ryun smirked and replied, Lee Orum, so someone he knows in real life went through a transference. Eunhyung asked again, a transference? What does that mean? Ryun replied, it's a term in molecular biology. He doubts he'll understand even if he explains it in detail, so he'll just simplify it. To put it simply, it's like assembling something from a construction set according to the instructions. And for those who want a normal explanation, transfer is the process of protein synthesis from amino acids on the RNA matrix, carried out by the ribosome. Protein biosynthesis is an integral part of the life of any cell, which consists of reading genetic information recorded as a sequence of nucleotides in molecules of information, or matrix ribonucleic acids, and the nucleotide sequence of mRNA determines the sequence of amino acids in the synthesized proteins. Eunhyung asked discontentedly, what instructions? What kind of nonsense is he talking about? Ryun put his hand to his chin and said, exactly, he should have been explained to first that this is not just a game with virtual reality. This is another universe. This was disguised as a 3D video game because humans are only familiar with 3D space. He looked at him and asked, Baek Eunhyung, what is he doing? Is he leaving without listening to his explanation? Eunhyung said, if he had time to make up stories, he should have completed a quest. He wasn't going to play along with him. It was awful, he wasted so much time on some idiot. Ryun fixed his hair and said, I guess he didn't believe him. Well then, he had no choice. Suddenly, a hand came out of Eunhyung's stomach, and Ryun said, he'll have to experience it for himself. Eunhyung screamed, idiot, what is he doing? Ryun said, his flow was at 88%, he was so close, he thought he'd get to 90%, he'd been playing for a long time. He might even die. Eunhyung looked at him confused and Ryun said, oh well, even if he dies it won't be his fault, they'll think he was just unlucky. Eunhyung screamed in fear, what is this? Ryun laughed and replied, good luck, Baek Eunhyung. He hopes they'll see each other on the other side. At this moment, Eunhyung was sitting on the couch in the apartment and shaking. He took off his VR glasses and started breathing heavily. He saw a man in front of him who asked how it felt. Nausea. Dizziness? Eunhyung asked displeasedly, who is he? Is he a gamer too? The man replied, not really. He likes playing, but he wouldn't call himself a gamer. He is one of the 5 creators of the game, as well as the CEO of Intihall. Eunhyung currently held out a crossbow and said, he must have had fun. Lee Orum. He had something no one else had. But unfortunately for him, now he has it too. He must be beside himself. He lost the one thing he was better at. MC frowned and replied as if he cared. He doesn't even want to know how he did it. The only thing he wants to know is if he accepted this quest. Baek Eunhyung. Eunhyung looked at him carefully, then smirked and said, yeah, it was him. MC yelled in annoyance. People died because of this. Innocent students died because of him. Did he know about this, Baek Eunhyung? Unyoung smirked and asked again, really? He's sorry, but he's wrong about one thing. He didn't kill them with his own hands, right? Oram jumped up and swung his sword, yelling, he's a crazy idiot. There was an explosion, and MC yelled, how rotten is he from the inside, Unyoung? He hit him a few times and Unyoung used the Dragon Slayer skill. It hit MC's head, slightly grazing him, but Oram swung and pierced his body. Unyoung thought, the ultimatum skill, Robespierre's guillotine. A huge monster appeared and started hitting MC, who tried to block the strikes with his sword. He jumped and thought, the grudge flower skill. The two energies mixed with each other, and Unyoung aimed with a crossbow. He shot and almost hit MC's head, and he swung and kicked him in the face. Oram said he thought he was just an idiot who liked to bully him. But today he realized who he really is. He is a monster, Unyoung's puck. MC swung his sword and remembered a fragment from his childhood, and then frowned. He struck Unyoung, and when he opened his eyes, he saw that it was a skeleton. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, how cruel he was to their newbie. The necromancer asked he just started playing. He should be gentle with him, okay? The system window reported, a skill, corpse swap. This allows you to swap a skeleton for a party member with health below 1%. After using it, you cannot perform corpse summoning for 5 minutes. MC screamed, necromancer, what was that? Is she helping beak Unyoung? The necromancer stuck her tongue out at him and asked, and if so, what? Idiot. He got angry, right? Oram thought he had encountered her before. She was a chaos necromancer. Did Beak Unyoung join chaos? The necromancer looked down and saw energy spikes. She laughed out loud and said she was wondering where the second member of his party went, but it turns out she was hiding. They are cunning idiots. Shiwal jumped down and asked who said that she was hiding. She used the skill Labyrinth, Beast, and Minotaur. The necromancer screamed, and Shiwal said that real first-class players always arrive late. It's her own fault that she doesn't know. You idiot. She directed her bright mana towards her. The necromancer created a barrier, and the system window reported that the necromancer's skill Hell Barrier increases defense against magic. The necromancer spoke. She scared her. She already thought that she was finished. Shiwal quickly approached her and ordered her not to lose vigilance. Her skill is still in effect. The necromancer grinned and said that she knows herself, you idiot. She activated the skill Field of Corpses, and energy hands appeared from under the ground. MC closed his eyes and then swung and struck. The necromancer screamed loudly and thought, what? How did the Avenger get through her corpse field? It should lower agility and poison the skeleton's hands upon contact. Did he really get through the field just by dodging everything? Is he crazy? How is this even possible? Oram turned to Kim Shiwal and ordered her to finish. Shiwal frowned and replied, she got it. The necromancer frowned and thought, what? Who are they? Why are they so strong? Is she really going to die here? Really? Shiwal struck her, causing her to scream loudly. She frowned and looked at the system window, which informed her that the time to choose a quest reward has expired. They will be transported to another location. The necromancer said happily, yes, just in time. She laughed and said, she's not dead, she's not dead. MC looked at her hand and thought, what? The timer should stop when another player interferes. He remembered how the system said that if they agreed, then the quest would become competitive and they could get rewards. He thought, because the quest was competitive, this wasn't counted as interference? The necromancer pointed her finger at Oram and said, Avenger. He says his name is Lee Oram? She gave him the middle finger and said next time they fight, to be careful. She will destroy him. Oram asked again, is she sure? Judging by what happened today, he doesn't even have to try to defeat her. The necromancer screamed loudly, does he want to die? She couldn't fight properly because the newbie was in her way, okay? That's why she gave in. Next time she will show what she's capable of. They're both finished. She will kill them. Got it? Idiots. After a while, Shiwal and Oram teleported and she asked, Oram, is he okay? He has a wound on his face. MC asked again, really? He didn't notice. He can't see his own face. It doesn't matter. He told her to look outside. Several fire trucks and an ambulance arrived, and so many people had gathered. Shiwal said they needed to get out of here, but quietly. If they were found, they would be in a lot of trouble. MC replied, yes, they couldn't tell them anything anyway. After a while, MC was sitting on the stairs, and Shiwal was standing next to him. She folded her arms across her chest and said she thought no one would see them here, so she could heal him. He can't go home with that face. Oram replied, it's okay. They can't be caught off guard by chaos while she was casting the heal. It takes too long. Shiwal took out her phone and replied, okay, let him do as he pleases. MC asked, by the way, how's Hein Sojun? He saw that she got it pretty bad. Shiwal replied that she had treated her and moved her to a safe place. She was probably already in the hospital. At that moment, she received a call on her phone. Shiwal answered and waved her hand and said she was going. The housekeeper was calling her. MC replied, okay, let her be careful. He thought about it. It means they called from home. The housekeeper must have gotten worried when she saw the news. He reached into his phone pocket and thought, did anyone call him by any chance? Maybe someone was also worried about the news. He took out his already broken phone and said, well, it's strange that it didn't break earlier. After a while, the Chaos members were sitting in the apartment. The butcher said he had so many hopes for the newbie. They said he was good, but he was useless. He was blown to smithereens by the Avenger, even though he can deal damage from a distance. The necromancer asked him not to be so cruel to him. He doesn't even have a rank. At least his face is nicer than his. The butcher replied irritably, she is the most unpleasant one here. She is useless and an idiot. She was told to keep an eye on the newbie, but she interfered and lost herself. Is she really in 22nd place? The necromancer got angry and shouted, what? What did he call her, fatso? He doesn't even have a rank. If he doubts her abilities, maybe they should fight. She activated her mana, and the butcher took out his axe. Rihyeon ordered them to stop. If they fight indoors, there will be trash everywhere. If they want to fight, then let them go somewhere far away. If no one sees them, they can both die there. The butcher asked, Rihyeon, when did he get back? Is he not in intelligence anymore? Rihyeon smirked and replied, yeah, he's not going back there anymore. The leader said the horizon is coming soon, so he'll stay here for now. He still has a lot of games he hasn't played. The butcher said with displeasure, a frivolous, lazy person. Rihyeon looked at Eunhyung and said, but first, he thinks they need to take care of something. He thought about it. The Executioner and the Avenger. Even if the latter has a rank, the Executioner is higher in the class hierarchy. It seems like it's about Eunhyung's skills. Although no, he has enough skills, but he doesn't have experience. It's all about the Avenger. The Avenger is strong enough to afford to ignore the class hierarchy. If left as is, he's sure he'll interfere with their leader's plans. What should he do? He felt like Baek Eunhyung wanted to deal with the Avenger himself, so he thought about leaving them alone, but it seemed like it would take too long. Then maybe he should kill him himself? The horizon was approaching. It would be nice to deal with potential obstacles in advance. He said, the longer he puts off the games, the less interested he is in them. Rihyeon is a trickster in rank 5. After a while, Autumn was standing on the stairs near the wall. MC came out from around the corner and screamed, sister. Autumn asked, Autumn, is he okay? Why is he so late? MC replied that he was just talking with his friends. Autumn worriedly asked why he didn't answer her calls. Does he even understand how worried she was after the news? Autumn apologized and asked, what's the news? Did something happen? Ahram took out her phone and said, something exploded at his school. A lot of people were hurt. Someone even died. 12 people were injured and 9 were killed. Ahram showed the phone screen and said to look. The building was destroyed. There was chaos. MC replied, what a nightmare. He thought he shouldn't tell her that he was at school then, otherwise she would worry. Suddenly Ahram asked him to wait and asked, what is that on his shirt? Is that blood? What is that? Why are his clothes torn? What happened to him? Ahram replied, nothing like that. He was just playing football during recess. He tripped and his nose started bleeding. Ahram asked again, did his nose start bleeding? Did he definitely trip while playing football? Is he sure? Then, why is there no scratches on his face? MC's eyes widened in fear and said, well, that. He exhaled and apologized. He lied. He was at school when it all happened. But he's perfectly fine. She can see. She's a nurse. Ahram waved her hand and said, not all wounds are visible at first glance. Does he know? He may have damaged internal organs. Some people even die from internal bleeding because they don't realize their wounds are inside. How does she know he's okay? This won't do. He needs to go to the hospital immediately. Aryam took out her phone and said that she would call a doctor she knew, and he would go to him tomorrow. Ahram answered, but he felt fine, and he had to go to school tomorrow. Ahram waved her hand and told him not to worry about it. The school will be closed for a week because of what happened. And also, stop acting like nothing happened. She hugged her brother and said that she was really scared. She was afraid that he would be one of the 9 who died. MC thought that she only acted like that time. He replied that he understood. He would go to the doctor tomorrow. So, she shouldn't worry about him too much. The next day, Ahram was sitting in the hospital thinking he had promised, but now he was worried that they would find something weird on him. What if it turned out that he was not a human or something? He imagined the doctor screaming, he was not a human, he was a potato. At that moment, a nurse came out of the office and said, Lee Ahram, let him come in, please. Ahram replied, he was coming. He entered the procedure room and said hello. Noah smiled and said hello. He was Ahram's younger brother? They seemed to have met before. He remembered him. Ahram? MC asked in surprise. Had they met before? Noah asked again. He didn't remember? Last year at Christmas. Ahram spoke thoughtfully. Last year's Christmas. He remembered and asked, he must be Dr. Noah. He brought his drunk sister home then, right? Noah replied, yes, that's right. He was impressed. He even remembered his name. He had grown so much. He almost didn't recognize him. MC screamed, well, that's it. Noah said it's okay. It's still normal for him to grow. He grew 10 centimeters in middle school. Okay, Ahram, will they look at his results? He suddenly stared at the monitor in surprise, and Ahram asked, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Noah smiled and answered, no, everything is fine. He thinks these tests will be enough. But something seemed strange to him. All the results are unnaturally perfect. For example, if the normal reading for some test is 8, then he will have exactly 8 units. Even athletes usually have results like 7.9 or 8.2, but not exactly 8 units. MC asked again, is that bad? Noah answered, of course not. It's just great that he seems to have perfect health. Maybe it's because he's still a teenager. Ahram answered, I see. He looked down and thought maybe all his readings are perfect because he's a character in a game? Noah asked how he felt. MC asked a question. What did he mean? Noah folded his arms across his chest and said regretfully, he heard that something terrible happened at his school. Several students died, many were injured. He was just wondering how he felt. He was there when it happened. MC looked down and said how he felt. He remembered the students' bodies and Unhyun's unhealthy face. He answered, he was angry. He couldn't even describe how angry. If he had tried a little more, he could have prevented this. He was angry at himself because he couldn't do it. Noah said that it wasn't his fault, or it just happened. But he understands how he feels. Many survivors of terrible incidents feel guilty. Why was he the only one who survived? If he had done something, he could have saved everyone. They constantly repeat such thoughts in their heads and in the end convince themselves that it was their fault. But if you think about it seriously, he probably did the best he could at that moment. Isn't that right? He should forgive himself, so that if it happens again, he can do his best. Oram replied, yeah, that's right. He wondered, what was that? A weird feeling. Like someone used a heel on him. Noah smiled and said, well, that's just his opinion, of course. If it continues to bother him, he can refer him to a therapist. Psychological trauma from youth lingers for a long time. MC replied, I see. Then he got. Suddenly Noah asked him to wait and said that he wanted to ask him something. Oram turned around and asked, right? Noah asked, did he by any chance play games yet? MC was surprised by such a question, and Noah said that he heard from Ahuram that he is good at Ergosphere online. MC smiled and said, yeah, he plays sometimes, but lately not anymore. He has a lot of studying. Noah asked then, why do they play together when they have time? He plays the game too. Although he's not as good as him. MC smiled and asked, really? He asked her to tell him through Aram when he has time. Noah said okay, he will. MC left the office and walked down the hallway thinking about what happened. He thought he didn't expect him to suddenly start talking about games. His sister really tells people everything. Or maybe they are just so close that they talk to each other about such things? No way, he thought she was single. But didn't they both go drinking together on Christmas? He imagined Aram and Noah kissing and his eyes widened. At that moment, MC's phone received a call, and he said, Kim Shiwol. After a while they met in the park and he said, Kim Shiwol. What happened? Why did she invite him here? Shiwol folded her arms and replied, she said on the phone, Raison wants to meet them tonight. MC replied that he understood. But why do they have to meet here? Can't they just go to their base? Shiwol replied that they can, of course, but he needs to turn around. He turned around and asked, is that it? Shiwol took off her cap and hugged him from behind, asking him to stand like that for about 30 seconds. MC shyly asked, Kim Shiwol, what's wrong with her? Shiwol replied that she kept thinking about what happened to Sojung. She almost died because of the monster. She couldn't get it out of her head. And she also thinks about how selfish she was for hesitating when it happened. She thought she was different from her parents, but apparently she's just as selfish and shameless as they are. These are the thoughts that are going through her head. MC remained silent and then said, Kim Shiwol, she was hesitant because of him. Because if she had used the skill on her, they would have both gotten a penalty. Isn't that why she couldn't decide what to do? In that short time, she thought about him and Sojung, and in the end, she saved Sojung. She's not selfish, Kim Shiwol. He hugged her and said, so stop blaming yourself. Shiwol pressed herself against him a little embarrassedly and said, thank you, Oram. By the way, who gave him permission to turn around and hug her? MC asked fearfully. What? He thought it was okay. Shiwol asked again, is he kidding me or something? He rubbed his nipples against her face. Oram screamed, no, here are his nipples. Shiwol asked, what is he doing? Why is he touching it? Is he crazy? She put on her cap and said, in short, he will buy her 5 largest cartons of strawberry milk, 1 a day. MC thought about it. She herself hugged him from behind without permission. Shiwol looked at him with displeasure and asked, what, some kind of problem? Oram waved his hand and answered, none, madam. Shiwol smiled and said, great, so that there are none. Oram asked, why does Raison want to meet them? Did something happen? Shiwol answered, she herself does not know. They just said that they want to see each other. Well, probably it is about information or exchanging items. After a while, Songa folded her arms across her chest and said that tonight they will hunt chaos. MC asked, so they found their base? But how? Songa smiled and replied, they had several ways, but the best one was the incident at their school. They searched several places that they thought could be their base. And they saw chaos entering the base during that incident. It's unlikely to be a trap considering how much they were in a hurry. They watched them until the morning and saw Chaos's people coming in and out, so they're sure it really is their base. Shiwol frowned and asked, why are they telling them this? Because they're allies? Songa asked, don't they guys want revenge? Don't they want to destroy those idiots who destroyed their school and hurt their friends? Destroy them quickly and completely. Well, she doesn't need them for that, of course. She's just saying it because she doesn't want them to be mad that they weren't told about this possibility. She asked him to tell her. Will they join them in their attack on Chaos's base today? MC replied, he does. He knows someone from Chaos. They used to be friends but not anymore. He doesn't want him to fall at the hands of someone else. He wants to do it himself. Songa said okay, then it's his. He just needs to describe what he looks like before they get inside. What will she do, Kim Shiwol? Their group? Will she join him? Shiwal said yeah. MC looked at her and said she doesn't have to agree, Shiwal. It's just between him and Baekhyun. Shiwal said that's not it. They just got a message about the quest. It'll be tonight at midnight. He knows they can't refuse, because this quest is their punishment. The protagonist said in shock that this was really a punishment. They probably got penalty points for curing Sojum. However, their punishment shouldn't be so severe just because of that. He thought that if they just paid, they wouldn't have to do this quest. Shiwal remarked, thinking back to the past, that she had actually cured several more people after Sojum. That was probably why they had so many penalty points. The system voice reported that Shiwal and Oram currently have 1,1200 penalty points. They were penalized for using skills on normal people 8 times and for using items 4 times. She awkwardly said, scratching the back of her head with her hand, that their money wasn't enough. There were still 500 unpaid points. In order to avoid doing the quest, they would have to give up all their status points and items. Although they could exchange the money they won for real money, it didn't work the other way around, so they couldn't spend their money. She apologized to him. It was all her fault. The protagonist looked at her with concern and said that she didn't need to apologize. She did everything right. The system shouldn't penalize her for helping people who were hurt because of the game. The MC added, placing his hand on her shoulder, that she didn't need to worry about it. Shiwal looked down and said that she understood. Songa looked at them with a puzzled expression. She then said that if they wanted, she could lend them 500 million won to pay the fine. However, it would be better for them to complete the quest today rather than participate in the war. She thought about it and came to the conclusion that she was wrong. Even though they had a rank, they were still children. She shouldn't lead them down the path of revenge. It was better for them to continue doing quests, leveling up their skills, and gathering information. And they should try not to interfere in the squabbles between guilds anymore. The guild leader said with a smile that they would do all the dirty work. Then she said, turning away from them, that the conversation was over, so they needed to go home. And it was time for them to prepare for war. She added with a smile, turning around, that they did not need to worry too much about the quest and the 500-point penalty. She was sure that they could easily handle it, given their abilities. After some time on the street, Shiwal noted that the guild leader of Raizon turned out to be a more reasonable person than she thought. She believed that she was ready to do anything to achieve her goals, and was trying to drag them into the war by any means. The protagonist noted that perhaps the guild leader calculated that they were not suitable for a war between guilds. Therefore, part of her plan could be to exclude them from this conflict. She said, looking at him, that this could be so. This is also pursuing one's own goals. The protagonist said that he remembered something. She checked her inventory after the side quest. Shiwal asked, puzzled. Why would she do that? MC said that there was nothing there yesterday, but this morning he noticed that the side quest rewards had appeared. She said that she didn't have time to check her inventory yesterday. Should she do it now? Then they opened the inventory from the system, and Shiwal said that she found it. There are items here that weren't there before. She asked, what is the bell that summons the Argus apprentice? The system window said that this item allows you to summon the Argus apprentice. Can only be used 2 times. The pitch is fa dies. Shiwal asked if he has the same item. Oram looked at her and said using the system inventory that he has a different item, the key to the midday room. A system window appeared saying that this is a key that allows you to open the midday room. You can also scratch yourself with it. Her face changed, and she said that she had never seen such items in the game. Do these items have any special effects? The protagonist threw up his hands and noted that they would not know about it until they tried it. Their descriptions were meaningless. Shiwal suggested starting with his item, because her item had a limit of 2 uses. The protagonist said that he did not mind. MC took the item out of the system inventory and used the key. A magic circle appeared in front of the key. Suddenly, they were moved, because of which they were shocked. Oram shouted in shock. What's the matter? What kind of place is this? The system voice said, politely addressing him, that this was his personal space, the noon room. Here he can rest and train. This place can also be used as a warehouse. The room can be shared with party members, and, if necessary, invite other players here. The protagonist asked in bewilderment, looking around, is this really like the restroom in the game? Shiwal said in surprise that she couldn't believe it. Then she said thoughtfully that you can even drink here. The protagonist's face changed, and he asked what she was saying. He thought that they should meet in this place before quests. It would be easier for them to choose the necessary items. Shiwal said nothing and decided to study the situation around her. The MC watched her and asked what was going on. Did she feel like something was wrong here? She said that nothing had happened. She was just curious about where this place came from. Everything in this room seemed so real, but outside the window was not the place they were in, which meant that they had been transported here. So where were they now? Oram thoughtfully asked if this was perhaps the afterlife. Shiwal screamed in fear that he shouldn't say such things. The protagonist said that they didn't need to think about it too much. They wouldn't be able to find out anything with their current understanding of what was happening. She said that he was right. Then they need to figure out her item. Shiwal asked the system what the bell that summoned Argus's disciple was. It should explain in detail about this item. The system voice said that by using this item, the player can summon the disciple of the great sage Argus. They will be able to ask questions about quests and monsters' weak points, and if they have no questions, they will receive her blessing. The protagonist noted that they should ask this disciple. She said that he was right, because other items also give blessings. After which, Shiwal decided to use the item, the bell that summoned Argus's disciple. MC tried to stop her and asked if she was sure she wanted to do this now. She only has 2 uses for this item. Isn't it better to think before doing it? She stated by using the bell that they already knew what questions to ask. Orium asked in confusion, did they really know? Then he realized what she meant. At that moment, a golden magic circle appeared on the floor, and a girl appeared holding a staff in her hands. She said that she came to share with those who were not enlightened the knowledge of the 3rd disciple of the deeply respected great sage Argus. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and said that she was cute. Shiwal looked at him in annoyance. She shouted that her first question. She should tell her about all of Orum's perverted dreams. The protagonist was shocked by this. The disciple of Argus said, apologizing that she could not answer that question. She indignantly said that she was cute, but so useless. The MC asked, embarrassedly, what was she doing? They could have wasted the question in vain. Shimel's expression changed, and said that then her real question. What does she know about the event, Horizon? She wants to know all the details. She noted, looking down, that she knows little about Horizon, only the prophecies of her teacher. So she will tell about them. When the 6 pillars fall, thunder will come. The forbidden gate will open, and a moonless night will descend. Those who have not been enlightened will leave the Holy Lands and head to the Citadel Lands. Those who survive the journey will fall prey to the beasts. The Argus disciple said as her 3rd eye opened that they must fight, and fight even more. This is the only way to satisfy the desires of those who remain in the Holy Lands. And this is the only way to end the banquet. Oron looked at her with a tense expression. Sometime later, in the city on some rooftop, a member of the Chaos Guild, sitting on a lounge chair, was playing on his phone. Afterwards, he yawned and said that he was bored when nothing happened. He rubbed his hand over his eye and looked away in surprise. The Chaos Guild member said that he thought he saw someone. Perhaps he imagined it? At that moment, Seoko, the Raison Guild assassin, appeared behind him and dealt a crushing blow with his weapon. After that, the assassin said that they could move on. Can he open a portal? The Chaos Guild master ordered the portal to be opened and said that she would go first. He used the assassin skill, Assassin's Secret Move. The system window reported that the assassin skill, Assassin's Secret Move, allows you to summon 1 party member. Restricts movement during the summoning. She appeared with a smile on her face. After a while, the guildmaster noticed, upon seeing the opponents, that he had said that there was no one left here. And she seized the members of the Chaos Guild in front of her. The assassin said, apologizing, that he would deal with them now. She said, scratching the back of her head with her hand, that there was nothing to worry about. The guild leader said, taking out her weapon, that she would deal with them herself. She was the one who saw them first. Wouldn't that be more correct? The members of the Chaos Guild rushed into battle, and she prepared to use her abilities to strike. Songa used the skill, the Path for the Queen, crushing her enemies. A system window appeared with information that this is the skill Queen's Guards. The Path for the Queen attacks all enemies in the way. After which she said, while her eyes were shining, that she believed that all the real chaos was inside. They needed to go in there. Soko prepared for battle and said that he was ready. After that, they hurried inside, where they were met by the silhouette of a man holding a cup in his hands. The man said, while the shadow hid his face, that he had prepared many cups, he thought there would be more. Did they really only have 2? Sunga said that 2 guests were more than enough for him, and wasn't it a bit late for tea? She gloomily noted, preparing for battle, that there should be a time for everything. Wouldn't a party be more appropriate for such a late night than a tea party? He noted with a smirk that she was the leader of the Raison Guild. He had always wanted to meet her at least once. After all, she was currently the closest to victory. Sunga said with a smile that she wanted to meet him too. After all, he was part of the Chaos Guild, and she wanted to kill everyone who joined the Chaos Guild. The unknown man thoughtfully said that she wanted to kill everyone. Then, why was she doing this? Was it for revenge? She said that you could say that. It was revenge for the sake of her guild, and it was also a chance to get rid of potential competitors. His eyes glowed purple, and he asked, then how did she feel about that? Right now, he would pay her the amount equal to the winnings and another 22 billion won as compensation. If he did that, would she agree to just leave and not participate in the event? Songa looked at him and said that she was against it. Why would she agree when she was so close to winning? She had several reasons for wanting to win the prize, but the main reason was that she was just an ordinary player. Isn't it right for an ordinary player to try to win on their own? That's why people play the game, isn't it? The stranger said thoughtfully with a smile that he understood her. People play to win and have fun in the process. He agreed with her, he was wrong. He declared, using his ability and his minions appeared nearby, that they would then begin the battle. The system window reported that this was the Emperor's skill, camouflage for guards, hiding nearby party members. The camouflage disappears when the player moves or performs an action. The assassin gritted his teeth and prepared for battle. She said, turning to Soko, that she would handle it herself. He asked in surprise, what was she talking about? Sona said that while she was busy, he should open a portal and transfer everyone else here. They already knew that this was not a trap. They would fight in a direct confrontation. Soko noted with a tense expression that a portal for several people would take him about 45 seconds. Could she last that long against them? She stated with a smile, preparing for battle, that this was enough time. She had participated in many guild wars and had survived. If she was lucky, she would even kill a few of the Chaos Guild's lackeys. He said that he agreed, but she should not overdo it. Sona said that he did not need to worry about her. In 45 seconds, she would not overdo it. After which she used her abilities and noted, rushing at the enemies, that she can only get a little excited. Songa used her combat skill, Queen's Garden, which covered the room with a flower field of bright light. The Chaos Guild members shouted that it was a curse. An unknown man noted that they had lost their advantage. A system window appeared with information that this is the skill of the Queen's Guard, Queen's Garden, which applies a 17% debuff to enemies in the radius of action, as well as for 30 seconds and deals 1% damage to them every second. She rushed forward, dealing a series of blows along the way with her blade. Unexpectedly, a member of the Chaos Guild used the skill, Bone Spikes, but Songa managed to react and use the skill, Queen's Call, a speed buff that accelerated her movement and allowed her to crush her enemies along the way. Her rivals screamed in pain. After a while, Songa thought about it and then continued to fight the enemies. Ryu Yan, a member of the Chaos Guild, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It seems that they even fought in the game once. She doesn't remember this. She smiled and said that it was interesting, but she apologized. She didn't remember this. She usually forgets all the men she met. Songa used the skill, Last Guard, Multi-Attack. Suddenly, he used his skill, Surprise Box. A system window appeared with information that this is the skill Trickster, Surprise Box. The opponent cannot move or use their skills for 5 seconds. After that, she felt the enemy behind her back, who was about to strike with his weapon. Songa turned around, gritting her teeth, and at the last moment, a member of the Raizum Guild hit the enemy. The unknown man was surprised by this. She shouted in surprise, calling him by name. Is it really him? Ikju asked, getting into a fighting stance, if she was injured. Sona said with a smile that she was fine. And how were they? He replied that he checked before leaving. They were all at the peak of their powers. At that moment, the rest of the Raizum Guild appeared next to him. She said that she was glad to hear that. She would not tell them to do anything anymore. They just needed to act like they always did. They had already dealt with them once. They needed to destroy them all. Then Ryuyeon asked, addressing the unknown person as the director, what should they do? Should they act according to the plan? The director said that it was too early for that. They needed to just observe for now. This was the first time he had seen the Raizum Guild in action with his own eyes. He would watch from here. He asked him to deal with them. He said that he agreed. The director could rely on him. Ryuyeon thought that even though he said that, he was not too confident in himself right now. The strength of both guilds is almost equal, which means that until someone dies and upsets the balance, it is impossible to predict how it will end. Then they rushed at each other, using their abilities to fight. After a while, the protagonist and Shiwol returned from his personal space. She asked if this is really a university campus. She is glad that at least they are not in the middle of the street. The protagonist asked, at this time of year, there should be no one here, right? Shiwol pointed out that he is wrong. According to rumors, graduates wander here when they cannot return home. MC asked, is that true? Then they should be more careful not to meet them. By the way, about what she said to the Argus student. He was thinking while he was at home, what if the event, Horizon, will happen under certain conditions? She asked, is it like a boss that can only be opened after certain conditions are met? Is there something like that in the prophecy? Orem crossed his arms and said that it wasn't literally that, but it said, when 6 pillars fall. So he thought, maybe that was the condition for starting the event. And when the players did that, the event would start. Shiwol thoughtfully asked, should they destroy the pillars of the buildings? Suddenly, the system voice said that there was 1 minute left until the quest started. The protagonist asked, turning to the system, what kind of quest was this? A normal monster pacification like before? The system voice said that he was right. It was a pacification quest, but now other players would join them. Unlike competitive quests, in a common quest everyone was rewarded equally, regardless of who completed the quest, so they could cooperate with other players. She asked what that meant. Could she get a reward without doing anything if someone completed the quest for her? In any case, they needed to go to the noon room to rest there. The protagonist asked, was she serious? Although she was indeed sleepy. Suddenly, he shouted in a panic that she had to wait. They couldn't do this. They had to quickly finish the quest before anyone got hurt. Shiwol said in annoyance, calling him an idiot. That she knew about it. She was just kidding. He had to open his inventory and prepare for battle. Afterwards, she noted that she wondered what kind of players they would be. She hoped they weren't from the Chaos Guild. MC said that was unlikely. Most likely, the Chaos Guild was currently fighting the Raison Guild. Oram exhaled and said that he just hoped that these players would be as good as the ones they met last time. Shiwol asked, "Is he talking about Windrider and Builder?" The protagonist said that she was right. They were easy to work with, they were skilled players. It would be easier for them with them. A system voice said that the preparation time was up. The quest starts now. They became wary and began to look around. Then she asked, "Isn't it too quiet?" The protagonist noted that she was right. It should be noisy, with different sounds of explosions and creatures. There was a noise, and MC said that this is what he meant. She asked, "Did the sound come from the building?" Oram said that they need to check. It was definitely a monster. Suddenly, Shiwol realized and said, taking a spear from her inventory, that they did not need to go there themselves. Something was approaching them. Oram shouted in surprise. What was going on? A silhouette appeared in front of them, and they prepared to fight, tightly gripping their weapons. An unknown guy shouted, sobbing, that he was asking for help. They looked at him dumbfounded. He shouted that he finally found people here. He found players. He was asking for their help. They exchanged glances and pointed their weapons at him, which scared the guy. He asked in surprise, what was the matter? He didn't even have a weapon. The protagonist said that he was suspicious. He didn't have a weapon, although the quest had already begun. Perhaps he was a player killer who pretended to be stupid and attacked from behind. Shiwol said that he should show his weapon. They would talk after it became clear what class he was. He closed his eyes and said, stretching his hands out in front of him, that he agreed to show his weapon. Then a dark-colored sword appeared in his hands. He said that it was the Kyria Guiding Sword. It was an adventurer class weapon. She asked, is it possible to get a rank when the class is of the merchant type? The protagonist thoughtfully asked, what is his rank in the game? He asked in confusion, what are they talking about? He doesn't have any rank. He was just playing for the plot. The MC asked in confusion, he has no rank? Oran looked at the girl and asked what this means. Aren't only those with a rank transferred? Shiwol noted that in the guild, Raison, there were also unranked players. Maybe there are other conditions for transfer. He shouted in fear that now is not the time for this. Monsters are chasing them now. Suddenly, an undead in armor appeared, who was about to strike with its blades. At the last moment, the protagonist blocked the enemy's blow with his weapon and thought, gritting his teeth, that he had never seen such a monster. This is some kind of anomaly. She pushed the guy aside and shouted that he should step aside if he is not going to fight. The creature grinned and dodged the skill, a trap made of chains, rushing at them. They looked at the monster in shock. The protagonist thought with a worried expression, did the creature dodge the trap? So the monster's special characteristics are agility and flexibility? After which, MC jumped back, blocking the enemy's attack. Oram gritted his teeth and thought that this was a curse. This creature does little damage, the blows do not knock down, but the enemy's attacks have too complex regularity. Normal monsters only have one elbow joint, so it is easy to guess where the blow will be delivered, but this creature has 2 joints, so it cannot predict the enemy's blow. He must understand how it attacks and as quickly as possible, and also find the weaknesses of this creature. The guy with the adventurer class shouted that he should aim for the torso, or more precisely the right side. This monster should have a scar on its right side. He should aim exactly there. Shiwol asked what he was talking about. The protagonist used the skill, Voice outside the labyrinth, to retreat back from the opponent with sharp straight jerks, and then he used the buff to all abilities. The protagonist thought that now he was ready. The monster rushed at him, swinging its blades, and at that moment, MC delivered a sharp blow with his weapon to the opponent's right side. The monster froze in place, and then fell on its back. Orium shouted in surprise that he was right. His blow stunned this creature. She thought that now was her chance to strike. A system window appeared with information that this skill is a treasure trap, restraining the magical beast. Suddenly, the monster was bound by magical power, and it squealed in anger. After which, Shiwol noted that the monster died. It was easier than she thought. The protagonist asked in confusion, did they really complete the quest? The guy said that they were wrong, there must be another monster. It was most likely the guard of the locked castle to the north. There are usually 2 guards, so he thinks there is 1 more enemy left. The protagonist asked how he knew that? He had never seen it in the game. He said that it never happened. However, if you find an item for 1 NPC, you can hear a story about a locked castle to the north. It is a story about a count who was heartbroken by the rebellion of his nephews, and so he locked the gates to his castle. In the game, you cannot enter the castle, but if you find an item, a rusty key to the castle in the north, you can hear this story. And in the story, the castle has guards who protect this place. In the story, the count's nephews wounded them, but despite the fact that their wounds had not yet healed, they remained in the castle with the count to protect it. She asked, however, how did he know that this was the monster from the story? He did not see what this creature looks like in the game. The guy looked away and said that in the northern Black Stone dungeon, you can find information about what monsters and the count look like. There are frescoes there that tell about the uprising of the Count's nephews. Shiwol crossed her arms and noted that she didn't even know that there was such a thing in the game. MC asked if he really knew all the hidden stories in Ergosphere Online. He awkwardly said that he didn't know everything, but if you take into account those he read on the internet, then he knew about 98%. They looked at him puzzled. The guy noted that because Ergosphere Online is an action-based RPG, people often ignore other aspects of the game. But if you look for it, you can find a lot of hidden details. Everything has a story. Items, NPCs you meet along the way, and if you are interested in all this, it will be like finding yourself in another world. One time he was so interested that he played for 50 hours straight. They thought darkly, it seems like it's possible to die like that, right? Shiwol asked if he liked the game so much, then why was he running away from the monster? Adventurer is a weak class, but he can still fight. He awkwardly said, scratching his head with his hand, that it was because he was afraid. He barely passed the training, or whatever it was. He was afraid to fight monsters when his life was on the line, so he declined all the quests to live normally, but he accidentally used the skill discount when buying used items online, and he was punished for it. Their faces changed and thought, is he just an idiot? The guy shouted that he won't do that again. Can they help him with this quest? They seem to be good at the game, judging by what he saw. She asked in a whisper, what will they do? He doesn't look like a player killer. Then will they help him? Looked at the guy thoughtfully and said that they agreed to help him survive. However, in exchange, he would tell what he knew about the event, the Horizon. He asked if they were really talking about the sanctuary and the rituals of the sects. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The guy said that he would be happy to tell everything. There were some ambiguous moments, so he made up some details. But he would tell everything. The protagonist exchanged glances with her, and they briefly nodded to each other in agreement. MC said, holding out his hand, that this was wonderful. Then he offered to help each other. However, he should try to help them. Does he understand this? He said, shaking his hand, that of course he understands. He will do everything in his power. After a while, Shiwol said that they exchanged numbers. They can continue the quest. They have already spent a lot of time. The guy said, taking out his Kyria guiding sword, that he will try to use his skill. Adventurers have something useful. The guy raised his sword high and used the skill, Guiding Light. The system window reported that the skill indicates the approximate location of the quest target, monster, or rare item. Suddenly, a bright beam of light appeared and headed forward. Said that the beam leads behind that building. She shouted that they have to go. There is one enemy left. After a while, they ran to the place where the beam pointed. The protagonist asked, what is this? There is not one monster here, but two. She looked sternly at the guy. He shouted in fear that he apologizes to them. The story did not say exactly how many guards there were, so he did not know about it. What should they do now? It was already difficult with one, and here there are already two opponents. Maybe they should lure them out one by one? The protagonist said that he is against it. They already know their movements and weaknesses. They will not need it. The guy looked at him in surprise. MC stated, addressing the girl by name, that he would take on both opponents at once, and he politely asked her to cover him. Shiwol said that she agreed. She will use the skill when necessary. He shouted in shock. Was he really going to attack them directly? Said that was exactly it. It took a while last time because he didn't know how they attacked, but now that he understood the regularity of their attacks, he could handle two easily. Besides, they were just monsters in a punishment quest. The protagonist suddenly attacked the opponents and noted that they were only worth 500 points. The guy thought in surprise that this was amazing. It took courage to attack several monsters directly, and to cope with new regularities, you need to be able to quickly adapt. He had seen many players, but few as capable as him. If it was him, then maybe he could do it. After the protagonist dealt critical damage to the creature with his blade. At that moment, another creature was about to pounce from behind, to which he turned his attention. MC dodged it deftly by jumping up, and Shiwol used the skill, Boggy Trap in the Labyrinth. However, the creature managed to react and jumped out of the trap, but slashed at the monster's back with his sword. The protagonist used the skill, Flower that blooms twice a day. The system window reported while he was crushing the enemy that it was an Avenger skill. Flower that blooms twice a day, dealing 40% more damage when hitting. Suddenly, the monster appeared and rushed at the protagonist, who was standing quietly. At that moment, the creature struck the magic thorns. She said that these monsters are idiots, they fall for traps so easily. The guy thought it was amazing. They were the perfect team. With such a group, he might be able to prevent this. He said that he had a question. How can they risk their lives like that? Do they have a goal? Shiwol said that her reason was because people might get hurt. The guy looked at her with a puzzled expression. She said that if such monsters were to roam freely, many would get hurt. Therefore, people with abilities like theirs should hunt them. He awkwardly said that he now understood. They were good people, not like he thought. Shiwol thought that it was probably better not to tell him about the event rewards. The system voice said that they congratulated them. They completed the quest and destroyed all the guards of the locked castle in the north. Do they want to choose the rewards? She said that she did not need to. The system would most likely take it from them anyway as punishment. Let it choose itself and send them home. The system voice said that it was their choice. They would be transferred in 60 seconds. Shiwol said, pointing her index finger at the guy, that they promised to protect him and they kept their promise. Therefore, he should tell them about the event, the horizon. Did he understand that? He said that of course he understood. He would write everything down and email it to them. That could be done, right? The protagonist asked if he could tell them in person. He wanted to be able to ask questions while listening to him, so he thought it would be better for them to talk in person. The guy thought he had a very expressive look. He awkwardly said that that was okay too. He was unemployed, so he had plenty of free time. The MC said with a smile that he was glad to hear that. Then could they meet tomorrow? She asked his name. Bae-ju-yeon said his name twice and awkwardly said that he was 25 years old and was going to be a game developer. They thought in confusion that they hadn't asked him that. Orum said that he would text later where and when they would meet tomorrow. He said that he understood how convenient it would be for them. After a while, Ju-yeon was in the room. He sighed heavily and noted that they were definitely skilled gamers. However, was it okay for him to ask them for help? In fact, he doesn't have much time left. Ju-yeon looked at the burnt photo that was pinned to the board. He said grimly that if he doesn't make a decision now, everything will end. He has to entrust this lock key to someone. After a while, the Rise-On and Chaos guilds continued to fight fiercely among themselves. The system window reported that this is a berserker skill. This is a disaster. Increases attack by 2.5 times and agility by 2 times. 40% chance to paralyze the opponent. Jean gritted her teeth and dealt a powerful blow to the enemy, who thought he was paralyzed. Unexpectedly, the enemy from behind used a skill, Gale Wolf Wind. However, she blocked the blow with her body. A system window appeared with the information that this is a wild spearman skill. Gale Wolf Wind allows you to make 3 attacks in a row, pushes the opponent a considerable distance. Jean could barely hold back the blow, and at that moment, Ikshu made a powerful punch to the enemy. Then a purple skull appeared behind him. He turned around, gritting his teeth. At the last moment, Raimi destroyed the enemy attack with her magic weapon. She used the skill, shot number 3. A huge magical bird made of flames appeared, which pounced on the enemy. The system window reported that this is the skill of the magic shooter. Shot number 3, intercept the target at a distance. This is a long-range attack. Suddenly, a deafening explosion occurred, and the enemies screamed in pain. Then Wo-yeon asked, turning to Jean, "Is she okay?" Jean said that everything is fine, she was just pushed away by the skill. At that moment, her body glowed because Jong used his ability to heal her wounds. The system window appeared with the information that this is the skill of the angel. Angel arrival, teleports the player to his party. He said that she shouldn't worry. He was already here. He would heal everyone. She thanked him sheepishly. At that moment, Seonho was fighting fiercely behind Jong. She then said that she was sure that they were running out of healing items. Maybe they should end this? Hyung-sung asked what she wanted to do this time. Should they take out the ones on the front lines one by one? She said that he had guessed wrong. It would be hard to take them out one by one. They were all crowded in a narrow passage. They would only waste time and skills. They should focus on him, on that guy who was doing nothing there. His class was Emperor. He pointed out that it was a rare class. Could he be the leader of the Chaos Guild? Sona said that she didn't know, but it was probably true. She tried to get to him, but the enemies were blocking all the paths to him. To shake up a stalled chess game, you need to attack the king. If they suddenly attack the king, they will destroy their formation because they will go on the defensive. Hyung-sung asked, won't they be surrounded like that? She said it doesn't matter. They have a healer, and the enemy doesn't. Then Song-ha shouted, rushing forward, that he should not be afraid and not move away from him. The system window reported that it was the skill of the Queen's Guard, Rose Thorn Saber, adding a piercing bonus to the attack. Ri-yeon worriedly turned to the director. The leader of the Chaos Guild said that they finally realized that he was the boss. He said that they can still use teleportation to escape. He can't stop so many skilled players when they attack at the same time. Chuckled and said with his arms crossed that he was against it and it would not be necessary. He knew this would happen, and so he tamed a hunting dog. Ryu-yeon asked in confusion, what is he talking about? Chaos Guild leader said that a hunting dog always bites into the throats of enemies, and it can instantly turn a losing situation in their favor. Suddenly, an unknown enemy appeared behind Jong, who was preparing to strike with his weapon. At this moment, Chaos Guild leader noticed that it was Hong Ki-ho with the Reaper class. Ki-ho dealt a crushing blow to his opponent, which shocked the members of Raizon. Sona screamed out Jong's name in horror. Suddenly, a system sound was heard, and a doll appeared. The system message said that it was a dear friend who saw his childhood tears, doll Mary Ann. When the HP of the player who owns the item drops to 1%, it is instantly restored to 15%. Ki-ho shouted that this will not help him. He used the skill, Death's Rampage, aiming his attack at the opponent's back. Zheng reacted at the last moment and used the skill, Blessing of the Stars. A system window appeared, informing him that his defense against physical damage had increased by 70% and against magical damage by 55%. Zheng thought that he needed to hold on a little longer. If Raison lost him, the only healer, they would not be able to attack. He shouted through clenched teeth that even if he died, he needed to try to hold on a little longer. Raison's guildmaster ordered Raimi and Ikshu to go help him. They could handle this on their own. Ikshu shouted that he understood the order. Raimi worriedly noted that there weren't that many of them. Would they be okay? They could be surrounded. She said that she didn't need to worry about them. As their leader, she would take care of everything. Sunga rushed at the enemies, using her abilities. The Chaos Guild leader remarked with a smirk crossing his arms that she was very persistent and braver than he thought. They split into 2 groups. He knows what to do next, right? Ryuyeon chuckled and said that he knows. He can rely on him. Then he shouted to his minions from the Chaos Guild that they need to concentrate all their attacks on the Raisin Guildmaster. Once they kill her, they won't be able to do anything else because they are nothing without their leader. They must attack together and destroy her. Woyeon suddenly attacked him and asked, "So he said that seriously?" He asked in annoyance, calling him a cockroach. Then who is he? Can he do anything on his own without his leader's instructions? He smiled and thought that his opponent, the Dragon Hunters, is a rare class. Ryuyeon said with a sneer that he is somehow annoying. The Chaos Guildmaster said with a laugh that after all, these are not ordinary players. They can't be defeated that easily, even when their formation is broken. Then why doesn't he intervene? He used the skill, Audience with the Emperor, and Sunga thought in shock as she felt the pressure. What kind of ability is this? She can't move. Soko asked in horror, is this a rare debuff? The system window reported that this is the Emperor's skill, Audience with the Emperor. It decreases the attack power and defense by 65%, reduces the movement speed of up to 5 people. Woyeon clenched his teeth in annoyance. What kind of terrible skill is this? This is a curse. Ryuyeon took the opportunity to kick him in the face. He laughed and shouted that if he is a cockroach, then he can be classified as the trash he eats. Ryuyeon ordered the Chaos Guild members to use everything they have and destroy the Raison Guildmaster. They rushed towards her, preparing to strike with their weapons and abilities. There was a deafening roar that hid Sunga behind a magical attack. Her teammates loudly called her name. Afterwards, they asked in surprise, "Is this a blessing?" A system window appeared with information while Sunga was blocking their attack, that this is a monk skill, Instant Enlightenment, cancels 55% of damage received and all superimposed effects. Sunga said, turning to Hyeongsung, that he intervened just in time. Hyeongsung said that she does not need to thank him. She just needs to make sure that his efforts are not in vain. She said that of course, she will make sure of it. Sunga used the skill, the ultimatum of the Queen's Guard. God save the Queen. The system window reported that this skill cancels 60% of the damage received, reduces damage received by 22%, increases attack power and agility by 550%. The skill lasts for 60 seconds, after which it cannot be used for 2 minutes. She took a fighting stance and said threateningly that they were a bunch of idiots. They had to destroy her immediately. Now they were finished. Sunga dashed through the enemies in her path with a lightning dash, and thought that now she did not have to deal with them all. She only needed to get rid of one of them before the skill wore off. Namely, she had to destroy the leader of the Chaos Guild. Ryuyeon suddenly appeared in her path, holding his blade in front of him. He said, using his abilities, that he knew what she was planning, but he would not let her do it. He would destroy her himself. Ryuyeon used the skill, Mirror Room. Mirrors appeared around the leader of the Raison Guild, reflecting a magical beam. A system window appeared with information that this was the trickster skill, Mirror Room. The opponent's attack reflected in the mirrors comes back with a boost. Sunga looked at him while holding back the enemy's attack. Then she said, while charging, that it was just his imagination. He gritted his teeth in pain, while Sunga prepared to strike the leader of the Chaos Guild. She said threateningly, while swinging her arm to strike, that he was finished. He used the skill, Iron Fist, and rings of fire appeared on his fingers. Sunga delivered a crushing blow to the enemy, and Seoko shouted that she succeeded. Ryuyeon clicked his tongue in anger. She saw that the whole time, instead of the leader of the Chaos Group, there was a mannequin. Sunga asked if this was a puppeteer skill, a soul in a wax figure. At this time, in another place in the city, a girl with a gloomy look said that she had died. She turned to the leader and said that his 13th doll had been destroyed. Apparently, the doll can only contain 40% of his power. The leader of the Chaos Guild said that he noticed it. He sensed them. A system window appeared with information that this was the Emperor's skill, Dominance and Obedience, allowing you to control a pet or summon a party member. The player shares all the pet's feelings and can communicate through it. She asked what he was going to do now. They were at a disadvantage now, unfortunately. He said that she should tell them to retreat. Their main goal today was to gather information anyway. Today, they just got acquainted. It was a banal bait that they fell for. He regrets, of course, that they lost several members of their guild, but it was worth it to see the Raison Guild in action. Next time, he will meet them in person. There's some time in the main character's house. Aharam asked, turning to her brother, what is he doing? Is he already preparing dinner? She said that they can eat later. She is not working today. The protagonist said that he had made an appointment with a friend for today, so he decided to cook her something to eat in advance. She asked if he was serious, then she could cook for herself. MC said with a smile that it was his turn today, he would do everything himself. Aharam looked at him thoughtfully. Then she asked if he needed help. Aharam asked if she could go buy salt. They were out of it at home. Aharam said that she would go to the store now. After a while, she left the house to go shopping. Aharam thought that another child his age would forget about lunch and go for a walk with friends. She is proud of him, but it makes her a little sad. She thinks he is trying too hard to be an adult, as if he wants to say that he has already grown up and she no longer needs to worry about him. Then she turned her attention to the girls standing at the front door and asked who she was. Shiwal said that she came to visit a friend. Can't she wait here? She awkwardly said that she is not forbidden to. She was just standing outside her apartment. She asked in surprise, so she was his sister? Aharam thought that the color of her hair reminded her of something. She had asked Oram about this a few days ago, so it was definitely her. She said that she really was Oram's older sister. After the protagonist asked, turning around, was she back already? Did she bring salt with her? Suddenly, his expression changed to one of great surprise. Aharam happily said, holding Shiwal's arm, that she had brought it. She had also picked up his friend along the way. It was her, wasn't it? The protagonist thought in shock. Why did they come together? She said that she was the one who came to visit when she was not at home. Aharam smiled intriguingly and said that now he should tell her what happened then. After which, there was an awkward silence. Aharam asked, so Shiwal stayed the night because she had a fight with her parents and had nowhere to go? Shiwal said that was exactly it. Oram, out of the kindness of his heart, invited her to his house and said that no one else would be there. The MC shouted in shock. Did he really say that? She gave him a stern look, and Oram said in fear that if he thought about it and remembered, then he really did say that. She said, crossing her arms, that it was still not right for a teenage girl to stay overnight without an adult in the house. She should have at least asked permission. Shiwal bowed her head and said, apologizing, that she would not do it again. Arum flicked her brother and irritably said that he should not have hidden it from her. Did he understand that? This is their privacy, and she will not ask what happened then. She only cares that she snuck into her house without her knowledge and stayed overnight. The rest is none of her business. They should respect her privacy too. Do they understand that? They apologized to her. Afterwards, Arum remarked to Shiwal that if this happened again, she should tell her first, not Oram. She didn't know what was going on in her family, but she could stay with them for a while. If anything, she could come to them and they could talk. Like today, would she be okay with that? Shiwal looked at her thoughtfully and said nothing. After a while, the protagonist and Shiwal went to meet another player. Shiwal said that his sister was a good person. She was also pretty. Now she understood why he had a sister complex. The protagonist asked irritably, what did she mean? She said with a smile that she was just joking. She was just jealous that he had such a good sister. The MC asked sheepishly, did she really think so? Shiwal said that she found out about Jian yesterday. Oram asked, was that the guy they met yesterday? She noted that she expected to be able to find him on social networks or in messengers, but he was not there. The protagonist asked if this wasn't normal. He didn't use social media often either. She said that she thought so at first too, but she found it strange that such an emotional person didn't use social media. She thought that he was hiding his true identity. The protagonist thought about it and asked if this meant that he was actually an introvert. Shiwal said that maybe he was really shy. The MC noted that on the other hand, this could show his serious side. Sometime later, in the cafeteria, Juyeon happily told her that in the Red Dragon dungeon, you can find evidence of the cultists' presence there, and if you bring it to the Holy Knights, you can find out where the cultists fled to. If you go further along the road, you can find out about the event, Horizon. Isn't that cool? They looked at him with annoyance and thought that either he wasn't hiding his true identity at all. His monologue had already lasted 40 minutes. Oram asked what this Horizon was. He understands it to be connected with the cult. He said that for this, you need to know the plot of the game, Ergosphere Online. In this picture, you can see that there are 3 worlds in Ergosphere Online. Players are in the center, in Ergosphere. NPCs of the game consider the black hole that connects Ergosphere and Zion to be a god. And Zion is the world of God. The protagonist noted that it turns out that the cultists believe that another black hole that they worship leads to the third world. Juyeon said that this is exactly so. They believe that the world of Ergosphere is on the verge of destruction because of the gods of Zion. Their goal is to go through another black hole to the third world, where they hope to find a new god. The protagonist asked what this means. The world under Ergosphere, which is marked in the picture as unknown, is this their real world? He thoughtfully said that he thought so too. At first he thought that this was a big update, but given what is happening, he came to the same conclusion. Shiwal said that it means the event, Horizon. It is the path that should connect reality and the Ergosphere. MC thought about the path and asked in surprise, so that means the monsters from the Ergosphere world will be able to get to reality? Juyeon said that if the name of the event really implies irreversible changes in the whole world, then that will happen. She asked, "Is that very dangerous?" In her opinion, it sounds like the whole world will change. Oram thoughtfully said that these are just their guesses. There is no guarantee that they are right. If the event really changes the world so much, then what is the meaning of the event itself? He thinks it will just be a very large plot event. Shiwol lowered her head and asked, "So that is his opinion?" The protagonist asked, turning to the guy, "Does he not know about the 6 pillars from the prophecy?" He thinks this is an important thing for the event, Horizon. He said that he has not found such information yet. However, he thinks it is about the barrier pillars. At the entrance to the never-ending story prison, there is a barrier that prevents prisoners from escaping. The protagonist thought that perhaps it was the barrier columns. There were 6 columns in total, and he had already defeated 5 guards. So the Horizon event was held back by 6 columns, each guarded by a guard. The MC said thoughtfully, so there was only 1 guard left. She asked in surprise, what was he talking about? Oram awkwardly said that it was nothing. He was just putting his thoughts in order. Shuol looked at him puzzled, crossing her arms. The protagonist said thanking him for helping them so much. Juyeon said that he had done nothing wrong. It was the least he could do after they saved his life. They could come to him if there was anything else he could do to help them. After which they left the cafeteria together, and the protagonist said, turning to Shiwol, that he was going to the toilet. He asked her to wait for him outside. She said that she would wait for him near the subway station. After a while, MC washed his hands in the sink and thought that he seemed to understand what this Horizon was. However, he still couldn't figure out what kind of event it was. It seemed like he would just have to wait for this event to start. To his surprise, Jiyeon asked, "Isn't it dangerous?" He was talking about the Horizon event. People could die, just like at his school. Wouldn't it be better if it didn't happen at all? Oram reminded him that they didn't know what kind of event it was. How could they prevent it? They were just players. Jiyeon lowered his head and then said that there was one way. The protagonist looked at him dumbfounded. He stated that he knew how to prevent it. However, he wasn't the kind of player who could do it. Only high-ranked players could do it. That's what he was looking for. Yesterday, he had only seen a part of what they were capable of, but it was clear that they could do it. He should let him know, if he was interested. He would wait for his message. The protagonist's expression changed as he watched him leave. After a while, MC walked along a busy street among people. Oram wondered what happened just now. Juyeon was a completely different person. Was Shiwol right about him hiding his true identity? Or did he perhaps have other motives? Shiwol then said to someone on the phone that she understood. They still found out something. She would write it down in detail later. The protagonist asked who she talked to. She said that she talked to the leader of the Raison Guild. It turned out that they destroyed the Chaos Guild base last night, and they dealt with several members of this guild. The protagonist asked if this was true. What happened to the leader of the Chaos Guild? Shiwol pointed out that at first they thought they dealt with him too, but it turned out to be fake. Even with their abilities, they could not fully understand it. They barely got to him with the ultimatum skill, but it turned out to be the ability of the puppeteer class, which contains 40% of the abilities. But they learned about the abilities of the leader of the Chaos Guild. His class is Emperor. It is a rare class, a support, but he also has damage abilities. MC was puzzled by this information. She noted that she did not know whether they would have to fight him, but they had better be prepared for it. He seems to be a strong player. Oram said that this is true. And he has a rare class. After which they set off on the return journey, and already at the exit of the subway station, the main character asked if Eunhyun was there yesterday. Shiwol noted that she did not know all the details, but apparently, the battle was tough. However, no one saw a player with the executioner class there. The Raison Guild attacked suddenly. Perhaps Eunhyun was in another place then. And the Raison Guild was also warned about the Reaper class. The protagonist asked, "Who is this?" She said that he was a player killer who always acted alone, but recently he joined the Chaos Guild. The MC asked, did they really fight him by the river? And when will they meet him again? They are currently focused on party quests, and he will most likely participate in solo quests. Suddenly, Oram froze in place with a surprised face. Shiwol asked, looking at him, "What's the matter?" She asked, looking around, did he really see a beautiful girl or something? After which Shiwol looked in the same direction in horror. They saw Kiho in the crowd of people, who threw an angry look at them. They screamed in fear, "Why is a player with the Reaper class here?" The protagonist asked, gritting his teeth, did he notice them too? She said that she did not know. Even if he noticed, she did not think that he would attack them in such a place. There are too many people around. He looked at them and used an item, light-absorbing mist. A purple mist suddenly appeared, and the normal people ran away in fear. They shouted while coughing, "What's going on?" Shiwol shouted, "Is this really a smokescreen?" The protagonist shouted, "Is he seriously going to use this in a place like this? Is he really going to attack them?" Suddenly, Kiho rushed at him with a weapon in his hands. There was a deafening roar, which greatly frightened the people. MC blocked his strike with his sword, gritting his teeth in anger. Oram used the skill, Devotion of Vengeance, counterattack, bringing down a powerful blow on his opponent, accompanied by red lightning. He looked at him dumbfoundedly, retreating back, and then it seemed to disappear from the spot. The protagonist irritably said that he was gone. Was that a stealth skill? Shiwol shouted that they can escape. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. She declared that the enemy's target was them. If they escaped from here, normal people would not be harmed. They needed to escape to a place where there were no other people. MC agreed with her plan. Suddenly, Kiho appeared in Orum's blind spot and asked where they were going. At the last moment, the protagonist blocked his attack, and they exchanged a series of blows with their weapons. He asked how long he was going to run away like a loser. They needed to finish what they started. They would fight until one of them died. The protagonist furiously declared, powerfully striking his weapon, that he agreed with him, but he would not fight him here. Kiho wondered in surprise, did he break the floor? He shouted that he couldn't buy time. MC shouted to the girl that they needed to escape from here now. Shiwol shouted that she agreed. Afterwards, they started running away from their opponent, who looked at them in surprise. Kiho said that they were scum. After some time at a construction site, they were breathing heavily, trying to catch their breath. Shiwol asked if they should have hidden in a building where there were a lot of people. Most likely, the Reaper would not look for them in such a place. Orum said that he was against it. The opponent used skills in a crowded place. Apparently, he does not care about innocent victims. He just does what he wants, regardless of the consequences. Therefore, he thinks it is better to replace him in a place where there is no one. She asked, so that's what he thinks? The protagonist said that they have no reason to risk their lives, so if anything happens, she should use the item he gave her. Shiwol said that she understood. Suddenly, a roar was heard nearby, and Kiho appeared not far from them. The protagonist said that it was him again. He will track them down with the skill. She asked what they should do. Use that item? MC said it was too early to use it. They needed the right moment. Orum said, taking out his sword, that he would take it upon himself for now. Cheval asked, dumbfounded, why would he do that? He himself had just said that they had no reason to risk their lives. The protagonist noted that he had said that in case there were other members of the Chaos Guild with him, they might be outnumbered. However, he was alone now. He had a strategy for a one-on-one battle, so he would try to deal with him. Their eyes met. Kiho said that he had been wondering how long he would run. However, he himself quickly showed up. He had nowhere else to run. The protagonist said that he was wrong. He simply had no reason to run anymore. He chuckled and said, calling him a loser, that it didn't matter. Then it was time for them to finish what they started. Kiho made a sharp dash forward, intending to deal damage to him. MC blocked his attack with his sword, gritting his teeth. He used the skill, Death Scythe, and Orum used the skill, Anger Flower. Their attacks shook the surroundings with a burst of magical energy. Unexpectedly, Kiho received multiple wounds all over his body, which surprised him greatly. The protagonist rushed forward and used the skill, Vengeful Spirit Sword. However, his opponent dodged the powerful blow at the last moment. Kiho gritted his teeth in anger, while his mask fell apart from his face. After that, he jumped high and used the skill, Winter Hunt. The system window reported that this is the Reaper skill, Winter Hunt, reduces the movement speed of players and monsters by 30% and deals additional cold damage. The protagonist looked at the enemy's attack with anger, and then he closed his eyes, and after opening them, his eyes were red. MC used the skill, Vengeful Spirit Fury, bringing down a blow on the enemy with his sword. After which, Orum dealt a series of blows to the opponent with anger on his face. At this time, Shiwol could barely contain the magical power with her barrier. Kiho screamed in anger and shouted that he was trash. He used the ultimatum skill, Doom Form. A system window appeared with information that this is the Reaper class ultimatum skill, Doom Form, accumulates damage, reduces the opponent's HP by 44%. The opponent is given the status Confusion, which gradually makes him lose his HP. The protagonist looked at his enemy, and Shiwol shouted, is it really true that damage accumulates from his ability? A lot of damage has already accumulated. It is dangerous. The protagonist thought that the effect, damage accumulation, by itself takes away a few HP units, but over time the damage increases. When a certain number of damage units accumulate, it automatically causes a critical attack, which takes away a lot of HP. In addition, the accumulation of damage from the ultimate skill is a form of doom. It inflicts the status of confusion and makes it impossible to you to use items and skills, and also cancels all buffs and debuffs of passive skills. Kiho asked why he froze during the battle. Is he waiting for someone to save him like last time? MC said that of course he is not waiting for this. He can handle him himself. He just needed to think it over. Orum rushed forward at his enemy, and Kiho shouted in surprise, gritting his teeth, what's the matter? After which the protagonist successfully dodged the enemy's ability, quickly moving in space. He thought, did he seriously use the pillars to dodge attacks? Is he really using the features of this place to avoid his ultimate skill? Kiho shouted, rushing to attack, so he was thinking about it. The protagonist tightly grabbed the hilt of his sword with his hands and said that this is exactly what he was waiting for. MC used the skill, Hellfire and Raging Flames. The system window reported that this is the Avenger skill, Hellfire. Increases the effects of the skill. Revenge, raging flames by 2 times. Increases attack power by 4.5 times. Reduces HP by 36%. Kiho thought in surprise, why is he not running away? Does he really want to attack? Although it is different. This skill in this place, he lured him here to destroy him. He shouted in anger, calling him trash, that he curses him. Orum received damage from the enemy's attack, and then he dealt a crushing blow to the opponent. A deafening roar was heard from this blow. After a while, Shiwol coughed while the dust settled after using a powerful blow. She loudly called his name. Then Shiwol looked in surprise as Orum dealt a decisive blow to the enemy using his abilities. Kiho thought he was trash. He calculated the time to attack before the damage accumulated. The protagonist said that he might have a great class, but it didn't matter anymore. He was just a loser who killed for fun. After the protagonist thought, breathing heavily, that he could have died a little more. If the damage accumulation effect worked one more time, he would have died. He needed to heal before his invulnerability ended. Kiho looked at him angrily, gritting his teeth, and then rushed with the last of his strength to strike. MC was about to take a healing potion and turned around in shock. He used a skill, Poisoned Dagger. Kiho was suddenly bound by magic chains that Shiwol summoned. She then approached the enemy and said that this was the master of the labyrinths. He needs to surrender. He lost. His weapon is destroyed. He will not be able to fight for some time. If he continues to fight without a weapon, he will die. Does he really want to sacrifice himself for nothing? Kiho said that if they were planning on killing him, they should do it quickly. They won, so they should kill him, right? Shiwol looked at him with annoyance and stated, preparing to use her magic, that if he wanted it, she would do it. Orum asked her to stop. The protagonist said that they should ask him about the Chaos Guild first. The leader of the Raison Guild said that the members of the Chaos Guild might know something. She asked if he really thought that he would answer just because they asked him. He was just trash. Kiho stated that if they asked, he would answer. He grinned maliciously and said, calling her a fool, that he could still wish for her to go to the demons. The protagonist delivered a powerful kick to the opponent. The MC threateningly stated that if you call her that, he will find the most painful way to destroy him. Orum pointed his sword at him and said that he should first tell him what his and Chaos's goals are. What are they trying to achieve? Why are they killing people? Kiho asked how many times can he ask this question? They want to win. Although the leader of Chaos has a slightly different goal. The protagonist asked what he meant. He stated that these trash are richer than they can imagine. He wouldn't participate in this for 20 million won, right? And if it's not for fun, then he has other goals that aren't related to money. Shiwol asked, looking at Orum, maybe he wants the reward. The wish that the one who wins the event, the Horizon, will receive? Perhaps he wants something that can't be bought with money, like eternal life or eternal youth? Or maybe he wants to be with his late wife again? The protagonist asked in confusion, did she seriously think he was such a romantic? MC thought, whatever the leader of the Chaos Guild wanted, does that mean the Chaos Guild wants the Horizon event to be a success? Juyan doesn't want that to happen. This isn't just a competition among players. It seems like it was all set up. Then Orum asked, why does he want to win then? Is it for the money, or to make his wish come true? Kiho said that he himself doesn't know. He hasn't thought about it yet. Shiwol said that he is just trash. He asked, isn't this a competition? Isn't it a survival game? That's why he is trying to get rid of the competition. What else is there to think about? Kiho chuckled and said through gritted teeth, they live comfortably and eat well, so they can afford such carefree thoughts? The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Kiho said that since he was born, he had to fight to survive. Those were the rules in the orphanage he grew up in, and those are the rules in the whole world. If you don't use others, you can be used to achieve your goals. So he destroyed them. That's the only way he could survive. She asked what orphanage he was talking about. What did he mean by fighting to survive? He pointed out that those who didn't grow up there don't know that it's a hell. Dozens of children fight for a place to sleep because there's little space. The rules are strict, so you're not allowed to go anywhere. Do they think that those who grow up in a place like that will take care of each other? He means that they fought over every little thing. If someone lost, it meant that there was more food for others, more space to sleep. It doesn't mean that he didn't want a normal life, even though he grew up in such a place. At school, he was very obedient and tried not to fight. However, all that mattered to everyone was that he was an orphan without a mother and father. No one protected him, so he was bullied. He was beaten over and over again because he was weak. Kiho said furiously that in the end, whether it was an orphanage or the world, if he didn't fight and win, there would be no place for him. So he got rid of the bullies who tormented him, just like he always did in the orphanage. In a place like that, he had to be willing to do anything to survive. So what other goals should he have? Shiwol sighed indignantly. MC thought that he might be an orphan, but they were similar. If he too had no one like him, then maybe he himself would have become such a person. She asked, turning to Orum, what was wrong with him? Suddenly, Kiho used the skill, Dark Reaper's Advent. They tightly gripped their weapons and prepared to fight, gritting their teeth. Then the protagonist shouted in shock. What's wrong? Shiwol shouted. Did he really hurt himself with his own skill? Suddenly, a gilded door appeared behind the opponent. The protagonist thought in shock, where did the back door come from? So it's a transcendent class? The system window reported that it was a transcendent class. Other information was unavailable. This creature summoned a bone scythe and swung it. MC thought while trying to contain the enemy's power, what is this? He can't believe how much damage this monster deals with one hit. Orium shouted, so the back door gives so much power to a transcendent class? Suddenly, the enemy appeared behind him. The protagonist blocked the blow at the last moment and thought it was a curse. This enemy is too fast. Judging by its speed, this creature can now be compared to a top-tier monster, although it may be even stronger. The monster rushed to attack, and the protagonist thought, does it still want to fight? This enemy is too strong. At this rate, he will lose. Then MC saw Shiwal taking out something from her inventory. She remembered his words about how she would need to use it at a dangerous moment. Shiwal used the item, the Noon Room key. They suddenly found themselves in another space, but the enemy was not with them. Orium asked in surprise, is this the Noon Room? She said that she barely made it in time. Apparently, they understand each other's thoughts even on the battlefield. She didn't use it in vain, did she? He didn't want to fight anymore? The protagonist said that it was okay. He also thought that it was time for them to retreat. If they continued fighting, they would destroy the construction site, and the noise could attract people. Shiwal asked if his strange form was a transcendent class. The protagonist said that it was most likely so. They had never seen anything like this before. He couldn't believe that a Reaper knew how to open the back door. She said that they needed to stay here for now. Time would pass, and he would eventually leave. MC asked, is that really okay? They didn't know what he could do while he was a transcendent class. Shiwal said that no one could come in here without a key, or unless they were a member of their party, so they had nothing to be afraid of. She suggested that they rest until the enemy left, or until the sun set. After that, they lay on the bed with their eyes closed. Shiwal asked what he was thinking about. Orium thought about it for a moment and said that he was thinking about how soft the blanket was. He thought that he would sleep better on it. Should he take it with him? She asked if he was planning to steal it. The protagonist pointed out that he was actually thinking about the back door and the transcendent class. Didn't the Reaper hurt himself before opening the back door? And then he switched to the transcendent class. So he wondered if this was the way to reach the transcendent class? Shiwal said that was a good guess. However, he wasn't planning to experience it himself, was he? The protagonist's expression changed and he said that he was afraid to do so. She indignantly noted that there was no need to do such things at all. MC noted that, besides, given the peculiarities of the story monsters, each class could have its own way to the transcendent class. He didn't exactly remember the end of the story for the Reaper class, but it was about sacrificing oneself for the sake of a contract with the realm of the dead. And then the Reaper class received an item, a sickle for harvesting souls. Most likely, for the power of the transcendent class, one must sacrifice something. Shiwal asked why he did that. There is no greater sacrifice than one's own life. Then what should the Master of the Labyrinths do? In the end, the Master of the Labyrinths is left with the mage, who is afraid of his destiny to destroy the world. She imprisons herself in the labyrinth so that no one can save her. It seems that this is the end of the story. So the Master of the Labyrinths cannot reach the transcendent class? Orium said that it does not matter. Even if the transcendent class is unavailable to her, they will simply find another way to deal with enemies. She asked what happened to him then. He thought about something after the Reaper's story. What exactly was he thinking about? He doesn't pity him, does he? The protagonist said with a smile that it wasn't that. Whatever his past was, he was a murderer now. He didn't pity him at all. He was just a little surprised. He was an orphan, and he lost his parents too. So he thought that he could become like that too. He could kill all those who bullied him, become a monster who hated the whole world. That's why he froze in place. Shiwal asked with a sigh, so that was the problem? He was winding himself up too much. To his surprise, she hugged him from behind and said that he didn't become like the Reaper. He was a very good person. Only about 15% worse than her. The protagonist asked with a smile, where did such an exact figure come from? MC said that he was glad that he met her. If they hadn't met, he most likely wouldn't have changed at all, or would have caused trouble for the sake of revenge. He rarely says it, but he is really grateful to her for being by his side. She asked if he would just say thank you, and that's it? Orium asked with a laugh, did she really want him to buy her strawberry milk again? Shiwal's expression changed and whispered that she didn't want it. She raised herself up and said, looking into his eyes, that he doesn't have to say anything at all. She wants him to prove it with his actions. The protagonist asked, confused, what did she mean? Shiwal approached him and asked if she really needed to explain everything to him. There was only one thing they could do now. The protagonist looked into her eyes and she whispered his name. Shiwal then said that he should let her win the event. Is he okay with that? The MC looked at her in shock. She looked at him smugly. Shiwal said with a smile that if he lets her win, she will thank him later. Orium said irritably that even if he doesn't thank her, he will get first place in the event, Horizon. She said that it will be his choice. The protagonist thought about it and said that he has a suggestion. Cheval asked what he was talking about. The protagonist noted that this has happened before, after some time in the cafeteria. Drian shouted in shock. Are they serious? They really want to take him into the party? The MC asked, is it really that surprising? He acts like in those videos where he reacts to something. He said that of course, it is surprising. They invite him, a coward who can't play, to a high-ranking party. Shual noted that he is indeed a coward and his stats are terrible, but an adventurer in the party is very useful in quests. Plus, they will be able to choose quests for 3 people. Why doesn't he join and help them? Drian awkwardly said that he does not know what to do. He could not hope for such a thing. Doesn't Oram remember what he told him last time? How could he come to such a decision after those words? She asked if he was talking about preventing Horizon? If that's what he was talking about, then Oram had already told her everything. They weren't convinced. First of all, she doesn't know exactly what Horizon is, and she can't just give up winning the event, and they don't trust him. If he wants them to prevent Horizon, he has to fight side by side with them. They have to trust each other. His face changed, and he said that she was contradicting herself. But it makes sense. How can they just decide to invite him to the group? They don't even know him. MC said that they decided to sort it out later. He's not a threat to them, with his class and stats. Besides, he is not a player killer or a member of the Chaos Guild, so he can be invited to join their party. He can think of it as, they are not allies, they are just testing each other's abilities and aspirations. He can tell them who he is when they earn his trust. Jion asked, so in order for there to be mutual trust between them, he needs to act, not just talk, right? He understood. Then he has no choice. He agrees to join their party. They must join forces. Then he added fearfully that, however, he is not their helper. He is a bad player. Oram said that it does not matter, but there will be 3 of them in the party. The protagonist asked, turning to the girl. She also thinks so, right? She crossed her arms and said, turning away, that is exactly it. With the quest rewards for 3, they will strengthen their skills faster. The protagonist said that then they will contact him when they receive the quest. Juyan said that he would try to prepare. MC thought that Juyan was a cunning person. He was hiding a lot, but for now, it was better to keep him close. At the moment, he knows the most about the secrets of the game. Sometime later, on the hospital grounds, Arom sighed heavily and thought, sitting on the bench, that she had decided that she would die today. Work shifts on Mondays are hell. Noah asked, calling her by name. Was she going home already? She was surprised by his appearance. Aram stood up and said with a smile that she was. She had a morning shift. She would finish her rounds now and go home. She thanks him for helping Oram. Maybe she should have gone with him. He said with a smile that there was nothing wrong with it. It was just a doctor's duty. If she wanted to thank him, they could go out for dinner. Naturally, he would treat her. She asked, shouldn't she pay in that case? Noah said that it was something else. He just wanted to go somewhere, but he didn't want to do it alone. He asked her politely to go with him. She could invite her brother if she wanted. Aram thoughtfully asked if she could invite Oram. He said that she could tell him when she had a day off, he would adjust to her work schedule. She said that she would let him know. Then Aram thought that she thought Noah was just sweet and smart, and he could also be so persistent. How dare he suck up to her family and not to her? She imagined the doctor becoming friends with her little brother. She thought sheepishly that it was even cute, because he seemed naive. Suddenly, a man in sunglasses politely approached her. He asked where he could find an orthopedist. Ahrim said with a smile that she was just going that way. Should she take him there? He can follow her. It's not far from here. Ryon took off his sunglasses and said with a grin that it was great. He was grateful to the nurse for helping him. Meanwhile, Juyan was simply terrified of this turtle, and when it rushed after him, he ran away in a panic and began to beg for someone to help. Shiwol waved her hand at him, telling him to come here, and then used her staff, and the turtle immediately fell into a trap, a swamp. She told the guy to act, and he, raising his hand, screamed loudly and used the skill Blinding Light, which neutralizes the monster's passive skills, imposing the status of confusion for 15 seconds. As soon as the bright light hit the monster's eyes, it plunged into a trance, and its passive skill, Damage Reflection, was neutralized. He was glad that they got rid of this annoying skill, and Shiwol sighed in displeasure, asking, does he really have to squeal like that when he uses the skill? He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that it felt like he was doing it for real. And she, deciding not to chat with him anymore, called Orom and told him to get rid of it with one hit. With quick steps, he approached the turtle and jumped high into the air and then rushed down and chopped off its horn, which fell with a clatter nearby. Shiwol praised him for this, and Juyan said that it was an expensive item for leveling up. Meanwhile, MC returned to the turtle to finish it off with a combination of attacks. Lunging forward, he dealt many blows, which made the turtle feel pain, and then its shell cracked and fell apart. Just like that, they defeated the monster, and it was time to choose rewards. Oram noted that it was some kind of easy quest for 3, and Shiwol said that she deliberately chose an easy one to coordinate them. If Juyeon hadn't fallen, they would have finished the quest without taking any damage at all. He awkwardly laughed and apologized to them. And then Shiwol asked what reward they should choose. By selling the 1,000-year-old turtle horn, they can make up for her monetary losses. Then how about she choose points? Juyeon raised his hand, saying he had an idea. What if they chose a random loot box? They looked at him strangely, and after a short pause, Shiwol asked with displeasure, did he like gambling? MC was of the same opinion and asked, was he suggesting that they lose such an opportunity for a random one after risking their lives? He excitedly said that he didn't mean that at all. Let them hear him out. Adventurers have a skill called Surprisingly Good Day. If he uses it, his chance of getting a good item will increase. In the game, he got a lot of great items like that. If you use this skill before opening a chest or before entering a dungeon, the chances increase. Oram asked, so they can get something good from a random box if he uses this skill? He confirmed it, but Shiwol, despite his words, was not going to take any risks and said that she deserved a reward after putting her life in danger. She wants to be sure that she will get something good. She asked Oram what he will do, and he thought for a few seconds before telling her that he will take a random loot box. It should contain high-class items, so he does not think he will lose much even if he gets something strange. In any case, it will be a high-class item, so he can sell it for a good price. Or he can exchange it for another item. She sighed and told him to do as he wants. If he is lucky, then maybe he will get something good. And if something bad happens to him, let him call her before he starts crying. He told her that he won't cry, after which it was time to go home. He appeared on the landing, but before going inside, he decided to choose a reward, since his sister was probably already asleep. He told the system that he was choosing a high-quality random loot box and hoped that he would get something useful. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was very surprised. In his hand was the Dagger of Reckoning, a special weapon for the Avenger. It increases the effective skills by 80% and also increases the duration of passive skills. He looked at it in shock and thought that this was just amazing. It was so rare that he had already despaired of finding it in the game. He began to jump in place with joy and thank God. He had already managed to imagine what a cool Avenger he would be with this dagger, and he forgot all the words from happiness except very and cool. When he calmed down, he looked at his new weapon with a smile and thought that it was good that they took Juyeon to their place. A new day had come. Classes were already over, and he was walking home happily. Noticing his good mood, the girl asked if he was really so happy just because he got a good item. He confirmed this, because a special weapon rarely drops. He also got jewelry that can be exchanged for something useful and items to improve his ultimate skill. In his opinion, this is a great success. He advised her to trust Juyeon's skills next time and try to take a random loot box. What if she gets the Labyrinth Master's special weapon? She seriously thought about it and was already about to try to do this next time, but she realized in time what she almost agreed to and began to beat him with her fists, telling him not to tempt her with gambling. He laughed loudly and said that they worked well together yesterday and got good items. Maybe they should try a difficult quest? She said that she would have chosen a difficult one without his words. She also wants to see how she pumped up her skills. She hit him on the shoulder and asked if he was busy tonight. He and Sojung were going to watch a movie. She invited him to go with them, but he refused because he wanted to spend time with his sister and eat barbecue with her. Shiwol was offended at him, but did not press him, after which they went their separate ways. While he was walking home, he took out his phone and thought that given that he had an item that gives points, if he can calculate everything, then maybe he will start using other skills that he has not used before. He started calculating it and thought that the attack power was 280, which meant it increased to 504. This means he can increase the power of all skills. Does he need to calculate the damage of all the skill he is currently using? Maybe the damage will be more than the ultimate skill in total. Maybe he will even be able to hurt a transcendent class? Unexpectedly for him, his stomach growled loudly and he froze in place, wondering why he was so hungry. He had not gone to extra classes for a long time, but after lunch, he still ate bread. He decided to hurry up and ask his sister to have dinner early. He ran into the house, went up to the right floor, and entered the apartment, telling his sister that he was home, but no one met him inside. He thought that she had not returned yet, but it was strange, since today she was supposed to be back early. He went to the door of her room and knocked, calling her. Not waiting for an answer, he went inside, thinking that she had just fallen asleep, but his gaze became scared in an instant. He saw a knife stuck in a note on the bed, and a key was lying nearby. Someone left him a message saying that if he wanted his sister to be safe, he should use this key. He walked closer in horror and thought, is this a letter from the kidnapper? His sister's phone is also here. He took the key and realized that it was an item from the game. The system said that this was the key to the midday room for invited guests. This can only be used once. He froze in place for a few seconds to concentrate, and realized that only chaos could do this, causing him to become furious. Meanwhile, Ryu-Yun was waiting for him in the midday room, playing on his phone. MC appeared next to him and he said that he thought he would come earlier. He immediately asked where his sister was, and he asked him to wait for a while. He is busy playing the game now. If he completes this quest, his rank will increase. He knows that he understands how important it is to improve his rank. After all, he is a player too. But Oram wasn't going to wait. He was so furious that he kicked the phone out of his hands and said that if he had to repeat the question one more time, he would kill him. Where is his sister? Seeing his expression, Ryuyeon smirked. He adjusted his bangs and asked, didn't he tell him to wait? After that, he stood up, picked up his phone and threw it in his hands, telling him to look at the screen. His sister is now in his car in the underground parking lot. He used a special item to put her to sleep, but she will wake up soon. If he gets out of here, he will easily find her. But in order to get out, of course, he needs to defeat him. MC gritted his teeth and asked why he was doing this. She is an ordinary person. She doesn't even know about the game. He told him that is why she is still alive. If she were a player, he would have killed her already. If he didn't kidnap her, he wouldn't have come here, right? Oram frowned and asked if Baek Eunyoung was behind all of this, but he denied it, saying that he had nothing to do with it. It was all his own making. But he told his sister about him. This made the MC even more angry and asked what he wanted from him. Why did he need him, and why did he kidnap his sister? He told him that he did it for no reason, he just needed him to die. At that moment, his comrade appeared behind him and said that if he didn't move, his sister would remain unharmed. But if he tried to resist, his sister would be finished too. Oram asked with a gloomy expression, so this is what Chaos does? Ryuyeon smiled and said that it shouldn't surprise him, they are players. It's just a way to get rid of the competition and rise to a higher rank. That's why they will kill him, but he shouldn't take it personally. He doesn't wish him any harm. MC thought for a second, then agreed to do as he wanted, and, preparing for a fight, declared that from now on, he would play by their rules. He would destroy Chaos and become the best player. His reaction pleased Ryuyeon, and then his comrade swung his axe and ordered him to stop talking nonsense. He hit the place where Oram had just been with all his might. A second before the blow, he managed to jump to the side and was already behind the enemy. He used the skill, the time for revenge comes when the enemy is still alive, and went down, after which he jumped from one to the other opponent, striking them. The guy hissed curses through his teeth, and meanwhile he thought that there were two of them, and one of them was a butcher. He does not know the class of the second one. In any case, it will be difficult for him to deal with two at once. He must be faster and destroy their formation. He cannot let them attack at the same time. He wanted to move on, but suddenly found that his leg had fallen through. When he looked down, he saw a box underneath him, sucking him in, and immediately turned around, reflecting Ryuyeon's attack. He realized that he was a trickster, a support class, and they also have strange skills. Ryuyeon snapped his fingers, using the substitution skill, and a butcher immediately appeared in his place, which made MC nervous, because he clearly did not expect this. The butcher used the skill and swung his axe, after which a hail of continuous attacks fell on Oram, which he could not defend against. He counterattacked by swinging his sword upward, but only cut the enemy's hood, and then he disappeared somewhere, literally dissolving into thin air. He nervously gritted his teeth and looked at Ryuyeon, thinking that this was definitely a vanish skill. A trickster skill called Vanish allows a player or a member of his party to become invisible for 2 seconds. During invisibility, it is impossible to attack or be attacked. The butcher appeared next to his comrade, and he asked what he told him. If he is too aggressive, the Avenger will attack back. Blood flowed down his forehead, but he did not pay attention to it and told him to shut up, let him worry about himself. He is too slow. Meanwhile, MC caught his breath and thought that both of them deal good damage, but most of Trickster's skills are related to teleportation. It will be difficult for him to cope with them. He will have to deal with them one by one. But who? He aimed at the butcher and rushed to attack, and then Ryuyeon joked about his comrade, saying that he chose him. Let him not screw up this time. He annoyedly told him to shut up and responded to the Avenger's attack, after which they began to exchange endless blows. Then Trickster decided to come at the Avenger from behind. He used the skill cards trick, and then Oram was hit with a hail of playing cards, but he didn't care. When he looked up, he saw his opponent jumping at him, but he quickly reacted and turned around. To his surprise, the butcher saw the soles of his shoes in front of his face, and then MC pushed off from him and rushed towards Ryuyeon, who at that time had just landed nearby. Noticing the Avenger, he thought in surprise, was he going to attack him? But why not the butcher? Did he trick them? He smirked and said that it was not bad, but cheap tricks won't help him. After that, he used substitution, and the butcher immediately went on the attack. His axe sparkled red. It was his ultimate skill Devil's Slaughter, which causes a blast wave that deals area damage and increases damage dealt by 3 times, as well as a critical hit chance by 80%. Oram was watching his every move carefully, and when the axe approached him, he raised his sword above himself and blocked the blow. After that, a small explosion occurred. Watching this, Ryuyeon smiled and thought that at least he tried to turn on his brain. This is what happens when some idiot tries to outsmart him. But imagine his surprise when he saw that the Avenger was holding back the butcher's attack. And all thanks to his skill surviving adversity, which allowed him to absorb the damage. MC said that he planned to deal with him from the beginning. Reaching out to the side, he took out his new dagger, and the guys were surprised that he had another weapon. After that, he used the skill Eye for an Eye, and his dagger was enveloped in red energy, which grew in size, taking the shape of a weapon. Using the skill Devilish Carnage, he swung his attack at the enemy, outlining a semicircle, from which he loudly screamed in pain and was thrown back several meters. He hit his back against the wall, and Oram looked at him with hatred. He dealt with this. There was only one left. He looked at his dagger and thought that he did not intend to use the buff of this weapon. He was lucky. He turned to Ryu-Yun and said that it was his turn. He needs to go to his sister, so they need to finish and quickly, and let him not waste his time with his tricks. Because of this, Ryu-Yun got angry and told him to go to hell. He knows that he crossed a line that should not have been crossed. If he had not resisted, everything would have ended quickly. And now he and the master of the labyrinths from his party are finished. Does he understand that? MC responded by saying that he was the one who crossed the line. He broke into their house, kidnapped his sister, and she's not even a player. If he had just played fair, none of this would have happened. But he simply can't turn a blind eye to what happened. They are all monsters, so he will destroy them. After these words, he rushed into the attack and dust rose from his blow. Ryu-Yun gritted his teeth nervously, and then they started to hit each other, and he exclaimed that he doesn't even have a rank, he's just an overconfident brat. He used the skill Magic Stage, which caused a magic circle to appear under his feet, and Oram realized that it was a field that increases attack. His opponent took out Ivory and used it to increase the effectiveness of the skill, and MC thought, does he really want to end it all in one hit, so he increases the skill to the maximum? At the same time, huge saws appeared above his head. This was the skill Sawing a Person trick. Ryu-Yun pointed the saws at him, but no matter how hard he tried to escape from them, they followed him exactly. At one point, he was unable to react, and 2 saws injured him, which made him grit his teeth and realize that he can't attack and dodge at the same time. He needs to hold out until the skill's duration ends. He began to retreat back, so as not to get hit again, but suddenly felt something strange in the chest area. When he looked down, he saw the trickster's hand. It turns out that he quietly crept up on him from behind, using teleportation. He used the Ghost Rose skill and everything around his hand began to grow roses. This skill allows him to pass through a physical barrier and reduces the opponent's physical strength by 5%. Feeling the roses pass through his body, Oram screamed loudly, then rushed forward and immediately turned around, swinging his sword, but could not hit the enemy. He dissolved into the haze, and MC realized that he used the disappearance skill. But this is even good. This gives him time to use the panacea. But when he opened the inventory, he found that the panacea was gone, and then Ryu-Yun asked, is this what he is looking for? He tossed the potion bottle in his hands, and Oram realized that he had used the Sleight of Hand skill. Ryu-Yun used the panacea with an evil grin, healing his wounds, and MC thought that with Sleight of Hand, he could steal another player's item. Did he really use the ivory to increase his chance of success? Feeling a surge of strength, the trickster said that thanks to it, he had fully recovered. Although it was of little use, he was not seriously injured. How much strength did he have left? Half or less? But in any case, it did not matter. In a minute, there would be none left at all. Oram remained silent, because he knew that he was right. He could not win like that. His skills were simply not enough. The panacea was stolen, but at least his combat strength and dexterity indicators were higher. There was only one way to deal with him, and that was to rely on the player's abilities. He pounced on the trickster in a jump, and he immediately attacked in response. Their blows were so strong that everything around them began to collapse, and at the moment of exchanging blows, Ryu-Yun realized that the Avenger did not allow him to attack in response, and knew all his skills. But it's not just that he is an avid gamer, it is an innate talent. He knew it. He is a serious threat to their boss, and therefore he must kill him. He used the skill Mirror Room, and dozens of mirrors appeared behind him. This skill reflects the opponent's attack and returns it to him multiplied. MC got nervous, and Ryu-Yun wished him a quick death, after which he swung his dagger and several dozen blows fell on Oram at once. He took a defensive pose, trying to protect himself, and Ryu-Yun continued to attack him and laugh loudly. But at one point, MC decided not to tolerate the flurry of his attacks and swung his sword, destroying all the mirrors, and answered him that he would not die so easily. He activated the skill Flower That Blooms at Dusk. When his health falls below 80%, his attack power increases by 54% for 10 seconds, and the player becomes invulnerable to damage. Many swords appeared behind him, and Ryu-Yun realized that this was the ultimate skill, and that he was now in danger. Then the swords headed towards him, and upon collision, a small explosion occurred, and sparks appeared in the air. When the dust settled, Oram saw a box at the place of impact and realized that he had teleported. He came out of the box behind him and said that this was the end. Showering playing cards, he said that the trick must be watched, after which he used the skill Magic Becomes Real. For the next 12 seconds, each of his magical attacks will deal damage. The playing cards grew in size, and he, spreading his arms to the sides, said that if he does not watch carefully, he may miss the most important thing. After his words, the cards flew at Oram, but he was not afraid and headed towards the enemy, dodging every blow. He smirked and mentally noted that he was simply dodging his skill, but he still could not win. But he noticed something. It turned out that his skill was still in effect, and this made him nervous. The Avenger's ultimate skill is a long-range attack that can be controlled with a weapon. He has a sword and a dagger in his hands, so he can attack at the same time and continue to control his ultimate skill. Without slowing down, MC headed towards him and thought that only the ultimate skill was left. If he fails, he will not be able to save his sister. So he cannot lose. He gritted his teeth, determined to win no matter what, and then swung his weapon, pointing the heavy swords at Ryu Yan, who was hiding in a box at that time. Meanwhile, Shiwal was spending time with her friend. She couldn't get the toy out of the arcade machine, and she cursed in frustration, saying that she couldn't do anything. She couldn't get that ugly toy out. Sojun came up to her with popcorn in her hands and said that they could go to the cinema now. They went there, and she asked if she had already sent Oram a photo. She checked his chat and confirmed it, saying that he wasn't responding to her. He was probably with the girl he liked right now. Her friend was very surprised that he had a girlfriend, and Shiwal said that she was talking about his sister. He loved her very much and always took care of her. In the meantime, he had dealt with his opponent for the sake of his sister, and was now trying to catch his breath. He looked around. Everything around was cracked, scratched, and there were pieces lying on the floor. He wondered if this place would disappear if the room collapsed completely, while his opponent gritted his teeth in frustration and thought that he lost to him because of the difference in skill usage speed. He opened his inventory with the thought that there was only one way to end him and took out the key to the midday room. He was going to lock him in here and escape. Just as he was about to use the key, the dagger flew into his hand and he screamed loudly in pain. MC said that he knew that he would try to escape. He can't even fight him without taking a hostage. They are all cowards. Seeing him take the key, Ryun stood up and asked him to wait, asking if he wants to escape from here with it. But if he does that, he will be trapped. He will be locked in until someone decides to come in. Did he decide to kill him? Oram pointed his sword at him, silencing him, and told him that if he didn't want to be trapped, he should give him everything he stole or he would destroy the key. He wouldn't leave him any chance to get out of here. Ryun said indignantly that this was too much, then returned all the stolen items to him, and he looked through his inventory and thought that he still had a spare key for the guest. He used all the panaceas in the battle with the Raison Guild. He told him that he had all the items now, then used the key to the room, and Ryu Yun became very worried. He asked him to wait and said that he would do anything to avoid staying here. He told him that as he had already said, he was not going to leave him any chance. Maybe someone would manage to steal the key from him and save him. There was static around him, signaling his exit from the room, and he said that maybe one of the chaos would get lucky and that person would kill him, if he could, of course. Until then, he would have to wait patiently in this room. He glared at him and said at last that it was time to raise the stakes in this game, after which he disappeared. As soon as Ryuyan was alone in the room, he clenched his teeth and started cursing in every possible way. Meanwhile, Ahram was walking along the dark street, warming her hands with her breath. She thought that summer was coming soon, but then it suddenly became very cold. When she got home, she would get a blanket and give it to Oram so that he wouldn't catch a cold. Someone called out to her and she turned around, seeing a monster with 3 pairs of hands who was asking if he could talk to her. If not, then at least let her give him her phone number. All hands reached out to her and she closed her eyes in fear and then pulled out a stun gun from her bag and hit him. The monster immediately fell, and she took advantage of this and ran away. Without slowing down, she glanced back and thought, was it a monster? Is the world really that bad that monsters walk the streets? Whatever it was, she needed to get out of here as fast as she could. If something happened to her, who would take care of Oram? But something made her stop, and it was her parents standing nearby. At first, she couldn't believe her eyes and came closer, but it was really them. They smiled at her and started to leave. Not wanting to let them go, she got nervous and asked them to wait. She threw down the taser and extended her hand to them, telling them not to go and not to leave her alone again. She ran after them and screamed that it was hard for her. It was very difficult for her to live alone. She needed to earn money and take care of Orim. She didn't know what to do. While she was running, she turned into a little girl and with tears in her eyes asked them not to leave, but they didn't listen to her and slowly sank under the water. She would have continued running after them if it weren't for her little brother. He called out to her and asked in bewilderment, what was wrong with her? Was she leaving? Realizing that she couldn't just leave him like that, she pulled herself together, wiped away her tears, and turned to him with a smile and asked what he was doing here. She picked him up and said that she wasn't going anywhere. They were going to eat some fried meat today, and then he was going to sleep, and she was going to bring him a warm blanket. So they needed to go home together as soon as possible. It was a dream, and she woke up in her brother's arms, who was carrying her home. He didn't notice that she was awake, and she saw the blood on him, and started wondering what had happened and why he was holding her. She was just walking home from work. She decided that it was just a dream and closed her eyes, thinking that if it were real, she would have protected him. Meanwhile, the movie ended, and the two friends came out of the cinema, and Sojin said that this movie was great. Shiwol said that the plot was simple, but the movie itself was good. The villain was so funny, he had a face like an octopus. She received a text from Oram on her phone calling her to the noon room. She lied to her friend that she had a stomachache and said she was going to the toilet. Sojin wanted to wait for her, but she told her that it would take a long time and sent her home. As soon as she locked herself in the toilet, she took out the key and used it, after which she moved to the midday room and jumped back in surprise, seeing a bloody Orium. She immediately began to ask him about what happened here and why he was covered in blood, after which a loud scream was heard from the side. Juyeon was also scared by his appearance, so much so that he fell to the floor. From his appearance in the room, Shiwol realized that he was also texting him, after which she asked what happened. Did the Reaper find him again? He looked at her with his last strength and asked her to first cure him, then he would tell her everything. After the treatment was over, he told them everything and she asked in bewilderment, did he fight 2 Chaos members alone? Why didn't he tell her anything? He told her that he wasn't in the mood, and she said that the main thing is that he and his sister are safe now. Juyeon meanwhile frowned, thinking about something, after which MC opened the inventory and said that he received some strange items from them. He showed her the box with the head and she wrinkled her face in disgust, asking what it was for. He told her that he didn't know, it was with the trickster. Maybe Rizon knows what it is? Judging by Juyeon's face, the item seemed familiar to him. He took it and said that he thought it was an item for hacking. With this device, you can monitor what's happening in the ergosphere online without connecting to R4. He read about it on the information board on the internet. Oram wondered how he immediately understood what this thing was. Has he seen something like this before? He told him that he had not only seen it, but he had even used something like it when the closed beta test was released. They were a little surprised, and then he decided to explain everything to them in more detail. The developers use it to collect data, and you can use it to watch players without connecting to virtual reality. But his device was cute, not like this one. MC noted that hackers have such terrible taste, and then looked at the guy with a smile and said that he knew that he had been playing this game for a long time, but not that much. He looked down and said that it was not that he had just been playing for a long time. He had participated in the development and alpha testing, since he was the very first player of Ergosphere Online. They did not expect such news, and after a few seconds of silence, Shiwol asked if the alpha version was not tested by the developers themselves. He told them that this was usually the case, but with this game, everything turned out a little differently. Since the alpha version was developed for R4, it was tested by completely different people. At the time, he was part of a group of 8 to 14-year-olds as a tester. He had been interested in game development since he was a child, so he decided to give it a try. Plus, they paid well for it. Oram asked if that was why he knew the story of the game so well. He told him that it was not so. Only a small part of the game was shown in the alpha test so as not to disclose its real content. They only tested the technical part, so he did not know everything. In general, he knows the story of the game so well because he loves this game. This answer did not impress them much. After thinking for a few seconds, MC asked if the developers told anything during the alpha test about people who became their characters or something like that. He scratched the back of his head in confusion and said that he was very young then. To be honest, they did not communicate with the developers much. He looked down and wanted to say something, but remembered moments from his childhood, namely the people in the photo in his house. He decided to keep quiet and lied, saying that he couldn't remember anything because he was too young. Oram found this strange. Shiwol asked him why Chaos targeted him specifically. He thought they noticed that they were working with Raison. He assumed that Eunhyun was just trying to get revenge on him, and Shiwol noted that he was dedicated to his cause. The MC said that they needed to be careful, because it seemed like Chaos was hunting them. Juyeon got really nervous because of his words, and asked if they were even hunting him. Shiwol calmed him down, saying that he hadn't met the Chaos members yet, so he was fine, and no one had seen them together. Besides, an adventurer wasn't the biggest threat. Her words angered him, and he called her evil, after which, they went home. When Oram returned home, he checked the time. It was already 8 p.m, his sister should have woken up by now. He wondered if she was okay, and hoped that those items and skills had no consequences. And if she remembered the moment of her abduction, she might be left with psychological trauma. He closed his eyes, preparing for the worst, and reached out for the doorknob, hoping that she was okay. He entered the apartment and told his sister that he was home, and she called out to him in displeasure and asked where he had been all this time. She had told him to come early, because they were having dinner. Let him quickly go wash his hands. He looked at her and asked if she was sick. She had been sleeping so soundly. His words made her think and said that she had just come home from work and went to bed. It seemed like nothing out of the ordinary. Maybe it was because she had a lot of work these past couple of days. She had been having all sorts of nightmares. But he shouldn't worry. She had something. Top quality beef. When he saw the meat, he He grabbed it with delight and exclaimed in surprise, "Can they really afford this?" She smiled proudly and said that she had a lot of money, more than usual. Now, if the matter is closed, let him wash his hands and they will finally start eating dinner. Looking at her, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought that it was good that his sister had not changed. Meanwhile, Yoonhung was fighting a huge stone golem. He swung his fist, but the guy did not let it hit him and jumped to the side, and while he was in the air, he aimed at it with his new special executioner weapon called the Crossbow of Inevitability. The attack power increases if the target is close, and there is also a homing function. This crossbow increases the chance of a critical hit. He summoned a pentagon of arrows, after which he fired them at the enemy and cut off his arm. While he was confused, he landed nearby and used the skilled god's staff, causing a magic circle to appear under the golem's feet and a glow above its head. After that, a beam of light hit the golem, which disassembled its body into pieces, and they flew in all directions. After his victory, Yoonhun could finally catch his breath, but he didn't know that he was being watched. On the roof nearby, the emperor and the puppeteer were standing. She said that the executioner could be very useful to them, especially after she gave him a special weapon and some buffs. The emperor smiled and noted that he owed his abilities to his strong will. He's driven by the spirit of competition. When they create a new world, they will need people like him. People who are willing to fight for what they want, no matter what. She asked, so he wants to create a world where everyone has a chance to compete with each other equally? He confirmed this and said that the world is too kind to slackers. They don't need people who are dependent on the existing system. Let them call him a villain, but he thinks that the world needs those who can make noise. In the new world, everyone will fight equally and receive rewards according to their abilities. The classic game world is much more fun than them. The puppeteer remained silent and the emperor remembered Ryu Yan. He was supposed to call him today, but he never did. She asked, is he talking about that idiot trickster? He didn't call her either, but he's alive. His name is still on the party list. She remembered something. He said that he went hunting for personal reasons and said that he would catch the Avenger. He didn't understand who she was talking about, so she explained to him that it was the guy who conspired with Raizan. It seems he's an old friend of the executioner. The emperor looked at Eunhyung strangely, then headed to the exit of the roof and asked her to send him all the information about the Avenger. She asked, is he interested in him? He confirmed it and said that he felt like his subordinate had made a mistake and that he would have to personally reprimand him. That was the company policy. A new day had arrived, and Oram and Shiwol went to a cafe to study. While they were solving math problems, Shiwol frowned, and MC asked if something was wrong. She told him that she didn't know how to solve question 14, and he sat down closer to her and wrote down the solution. She noted that he was surprisingly good at studying, but she only cared about the game and thought that everything else was just nonsense. He asked if that wasn't a too simple view of the world. Their conversation was interrupted and Shiwol received a call from someone, and Orium asked who it was. The contact name, Sly Woman, appeared on the phone screen, and she told him it was Raizan. She answered the call and asked, with a displeased expression, what happened? Sunga told her that nothing happened. Can they talk? She has a suggestion for them. They got a great quest. The MC immediately sat closer to her so he could hear everything, and Sunga said that there was a pacification quest for 6 people. Several parties can participate. The main thing is that each group has 6 people. There are 8 players, the 2 of them and their assistant. She thinks it would be great if they found another person and they could make 2 groups. How do they like this suggestion? Maybe they should try playing together? Shiwol asked who their assistant was. They didn't just grab the first person they came across just to make a group, did they? Her words made Sunga laugh and she said that she would never do something like that. She thinks they will be surprised. They found a paladin named Shin Juyok. He was number 1 on the Asian server. As soon as Oram heard this, he immediately became interested, but Shiwol was surprised. Seeing her reaction, he asked who he was. He knows he's good, he's number 1 after all, but is he famous? She looked away and told him that she wasn't sure, but she's definitely heard of him. A paladin who doesn't belong to any guild, but when someone fights, he helps them. He promises them that he'll help them win, no matter what. He asked if this is the same Shin Juyok. She told him that it's definitely him. It's not that easy for a paladin to rank up on his own. Sunga asked, so what do they think about it? The quest starts next week. They can decide within this weekend. Shiwol asked, what's the reward for this quest? If it's a competition, will the reward depend on how well you rank? She told her that everyone will be rewarded equally. It's about 30 million won per person. Hearing that amount, Shiwol's eyes immediately sparkled with anticipation, and she looked at Oram, asking, they better agree to this, right? He gave her a confident thumbs up. Then Shiwol told Sunga that they agreed. They would join their quest. She giggled and said that she knew it. Let them choose who they want to be in the team with, and send her the names. They will discuss it together and make a final decision over the weekend. After this call, they left the cafe and started discussing the upcoming quest. Shiwol asked, so they can choose any member of the Raizan Guild? Anyway, when the quest starts, they will be playing against each other. MC agreed with her, but he would like to choose those who are a good fit for Juyeon. The adventurer can buff all party members. If they choose the right allies, they will be stronger than the second group. Shiwol decided to see who suits the adventurer, then showed him some options, and he noted that she was thinking the same thing as him. After that, Shiwol wrote the names to the guild leader, and immediately someone called her. Oram thought it was Raizon, and thought about the quest. He wondered what kind of monster would be there. Lately, they have been getting quests and competitions with boss-level monsters. This is a serious quest, which means the monster will be very strong. He hopes that at least there will be only one. He doesn't want to come up with a new strategy. Shiwol called out to him, distracting him from his thoughts, and asked what plans he has for the weekend. He told her that he has no plans, and she said that this is good. Let him make sure that he doesn't have any plans on Saturday night, because he has to go on a date with her. She said it so confidently that he was taken aback and asked why they suddenly have a date. Saturday came. MC dressed up and came to the meeting place. While he was waiting for her, he thought, what's going on? She suddenly asks him out on a date, but she never explains anything to him. They often go out together, but it never seemed like anything special to him. He thought it was just a meeting of two players. But when she said about a date, his heart started pounding as if he had suddenly stumbled upon a complex monster. Suddenly, someone hit him on the back, which made him almost scream in fright. Shiwol asked if he had been waiting for her for a long time. When he turned around, his eyes widened in surprise. She appeared in front of him in an outfit that was completely unexpected for him. She apologized for being a little late, but when she noticed his intent gaze, she hit him with her bag and asked if he was staring at her. He told her that he was not at all, and embarrassedly looked away, thinking what kind of outfit was this? She looked like a completely different person. He awkwardly asked where they were going today. She seemed to say that she wanted to go somewhere. She didn't want to give away any spoilers and patted him on the shoulder with a smile, telling him that he would have to trust her and follow her. He got a little flustered and said that he liked spoilers, and she immediately told him to shut up in annoyance. They walked down the street in silence for a while, and then Shiwol called out to a girl, causing Oram to look at her in surprise. But when he looked at the person she called out to, he was very surprised. It was his sister and Dr. An. Aram waved at them, and her brother asked in confusion, what was going on here? She laughed and said that she thought that she wouldn't be able to persuade him to come, so she made arrangements with Shiwol. Dr. An had recently helped him, so she thought it would be nice to have dinner together. MC looked at his friend and asked, is that why she tricked him into coming here? She confirmed it with a proud smile, and his sister called her and asked her for help. As the daughter of a pharmaceutical company's CEO, it would be useful for her to meet people who knew their way around medicine. He was disappointed, and his sister suggested that they go inside, as their reservation would be cancelled if they were late. Some time passed, and they found a table in the restaurant, and a couple of dishes had already been brought to them. Over a glass of champagne, Aram reminisced about her childhood, especially enjoying telling the story of how her younger brother would cry and beg her not to leave. She laughed, and Aram said with shame that he had never done anything like that, and Noah noted that they had a good relationship. Aram said that it had been a long time ago, and now they only communicate when they were both home. While they were chatting, Shiwol thought about it and asked how they had become friends. She knew that they worked in the same hospital, but even so, they had different specialties. Aram realized that she herself hadn't noticed how they had started communicating, and then Noah told them that he had made the first move and decided to talk to her. One day, he saw her busy working in the hospital corridor. She was helping an elderly patient at the time, and for some reason, her appearance made him want to talk to her. MC was surprised by this, and Noah said that was why he spoke first. Aram laughed awkwardly, and Shiwol asked her how she felt about the nursing profession. Would she recommend it to others? She told her that she didn't even know. It all depends on the person. But there was only one thing she wanted to tell a person who wanted to become a nurse: run and find something else. That's all. After that, she laughed, and they both looked at her strangely, and she said that of course, not everything is so bad, especially when your patients leave the hospital healthy, and when your smile is answered with a smile. You understand that it is a rewarding job. They all looked at her in surprise, and she laughed awkwardly, saying that she now felt ashamed. She never said that. Noah's gaze lingered on her, her awkward smile reminding him of Maria, and Shiwol looked at him closely. At that moment, she received a message on her phone, which made her a little nervous. She asked Oram to step outside for a minute to talk, and he asked if they could do it here. She told him that it was an awkward topic and hurried him. When they found themselves in a secluded place, Shiwol said that she was in a good mood. So she suggested that they stand here for now, give them a chance to talk to each other. Besides, she wouldn't be able to watch this all evening. He looked at them thoughtfully, and she asked if he was sad about losing his sister. He answered her with confusion that he wasn't. He was just surprised by her point of view. He had never seen her at work, and it surprised him a little. He thought he knew everything about her. After all, they were family. She sighed and asked if she wouldn't be so surprised if she found out he was an Avenger. He agreed with her and asked what she wanted to tell him. She told him that Raison had sent her a message. He asked if they had decided who would be on their team. She confirmed it and said that they would have the ones they had chosen: a monk, a magic shooter, and a berserker. Those three would be joining them for the quest, so they needed to prepare for it properly. A week later, it was time for the quest to start. They appeared in the middle of a small park, and MC asked where they were. Shiwal took out her phone and told him that according to the map, they were in a new area on the edge of the city. Most of the buildings here were offices, so there shouldn't be many people at this time. Raimi's voice was heard from the side. She and her comrades approached them and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. How are they doing? Oram greeted them with a smile, and she pointed at Jion and asked if this was their support. Shiwal introduced him to them, and he awkwardly greeted them. Raimi was slightly surprised by his class and said that she would be happy to work with him, after which Hyungseng suggested that they come up with a strategy. If they don't have a tank, then they need to do something new. MC said that he had something in mind. In order to get the most out of the three supports on their team, they should constantly buff the ranged DPS so that they can cover the rest. This will allow the melee DPS to adjust to the rhythm of the supports, constantly attacking and then retreating. Jean asked if this wasn't too risky for the latter. Since they don't have a tank, they will have to take damage themselves. He told her that it doesn't matter, since they have an adventurer with them. Thanks to the adventurer's passive skill, fun and safe adventures, all party members have an increased chance to dodge attacks, which will help them take slightly less damage. She said with a little surprise that she didn't know they had such a skill, and Hyungsun asked what formation the supports will be in. Maybe assign each one a role? He said that since he is a monk, can he stand in front, next to the DPS, so that his blessing skill works? The adventurers have few attacks, so Jian will have to stand at the very end of the formation. Shiwol will help them according to the situation. She is a master of labyrinths. She told them that they can rely on her. Then Oram asked if they have any other ideas. They told him that everything is fine with them, and Raimi said with a smile that she thinks this is the best option for them. He smiled and said that they are all experienced players, so he thinks they will work together during the quest. After that, the system notified them that the quest would start in 1 minute and 30 seconds, and he said that since they didn't have a healer, they should stock up on healing items. While they were choosing items for themselves, MC thought about it. They had a good strategy, but it was based on the idea that there would only be one monster against them. He needed to come up with a backup plan just in case. He really hoped that there would be no more than 3 monsters. If there were more, it would be difficult for them to coordinate. The system notified them that the quest would start in 10 seconds, and Raimi told Hyungsung that the Avenger had little experience in team play, but he knew how to think of strategies. He agreed with her. He understood the mechanics of the game well and fought well enough. If he gained experience and worked on his team management skills, he would make a great guild leader. The system said that the preparation time was over. The quest would begin. A huge monster immediately appeared behind them with a roar. They turned around excitedly, obviously not expecting such a sudden start, and Shiwol recognized the monster, as did Oram. They all knew that the one in front of them was a giant priest, a Nephilim. He slowly raised his leg and then slammed it down on them with all his might. Fortunately, he didn't hit anyone. They all retreated to a safe distance, and Jion excitedly exclaimed that he was so huge. He didn't expect that. Hyungsung said that even if he didn't expect it, now that the quest had started, they would have to finish it even if it cost them their lives. He called out to Jean and used her skill, and she, understanding it, rushed to attack. She took out her weapon and it put a buff on her, increasing all her stats by 22% for 5 seconds. Gritting her teeth, she jumped high and slashed her swords upwards, using the skill National Disaster, but these attacks did not even make the priest move. She was very surprised that he was almost not injured. Because of this, she missed the enemy's attack and was thrown to the side. She hit the asphalt so hard that cracks appeared on it and she let out a painful sigh. At this moment, MC climbed higher, used the skill, and lunged forward, striking. His skill, Angry Howl, deals 103% piercing damage in a straight line. The further the target is, the less attack power. But even so, there were no wounds left on the enemy. He received almost no damage. Something came to his mind and the monster's lips twisted into a grin. And then he opened his mouth wide, and a bright ball of light appeared in it. He shot a beam of light at the players, but fortunately Aura managed to hide behind the Shiwol barrier in time. She discontentedly told him to stop playing around. They need to deal with this huge idiot in one hit and be done with it. He said confusedly that he can't, and then Juyeon exclaimed that they can't defeat him. Just like Medusa can only be defeated with a mirror, the same with Nephilim, they need a special item. She was slightly surprised, and Raimi said that he was right. She saw it in the game. They need independence. In one raid, she had to defeat Nephilim, so she definitely remembers. Shiwol asked, then what should they do? Normal attacks hardly hurt him. Sungha came up to them and asked with a smile, what else can they do? They will have to fight. Together they are stronger, right? Raimi was slightly surprised by her appearance, and she, taking out her weapon, said that if they can't defeat him in one or several hits, then they will hit until he dies. She called out to her friend and asked, "Does he agree?" Juhyuk ran forward and confirmed it with a confident smile, after which he took out a huge hammer and, using a skill, hit the priest's leg, causing sparks to appear around. Without realizing it, Nephilim started to fall down. All because of the paladin's blow. He ended up kneeling down and Shuol exclaimed that he had stunned him. "So he is the best player in Asia, Shin Juhyuk?" Sungha laughed and said that it was good, but now it was her turn. They can't fail in front of their assistant, right? She rushed forward and told him to pay close attention to what she could do, and then she dealt her opponent several powerful blows. Juyan was surprised, because this was a party of top players. The MC had been standing still and watching them the whole time. And then Hyung-sung put his hand on his shoulder and said that they can't just stand there and watch them fight. Let him show them what he can do, and he will support him. He hesitantly told him that he understood, and then the monk put a buff on him. Meanwhile, Sungha climbed up the opponent's leg and struck him with Juhyuk, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't hurt him. Then he clenched his hand into a fist and aimed at them, but they both managed to react in time and ran up his arm. As soon as they got close to his head, they both used their skills and struck his shoulders twice with powerful blows, but they still couldn't hurt him. When they both landed, Juhyuk said that they had already struck him quite a lot, but he barely reacted. Sungha noted that it was no fun to play with someone who didn't care, and at that moment, his leg appeared above her head. She froze in place, preparing for the strike. Then her eyes flashed, and at that moment, Urim appeared in front of her. He blocked the strike, and decided to absorb all the damage with a skill and attack back. As soon as he landed a blow on the priest's stomach, he coughed, and Juhyuk praised him for a good blow. Apparently, it was all because of his buff of all stats. He looked at Sungha with a smile and asked, "Is this the schoolboy Avenger she was talking about?" She confirmed it and added that he is incredibly capable. After that, the rest of the party finally arrived. They all pounced on the monster at once and dealt several blows, and Jong landed behind the guild leader and apologized to her, saying that he wanted to take a shortcut. He thought it would be faster, but he was still late. She told him that it was okay. The fun was just beginning. Everyone attacked the monster without stopping, and at one point, Raimi laughed, saying that it was so huge that she didn't even need to aim. She used her ultimate skill called Phoenix, and a huge arrow in the form of a bird pierced Nephilim's body. Woyan and Ikju both pounced on the priest and used their skills, creating a combo, and dealt a powerful blow to his head. Because of this, Nephilim backed away, then completely lost his balance and fell, which made everyone nervous. MC called out to the supports because it was their turn, and the monk and the master of the labyrinth cast buffs on him and Jean. The master of the labyrinth skill increases all of the player's stats for 5 seconds. The monk's skill randomly increases one of the stats of all party members. Feeling a surge of strength, they both used their skills and dealt a powerful cross attack, causing the monster to scream. Shiwol praised them and said that he should have taken a lot of damage, but they didn't expect the priest to attack back. He opened his mouth wide and accumulated more energy, and then light beams began to shoot in all directions. Someone tried to defend themselves, but still got hit. Jong erected a barrier, but it was difficult for him to hold it, but Oram was thrown aside. He gritted his teeth and thought that this was bad. If he didn't deal with him now, innocent people could get hurt or even die. So what should he do? How can he deal with such a giant quickly? He came up with an idea and called out to Juyeon, telling him to use that skill, Guiding Light. If independence is a quest item, then with that skill he can find it. He decided to try it and picked up his sword, then 2 beams appeared on the tip of it, one of which went far beyond the buildings. Shiwol exclaimed that the beams split into 2, one pointing to Nephilim and the other to independence. MC followed the direction of the beam and Jian said that he will go and find independence. Anyway, he won't be of much help here. He will go after the beam and bring it to them. Urim objected. What if it is not an item, but another monster? Hyung-sung said that he will go with him and help him if anything happens. In their situation, it is better to focus on attacks and not rely on buffs from supports. Raimi also volunteered to go with them. If they found independence, they would still need someone who could shoot and use it. MC agreed and said that they would then team up with Sungha's party and try to stop Nephilim. Shiwol asked them to keep an eye on Juyeon. He has a habit of falling over immediately if something or someone suddenly jumps out at him. He indignantly exclaimed that he doesn't do that anymore, and Juhyuk, who was still attacking, glanced at them and told Sungha that it seemed like that party had already come up with a plan. What would they do? She told him that there was no point in competing. They had formed an alliance after all, but standing still and just watching was also not necessary. They needed to figure out how to deal more damage to him faster than that party. Then they would destroy him first. He agreed with her and asked if they thought alike because they were in the same party when they first started playing. She smiled and told him that she had nothing to say. After that, she rushed into battle and exclaimed that she did not remember the men she met a long time ago. He noted that it was cruel and joined the fight, saying that those memories were still very precious to him. Meanwhile, Juyeon ran with the others towards independence and thought that this was the only way he could help the others. Let it be there. Raimi used her gaze and said that there was something there, near the benches. Juyeon looked back. The beam led to the hero statue. He happily ran closer and said that this was the statue of the hero who defeated the giant. Independence should be inside. Hyungshin asked, so they just need to break the statue? He confirmed it and said that it should contain the hero's will item. With it, they can defeat the priest. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly shuddered, seeing a system warning in front of him that another player was nearby. He froze in place in a stupor, and when the notification appeared for the others, they immediately began to look around in search of this stranger. Hyungsang turned to the side and froze. Someone was standing in the dark alley. He seemed to recognize him and exclaimed in shock that this could not be. In front of him was the Emperor. He extended his hand to him and used his skill, audience with the Emperor, after which everyone immediately fell to their knees, and Juyeon exclaimed, "What's going on? Why does he feel so weak?" Hyungsang was sure that this was the Emperor's skill, and thought, does that mean he is the real Emperor? He came closer to him and said that he came here hoping to catch the Avenger, but found only members of the Rizon Guild. But it's worth it. He was going to kill them anyway. He took out his sword and approached Juyeon, which made him very nervous, and then the Emperor raised his sword over him. But before he could wound him, a bullet flew into his head. A moment before it would have pierced his forehead, he erected a small barrier in front of his face and looked at Raimi and realized that she was a magic shooter. He shot him a few more times, and he, blocking her bullets, said that he thinks the best strategy in a one-on-one battle against a group is to get rid of the shooter first. He extended his hand towards her and used the skill Road to the Emperor, which caused a stream of energy to quickly reach her, and she screamed loudly. By this time, Hyungsung had already dealt with his pressure and protected Raimi with the skill Easy Path to Enlightenment, which reduces damage taken by 55% and cancels the effect of all skills. After that, he used the Tathagata Palm skill and a huge palm hit the Emperor, which drove him back into a dark alley. The monk called out to his comrades and asked if they were all right, and after making sure that they were all right, he said that he would deal with him and that she should quickly get the independence. Everyone else was waiting. Raimi became worried and asked if he could handle this alone. He told her that he was not going to fight seriously. The quest would end anyway when the giant died. He just wanted to buy them time. She should not worry about him and get down to business. She hesitantly agreed to this, after which she called out to Juyeon, and he said that he would take the independence. They were about to leave, and Raimi told her friend to be careful, but he decided to put a buff on her at the end, which increases defense and speed, so that she would get there faster. He asked her not to be late, and she sighed with a smile, noting that the role of a support suited him very well. She promised him that she would hurry up, after which she called out to Juyeon and told him to keep up. They passed by Hyungsung, and she finally advised him to drink some elixirs, after which they ran away. He followed them with his gaze, and then the Emperor came out to him, asking, were they finally done chatting? He clenched his fists, preparing for battle, and asked, was he waiting for them to finish? He thanked him for this, and he, shaking off the dust from his clothes, answered him that this was not the case. At this time he activated his skill. After his words, a magic circle appeared, and huge spikes grew from the ground. This was his skill, Emperor's Territory, which gradually restores his health. The longer the opponent is in the field, the slower his movements become. Hyungsung became nervous and realized that he was just buying time to activate it. He gritted his teeth and thought that he told Raimi that he would buy time. But it turned out to be the opposite. If he was not careful, he would quickly lose. He would have to give it his all. He used his ultimate skill, Great Mahaparinirvana. This skill increases knockback resistance, allows the user to pierce the opponent's magic armor, and also increases the speed of all party members by 2.5 times. While the skill is active, the player cannot receive the buff. Concentrating, he gathered more strength in his legs, and then pushed off and rushed towards the Emperor, thinking that this was the only way he could buy them some time. Meanwhile, the battle with the giant continued. Orum and Shiwol recoiled back, dodging his attack, and she attacked in response, piercing Nephilim's arm with many arrows. He gritted his teeth in displeasure, then stamped his foot, and Shiwol jumped back, exclaiming that he was clearly not going to die. How much health did he have? Jean asked. Those who left with the adventurer, will they definitely return with independence? MC doubtfully confirmed this and thought that this was certainly a problem, but he was much more concerned about the message that another player was nearby. He just hoped that it wasn't chaos. A glow began to emanate from their opponent, and Shiwol warned everyone that something was about to happen. When the giant opened his mouth, he gathered a huge cloud of energy, and Soko cursed, realizing that this was his ultimate skill. Woyun became very nervous and exclaimed in panic that he would kill them all, and Sunga ordered everyone to prepare for defense. This time, they must try to completely repel the attack. Shiwol told Orum and Jean to hide behind her. Now she is using a defensive skill. At the same time, Juyeon ran past MC, and he called out to him in surprise, but he ignored him. Breathing heavily, he got closer to the giant and raised his hand, shouting the name of the skill, which stuns the enemy for 5 seconds. Although there is no guarantee, he still used it, and the priest froze in place for a few seconds, and then closed his mouth, and Oram noted in surprise that it worked. His skill cancelled his ultimate skill. Juyeon called out loudly to Raimi, giving her a signal, and at this time she, standing on the roof of the building, had already pulled the arrow on the bowstring and said that she knew everything perfectly well. Now she can even see the pores on his face. All thanks to her farsightedness skill, which increases the viewing range by 4 times, and the next 3 shots have a 100% chance of hitting. She fired an arrow from Independence, and it, cutting through the air, went straight to the target and pierced the giant's body through and through, causing him to lose a lot of HP. Shual was very happy about their victory, and Jean said that it was a great shot. So the quest is over? But it was too early to celebrate the victory. Despite such a powerful blow, the giant was still standing on his feet, and Juyuk and Oram rushed to attack, realizing that he still had some health left. The two of them jumped high and swung, confident that this would definitely be the last blow, then attacked the enemy with all their might, and he screamed loudly, and then disappeared. Meanwhile, the Emperor said that judging by the sounds, the party was over. Maybe it's time for them to finish too? He pressed harder on the chest of the lying and beaten Hyung-sung, causing him pain. At this time, Shuol said with a smile, looking at the giant, that this is wonderful. They defeated this monster. They completed the quest. The protagonist could barely stand on his feet and was breathing heavily. Then he looked at the outstretched hand. Juyuk said that he was a good boy. The protagonist said, thanking him, that they tried hard. They made a victory gesture with their hands. Then Shuol went to Juyeon and said that he was a good boy. Thanks to him, they finished the quest much faster. Juyeon was breathing heavily and said that it did not matter. Nearby was the Emperor, the leader of the Chaos Guild. Jean asked, is this really true? Maybe he confused him with another player? Remy said that he did not mix anything up. The worst thing is that this is not a clone. This is the real Emperor. Hyung-sung is fighting him now, but he definitely cannot cope alone. They need to quickly go back and help him. MC asked Juyeon where they were now. Juyeon said he didn't know for sure. He didn't know the place very well. He would try to find it with a skill. The system window said it was an adventurer skill, a butterfly that remembers its fate. The butterfly shows the location of the party member. Then Oram said that it means he's in that direction. Shuol said they'll get there in less than a minute if they don't get lost. Juyuk and Sunga rushed in the direction the magical butterflies were pointing. She said to Oram that he doesn't have to wait for her, he needs to go with them. She's too slow, she can't catch up with him anyway. The protagonist said he understood. Then he's going after them. After the protagonist quickly followed the Raison Guild members, Soko shouted that they should choose a quest reward before they go. If something goes wrong, they'll have to retreat quickly. Wo Yan shouted using the system window that he understood. After a while, the Chaos Guild leader pinned his opponent to the road with his foot with a smirk on his face. Hyung-sen gritted his teeth in pain, trying to break free. He said with a smile that he shouldn't move. He didn't have much HP left. Did he really want to die? He gave him an evil glare and used the skill, Buddha's Palm, but the Emperor gave him a strong kick and said that he told him not to move. Hyung-sung shouted in pain, having received serious injuries. He said darkly that he wanted to just kill him. However, if his party finished the quest and chose the rewards, it would be bad. The Emperor scoffed and said that he should hold on until the others came to save him. He said that he should just kill him. No one would come for him. He said with a smirk that such an obvious lie would not help him. He is sure that they are not the type of people who list all the possibilities before doing something. If everyone in his group only cared about their own gain, then he would not buy time for the others. He knows such things. After all, he created the group. A group with a strong internal bond between the members is very different from a group where people only care about gain and possible loss. That is why allies will come for him. He is right, isn't he? Young-sung glared at him and then closed his eyes and said that he is wrong. He knows that he does not believe him, but it is the truth, because in fact, no one in the group likes him. At this moment, Soko appeared behind the Emperor, using the skill, Silent Death. But at the last moment, he deftly dodged the opponent's blow. He thought that the enemy was fast. He did not have much time to react. However, his attack speed is no match for the class, Assassin. Soko almost dealt a fatal blow to the enemy, but he was thrown back. He was surprised by this, and the Emperor was preparing to kick him. Soko received a direct hit to the face, causing him to fly back. The Chaos Guild leader used the skill, Palace Dungeon, and at that moment, the magic chains bound Hyung-sung. A system window appeared with information that this is the Emperor's skill, Palace Dungeon. The target with less than 18% HP is given the effect, Stun, for 180 seconds. The effect Stun will disappear if the target is attacked. The Emperor thought that taking into account all the buffs, the stun should last about 7 minutes. This is great. He thinks it will be enough. This time is enough to deal with the rest. The protagonist along with Juhyuk prepared to strike him with their weapons. At the last moment, the Chaos Guild leader jumped back. Juhyuk used the skill, Divine Strike, and the protagonist used the skill Flower that stores malice. The Emperor chuckled and used the skill Iron Will, which dealt damage to them. MC thought in shock, he was able to counterattack? How did he manage to activate the skill? He even managed to activate the effect, Paralysis. The leader of the Chaos Guild rushed to Orim and said, preparing to strike, that his class is an Avenger. He was looking for him. Suddenly, the Emperor was hit right in the head with a magic attack, but he had a barrier activated for protection. He said, looking to the side, that it was a magic shooter. She is trying to hit him from afar. At that moment, the guild leader Raizon and Ikju appeared in battle readiness. The Emperor used the skill, Audience with the Emperor, and dealt a crushing blow to them. Sunga thought, gritting her teeth, how can this skill be used like this? Then John and Woyun rushed at him, preparing to strike with their weapons. Chaos Group leader used the skill, Emperor's Road, and his opponents jumped back in different directions. After that, the Emperor appeared next to Remy and was about to strike. He said that damage dealers who attack from afar are so annoying. Remy looked at him with anger, and suddenly, Chaos Guild leader was bound by magic chains. Shiwo used her ability to strike the enemy. He said with a grin that she is a master of labyrinths. So, magic shooters are not the only annoying pest. In that case, he will use it. The Emperor activated the skill, Leader's Authority. The system window reported that this is the Emperor's skill, Leader's Authority, removes all statuses and effects that weaken the player, but takes away 12% of HP. She gritted her teeth, looking at him with apprehension. He made a sweeping strike with his weapon, throwing the opponents back. After which, the Chaos Guild leader approached Shiwol, who looked at him with fear. He said that he would deal with her first. She gritted her teeth in anger, instinctively covering her face with her hand. A deafening roar was heard from his magical strike. The Emperor said, looking at the girl's savior, that it was really cool. The Avenger showed himself well. The protagonist held Shiwol in his arms, gritting his teeth. The protagonist said that he was looking for him. He said that it was true, he wanted to meet him. MC asked angrily, what does he want from him? They don't know each other. The Chaos Guild leader said that there was no special reason. He just wanted to ask him a question. Does he remember the trickster who was hunting him? Where is he now? Oram used a recovery potion and asked how he knew this. He is his subordinate, he should know this, but he doesn't know where he is now. The Emperor said he was just trying to find him. He disappeared after going to meet him, so he was starting his search from there. He should stop answering questions with questions. This trickster was a useful member of his party. The protagonist said he didn't know where he was, he didn't care. His face changed, and he said he understood. So he was in the midday room. The protagonist glared at him. The Chaos Guild leader remarked that he thought so. Their shared midday room was locked. He thought it might mean someone had taken the key. He just had to prove himself right. He helped him with that. The Emperor said, taking out his weapon, that this was great. If he had been locked somewhere else, he wouldn't have been able to find him. However, he had the key to the midday room, which meant he could just kill him and take it. He suddenly disappeared, and after MC barely parried his blow with his sword, they began to fight fiercely, exchanging a series of blows. Oram chose the moment and used the skill, Red Spikes. The leader of the Chaos Guild thought that he was trying to distract him. He used the skill, Emperor's Sword. The leader of the Chaos Guild dealt a powerful blow to the area. After that, he asked in surprise, is this really an illusion? The Emperor thought, looking at Shiwol, that now he understands. This is the work of the class, Master of the Labyrinths. A system window appeared with information that this is the skill Master of the Labyrinths. A labyrinth with no exit activates a random skill, Master of the Labyrinths, for 55 seconds. At this moment, the protagonist appeared behind the enemy and was about to strike. The protagonist used the skill, Two Dragons. The leader of the Chaos Guild thought, covering himself from the blow with his hand, what does he have two blades? He did not expect that he was capable of such a thing. He declared, preparing to use his abilities, that he underestimated him too much. The Emperor punched Oram in the face with his fist. MC was sent flying far back, letting out a cry of pain. The system window reported that this was the Emperor's skill, Machiavellianism, which increased attack power and attack speed by 130% for all party members, including the player. While active, it gradually decreased the player's defense. The Chaos Guild leader said with a smirk that he should have used something stronger while it was open. At that moment, Songa and Juhyuk hit the enemy with a powerful attack. He said, turning to Songa, that he was already tired of her. Songa said with a smile, apologizing that it was just her hobby to annoy people. She activated the ultimatum skill, God Save the Queen, and the Emperor delivered a powerful blow with his sword, smiling madly. Their blades met, and the Chaos Guild leader thought with a smile that it would be fun to deal with them one by one. However, he did not have much time left. The skill, Palace Dungeon, will end soon, and the monk will wake up and be able to choose a reward, thereby completing the quest. He has no choice, he will have to take the matter seriously. He pushed his opponent away with a powerful blow, and Songa looked at him in surprise. The Emperor used the skill Ultimatum, March of the Emperor's Army. A golden army appeared, and a crown was above his head. The system window reported that this is the skill of the Emperor's Ultimatum, March of the Emperor's Army. During the action, it non-stop creates 18 soldiers with 33% of the player's HP. The player enters the mode, Emperor, for 70 seconds. His defense increases, but the speed and power of magical attacks decreases. They looked at the army in shock. The leader of the Chaos Guild ordered his army to destroy them. They cannot be shown any mercy. The army rushed to attack, preparing to strike their opponents with their swords. The Raison Guild rushed to attack these creatures, using their abilities. Sioko shouted that they just needed to attack. They would be able to push them back and deal with them all at once. Woyan shouted that he understood. The Emperor noted with a smirk that experienced players would not be intimidated by a sudden wave of enemies. However, that was not all. He used the skill, Emperor's Road. The protagonist was affected by this attack and fell onto the road. The Emperor approached him and said that this was enough to buy time for a private conversation. The protagonist raised himself up and looked at him angrily. They began to fight fiercely. Afterwards, the Chaos Guild leader noted with a smile that he had an excellent understanding of the game. He also had plenty of courage. No wonder Ryuyan lost. He stated, preparing to strike, that this alone was not enough. MC was thrown back and screamed in pain. The Emperor noted that there will always be someone stronger. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, you still can't win. He must learn to bow his head obediently in his next reincarnation. A huge sword made of magical power appeared in his hands. The Chaos Guild leader activated the skill, Sword of the Immortal Empire, preparing to strike. Orum shouted, calling out to Juyeon that it was time to act now. The Chaos Guild leader turned around in surprise and saw Juyeon appear out of nowhere. He shouted, "Who the hell is he?" Juyeon thought he was asking Maria to give him strength. He used the skill, Light that dispels darkness. Juyeon shouted, holding his sword tightly in his hands, that the light must appear. Before the quest began, while preparing for the upcoming battle, Juyeon asked how he could help. The protagonist said that he should make sure he had enough healing items, and just in case, he needed to buy an item. The robe of a traitor. He asked, this item acts as a camouflage, right? A system window appeared with information that the item is a traitor's robe, completely covering the user's body. It is automatically removed when a monster uses abilities or detection skills. During use, you can only move. The user is visible to players on the allied team. The fabric of the robe is damp and unpleasant to the body. The protagonist noted, crossing his arms, that they can handle most monsters, but if they are faster than them, it will be difficult. He is talking about monsters like Warham, Wolf of Swiftness, or Bill, the Ghost Hunter. Juyeon said that he understands now. MC said that if such monsters appear, he should use the robe and hide. If necessary, he can save them with a weakening skill. He worriedly said that he is a little worried. He is not sure that he can handle it, and it will not scare him. Orum warmed up his arms and said that he does not need to worry. They are all strong enough to protect themselves. If anything happens, he and Shiwal will protect him. At the moment, Juyeon used his ability against the Emperor. Chaos Guild leader thought irritably, his class is adventurer? Was he waiting for this moment? He thought it worked. The opponent was stunned. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought this was his chance. The protagonist rushed forward and used the skill, Vengeance is Blazing Fire, covering his hand in crimson flames. Chaos Guild leader was stunned for a while, but at the last moment he asked with his eyes open. He didn't think he would be unprepared for something like this, right? MC was surprised, and the opponent used the skill, Royal Road, knocking them back. Orum instinctively covered his face with his hand and thought, was he not affected by the stun? Although that's not the case, he used an item to cancel the debuff. A system window appeared informing that this item is a powerful preventative, one-time neutralization of the effect of stunning, fainting, and paralysis, cancelled by using other healing items. It doesn't taste that bad, but the texture is like mud. Afterwards, the Emperor said that they had a good plan. The Chaos Guild leader used the skill, Emperor's Audience, causing the opponents to feel a powerful pressure on their body. He said that it was a bit predictable, after which, the Emperor pointed his sword at the head of the frightened Juyeon. The protagonist shouted angrily that he should leave him alone. He was the one fighting against his people. The adventurer has nothing to do with it. The Chaos Guild leader said with a grin that he was just playing. It was nothing personal. His weakening skill was getting on his nerves. Does he understand what this is about? Protagonist shouted, gritting his teeth, that he was trash. The MC thought in a panic that this was a curse. What should he do? How can he break free from the enemy's skill? He needs to at least buy time. Orum looked around and wondered what happened to Shiwal and the others. Although now is not the time, they are still dealing with the waves of warriors. They cannot notice what is happening to him now. What should he do? He must come up with a plan. He must find a way to turn the situation to his advantage. Afterwards, the protagonist shouted that he must wait. He will give him what he needs. The protagonist took out a key from his inventory and asked, this is what he was looking for, right? He was only asking him not to kill the adventurer. Tears appeared in Juyeon's eyes. The Emperor thoughtfully said that it took a long time. He should have done this earlier. Then no one would have gotten hurt. The leader of the Chaos Guild said, catching the key and pointing his sword at it, that when the right moment comes, all the losers in this game hesitate. This is what they have in common. The same thing with people who ruin their own lives. Now that he has what he wants, he will do it. Suddenly, the Emperor dealt a crushing blow with his sword to Juyeon, whose face showed great surprise. Afterwards, he screamed in pain, and the Chaos Guild leader declared that he could not enjoy the hunt in peace. MC shouted, "What is he doing?" "He gave him what he wanted." The Emperor asked, "Does this matter? Did he think they made some kind of deal with him?" "He is wrong. A deal can only be made between equals. And now there is a beating. History is always written by the winners." He noted, stepping on his opponent's back with his foot, that losers are just worms meant to grovel. The Avenger had already lost, so he did not need to try to negotiate with him. He should have begged him for mercy. Oram shouted, when the opponent was about to strike an ally, that he should stop. The protagonist thought it was a curse. What should he do? He must use some item or skill to save Juyeon. This Emperor is crazy. At the moment when Oram was racking his brains over what he could do, the hacking device he received from the joke maker reacted with his consciousness, and it created a small error in the system. After that, the Chaos Guild leader turned around in surprise, feeling the danger behind him. At that moment, a dark gate and windows with system errors appeared behind the protagonist. The Emperor thought in surprise, how is this possible? But he is not yet able to do this. How could this happen? This can't be. He remembered his past, when Maria, the game developer, said that the Z24 substance has infinite potential. Not only does it react to external influences, but it also has intelligence and emotions. The game and technical systems are like cookie cutters that can capture an infinite amount of power. People cannot imagine something that does not exist. He asked, if the user bypasses the system's restrictions, will he be able to use the substance Z24? She said that no one knows what form it will take. This is uncharted territory. This is a thing for legends. At this moment, the Chaos Guild leader looked at his angry expression and thought, did he forcefully elevate himself to the transcendent class? This Avenger is more dangerous than he thought. He must kill him first. The Emperor decided to deal a crushing blow to him, and a deafening roar from a powerful blow was heard. Juyeon worriedly shouted Oram's name. The protagonist gritted his teeth and blocked his blow with his sword, and then parried. The Emperor wondered if he had deactivated his skill because he was now a transcendent class. Although he didn't think that was the case, he thought, looking around, then what was the matter? At this time, Hyungsun used his abilities. A system window appeared with information that this was a monk skill, Free Enlightenment, restores 55% of HP, removes all active effects. He asked what kind of destructive key to use. He wanted to take the reward and end this battle. However, he felt that he should first repay his debt to his opponent. Oram also thought so, right? After a while, the protagonist used a skill, Revenge. It's blazing fire and dual blades. MC struck the opponent, but there was an evil grin on his face. The leader of the Chaos Guild thought, smiling, this is incredible. This is so much fun. He enjoys being able to destroy his enemies. Only then do they struggle to reach the heights. Suddenly, they were illuminated by a green glow. The Emperor said, damn it. At that moment, Hyungsung chose the quest reward. He said, looking at his hand, that he had just begun to enjoy the battle. This was terrible. Competition made people stronger. He was pleased to know that it was about him. The Chaos Guild leader smiled evilly and said that they would see each other again at the event, Horizon. Oram looked at him seriously. After a while, Kyungho appeared in the midday room. She asked, so he decided to stay in human form? Ryuyeon noted with a smile that the rescue team was a little late. Kyungho said that he should stop whining. She was only here because the leader gave the order. She never had the intention of saving him. He exhaled and asked, was it really that hard for her to help? She said that there was a more important question now. How did he survive? Didn't the Avenger take all his things? The butcher noted that he had an extra healing potion. Kyungho asked with surprise in her voice, so he was here too? She didn't expect to see two idiots here at once. They definitely needed to go home and take a shower now. That smell was killing her. Ryuyeon asked what happened to the Avenger? Did the leader deal with him? She said that she didn't know the details. At least it had nothing to do with him now. The Horizon event starts in 7 days. He asked in shock, in 7 days already? Does that mean they can try to complete the final quest? Kyungho said that's right. They will complete this quest within 34 days. And then the Horizon event awaits them. So he should make sure he eats well to gain some weight, because it will take a long time. Sometime later, in the cafeteria, Shiwol shouted in surprise, did he really give the key to the Chaos Guild leader? The protagonist scratched his head and said that's it. That was the only option. Juyeon yelled that he was sorry. He had ruined everything. He was so useless. She said that he didn't need to apologize. They already knew that he wasn't a good enough player. He yelled that it was cruel. The protagonist noted that he had made the decision to give him the keys to the midday room. Shiwol said that he could come for it again. The MC said that's it. She said, crossing her arms, that his method really worked. Their goal was to win the event, not to fight the Chaos Guild. However, those people had been stuck there for over 2 weeks. They were probably dead by now. Shiwol imagined it, and said that she didn't want to think about it. Oram said that he agreed with her. Juyeon thought about it, and at that moment, Sunga came inside. She said, apologizing, that she had made them wait for her. Shiwol asked her irritably, "What took her so long?" Sunga apologized to her with a smile on her face. She pointed out that she couldn't find a place to park the vehicle for a long time. She sighed indignantly and said with her arms crossed that they just need to split the reward already. They have exams next week, so they have a lot of their own things to do. Sunga said with a laugh that she didn't think of her as a diligent student. She might have thought that Oram was like that, but she would never have imagined this. In any case, they need to sort this out first. She also has some plans for the evening. Juyeon looked at the Rizon Guildmaster while he and Shiwol were studying the system inventory. He then said that he wanted to ask them something. They looked at him with puzzled expressions. Juyeon asked when the event would start. Did they think they could defeat the Emperor? Sunga said with her arms crossed that it was a bit of a blow to the ego. What was he getting at? He said that everyone had dealt with him before, so they should already know that his abilities were simply amazing. So when the Horizon event starts, doesn't Oram think that the leader of the Chaos Guild will take first place? The protagonist asked if he meant that there was no point in fighting against him because the outcome was already predetermined. Jian stated that he was simply saying that the risk of them losing was higher now. They didn't know how dangerous the event would be, and if the Emperor just walked around killing others, it would be a massacre on a scale that was hard to even imagine. He shouted, "Wouldn't it be better to just prevent the Horizon event from starting?" Shiwol looked at him with a puzzled expression and was about to say something. However, Shunga stopped her with a hand gesture and said that she wanted to clarify something first. He meant that they could prevent the event? Jiyeon looked down and said that was exactly it. He said that one of the game developers told him that the Horizon event has a code to stop. Shiwol asked what he was talking about. Jiyeon said that it was a code that stopped some of the game's processes. He said that it was something like a bomb. If they destroyed the triggers that started the event, it would never start. Sunga asked what triggers he was talking about. What did he mean? MC said that it was the 6 guardians. According to the prophecy, the event would start when the 6 pillars were destroyed. They believed that the 6 pillars were the guardians that appeared in the quest. She said that they had done this several times without understanding the purpose of the quest. Now she understands that she is triggering the event. What does Jian think they should do? Does he think they should try to protect the guardians? Jian said that's exactly it. If they succeed, the Horizon plot will not start. That way they can delay the event as long as they want. She said thoughtfully that this was his plan. In that case, she was against it. It was true that the leader of the Chaos Guild was powerful because of his class Emperor, and the event, Horizon, was most likely dangerous, but they couldn't just give up on such a reward. They had put in too much effort and lost too many people. They had chosen this path a long time ago. They were moving as fast as they could. All they had to do was find a way to their goal, and he was suggesting that they finish everything and go home. It would be like driving a car and intentionally swerving into the nearest pole and crashing. Then she added with a smile that, however, she wouldn't try to stop Juyeon's plan. After all, it would ruin their alliance. So they needed to fight their own battles without getting in each other's way. He repeated her words about their own battles, looking at her with a changed expression. Afterwards, Songa noted that she had nothing more to say, so she left first. She wished them good luck in the exams. Shiwol made a displeased face at the mention of the exams, while Oram sat next to her and thought about his own. After a while, the protagonist and Shiwol walked down the street together. She asked him what he thought about it, about Juyeon's idea. The protagonist said that he wasn't sure. Juyeon was right about the danger, of course, but it could lead to much worse consequences. The Emperor might get angry and take it out on them. If the event doesn't start and the game lasts forever, more innocent people will get hurt. The best option is to fight and win. Running away is not the way out of this situation. Shiwol noted with a smile that he said it coolly. However, that means that the leader of the Chaos Guild can win, right? The MC turned away and said with his index finger that there was a new karaoke place. She said irritably that he shouldn't try to change the topic of conversation. Sometime later, at the supermarket, Oram looked at the store's selection and thought that they couldn't give up no matter what. It might even be possible to resurrect the people who died at school. Then he thought with a changed expression, why are fruits and vegetables so expensive? Even meat is cheaper. With a reward of 20 billion won, he could live peacefully with his sister. Suddenly, Kyungho asked why these vegetables are so expensive. She can just buy a steak for the same price. Isn't she right, Oram? The protagonist asked if they knew each other. She said that wasn't quite true. They had never met before. To his surprise, Kyungho used her ability and asked if he wanted to walk to her house and talk there. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger and thought, is this really a skill? The MC shouted that she is a puppeteer. She said that she has a proposition for him. Sometime later, at Jiyeon's house, he thought that he should fight his own battles. Afterwards, Jiyeon remembered the past. Maria asked him what he wanted to do. He happily said that he thought it would be fun to wander around. There are many dungeons to explore somewhere. He wants to get good items to defeat monsters. That way, he can help people. She asked, does that mean he wants to help people? So, not fight to win? Julian pointed out that he doesn't really like fighting to help people. It's just fun to help them. He likes games. If he becomes stronger than everyone, he can help others. He wishes that the real world was like that. Maria said that even a child can completely change her view of the world. However, most people just don't have the courage to take that one step. In the game she is developing, they will easily push these same people. They will give them courage, so to speak. He will be able to do it too, so he needs to believe in himself. Julian currently held the stop code in his hand and said that he just has to take one step forward. He has no choice other than the one Maria spoke of. He can't leave such a choice to someone else. He has to do it. At this time, in the supermarket, the protagonist gritted his teeth, warily looking at the blade of magical power. After the protagonist asked, turning to the puppeteer, is she in league with the Chaos Guild? Kyungho noted that he quickly guessed. This will save her from having to explain to him who she is. MC shouted, why did she come? The Emperor had already received what they were looking for. She said that she was not here for that reason. She never even cared whether he lived or died. He just had to shut up and follow her. As she said, she has a proposition for him. She also has some information that she thinks he would like to hear. What does he think about it? MC looked at her seriously. After a while, in the apartment complex, Kyungho said with a smile that he can pass through. She lives alone, so he can make himself at home. In any case, there is nothing here that a guy his age would find interesting. Oram thought that it did not look like there was anyone else here. Apparently, she was telling the truth, and there was no one else from the Chaos Guild here. She asked if he wanted to drink milk. It was a little expired, but it was drinkable. He did not have to worry, it was not poisoned. The protagonist gave her a serious look. Kyungho said with a smile that he did not have to trust her. Could it be a trap, and he decided to follow her? Is he brave or just an idiot? The protagonist pointed out that if she was trying to lure him into a trap, she wouldn't be so careless. The Chaos Guild loves to use tricks, don't they? She should just finally say what she wants from him. If she keeps dodging, he'll really think it's a trap. Kyungho said that they should get started then. After all, she's not the type of girl to propose a relationship first. Does he want to join forces? MC asked if she was seriously asking him to join the Chaos Guild. She said that he was wrong. This doesn't apply to the Chaos Guild. She might be allied with them, but she's not on their side. One day, she plans to betray the leader of the Chaos Guild. Then she'll take everything that's owed to her. Oram asked what she was planning. Kyungho said that she was going to steal an item, the Master Code. The protagonist asked what that is. She asked, he knows about the reward for winning the Horizon event, right? It's 20 billion won and a wish. The Master Code is the one that guarantees a second reward. It's like a master key to all doors. MC asked, how is she going to steal it? Does she already have a plan? She pointed out that she's a hacker. She spent a fair amount of time trying to break through Ergosphere online security. In the end, she was able to analyze about half of the data, but she still couldn't get to the Master Code. This item was programmed to only be generated for users who win the Horizon event. It's quite humiliating for her to admit, but she decided to resort to something as simple as stealing. When someone wins the event, they'll be awarded the Master Code, and she'll steal it from them. The protagonist asked, what is she going to do once she gets the Master Code? Is she going to sell it? Kyungho stated that she wants to become an all-powerful goddess. With the Master Code, anything is possible. She can make him get a wish too if he wants it. He plays well, so he can lead her to the Master Code, and then it's up to her. MC asked why she doesn't team up with the Emperor then? Or just hack the system? She pointed out that hacking won't work. It's too late now. If she accidentally damages the data, everything will just shut down like a bomb, and she would rather avoid unnecessary problems if possible. She also can't work with the leader of the Chaos Guild. His ideology is the exact opposite of hers. If he gets the Master Code, the whole world will become his battlefield. Does he want to join forces? His entire group can join if he wants. Oram stated that he is against it. He won't get anything from what she is suggesting. She also doesn't offer any strategy or plan on how to win first place. And he doesn't even know if this Master Code exists. He will get his wish anyway if he wins first place in the event, so there's no point in him working together with her. Kyungho asked with a smile, isn't he a smart one? She thought he would understand some things after meeting the Emperor. Then what about the other option? She would take him and the party on the final quest. If they team up, they will be able to participate in the quest even if she is the only one who receives the request. She's sure he knows that there is a special reward for this, so they will definitely benefit from it. That's already a tempting offer, isn't it? The protagonist thought that the final quest was indeed an argument. The last guardian he met was the 5th. That means there are 6 more guardians somewhere. The protagonist said that she can forget about it. He doesn't care about the quest reward. There is no reason for them to participate in something so dangerous. If she wanted to join their party so much, she could complete the final quest on her own and bring them the reward. Then, he might think about it. Kyungho said it was amazing. He was so cool and rational. However, she didn't expect this method to be particularly successful. It wasn't her style at all, but she had no choice but to play hardball. Suddenly, she used her ability, and puppets appeared next to her. MC gritted his teeth. Were these really puppets? A system window appeared, informing him that this was a puppeteer skill, wooden mannequins, which summoned 5 wooden mannequins that would be under the caster's control for 44 seconds. Kyungho said that he didn't have to worry. She wouldn't kill him. She would just break him until he changed his mind. The puppets pounced on him, surrounding him from all sides. Then, there was a deafening explosion, and Oram jumped out onto the street while the puppets were chasing him. The protagonist used the dual dagger skill, Twin Dragons, to destroy several opponents. The protagonist thought that he can't drag out this fight. He doesn't want anyone else to get hurt. MC deftly jumped off the wall of the building with his feet and thought that today he should just retreat. Then Oram landed on the road, and the puppet's head fell next to him. Kyungho said with a laugh, using the puppet's head, that he can't just jump out of the window. She knew he was in a hurry, but where was his manners? In any case, there were still 4 days left until the quest started, so he could think it over. He knew that the opportunity wouldn't wait for him forever, right? And he would lose it if he delayed even for a second. The party invitation had already been sent. He had to give his answer within 4 days. She would wait for his decision. Sometime later, in the warehouse, Sunga and Juhyuk were fighting fiercely. He used the skill, Persuasion Race, and dashed forward at lightning speed. She blocked his blow with her weapon, and the surrounding area was destroyed. Sunga noted that it was a strong blow. She used the skill, Rose Thorn Sword, and golden thorns made of magical power appeared. At that moment, a sword made of mana appeared in Juhyuk's hands. They continued to fight fiercely. Afterwards, Juhyuk asked with a smile, had her skills improved? Sunga asked with a smile. He gave in to her, didn't he? He said, putting away his weapon, that she was wrong. Even in training, he fought with all his might. Jong said that he would heal them now. He thanked him for that. Sunga asked what he would do next? Like hiding before? Or should they consider him joining the guild? They still had spots left. Juhyuk thought about it and said that he was grateful for the invitation, but he was fine as is. As night fell in the city, on the highway, there was a car in which Sunga asked, turning to Juhyuk, what he thought of the event. Horizon? Was he going to get the reward alone? Juhyuk smiled and noted that he didn't mind it at all. She said that he had a boring answer. If it was not a secret, could he tell us what he was planning next? He said that he did not have any special plans. Of course, it would be better with her, but he was somehow more comfortable alone. However, if he were suddenly captured right now, he would not resist, having fulfilled all the conditions. Sunga asked with a laugh, was he really hinting to her so that she would act more actively? Juhyuk said with a smile that he also had pride. She thought about it and said that if he wanted to, she would take him hostage. Suddenly, he shouted that she should stop the car. Sometime later, on the sports ground, Sunga asked, what's the matter? Did he see a familiar person? Juhyuk nervously said that it was something else. Then he said that he found it. She noticed, looking at it, that it was a pole. Juhyuk noticed that it was a pole of expanding magical abilities from the game. Perhaps it did not disappear after the end of the quest due to some error? Sunga took out her phone and said that it was not that simple. She was able to film this pole with her phone camera. He asked in surprise, so this is visible not only to players, but also to ordinary people. Sunga thoughtfully said that this has never happened before. Something is definitely going on. After a while, Shiwol shouted while talking to Oram on the phone, is he serious? The protagonist noted that the puppeteer herself came to him, and she offered to join the group. She asked why he is so popular with the members of the Chaos Guild. The protagonist awkwardly said that he himself is not thrilled with such attention from them. Shiwol asked what he did in the end. He refused the offer, right? Although wait, he should come to her right now. MC asked why right now. He was going to go to bed. She irritably said that this is a 5-minute conversation. She will also call Jiyeon. Oram said that he will come now. After a while in the midday room, the protagonist noted that she said that if he unites with her, he will be able to complete the final quest. Jiyeon asked, isn't this the last stage before the event, Horizon? The protagonist said that it was, according to their analysis and her words. He thought that then the final quest is the last chance to stop the event, Horizon. Shiwol asked with her arms crossed, what will he do? Is he going to form a party with the puppeteer and complete the final quest? MC thoughtfully said that there is no need for that. The reward of the final quest is different from the usual, but they are not items that can affect the course of the game. Juyeon said that this is the last quest. Shouldn't the reward be special? Perhaps the reward will be an overpowered item that can upset the balance of power. They already saw it last time, the Sword of the Sea of Blood. Oram asked, can he confirm his words with something? Is there a game story that only he knows? He said that he does not know anything like that, he just has a premonition. They have a chance, it's a pity to miss it. The protagonist thought, what's the matter? Not long ago, he proposed to seal the event, Horizon, and now he wants to play? Shiwol pointed out that it could be a trap. For example, they would start to do the final quest, and the Chaos Guild could ambush them at any time, and only destruction awaits them there. Jiyeon thought about it and asked, maybe they could go there with the guild. Raison? With them, even if there was a trap, they could deal with it together. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that his idea was good, but even so, the puppeteer could escape. If they and the guild, Raison went to the final quest, they would have to join the puppeteer's party. However, if she saw the names of the guild, Raison members on the party list, she might think it was a trap and leave the party. And then they would not be able to get to the final quest. Shiwol thought about it and said that she had thought of something. It was a risky plan, though. However, they would be able to complete the final quest this way. She smiled charmingly and said that actually, making plans was not her strong point, but right now, because of her exam preparations, her brain was working at full capacity, so it was a reliable plan. Would they do as she said? They looked at her in confusion. They said that they were ready to listen to her first. After a while, when the day of the final quest arrived, Kyungho appeared from the green light and said with a smile that he was already here too. She didn't expect him to come alone. She expected him to bring a labyrinth master or an adventurer. Did he really decide to trust her? Or did his lover leave him? The protagonist said that they were not alone here. Soko suddenly appeared ready to strike. She wondered in surprise, how did he appear here? There was no one on the party list except Odom. He used the skill Conspirators Transfer. A system window appeared with information that this is an assassin skill. Conspirators Transfer allows you to summon an unlimited number of allies, groups, or guilds. Summoning time is 7.5 seconds. The skill's actions cannot be influenced. After that, the guild members appeared. Raison. Kyungho said that they really appeared here. The protagonist said that he does not believe her and no one abandoned him. Shiwol shouted, calling her a fool, that she fell into a trap, and she deserved it. You can't stare at other people's guys. She let out a surprised sigh and asked with a smile, is this really a trap? How did he do it? There was only Oram in the group list. MC said that she needed to look at the group list again. After that, Kyungho asked in surprise when they became group members. Shiwol said that it happened shortly before leaving for the quest area. Before that, they disbanded their group to deceive her. 2 minutes before the transfer, they formed a party again, so they joined the final quest. She noticed that they also quietly added an assassin to the party to summon all the Raison Guild members. If they had added the entire Raison Guild to the party, she would have understood everything right away. They are smart. However, she found out that the party members had increased. What would stop her from just running away now? Oram said that they thought it was inevitable and took a risk. They don't care whether she gives up on the final quest or not. Kyungho laughed and said that it was funny. Suddenly, Sunga used her ability to stab her with her blade. Then she said that she had 5 seconds to decide. And then she had better answer her questions. Her answer will affect the skill she will use. She asked with a smile. Was that a threat just now? If it is true, but it is useless. She smiled and asked if she didn't care even if she died. Kyungho said with a smirk, calling her weak, that unlike her, she was good at playing. Sunga dealt a crushing blow with her weapon, and Shiwol shouted, what did she do? What should they do if she really killed her? She calmly said that she needed to look closely. She didn't die. The system window reported that this was a puppeteer skill. Doll Dreams allows you to switch places with the summoned doll. Can be used twice. After that, Kyungho appeared behind the protagonist and said that this was too much. She didn't plan to quarrel with them today. However, since things turned out like this, there was nothing she could do. The decision to team up was a mistake. She could only leave. She wished them luck. The protagonist thought about it, and Soko asked if he should follow her. Sunga said that she could be left alone. They needed to focus on the final quest. A system window appeared with information that this was a liquidation quest. They need to destroy the soul vessel. Time to 4:30 a.m. MC remarked that he had never heard of such a monster. Maybe it was a real vessel? Shiwol sighed and said that it was something new, so it could just be a vessel. Then she asked Juyeon if he had ever heard of such a monster. Juyeon ignored her question because he was thinking about his own. She called him by name again. He asked in fear, what was the matter? That's right, she asked about the soul vessel. If his memory serves him right, the soul vessel resembles a slime, and this creature is able to imitate the appearance of many monsters. In the story, The Expedition of Despair, it was said that the squad, the Blue Lake, went on an expedition and was completely destroyed. The soul vessel. Shiwol asked with a smile, isn't that a too pretentious name for a high-level slime? It doesn't sound very dangerous. Oram reminded her that a guardian could appear at any moment, so she shouldn't let her guard down. She said that she would not forget about it. The system voice announced that there was a minute left before the quest started. They were busily preparing for the final quest, checking the contents of their inventory. Juyeon said that when the quest started, he would try to use the skill, the light that stops wandering. The protagonist said that it was a good idea, considering that the building here was confusing. The system voice announced that there were 30 seconds left before the quest started. The protagonist called Juyeon by name. He asked what was wrong. The MC said that he should not act rashly this time. Thanks to passive skills, he can help them, just by being a member of the party. Juyeon said with a smile that it was true. He was grateful to him for saying that. The system voice announced that the final quest was starting. He used the skill, the light that stops wandering, and at that moment, rays of light appeared from his sword. Orum shouted in shock. Why are there multiple rays of light? Shiwol shouted. Do they really need to catch some monsters? Sunga shouted that they all need to disperse and look for monsters. They must complete the quest as soon as possible. Then the guild members, Raizon, went to look for monsters. The protagonist said that they will stick together for now. They do not know what awaits them ahead. She said that she agreed with him. After a while, they went together towards the beam of light from Juyon's sword. Shiwol shouted, turning to Orum, that she saw an enemy. The protagonist asked if this was the soul vessel. Juyon noticed that it seemed to imitate a centaur knight. MC thought using his inventory that the centaur knight had special attacks and tactics. Then he decided what strategy to use against this creature. Orum rushed forward, slashing with his sword. The protagonist thought that he should not give the monster an advantage, quickly approach and destroy it. The protagonist used the skill, Vengeful Spirit Tooth, making a series of hits on the creature. The monster could not withstand the damage and crumbled into fragments. Shiwol shouted, did he really win with one hit? Are centaur knights that weak? MC thought, what's wrong? He thought this creature was stronger. Is it really a weak monster that only copies its appearance? Orum said that they need to find other targets and destroy them. Maybe it's not the soul vessel. The protagonist thought that the final quest can't be that simple. Judging by the fact that they were given until the morning, there is definitely something else here. Juyon shouted in fear, turning to Orum that he should turn around. At that moment, the creature was recovering, and the protagonist turned around, gritting his teeth. After that, the creature took the form of Orum. Shiwol asked, what's wrong? Is that possible? The monster in his image looked at him with a grin. Afterwards, they crossed their swords in a powerful strike. MC got angry and thought that this monster was not just imitating. This creature has invulnerability and keeps reviving in the form of the one who killed this creature. At this time, the members of the guild, Raizon, also encountered their copies that appeared after defeating the soul vessel. After a while, the monster in the form of Orum pressed him in battle, grinning evilly. They continued to fight fiercely, and the protagonist used the skill, Call to the Earth and Heaven, and the opponent used the skill, Vengeful Blade. Afterwards, the monster in his image dodged with a grin on its face. The protagonist thought that this creature copied his skills and moves, but the standard attributes are much lower than his. Then he can even destroy the invulnerable several times. MC used the skill Two Blades, Twin Dragons, which reached the opponent. Orum thought that he should finish this fight. Suddenly Shiwol shouted that he should wait. She used the skill, a trap with spikes, piercing the enemy with magical spikes. Afterwards, she happily said that she defeated this creature. Shiwol asked, so it was still a weak monster? The protagonist asked, doesn't she think that the support was out of place now? He himself could have destroyed this monster. Her face changed and noted, apologizing, that she just wanted to kill it, without feeling guilty. This really invigorated her. Pleasure without responsibility. The protagonist shouted in shock, is she serious? Afterwards, the creature began to recover again, and it took the form of Shiwol. She shouted in shock, now this creature copied her? MC declared, grabbing his sword, that this is great. This time he will finish off this creature. Shiwol shouted in irritation, calling him an idiot, that he should not kill it. If he kills her, then she will kill him. Juyon said in confusion as he watched them bicker, that this was not the time to argue. He thought that if this monster kept respawning, they wouldn't be able to complete the final quest. What should he do? There had to be another way. Juyon asked if there was a limit to the number of respawns, or if they had to destroy all the monsters at once. Maybe there was something else to do. He thought about it and said that he would try looking somewhere else. He thought that the monster's core was somewhere else. Orum shouted that they should go together then. Shiwol was so awkward, he was afraid to just leave her here. Shiwol shouted in annoyance that he shouldn't call her awkward. She used the skill Trap, Chained, immobilizing the creature with magical chains. Shiwol shouted that she had succeeded. She would be able to hold this creature for 30 seconds. The protagonist declared that it was great. They were going to look for the core, after which they ran together through the corridors of the building. The protagonist noted that he said that the core was in a different place. Why does he think so? Another story or other players' walkthroughs? Juyon said that it was not for sure, but he remembered the story of the Black Dragon Mage Guild. It is said that the Black Dragon Mage Guild researched forbidden magic and was going to make magic weapons for their own army. That is how demonic beasts appeared. In the process of creating them, they also experimented with using the souls of monsters. Shiwol noted that she also knew this story. She saw it when she was doing the quest to collect armor. He said that she was right. It is related to the history of the spellcaster class. And although their history does not completely match it, he has a feeling that somewhere around here there is a core with a real soul. MC thoughtfully said what a core with a soul means. After Orum saw the silhouette of a person in front, the protagonist asked, is that really Songa over there? Suddenly, the creature looked at them with a crazy smile. The protagonist gritted his teeth in horror and then blocked the enemy's strike with his sword. MC thought, angry, that it was a fake. They began to fight fiercely, exchanging a series of blows. The monster used the skill, Rose Thorn Sword, and Oram thought, jumping back, that although it was just an imitation of Songa, this monster was quite strong. The protagonist rushed forward and shouted, dealing a crushing blow to the enemy, that however, a fake can never compare to the original. Then Shiwol used the skill, Compression Trap, immobilizing the creature. She noted in surprise that this creature was caught in such a slow spell. Even the fake of the guild leader, Raizon, is no good. The protagonist thought that if there was only a fake Songa here, then she also decided that the core of the monster was somewhere else. So she just left the creature here? After all, her passive skill, Royal Guard like Sage's Eye, allows you to know the enemy's attributes. MC shouted that they need to get out of here. It seems that their thoughts are in line. Songa thinks the same way as them. Shiwol said that she understood. After a while, they ran and met Songa on the way. Oram asked, turning to Songa, "Is it really her?" Songa asked, crossing her arms, "What is he talking about?" The protagonist said that they recently met a copy of her. She asked, "Is she as cute?" The protagonist said that it is not. Then MC asked, "Is this really the core of the monster?" Songa said that he thinks quickly. He is right. The core of the monster in front of them is the vessel of the soul. Shiwol asked, "Why does she not attack, but only observe? Is the attributes of this monster superior to theirs?" She said that it was not so. The attributes of this creature itself were not high. This monster would die if they used several skills. However, she had a bad feeling about it. Oram said that they should try to destroy this creature first. They had a limited time after all. Songa thoughtfully said that she agreed. After which the protagonist used the skill, Vengeful Blade, and she used the skill, The Way of the Queen, to deal combined damage to the creature. The core of the monster was destroyed in two, and then it turned into a liquid substance. Shiwol asked, "Is this really the end of the battle?" It was too easy. Will the reward be low too? Protagonist thought that now there were only 6 guardians left. Now the real game begins. However, this time it is not a race against time, and there are too many strong players of the Raison Guild. They will not be let go so easily. Suddenly, a back door appeared above the creature. Songa said with a smile that apparently they are not finished yet. This is the entrance of the real boss. A powerful wave threw them back, and an unknown figure with a staff in his hand appeared from the remains of the monster. Shiwol used a protective barrier and asked, turning to Juyeon, "Is he okay?" Juyeon shouted that he was fine. He just fell down in surprise. Then he said that he knew this face. He can't believe it. Could it be Maria? The boss in the form of Maria used the skill, Destructive Rain. MC thought, gritting his teeth, where did such destructive power come from? Is this the true form of this monster? Orium shouted, turning to Songa, what are the attributes of the spirit vessel? Will they be able to handle it as easily as before? Songa said with a smile that she did not even know whether her answer will please or disappoint them. She had never seen anyone with such high attributes before. This is an overpowered level monster with the strength of a gimmick boss. Or asked, is this boss as strong as the gimmick boss, so they can't defeat it with normal attacks, right? Songa said with a serious expression that not all of the monster's abilities are that high. It is magic-based, and its offensive and defensive abilities are significantly high. However, its speed and physical defense are relatively low. She ran to attack and said with a smile that it means they can break through its defense with strength. She used the Rain Sword skill and dealt a very fast first strike. The boss looked at her and swung his staff and sent her flying with a wave of magic. He ran forward and thought that if his physical defense is weak, then they should continue to push it back and deal combo attacks. He ran closer and used the Twin Dagger skill, Twin Dragons. This boss's face seemed similar to Aram's, causing him to change his mind about attacking. The monster used an unknown skill and sent him flying with a magical attack. He flew a few meters because of this and landed on his feet. Shiwol called out to him loudly and asked him with a displeased look what he was doing. Why did he stop attacking? He looked at her and said that it was just that this monster looked like his sister. She was a little confused by this and asked what he meant. She started examining the boss with a serious expression and said that she had the same feeling. The hair color and style are slightly different, but overall they are similar. Juyeon with a serious expression said that it was Maria. She is the person who told him about the encrypted code key and one of the developers of the game. She asked, however, why is she a monster now then? He said that he doesn't know this. It seems ridiculous to him too. She asked, so they can say with certainty that the monster is not Maria and his sister themselves? He agreed with this and said that besides, she is now dead. She raised her staff with a serious expression and said that they can think about it later. She used magic to lift the rocks into the air and said loudly that the most important thing now was whether they could complete this quest or not. She used the Burial Trap skill. The boss created a magic circle in front of him that blocked this attack. Immediately after that, the protagonist ran towards her very quickly while the monster was distracted. He used the Grave Flower skill with a serious expression. Although he didn't want to do it, he still struck, but he couldn't hurt Marius. It was a little confused by this unexpected attack, but it attacked with its staff and threw him aside. He managed to block this blow and said loudly that his skill didn't work. Shiwol got very angry and said loudly that he missed on purpose because the monster looked like his sister. However, he fought her clone well. What could this mean? He has a serious sister complex. Juyeon said with a thoughtful look that he seemed to understand why he was doing this. She turned to him with an angry look and said loudly that he shouldn't even try to understand anything. At that moment, the rest of the party came to them. Soko said loudly with a serious expression that it was a magic class monster. They needed to hit it with combo attacks. They all ran towards the monster together and were going to attack from different directions. MC stood still and thought about something, but Shiwol came up to him and said that they should attack the boss together. He has the ability of super physical defense. He can't just stand aside. He apologized and thought that she was right. They needed to focus. They were trying their best to fight this monster. Even if it looks like his sister, it's nothing more than a monster from a game. However, it does look a lot like her. She noticed that he was still standing still and said loudly that she told him to focus. Songa and Ikju used their skills at the same time and attacked the monster at the same time. They were able to slightly injure the monster, but it raised its staff above its head and created a magic circle. They noticed the meteorites coming out from there and asked, "Is this an area attack skill?" Shiwol looked at it with a surprised expression and thought that she didn't think they could dodge such a powerful skill. It seemed that she should use a defensive skill to protect everyone else. Orium loudly called her name and said that this was their chance to deal the final blow while the monster was preparing the skill. She should use the buff. She agreed with a smile and said that they shouldn't waste time. She used the voice from outside the labyrinth skill on it. Immediately after, it ran forward very quickly. He looked at that monster with a serious expression and mentally repeated to himself that this wasn't his sister. His hands were engulfed in energy because he used the Revenge of the Future Fire, Twin Daggers skill. He ran close enough and dealt a very strong blow. The boss was surprised by this, and Songa said loudly that it stopped using the skill and attacking. The skill is on cooldown. This is their chance to kill it right now. The boss looked at them with a surprised expression as they all ran to attack together. Suddenly, 2 slime arms with swords came out from the monster's body. This surprised them, and Jiyeon said loudly that they should look at it. Only adventurers and dreamers can use this weapon. Maria looked at them with a serious expression and used the skill Light that dispels darkness. A bright light began to emit from this sword, and the system notified that the Adventurer class skill makes the enemy faint for 5 seconds and reduces the enemy's defense by 5%. It produces a loss of consciousness effect for 19 seconds when combined with the magic skill Soul Vessel. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and thought, "Is this a stunning skill of the Adventurer class? This monster can copy their skills." They all fell to the floor unconscious together while the boss held the sword above his head. Juyeon said loudly with a worried look that this was very bad. Everyone except him and Shiwol just fainted. She thought with a worried look, is it imitating their skills? That means the next skill will come. She didn't have time to finish her thought because Maria used the skill Pavon of the Dead and created many swords in the air. They looked at it with a worried look and he said loudly that this is the Avenger's ultimate ability. She used her skill, which made her grow horns, and ran to the others with a serious expression. He called her name loudly with a worried look, and she turned around and said loudly that he should hide. She thought that she definitely couldn't defeat such a monster with high stats alone. She just needed to distract this monster's attention until everyone else woke up. She used the skill Lightning Spear, but the boss immediately noticed it. It swung its staff and created a hand made of slime, which it used to block the attack. It used the skill Hand of Fate, Karma. She was surprised by what happened and screamed loudly in fear. Jiyeon thought with a worried look that the stun didn't last long, but they still managed to hit. He had to do something. He closed his eyes and thought about why he was so afraid of everything. He remembered Maria telling him when he was a child that even if he took a small step, his outlook on the world would change. However, many people lack the courage to take that step. In their game, they would easily push people to do it. It would look like they were encouraging them. He could do it too, so he had to believe in himself. Currently, he thought with a serious expression that he only needed to take one step. He said that there was a reason why he chose the Adventurer class out of all the classes. He didn't have time to finish his sentence because the monster immediately turned around and looked at him. It released a powerful destructive energy stream at him. Because of this, he was thrown back and thought that this monster was using detection skills. Now, he will not be able to use the robe of the traitor. However, he was still able to get pretty close. He ran to attack and thought that the reason why he chose this class out of all the classes was because he wanted to fearlessly go on an adventure. He pointed his sword at the boss and used the skill Light, which blinds the enemy for 2.5 seconds. It looked at his sword in surprise, and his skill worked. Jiyeon with a surprised expression said loudly that it worked. He blinded the boss. Shiwol ran forward with a smirk and said that she was grateful to him for his assistance. She took out the item Liquefied Blizzard from her inventory, and the system notified that it increases the effect of any one attack by 3 times. Reduces magic defense by 10%. Cold enough to store food comfortably. She pointed her staff at the monster and used the Minotaur's combo skill, Lightning Prison. She created lightning bolts that started hitting the boss. However, once the blindness ended, it continued to control the energy swords. It pointed all of those swords at Shiwol, who was looking at it with a surprised expression. Many of those swords hit the ground and caused an explosion of energy. Juyan looked at it with a worried expression and loudly called her name. She was fine after that attack and opened her eyes with a surprised expression. She saw MC standing in front of her holding a sword. She looked at him with a worried expression and loudly asked if he was okay. He said that she shouldn't worry since he was invulnerable. He ran to attack and used his ultimate ability. He loudly called out to Juyon and asked for his support. He didn't answer him and started using the skill Blessing of Courage. The system notified that the skill of the Traveler class, Blessing of Courage, the player becomes the target of the enemy's attacks, increases the attack skills of the party members by 17%. He looked at the boss, mentally thanked Maria, and thought that thanks to her game, he could finally become what he always wanted to be. Orum got quite close and attacked the monster with his ability. Maria looked at them, then smiled and began to disappear. The rest of the party looked at it and asked, "Is it dead?" It seems so, otherwise, it would have already revived as soon as it heard his words. Today's quest was quite dangerous. That's right, she definitely didn't think that they would all pass out here. Shiwol walked up to him, touched him, extended her fist and said that he did well. He did the same and said that she did well too. She turned around, called Juyan and said that he did well too. If it weren't for him, they would have all died here. He said with a confused look that there was no need to thank him. All he did was distract the monster for a second. She said that he helped them a lot by playing as a team. This always happens. He looked at his sword and thought that it reminded him of the backstory of this sword. It said that a fairy named Kiria gave this sword to a fearless adventurer who led people through a dark forest. Even if it's just the story of an in-game item, it feels like a message from Maria, like she's supporting him. Suddenly, a large monster appeared behind him with two swords in its hands. Everyone noticed it and called his name loudly, with worried faces to warn him of the danger. Juyan just turned around when it attacked him. They all became very worried about it and called his name loudly. The system announced that it was a monster, the sixth guardian of the horizon. He was badly injured, but he survived and was coughing up blood loudly. Everyone was very worried about what happened and looked at him. Wings appeared behind Zhang's back because he used the angel flight skill. The monster immediately started attacking him with its swords, but he managed to put a barrier in front of itself. After that, it immediately swung its sword to deal a very strong blow. He was very scared because of this, but Woyun managed to get between them and blocked this blow. He loudly called out his name and asked what he was doing. Did he want to die? He said with a worried look that within 90 seconds of him starting to die, they could still save him using the resurrection skill. They needed to act as quickly as possible. Raimi started attacking and said that she understood him, but they couldn't go head-on. He would have already died if he hadn't been protected. He said with a worried look that, however, if they didn't hurry. He didn't have time to finish because Hyung-sen came up to him and said that he shouldn't rush things. If he wasn't careful, they would all die here while he was trying to help him. They all went to attack the monster, and he said that, so he should just wait until they cleared a path for him. While the others distracted the monster, Orium along with Shiwol ran to Juyeon, who was lying on the ground. He lifted him up and said loudly that he should stay conscious. He looked away with a worried look and thought that he needed to quickly find a healing item to restore his health points. If he exchanged the time distortion generator, then he didn't have time to finish his thought because he loudly called his name and said that he shouldn't use items on him. His health points were already at 0 and it attacked him with a skill that prohibits the use of other items. This means that they can't help with anything anymore. His body was starting to fade away and he thought that there was nothing he could do right now. If the angel made it in time, he might survive, but if he relied on him alone and did something reckless, time would run out and he would die. Then maybe he should give it to someone he could trust, as an insurance policy just in case. He looked at him and said that he was asking him to do one favor. He put the encrypted code key he had talked about earlier in his bag. The protagonist was surprised by this and asked, did he say encrypted key? Had he had it this whole time? Juyeon apologized for not telling them earlier, and said that though he didn't think he would have much time. Shiwol picked up his bag and asked, was he talking about the red bag, right? He agreed and said that they should use the code key to seal the guardian. That was all he was asking them for. It was the quest Maria left for him, as her last wish. They have to use this to prevent the horizon from starting. He relies on him. She called his name and showed him the crumbling key and said that this seems to be it. Jiyeon asked with a small smile, he will do this for him, right? He helped him a lot after all. MC agreed with a sad look and said that he promises to do what he asks. His body started to become transparent and he said that there is also a key to his apartment in the bag. If they go there, they will find his turtle there. He asks them to take care of it. He was shocked by what happened, and Shiwol called his name loudly. The others continued to fight, and Hyungsun asked with a displeased look, "Are they too late?" At that moment, the monster struck very hard with his sword. Woyun was able to block this attack with his sword. He turned around and asked loudly, "What is he even doing?" "You can't get distracted." The system announced that a member of their team had died. Oram looked at the system window with this notification with a shocked expression. Shiwol walked up to him and said that it was too dangerous here. They needed to focus on retreating and regrouping before fighting the Guardian. He gritted his teeth in anger and said that he thought something like this would happen. However, there was still nothing he could do, and he was very stupid. Out of anger and sadness, he said loudly that it was his duty to protect him. Suddenly, a back door appeared behind him, which she immediately said loudly. He began to get to his feet and said that if only he were stronger. A bright red energy appeared above his head. She looked at this with a worried look and loudly called his name. At the same time, Kyungho looked at it with a smile and said that it was just amazing. She never expected this. She just wanted to see what would happen if they tried to kill the Guardian. However, who would have thought that she would see the Avenger open a transcendent class? As she thought, he was just incredible. She wanted to see him disappear from the face of the earth. His team members continued to fight, but they couldn't do any damage. Jean was thrown back by the monster's attack, and she loudly asked why this freak was so difficult. Was it her imagination, or did this thing not even use much skill? Sona asked her to be quiet and said that it wasn't her. The stats were slightly lower than the soul vessels, but his physical abilities were incredible, and his attacks were tricky because his whip sword was not affected by the laws of physics. No way. It seemed like it wasn't the puppeteer who was trapped, but them. Suddenly, blades on ropes grew from behind the monster's back, and he began to attack in different directions. They tried to resist these attacks, and she wondered what they should do. Each of them used everything they had to fight the soul vessel. They needed to regroup. Should they run away and try to recover? That's not true. If they retreat too quickly, they might get caught and killed. They need to leave one person behind to buy them time to retreat. She raised her sword in front of her and used her ultimate skill, God Save the Queen. She said in a serious voice that they should leave and she would stay here and buy them some time. Ikchu loudly refused and said that she couldn't do that. It was too risky. Raimi loudly agreed with him and said that it was too dangerous. She ignored their words and walked further towards the guard and thought that this monster had a much larger attack range than she thought, so it would be better to stay as close to it as possible. Then, its attacks would not hit others. She noticed the protagonist holding a sword in both hands and jumping on it from behind. He dealt a very strong blow to the monster with a serious expression, which did not notice him. With this attack, he cut off the arm of this monster and it fell to the ground with a loud sound. Sunga looked at him in surprise and called his name. She couldn't believe what she saw in front of her and said that she had only heard rumors about it. It was a transcendent class after all. He didn't respond to this and turned to the guard standing behind him. It restored its lost arm at an incredible speed, which surprised everyone present. Immediately after that, he grabbed his sword and attacked him. MC easily jumped over his blow, flew next to him and delivered several incredibly fast blows. He landed on his feet, called the system, and said that it should show him all his stats and available skills. It agreed, and the system windows with skills and status appeared in front of him. He only managed to read that now his class was a rebel. He looked at the monster that attacked him with a serious expression and thought that he did not know how he managed to unlock the transcendent class, but he knew one thing for sure. This power was given so that he could avenge Juyeon. He will win no matter what it takes. He went on the attack and started striking with his sword. The others looked at what was happening in surprise and said that he was definitely stronger than the Guardian. He was incredible. It was like a completely different person. Hyungseng loudly said that they can't just stand there. They'll let a high schooler fight alone? If they're done regrouping, then they should help him. They can't let 2 squad members die. Raimi walked up to him and called his name. She looked at him with a serious expression and said that he shouldn't blame himself since there was nothing he could do. He looked at the monster and said that he knew about it. He just wanted to get rid of that nasty feeling. She looked at him with a little worry and thought that this meant that he was blaming himself. Shiwal stood to the side and looked at what was happening with a confused expression. She didn't understand what was happening and asked how he reached the transcendent class. Kyungho appeared next to her and said with a small smile that he had fulfilled the condition. She suddenly turned around and pointed her staff at her. He asked with a serious expression, "What does this mean?" She should explain it now. She calmly put her staff aside and said that a condition had to be met in order to reach the next level. This was a common thing in games, didn't she think? Just like completing a quest to unlock a certain story or defeating a certain final boss to advance to the next area. She remembered what happened earlier and was about to say something about it. She calmly said that there were probably other conditions related to the level and stats, but the key condition had been met. That was most likely the condition. Shiwol immediately guessed what she wanted to say and asked, It was the death of a party member, right? She agreed and said that she didn't remember the details, but it seemed that was the condition for an Avenger to reach the Transcendent class. After all, that was how revenge was. It was caused by someone's death. Would she mind if she gave her some advice? She shouldn't expect anything from the Transcendent class. When she was looking through the data, she noticed that the Transcendental class wasn't finished. It was an unfinished project, just a bunch of useless, unused data. If you use it, you can bypass the system in an instant. However, no one knows what will happen next or what kind of bugs may appear. Basically, there may be some unpredictable side effects, like taking an overdose of medicine. Shiwol asked, then how to get it back? Is there any way? Kyung-ho said with a smile that such information has a price, so she won't just tell you that. She said with a serious expression that then she should say what she wants. She will do anything to get him back safe and sound. She walked up to her with a smirk and said that then she should borrow him for one night. She wants to have some fun with him. She doesn't have to worry, she won't hurt him and will return him safe and sound the next morning. In return, she will also make him a more interesting person. In response, she used the skill Spike Trap, but she dodged it. She looked at her with a smile and asked, "What was that?" Apparently she doesn't need her help anymore? Shiwol said with a serious expression that she doesn't need help from someone like her. It's better for her to find out all this herself. She attacked again and said loudly that that's why she should leave here. At the same time, Oram exchanged incredibly fast blows with the Guardian. He used a skill, Giant Crushing Sword, with a very serious expression. He slashed with his sword and released a very strong energy, which injured that monster. After that, he jumped back and thought that this class is a bit difficult because it is differently from the Avenger, but it seems that he can get used to it. Plus, he inherited a lot of skills, so it's not that hard. Then he should be able to handle it and kill him with the next skill. They all noticed that a magic circle emitting powerful energy appeared under the Guardian. He looked at it with a little surprise and asked, "Is this a skill field?" The others said that he was wrong. It was an offensive magic skill. They should run from here, the radius will be large. It was going to use an AoE skill. The protagonist got into a fighting stance with a serious expression. Sunga walked up to him and asked with a smile if he needed backup. He was a little surprised when he saw her with Ikju and called out their names. She said with a slightly worried look that he should tell her if he needed anything. They were not going to retreat. She would only be satisfied when it burned to ashes. He looked at the monster with a serious expression and said that then he was asking them to buy him some time so that he could prepare the next skill. She said with a small smile that it would be quite easy. She called Ikju, who was standing nearby, and asked, "Is he ready?" He got into a fighting stance. Lightning began to emanate from him, and he loudly agreed. Immediately after that, they both ran very quickly towards the guard. MC stood still, closed his eyes, mentally thanked them, and thought that thanks to them, he had enough time to use the skill. His sword increased in size due to the fact that he used the ultimate skill, the Divine Rebellion sword. At the same time, Shiwol was fighting against Kyongo, who had summoned her dolls. She pointed her staff at her and used the skill Chain of Confinement. Her chains bound her opponent, after which she jumped towards her to attack with her staff. She delivered a strong blow, but in her place there was a doll. It appeared behind her back and kicked her very hard in the air. Shiwol was thrown back several meters, but she landed on her feet and spat out blood. She ran to attack and used the skill Shadow Pierce, which weakens the target's defense. Kyungho got hurt by this attack and said with a little surprise that she was not cute at all. She planned to give her some slack since she was still in high school. She asked her to shut up with a displeased look and said that she wanted to have fun with a high school girl. Who would even believe that someone like her would say that? At that moment, a stream of red energy shot into the sky next to them. They both turned to look at it, and Shiwol asked what kind of light was that. She also looked at it and asked if this was his new ultimate skill. She looked at it with a little concern and asked if she thought he did this. She didn't wait for her answer and ran to see what was happening. Kyungho looked at her with a small smile and asked where she was going. She hasn't paid for injuring her head yet. Immediately after that, she created several dolls that got in her way. She continued running forward and used the skill Abyss Embrace, which defeated them. She got angry because of this and said loudly that next time she will crush her. For now, she advises her to stock up on healing potions. Shiwol ran away after these words, and she laughed and said that it was not bad. She fought even better than she expected. Who knows, maybe she should use it at the same time. The system announced that the Rebel skill Divine Rebellion Sword increases the attack power during the ability used to 1,800% and greatly increases the attack range. Orum thought with a serious expression that he can't wait to unleash its full power. If he moves as quickly as possible, he can increase his attack power by about 800%. Then he will be able to destroy this monster. Sunga turned around and noticed the huge sword in his hands. Immediately after, she turned around with a worried look, loudly called out to Ichu, and told him to step aside. He slashed with his sword with a serious expression and released a huge amount of energy. Everyone nearby was not hurt by the strike, but they were very scared. After that, they opened their eyes and saw the mark that was left behind by this attack. With this attack, he cut it into 2 pieces and it screamed loudly in pain. Everyone looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is this a transcendent class?" His attack range is huge. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist and announced that they had defeated all the monsters and completed the quest. He thought sadly that he was asking Juyeon for forgiveness for not being able to fulfill his request. Suddenly, he felt a very strong pain and wondered what it was. It felt like his heart was being pierced. He fell to the ground. Sunga noticed it and called his name loudly with a worried look. Shiwol ran up to him and caught him with a worried look. She looked at him and asked what happened to him. How is he feeling? He said in a painful voice that his heart hurts. She pressed her hand and asked if it hurt here. He felt embarrassed by this and said that she should stop touching his chest. She called him an idiot and said that she was massaging his heart. Sungha called Jong and said that he should take care of him. Kyungho came to them and said that a healer can't help here. What's happening to him is a type of system error. She turned to her and asked what this even means. She said, with a calm expression, that this is an error that occurs when incomplete data is received through a backdoor. In the game, they won't be let in even if they try to unlock the door, right? In any case, this kind of error is not that serious. Maybe everything will be fine because his stats are very high. However, if his stat points are low, he can disappear forever. Sunga abruptly walked up to her, grabbed her by the clothes and pulled her towards her. She said that she was asking her to explain herself and tell them everything she knows. Kyungho said with a smile that as much as she didn't want to, it turned out that there was no particular meaning in it. Immediately after that, system windows with an emergency notification appeared in front of all the team members, which surprised her very much, and she said that this couldn't be. She stood next to her and said that everything was as she expected. She smiled and said that the horizon was approaching. Hyung-sen clicked on the notification, and the system voice said that it welcomed them. The players of Ergosphere Online. They hoped that everything was fine with them. This letter announces the event they have all been waiting for. The official start of the Horizon stage. Any user who has completed the tutorial is eligible to participate in this event. They will also be able to freely use any item or skill in their possession. Details about the Horizon, including the duration, will be announced on the day the event starts. They will then be able to choose whether to participate in it or not. They can freely visit the store page before the event starts, even if they have not participated in the quest. Players can use the store without restrictions on purchases and exchanges. They hope that they will prepare thoroughly for this event. It seems that he forgot the most important detail. The event itself will begin 2 days after this notification is sent. It is July 13th. Players will be notified of the rules and time of the game 15 minutes before it starts. That's all for now. For now, they must try to stay alive. Shiwol asked with a surprised expression, "The Horizon starts in 2 days? That's so soon." Kyungho asked with a calm expression, "Do they understand now?" She said there was no need for her to explain. They will understand everything when the Horizon begins. They will see for themselves how cruel this game was designed. They are nothing more than little puppets forced to fight. After some time, MC and Shiwol were walking down the street, and she said that she thought this was the right house. He asked if she was sure that this was the correct address. She said that the guild master said that she was sure, so she thought it was correct. How did she manage to get his personal information? She knew everything about her. She said that it was a secret, probably illegal. She seemed to understand everything. She was the devil. After that, they entered the building, and she said that it was bigger than she imagined. She was told that it was a studio. She thought that it would be smaller. He thought with a serious expression that game designs, script writing manuals, and the names of many games. Jiyeon really liked video games. She asked him to wait and asked where the turtle was. They needed to quickly find it and get out of here. She noticed an aquarium and said that she found it. She walked up to the turtle and said that it was hiding in its shell. It wasn't dead, right? He said with a calm expression that he didn't think so. It was probably sleeping. She agreed with a sad expression and said that he was right. Either way, she would take the turtle. She had an aquarium at home and could ask the staff to help take care of it. Oram agreed and said that he would help with food, the vet, and stuff too. She looked at him and asked if he forgot who he was talking to. He could just leave it to her. Instead, why doesn't he try to talk it out? After all, she can't help him with this. He thought about it and thanked her. Shiwol walked towards the exit and said that they should go since there were 2 days left until the exam. He called her name and asked what she was going to do now. She looked at him and said that she was going to leave the turtle at home and then go with Sojung to the study cafe. Did he want to go with them? He refused and said that it was okay. He should go home and study. She said that they would definitely pass these tests easily. They managed to get this far, right? He agreed and said that they had gotten really far. She started to leave and said that anyway, since they were done here, they should go. Who knows? Maybe the thieves were already on their way. He felt embarrassed by this and said loudly that they can't let that happen. He looked at the table and thought, is that a notebook with a turtle drawn on it? Maybe this is a diary for a turtle? Maybe there's something about turtles getting diseases related to food they can't eat. He read another page and asked, "Does it say, software search log in the hall?" After a while, Juhyuk asked with a worried look, "Is that what happened?" He can't believe that an adventurer has died. What about the other two party members? They must have been shocked. Sunga said that she wasn't sure about Shiwol because she wasn't the type to show her feelings. However, she felt like he had a slight mental breakdown. It was a really shocking event for a high school student. He agreed and said that it would be difficult for adults too. What about the Transcendent class? They should have seen the stats up close, right? She said that it was beyond her wildest imagination. When he evolved, his stats seemed to have increased by 20 levels at once. Only a few users are able to defeat him in a one-on-one match. He asked with a slightly worried look, "Isn't it dangerous? Chaos, or their emperor might also advance to the Transcendent class." She said that it seemed possible. He looked out the window and said that it was becoming a problem. Chaos was already causing a lot of headaches when they were walking around and causing trouble, but now there was the Transcendent class. That's why during the event, he didn't get to finish because Sunga called out his name and said that she didn't have time to think like that anymore. She needed him, asking him to come closer. Juhyuk asked if it was to get first place in the competition. She said that it was, so that she could protect the guild members. He said with a small smile that she must be having a hard time lately. He had never seen her this weak. She used to only focus on her ambitions, that was how he knew her. She said that he was the only one who saw her acting like a child. It makes people nervous when their leader becomes nervous and doubtful. She has no choice but to move forward, no matter what others say. No matter if it's wrong or not, a leader has to make people believe that what they're doing is good and right. So when he says that she seems weak, it means that she really needs him. So she asks him to stop acting so reluctantly. She has self-respect too, actually. He thought about it and asked if she thought he was just acting like that. He never could. He sat down next to her and said that seriously, he could never win against her. He would help her when the event was over. Then she would take first place and be able to protect everyone. Sunga smiled, thanked him, and said that, as always, he was the best helper. At the same time, the protagonist was lying in his room, reading his diary, and thought, what was written here about Dr. Maria, game development, incurable diseases, a soul transplant experiment? Not that any of it made any sense to him. However, it seems that Juyan was doing research on the company Into Hall software, which created Ergosphere Online. So that's why it seemed like he was hiding behind a mask when they first met. It was just the natural wariness he developed during his research. What caught his attention was the notification that came up on his phone. He picked up the phone and wondered who it could be at this time. Shiwol wrote how he was doing? Not sleeping, right? He said with a small smile that it seemed like she was still awake. He wrote he was doing well. Why wasn't she sleeping? She wrote that she was watching fan cams. He wrote that she was doing this right for exams. She must be feeling really confident. She wrote that she just didn't feel like sleeping yet. He laughed and wrote that he hoped she didn't want to tell him that she was nervous. She refused and wrote that, to be honest, she was a little scared. MC wrote, is it because of the event? It seemed to him that she wasn't afraid of anything. She wrote, why not? She is afraid that he will die, and she is afraid of dying herself. He wrote, she cannot worry. He will risk his life to protect her. He did not send this message and thought that he cannot write this. It is too embarrassing. She wrote that she was thinking of sleeping in the day room tonight. Chaos should not find her there. He should wait until the exams are over. She will bring some whiskey there. He felt embarrassed about it and said that drinking in high school is a bit too much. She wrote, does he want to join her? It seems that she will feel much better if he is there. She also wants to tell him something. What does he think about it? It has been a long time since they slept together. After some time, he came to Shiwol's house and he said that his sister was home, so she thought he would not come. He said that she had said that she wanted to tell him something, so he had secretly snuck out. She said with a small smile that she had meant that she just wanted to talk. He got upset about it and she said that she was apologizing for lying to him. By the way, what did he have in the bag? Oram looked at it and said that it was hot chocolate. He had bought it at the store because she said that she couldn't sleep. She sighed and said that she had hoped that it was alcohol. He said that he had already warned her that they shouldn't drink alcohol. He sat down next to her on the floor, and she asked if he would stay here overnight, right? He refused and said that he would leave a little later. His sister works the night shift, so he needs to get up early too. He needs to be back before she gets there. Shiwol said with a small smile that he could leave after they finished the hot chocolate. He agreed, and she asked him what he would do if he won the 200 billion won prize. Did he have any ideas? He thought about it and said that first he would replace his broken phone, then he would move to a house where he would have his own room, and he would probably put the rest aside. She said with a little displeasure that he was too proper. He should think of something more indulgent. He felt a little confused by this and asked her what she meant by that. She said that she meant something like a lingerie party with beautiful girls. He felt a little confused by this and said that he didn't know about that. It's just that if he had that much money, the only thing he would think about was how to make sure his sister didn't have to suffer anymore. She asked what about a wish that would come true for the winner? What would he wish for? The protagonist said that he had thought about it, but he wasn't sure what he could wish for, so he couldn't decide. Shiwol said that he should imagine what he could wish for. What would he choose? He thought about it and said that if he could wish for anything, he would wish for 2 more wishes. She looked at him with a confused look and said that it wasn't very funny. He said that in that case, it was her turn. What would she do with the money? She thought about it and said that she would buy an apartment building and build a penthouse on the top for herself and rent out the rest of the apartments. She would invest the rest of the money in stocks. He looked a little surprised by this and said that it was so materialistic. She became indignant and said loudly that she should invest the money while she had it, otherwise it would go to waste. He laughed at this and said that she sounded like someone's father. She said it herself that he should be more indulgent, so he thought she would spend the money on a party or something. She said that it was definitely in the plans, it's just not her ultimate goal. Didn't he want to ask her about her wish? He wanted to know what it was, didn't he? MC said with a thoughtful look that he thought he figured it out. It had to do with her parents, right? She looked at him and asked how he figured it out. Did she ever accidentally tell him? He said that he thought there was some reason why she tried to keep her wish secret from him. Then, he noticed that she avoided talking about her parents in front of him. So he just came to a logical conclusion. It's just that he lost his parents in an accident. Shiwol said with a little surprise that he was quite observant. She made a serious face and said that she wanted him to know that she never pitied him. He asked so what exactly was her wish. She could tell it to him. She said that honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. She probably shouldn't have even hidden it. It seems small now that she says it. When she was in middle school, she saw her dad cheating on her mom. She thought she mistook him for someone else, so she hid and watched, but it was definitely him. The woman he was hugging clearly wasn't her mom. For a while, she didn't know what to do and couldn't decide whether to tell her mom or not. Eventually, she realized that pretending she didn't see it was wrong, so she told her. Then she told her that she knew about it and that she had a lover too. She might not understand because she's still young, but that's how married life is. They help each other with some things and might not know about others. It's a partnership of sorts. As long as they don't break their contract, nothing else matters. She'll understand when she grows up and gets married. Things like love and friendship are just a farce to maintain relationships with other people. She asked with a displeased expression, what does that even mean? She's just some kind of decoration born from their superficial relationship. Orium thought it made sense now, that's why she always says things like that. Shiwol said that she wants to forget everything that happened back then. Even if all those feelings were fake, she wants to believe that it was real. Sometimes she feels like she can't trust anyone. She smiled slightly and asked if he thinks that's stupid, right? She was surprised that he agreed with her. He said that, however, since she continues to fight even though it's life-threatening, it means it's important to her. He hopes that her wish will come true no matter how stupid and insignificant it is. He wants to help too. She asked with a slightly confused expression, if he's saying that because of that promise? He thought about it for a moment and said that it's because he likes her. She saved his life many times. For her, it is not fake. That is why he wants her wish to come true. Even if she can't trust him completely. They leaned towards each other and were about to kiss, but still she pulled away and asked him to wait. Shiwol turned away and said that now is not the right time. He should go home and she will go to bed. He agreed and was about to leave, but stopped because she called his name. She looked at him with a blushing face, wished him good night, and said that she was grateful to him for the hot chocolate. The protagonist thanked her in return, and then teleported away. After that, she let out a breath and thought with an embarrassed look that she barely held back. At the same time, he was sitting on the stairs looking confused about what happened. He grabbed his head and quietly asked why he did that. He was lost in the moment like an idiot. He must have gone crazy. His face also turned red and he said that this was not the moment. How will he look her in the eyes tomorrow? The next day, he came to the office and greeted Shiwol. She and Sojung looked at him and greeted him too. He thought that she was acting quite calm. Maybe she didn't pay as much attention to it as he did. He sat down in his seat and thought that he shouldn't worry about it. There were exams this week, so he needed to concentrate on studying. She used mind control to remember everything and tried her best to concentrate. Teacher Kang came into the office and said that they should clear everything off the desks and sit down. After the bell rang, they would start with listening. There was no need to pretend that they were studying. The exams would show how prepared they really were. He noticed a student named Unji looking out the window with a surprised look and asked what she was doing. She could sit in her seat. She pointed out the window with a worried look and said that he should look outside. He walked up to her and asked if there was some idiot or something on the field. She could ignore it, and he would call the security guard. He was very surprised by what he saw and asked loudly what was that. MC and Shiwol also looked out the window and were very surprised by what they saw. They all saw a system window hovering over the city. The people on the street also noticed it and were surprised by what they saw and asked loudly if that was Ergosphere Online. They tried to calm down and asked if that was some kind of advertisement. It was really ugly. The orange box started streaming and said that he hoped all of his subscribers were still alive. None of them are dead yet, right? Welcome to his channel. He got up early today to come here right now. They're probably all wondering where he is right now. They should open their eyes. This isn't just some random street. Do they want to know why he's here? Do they think he's not going to show them the mysterious place like he always does? There are going to be a lot of people here soon, so he came early. What do they even want from him? It seems like they've all been sitting at home, so they don't know. He's going to show them now. He showed a system window in the air and asked if they could see what's behind him. They still don't understand what he's talking about? Anyway, they're all incredibly stupid. He said that all these incidents were a sign that the end of the world is near. He already told them what's happening, but they just don't believe him. They see all kinds of crap on the internet every day, so they can't accept the truth even when he shows it to them. They couldn't even imagine the scale of the disaster that was about to happen in their wildest dreams, so they better be careful. Anyway, that's it for today's stream. He took off his mask and said with a serious expression that from now on, they should go outside and see for themselves. At the same time, Sunga looked out the window with a surprised expression and asked what the key system was doing here. Juhyuk looked at his phone and said that it was spreading on social media too. A lot of news and posts were being published. It seemed like regular people were seeing it too. She kept looking at it and asked if that was the horizon. The students looked at it with a confused expression and asked if that was the Ergosphere Online, right? Maybe that was some kind of advertisement, or maybe there was a tournament today? The system window said that it welcomed all users who play Ergosphere Online and those who don't. The Horizon event will start in about 15 minutes. It will last for 72 hours and will be held right here. A huge red crystal appeared in the center of the city, and it said that the playing field will extend 8 kilometers from this crystal in all directions. Users who are outside the field will be transported to it after the event starts. Sojin turned to the teacher and asked how big this radius is. He thought about it and said that it is practically half of the city. She was very surprised by what she heard and said that it was quite a lot. This means that they won't be able to escape, right? The system announced that this event is a hunt for survivors. Users will hunt monsters that constantly appear throughout the event. The user who gets the most hunting points will take first place. Hunting points will be automatically awarded as they hunt and can be used as status points or money to spend in the shop. Additionally, random quests will be available in certain areas. By completing these quests, users will be able to accumulate hunting points. There will be no penalties for attacking other users, known as player kills. Other penalties will also not be applied during the event. However, it is not possible to take another user's hunting points, even if they are killed by another player's attack. However, they should keep in mind that it is possible to transfer points between users. The user who takes first place will receive a cash prize and a wish. The prize pool has increased to 29 billion won. Anyone can participate in this event, and they will also start from level 1. They should keep in mind that there is no tutorial. This is a high-level event for experienced users. Finally, users who wish to participate in the event can do so without any prerequisites. Anyone who wishes to join can say so at any time. For those who don't want to participate, they need to get to one of the return points on the game board, but it will take them to a safe place. They should keep in mind that they won't be able to return to the event area after they leave this, so they should think carefully before making a decision. It wished them good luck and said that the event would start in 5 minutes. People on the street were filming what was happening and asked what this was. Was this part of some movie? Was the prize money 29 billion won? That's an incredibly large amount. Should he participate too? Shiwol said with a serious expression that there were 6 pillars, and when it collapsed, the horizon would begin. The teacher clapped his hands to get the students' attention and said that they should all calm down and return to their seats. He would figure out what was going on. They would all stay here and study for the tests. Did they forget that it was exam week? At the same time, Kyungho stood outside with a smile and said that she knew it. The data she collected was accurate. This should be fun. It was time to see what would happen next and who would claim first place. A few minutes later, the students were sitting in their seats, but suddenly the pillar that collapsed released a very bright flash of light. They looked out the window and were very surprised when they saw many monsters flying in the sky. They were very surprised by this and asked loudly, "What kind of monsters are these? This can't be. Is this really true?" One of the monsters flew up to the school and looked out the window where they were sitting. The students were very scared by what they saw and screamed loudly in fear. One of them ran out of the classroom and ran down the hallway, but stopped when he saw a monster in knight armor. The system announced that it was a nightmare night monster, hiding until the enemy appeared, and then launching a surprise attack. This monster approached him and was about to strike him with his sword. while the frightened student covered his head with his hands and screamed loudly in fear. The protagonist pushed the student aside and struck the monster with his sword. The teacher and student looked at him with surprised faces and called out his name. He turned around and said with a serious expression that they should gather all the students and teachers and then bring them to the main hall. He will protect everyone so that they can take them to a safe place. Other monsters ran to them, and the system announced that this monster is a nightmare hunter. They hunt in a group, attacking with a high probability of inflicting a critical hit. He ran very quickly towards this group of monsters and killed them all with quick strikes of his sword. Shiwol took out her staff and said that she did not have time to explain. The longer they waited, the more difficult it would be to control the students. So, in short, he had already participated in battles that they should not know about. MC, skillfully cutting down monsters, thought that revenge is a dish best served cold. He made a few more lightning-fast dashes and, cutting down the remaining opponents, thought that he managed to destroy all the monsters on this floor. A system window appeared, which said that his points are 256. The time passed is 9 minutes. Rank 3 out of 126 players. The protagonist looked out to the others and shouted to let them take all the students to the main hall. They will gather there and then evacuate. The woman, closing the workers, began to ask him again in shock. He shouted with a serious face that there is no time to explain. Let them just believe him. All the other students and teachers are already waiting for them. She turned to the others and shouted to let them listen. They are going to evacuate, so let them follow her and not lag behind. And also, let them leave their bags. As everyone started to leave, Shiwol approached the protagonist and reported that she had confirmed that there was no one upstairs. Now all that was left was to gather those who remained in the annex. The MC replied that that was good. Let her leave it to him and let her protect everyone in the main hall. The girl with a serious face headed off and said that she understood everything. The protagonist moved towards the annex and, after looking at the map, thought that the teleporter was not that far from here. It would be faster to exit through the front entrance, but there were a lot of big monsters there. If they evacuated through the back exit, they would be able to reach the teleporter safely. Suddenly, he noticed students running outside and wondered in confusion. Why were they outside? Did they manage to get past the teachers and escape? It was dangerous. There were huge monsters outside. At this time, a student on the street excitedly shouted, "Is this even a good idea? Maybe they should just wait for the police?" Minho nervously shouted that they can't trust the police. Tell her to shut up and follow him to the station. Suddenly, a huge monster started flying towards them. At this moment, MC, holding the Arc of Fate in his hand, delivered a powerful blow to the monster with incredible speed. A system window appeared, which said that the item Arc of Destiny, Guide Rope, allows the user to move 12 times faster along an arc created by a stick and rope. The stick can be thrown in a straight line. The item can be used 3 times with a break of 25 minutes. The protagonist, having destroyed the monster, thought that he received this item when he completed the EX rank quest. He is glad that it came in handy. This item has a good range, so he can use it to move quickly. Suddenly, more monsters flew towards them. He said with a calm face, "Let them return to the main hall while he distracts the monsters." The student excitedly shouted, "Why do they have to return to the school? They will all die if they remain locked in there." The protagonist shouted furiously, "Let him shut his mouth and go to the main hall, if he does not want to die." After that, all the students began to run to the main hall in horror. MC, looking at the opponents, thought that there were 5 big monsters on the field. He did not have time to fight with each one. He threw the item Arc of Destiny up and, finding himself in the air, shouted that he needed to kill them all at once. The protagonist used the skill Onryo's Fury and in an instant cut down all the opponents. A system window appeared, which said that his points are 1,650. The current place in the ranking is first. He noted that now it was time to go to the annex. At this time, the students, watching his battle, began to talk among themselves. "What is going on? Who is this, if he is so cool? He is just like a superhero." One of them said that he recognized him. "This is the Avenger." The student asked, "Is he talking about the Avenger from the game Ergosphere Online? Does he mean that it's a character from a video game?" Shiwol called out to the teacher and pointed out with a serious face that he needed to check all the students and teachers. They can't leave anyone behind when they evacuate. He asked in confusion, "Where would she take them? Wouldn't it be better for them to just wait for the police?" The girl replied that there was a teleportation zone nearby. They would teleport to a safe place if they could get there. Orium and she would take everyone. The teacher excitedly pointed out that there were a lot of monsters outside. They couldn't go out there. The two of them couldn't protect so many people. Shiwol called out to him furiously and told him that when the protagonist first came to school after he changed, they found it hard to believe what had happened. But in the end, it really was him, right? So he had to believe the impossible. Orium was one of his students. The man calmed down and replied that he understood. He called out to all the teachers and shouted that they had to do a roll call. Let the students make sure their friends were with them. They would be leaving this school soon. Shiwol thought that was good. It should help them get everyone out. She could use an item too, but that would be unnatural. Now only the protagonist himself was left. At this time, he was fighting monsters in the annex. The protagonist cut down the monster and, approaching the girl, asked if she was okay. Would she be able to walk? She agreed with fear and thanked him. He pointed to her to go to the main hall through the second-floor corridor. Everyone was waiting for her there. When the girl left, MC thought that the annex was finished now. All they had to do was get everyone out of the main hall. If he cleared the way through the back gate, everyone would be able to evacuate safely. He ran down the corridor when he suddenly noticed a huge monster on the street and wondered what it was. Could it be the cursed golem from the witch graveyard? A system window appeared, saying that the monster was the cursed golem from the witch graveyard. It casts a curse effect on normal attacks. The curse effect gradually slows down the enemy's movements. The protagonist nervously wondered why he was the one blocking the back gate. He mainly uses close combat attacks, so it would be difficult for him to defeat this monster. Shual is good at long-range attack skills, so she could destroy it. Should he ask her for help? No, there was no time for that. He instantly braced himself and rushed at the monster, thinking that it would be bad if he received the curse effect. He just had to avoid its attacks. He would not let anyone die this time. No matter what happened, he would protect everyone. The protagonist used the skill Phantom Blades of Revenge and dealt a powerful blow. At this time, 2 students were sitting in the cafe. One of them, copying the text, nervously asked, "Will this also be on the test? Does the professor really think this is the only subject they study? What is he doing there? Maybe he saw something funny?" The guy, showing him his phone, replied, "Let him look at this." On his phone was a news broadcast, where the reporter said that if people just turned on the news, they ask you to remain calm and continue watching. The image he is showing now shows the city as it was just a moment ago. As they see, the city seems to disappear into a black hole. Firefighters and police services immediately went to the scene to investigate this unprecedented phenomenon, but so far they have not been able to get inside. The government called a meeting of the National Security Council and issued an evacuation order for nearby residents. At the moment, both local and foreign experts are working on this issue. The student, looking at this, asked in horror, "Is this real?" Sometime later, at school, the teacher approached her colleague and reported that she had finished recounting. He replied that it was great, she had done a great job. The man approached Shiwol and noted that everything was in place. What should they do now? She replied that he should give her a minute. She nervously wondered why the protagonist hadn't returned yet. There was no way that the monsters had killed him. Suddenly, the protagonist himself jumped off the roof and, apologizing for being late, said that he had to deal with a monster that used curses for a while. Shiwol sighed and smiled that if he had been a few more seconds late, she might have gotten angry. Anyway, what should they do next? Everyone else was already waiting. The MC called out to the teacher and asked if he could come over for a minute. When the man approached, he opened a map and said that according to this map, they would reach the teleport point once they passed this alley. That was where they would lead everyone. While they walked, he would protect the front of the group and Shiwol would follow behind. The teachers will lead the students to their classrooms so that no one gets lost. The teacher, remembering him during his studies, replied that he understood. He can do it, right? The protagonist agreed with a serious face and added that he can trust him. After some time, he set off on his way, destroying monsters along the way. The protagonist, having cleared the path, pointed out that it should be safe now. Let him lead everyone to the alley. The teacher agreed and began to lead the students out of the school grounds. MC, calling out to Shiwol, asked how things were going back there. Did she see any monsters? She replied that she had used the watchtower skill, but there were no monsters nearby. There were a few enemies, but they were far away. The protagonist thought that this was a survivor hunt. He had assumed that there would be more monsters. Perhaps it was just because the event had just begun? Shiwol asked if he thought the event reflected the ecosystem in the game. Monsters in the game have their own ecosystem, right? Like, for example, phantom monsters only move at night, and weak ones move in packs. What if the monsters in this event are distributed the same way? All the monsters in the school were from the nightmare category. The protagonist answered with a serious face that if that was the case, then there was a reason why there were so few monsters here. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared and destroyed the building. MC, armed, thought with a serious face that the reason was because in the game's ecosystem, there were always fewer monsters near the boss. He said that he would deal with this monster, and she should go and protect the others. When the girl left, the main character thought that this was the mutant, Meadow, Tarragon. He looks like a normal mutant, but he has a lightning effect with a replacement. This means that the best option is an anti-electric hood. The monster began to attack him with powerful electric magic, but the protagonist, putting it on, began to counterattack. A system window appeared, which said that the item Lightning Destroyer Cloak allows you to neutralize 2 attacks with lightning or electricity. It does not affect static electricity. He stuck the sword into the monster's head and using the skill Flower of Resentment, inflicted crushing blows in an instant. After that, Taking off the hood, MC noted that although he is a mutant, Meadow Tarragon is quite easy to fight. A system window appeared, which said that his points are 2,230. The current rating is 5th place. After some time, Shiwo led everyone to the teleport. The teacher asked if this was the same place. She agreed and added that this is the teleport zone. As soon as they enter there, they will be immediately transported to a safe place. The man agreed and said that as their teacher, he would go first to make sure it was safe. As soon as he entered the teleport area, a system window appeared, asking if he wanted to be teleported to a safe place. If he left, he would not be able to return. The teacher asked, he needed to press the yes button, right? He agreed and was teleported in an instant. All the students screamed excitedly. Shiwo calmed them down and said that she and Orum had done this dozens of times. It was safe, just let them wait in line to be teleported. Sojung came up to her and excitedly noted that she had tried calling her mother, but she was not answering. Would she be able to go with her to her home? She only needed to go there for a minute. The other students also came up and began to ask as well. The girls shouted to let them wait. They would not be able to get out of here if she helped everyone. She worriedly wondered what she should do. She would not be able to protect them if everyone went to search for their loved ones. Suddenly, the protagonist approached the crowd and shouted that they should not worry about their loved ones. He would make sure that everyone in the city would be safe. They would meet their loved ones when they were safe. It was much more dangerous here. They could get injured. They should not be afraid and just go through the portal. Shiwo, sighing, put her hands on Sojung's shoulders and told her not to worry. She was sure that the networks were just overloaded with calls. The girl agreed and asked when she managed to get superpowers. She nervously answered that she got them from the video game Ergosphere Online. Sojung asked, so there are superheroes in the game too? Shiwo nervously answered that this was not entirely true. Although, okay, you can say that. After some time, all the students were transported using the portal. MC, seeing this, noted that this was good. Only the teachers remained. One of them excitedly thanked them and also moved. When everyone disappeared, the protagonist exhaled and said that was it. Shiwo asked with a serious face, were they going to start hunting for survivors? He asked that before they did. Did she know where her parents were? She replied that they were supposed to be at the Shiraz Hotel for a presentation of a new medicine. The protagonist noted that it was quite far from here. He thought that it was on the opposite side of his sister's hospital. Orum said that they needed to save everyone in this area first, and then they would go to the Shiraz Hotel. Shiwo replied that that sounded good. By the way, she found something useful. MC looked at her and was very surprised to see the motorcycle. She added with a smile that the owner had left the keys in the ignition. She thought that the owner had already gone through the portal, so if they brought it back with a full tank, it would be fine. Let him drive and she would cast skills from behind. The protagonist replied that he didn't know how to drive a motorcycle. Shiwo noted with a smile that it's like a bicycle, probably almost the same. They should try it. He exclaimed, why not? It shouldn't be that hard, should it? After a while, they set off on a motorcycle, and the girl sitting on the back shouted to let him go at the speed of light. The protagonist replied that he was not sure if that was possible. After a while, near the building, a policeman escorting civilians shouted that it was dangerous here. Let everyone go inside the building. They were from the police, and they were here to protect them. A colleague approached him and noticed that their radios and phones were not working. What should they do? He replied that they needed to focus on keeping everyone safe. He would make sure that reinforcements were sent to them as soon as possible. Suddenly, a huge monster, the Phantom Butcher, appeared near them, which often uses poison even in normal attacks. Due to the poison, damage from magic and ranged attacks is reduced. The policeman excitedly took out his gun and opened fire on the enemy. Seeing that the monster did not care about the bullets, he was frightened and shouted, why didn't he die? Another one excitedly exclaimed, is he really a zombie? The monster tried to attack them, but suddenly a purple thick mass formed under him, which immobilized him. At that moment, the protagonist appeared, who, using the skill Double Cut, instantly cut off the enemy's head. After that, he thanked the girl with a smile for her help. She replied that that's why she was here. A junior police officer, aiming a taser at them, shouted in fear, who are they? They are monsters, right? That's why they can use these strange powers, right? Shiwo with a calm face answered, let him pay attention to their school uniform. Anyone would tell him that they are ordinary school children who live in anticipation of the lunch bell. He nervously shouted that she could be a monster disguised as a schoolgirl. A senior police officer approached him with a serious face and ordered him to calm down and lower the taser. Does he really want to harm these innocent children? They are users of the video game Ergosphere Online, right? MC raised his hands and asked if he knew about this game. He replied that he knew a little. This game is quite popular after all. The voice from the sky had also said so earlier. By the way, do they have any idea how to end the game? He heard that it lasts 72 hours, but they can't wait that long. Shiwo replied that they didn't know either. They were also caught up in this. The policeman asked with a thoughtful look. So what should they do? Maybe they should call for backup? The protagonist replied that he knew how to keep people safe. There was a teleport zone not far from here. If they went there, they would be able to transport everyone who was hiding in this building to a safe place. They would protect them while they were leading them there. A colleague approached the policeman and asked if it wouldn't be better for them to wait for backup inside the building. If they stayed outside, they might die at the hands of monsters. He asked with a serious face how much the two of them were good at the game. Can they be trusted? Shiwol replied with a calm face that she didn't know what they could say to make them trust them. But she could tell one thing for sure. They evacuated everyone from their school and made sure they were safe. Just the two of them. That guy even defeated a high ranker once. The MC asked sheepishly, "Is that so important?" The policeman said thoughtfully that they would do it this way. He would trust the two of them and accompany everyone to the teleport zone. Will they be able to protect them? The protagonist agreed with a smile and added that they could rely on them. The junior policeman asked excitedly, "Does he really think that's right? How can he trust them?" He replied that they wouldn't be able to protect all those people with the equipment they had anyway, so they'd better evacuate as many people as possible so they wouldn't have to be looked after. Shiwol pointed out that they had one problem. The policeman asked what exactly it was. After some time, they went to clear the area. The protagonist, seeing a group of monsters, attacked them in a flash and killed two. The third monster tried to attack from behind, but the girl killed it with her staff. MC asked if the area was safe now, right? She agreed, and noted that they had destroyed them all. Shiwol turned around and shouted that it was their turn now. Let him use the item she gave him. The policeman, having climbed onto the roof, picked up the item, Dragon Horn, which amplifies the user's voice, causing low-level monsters to run away. This item was called Fusro Da for unknown reasons. He shouted very loudly that this was a message for everyone hiding in the building. Let them please come down. They are from the police, and they are responsible for their safety. They are going to evacuate them to a safe place. Let them please follow them. It will be safer than hiding in the building. He repeats again, they are from the police, and they are here to protect them. Let them come down, please. MC asked with a smile, it was good that the policeman made the announcement, right? The girl agreed and noted that it was unlikely that anyone would listen to them. Suddenly, a system window appeared which contained an offer for an important raid quest, and it also said that Sharon, the Knight of the Black Star, and Ulka, the embodiment of the wind. The reward is 20,000 hunting points. Does he want to accept the quest? Suddenly, these two monsters instantly appeared behind them. Shiwol excitedly noted that these were dungeon bosses. He called out to her and said that he would deal with them, let her go and protect everyone until they reached the teleporter. She wondered if he thought he could stop them alone. Usually, it takes at least 4 people to defeat them. The protagonist, armed, replied that he had no choice. They would not be able to save those people as long as they were here. He accepted the quest and added that he must defeat them at all costs, and let her not forget to apply the attack buff before leaving. Shiwol did as he asked, and when the battle began, noticed that he was being reckless as always. He still acted like he was playing alone. Just don't let him die. She'll be back as soon as she gets everyone out of here. At this time, the protagonist encountered Sharon in a fierce battle. The moment he retreated, Ulka began to surround him. He dodged at the last moment and thought that it was close. He would have received much more damage if he hadn't blocked it. Fighting 2 dungeon bosses at the same time is harder than he thought. But he's already defeated them before in the game. They're not that special, so he knows how to defeat them. It's only a matter of time before he wins. MC armed himself again and ran to attack. Sharon, seeing this, used the skill Star Decay and directed it towards the enemy. A system window appeared, which said that the skill shoots laser beams 3 times more powerful than his attack characteristics in random directions. Afterwards, the images of the beams remain for 1.5 seconds and damage players who touch it. The protagonist began to dodge each laser and approach the boss. As he approached, Ulka attacked him. The protagonist, with a serious face, used the counterattack skill Oath of Vengeance, and having damaged the second boss, thought that he was not a formidable opponent, but his paralysis skill and multi-sided attacks could be problematic. And Sharon is weak at close range, but has a wide attack area. This means that there is only one way to defeat both of them. The boss began to shoot lasers again, but MC, using the skills Overcome Adversity and Eye for an Eye, reflected the attack back at the opponents and seriously injured Ulka. Armed with a dagger, he thought that he could defeat him first if he used Sharon's attacks to his advantage. The protagonist rushed to attack, and using the skill Revenge as a Raging Fire, finished off the first boss. At the moment, the last enemy started to attack from behind. He turned around abruptly and thought, this won't work. Now that they can't stick together, it will be easy to defeat them one by one. The protagonist used the skill Vengeance, Raging Fire, Hellfire, and destroyed the last boss in 2 moves. After that, he calmly noted that it could be dangerous if Ulka was as fast as Waham. A system window appeared, which said that the quest was completed. Reward, 20,000 points. Total score, 26,080 points. Current ranking, 1st place. Suddenly, a drone appeared next to him, controlled by a girl. She remarked that this was not bad. He's in first place, right? A mutter was heard next to her about how it was an Avenger. Isn't this a weak class? Maybe they should take another look or tell them right away. Judging by his clothes, he's probably a high school student, right? This guy is quite young. Wait, what does his age matter? The girl said that she needs to watch a little more before deciding whether to bet on him or not. After a while, near the building, a policeman shouted for all the people to keep their distance and take their time. They still have time. Shiwol called out to him and asked how long it would take for everyone to teleport. He replied that it would be about 15 minutes, maybe more. There were still people in the building, so they might have to wait longer. The girl took out her phone and thought that she was wondering if Orum was okay. She hoped that he would hurry up. She asked how far it was from here to the Shiraz hotel. The policeman replied that it was close, about 5 minutes by car. Shiwol nervously noted that she was glad that it wasn't too far. Suddenly, the protagonist arrived on a motorcycle and, apologizing for being late, explained that he needed to pick up the motorcycle. She ran up to him and asked in surprise that he was able to win. Ulka and Sharan alone? MC calmly agreed and asked what was wrong with that. The girl, shocked, noted that it was unbelievable. He approached the policeman and pointed out that the two of them should also go to the teleportation zone. Let them leave the rest to them. The man replied that they would like to, but there are still many people here. They can't just turn their backs on everyone in the building. Let his comrade go first. Someone has to protect the people who have already passed through the portal. The junior policeman accepted the order and headed for the portal. Shiwol asked if he was really going to patrol alone. He replied that if there are no reinforcements, he would have to. There is a rule that officers should patrol in pairs, but now he cannot do otherwise. She noted that she is not about the rules. The protagonist took out the trader's cloak from his inventory and, handing it to him, said that he should take it. This is a cloak that will help disguise himself from monsters who do not have skills. Detection. He will be able to avoid monsters and move around safely. And let him take the healing potions. He will be able to use these to heal his wounds. The policeman took all of these and thanked him and asked if he didn't need these. Can he really give these items to him? The MC replied with a smile that it was okay. Just let him do his best to save as many people as possible. The man smiled and said that he understood. He better hurry up. He also had to save his family. The protagonist said, "What about the monster detection skills?" The policeman interrupted him and smiled and noted that he already knew what that meant. He also played video games when he was a kid. They called him Storm Zerg in high school. They were confused, wondering what that even meant. The protagonist added with a smile that they would leave it to him anyway. Let him be careful. After a while, they got on their motorcycle and set off. Shiwol said let him leave her at the city hall. She'll run from there. MC asked why she wanted to go there. She was going to the Shiraz hotel, right? The girl explained that he needed to save his sister. He shouldn't worry about her. They'd better split up to find their families and then meet up. The protagonist agreed and added that their meeting place would be where they split up. She replied that she understood. At this time, Aharum, having cleaned up the ward, sighed and noted that everything was done. Mondays are always so stressful. This is definitely hell, right? She left the office and, seeing the commotion, asked in bewilderment what was going on. What's all the fuss going on here? The girl approached her colleague Jisoo and asked what was going on here. Why was it so noisy? She, holding the phone to her ear, asked if she had heard a voice from the sky recently. That's why the hospital is in chaos now. The sky also looks strange. Arum noted in bewilderment that she had indeed heard something earlier. But she thought it was just an advertisement and ignored it. Suddenly, there was a very loud explosion. Jisoo asked in fear what that was. She thought it was from the entrance on the first floor. Aharum said she would check. Let her stay here. The girl ran to the stairs and looked down to see the monster, Dollmaker's workshop, doll number 3, daughter. She thought in fear that this couldn't be. Is it really real? Are they filming a movie or something? Suddenly, the monster approached her and, swinging a knife, tried to stab her. At the last moment, Dr. Noah pushed her to the other side and saved her. Aryam asked if he was okay. He answered that if she was asking if he could still move, then yes. The monster tried to stab again, but the man grabbed the girl and dodged, and then said that they need to escape through the corridor of the emergency room. He doesn't think they can leave through the main entrance. She asked excitedly, what about the patients? They can't just leave them. Suddenly, another monster appeared behind the enemy. The doctor asked what they should do. He grabbed her hand sharply and shouted for her to run after him. He had an idea. Arum asked excitedly, what was he planning? Noah answered that they would hide in the reception area. If they tried to escape with the patients who had mobility problems, they could all be caught and killed by those monsters. So they had better stay in the hospital and wait for the rescue team to arrive. Could she help him? The girl agreed with a serious face and added that they couldn't just leave the patients and run away. Suddenly, another monster appeared on their way. The doctor excitedly shouted that there was a monster in the reception area too. Arum called out to him and pointed to the door, noting that there were more patients in this room. He replied that they would use this room then. The girl called out to Jisoo and pointed to her to gather all the patients in the hallway and bring them here. After a while, Noah barricaded the office and asked if the monster had left. Even if he noticed them, they had piled up enough objects in front of the door to stop him. Had she managed to contact the police or the fire department? Arium, holding her phone, replied that no, all the lines were down. It seemed like the internet was down too. The doctor looked out the window and noted that he didn't think the situation outside was any better. She excitedly asked what was going on. Those monsters looked like they came straight out of the movies. What are they doing here? Noah replied that they were not from a movie, but from a video game. They were from a popular game called Ergosphere Online. He had played it a bit, so he recognized them. Aram wondered if this was the game she had bought Orum for his birthday. Wait, if it was as bad outside as it was in here, then that meant he was in danger. The doctor put his hand on her shoulder and told her not to worry. Her brother should be with his teachers right now, and he was a smart boy. He was sure he was fine. She shouldn't worry so much. Aram thanked him and asked why the monsters from the game had appeared in real life. Noah replied that he didn't even know. Suddenly, one of the patients, looking out the window, noticed that a helicopter had just taken off. That had to be the rescue team, right? They were finally saved. The doctor, looking out the window, explained that it was a helicopter for the bureaucrats. They must have evacuated the government officials first. The patients screamed in fear. What about them? How could they just leave them here while they ran away? Suddenly, one of the helicopters was shot down by a powerful shot from the monster. The patients, seeing this, began to say in horror that this couldn't be true. They would all die, wouldn't they? They didn't want to die. Noah excitedly tried to calm them down and said that he was sure that the rescue team would come. Let them please be calm until then. Ariam thought that this was a failure. The patients were panicking. Weaker patients were vulnerable to psychological crises than ordinary people. Suddenly, there was a powerful knock from the door. Noah, armed with a mop, said that everyone should step back. In an instant, the wall exploded and the monster appeared on the threshold. He took a fighting stance, and calling out to the girl, said that he would try to distract his attention and that she should look for an opportunity to escape. The doctor ran to attack, but the monster struck him in an instant and threw him aside. Suddenly, Ahram stood in front of him, armed with a crutch. He shouted excitedly. What was she doing? He told her to run. The girl with a serious face answered, "Let him shut up." She already told him that she was not going to just abandon their patients. She ran to attack, but the crutch broke after the first blow. The monster swung to make a control blow, when suddenly in an instant it fell apart. The protagonist appeared at the threshold and, holding a sword in his hands, asked if she was okay. Was she hurt anywhere? Ahram immediately began to remember all the moments with him, and then called out to him in surprise. He calmly noted that he came to save her. The girl in shock asked how he did it. MC came up to her and answered that he would explain everything later. He called out to the doctor and asked if he was attacked by one of these monsters. Let him please use this. The protagonist took out a medium healing potion and handed it to him. Noah, taking the jar, asked if this was a medium healing potion. He agreed and added that he could drink it or use it as if he were in the game. If his wounds were caused by monsters, then this item would heal him. The protagonist called out to his sister and asked if this was everyone left in the hospital. Arum nervously replied that she was not sure. They had been locked in this room all this time. He said that he would quickly take a look around then. He had gotten rid of all the monsters nearby, so they should not worry. As he left, the girl remarked that she had no idea what was going on here. Noah replied that he did not either. They should follow him and see what he was doing here. The only hope of them getting out of this alive was to entrust their fates to Orum. He is the only one strong enough to fight these monsters. At this time, the protagonist, seeing another monster, made a quick dash and, using the skill Double Cut, destroyed the enemy in a matter of seconds. After that, he shouted out if there was anyone here, he is here to save them. Hearing nothing in response, MC thought that it was strange because he did not see anyone. Did everyone escape from here? Most of them are patients at the hospital, so it is unlikely. He should look around a little more. After some time, he arrived at another building and, seeing many traces of a battle, wondered if someone had fought the monster here. Were they able to fight back? There is no way they could have survived this. This means that there is another player here. Who could it be? The protagonist ran forward when suddenly Juri jumped out at him with a weapon. He sharply parried the attack and was very surprised. The girl recognized him and asked him in surprise that he was the player she met at the quest competition, right? She only saw the tip of his sword sticking out, so she thought he was a monster. The girl called out to Yunsung and noticed that the guy with the sword from the Waham quest was there. The guy walked up to them and exclaimed in surprise that it was really him. It must be fate, right? In any case, he was glad to see him again. He remembers them, right? The MC remained silent with an awkward smile. Yunsung shouted, "Does he really not remember them?" He chuckled and replied that he remembers. He was just teasing them. The guy asked in displeasure, was he always like this? So where is the girl who was on his team? The protagonist replied that she had something she needed to take care of. They were going to regroup later. In any case, did the two of them manage to defeat the monsters that were at the hospital? Giri agreed and added that she had a skill that showed her areas with large concentrations of monsters. This led them to the hospital, so they decided to do some hunting. The MC wondered what about the patients and other people who were there? Yunsun answered with a smile that they helped them escape. They created a blockade in the hallway and created a separate passage that the monsters could not enter, and then led everyone to safety. He happily noted that this was a good idea. He really is a builder. The girl added that she led everyone to the teleportation zone. It was far away, but she is quite fast, so she was looking for a safe path that everyone could use to escape. The protagonist said that he knew that the two of them were good people. The guy, looking at his partner, asked if that was true. Giri chuckled and said that she knew that she was good, but she did not know about him. The protagonist thought that this was good. Those people also managed to escape. If they just got rid of the remaining monsters nearby, it shouldn't be too hard to get to the teleportation zone. But he still needed a plan B. He asked if they wanted to make a deal. At this point, Ahuram bandaged the patient's leg and asked if that was better. She, sitting on the bed, agreed in fear. Suddenly, MC called out to her and told her that everyone else in the hospital had already escaped. There was only her and the people who needed to leave right now. The girl asked if he wanted them to leave, but the rescue team hadn't arrived yet. So where would they go? Noah asked if he wanted them to go to the teleportation zone, right? Aram, confused, asked what that was. He explained that the voice in the sky had said this before, saying that people who didn't want to participate could escape through the teleporter. The protagonist pointed out that the nearest teleporter wasn't close, but it wasn't very far either. He would show the way, so it was time for them to go. The girl with a serious face replied that she didn't agree. Some of these patients have trouble walking, and there are strange monsters outside, so it's too dangerous. The protagonist excitedly said that she shouldn't worry. He will fight the monsters and protect them, so they will be safe. Ahuram hysterically interrupted him and said that what she was really worried about was him. She didn't know what kind of power he had, or how he fought those monsters, but she was worried that he would get hurt. They just had to wait here for the rescue team. Let him not leave here and fight those monsters, okay? The MC replied that she also fought every day. She could act like it was no big deal and pretend that she was okay. But she fought to keep herself together even when she felt like she was falling apart. Right now, he was just struggling like she did every day. He also had a side to him that she didn't know about. He was also afraid of getting hurt. They might get into trouble if they left, but when he came home, he would act like it was no big deal, just like she always did. Aram thought in shock that it was weird. In her eyes, Oram had always been a little child. She began to wipe away her tears and agreed, saying that if they left, they should stick together until they were safe. Did he understand that? MC replied with a smile that he promised her that. The girl sighed and said with a smile that it was time for them to get out of here. He took out a map and called out to the doctor and asked if he wanted to see the route. He took care of all the monsters in the area, so he thought they should leave as soon as possible. It would take 10 minutes to get to the teleportation zone on foot, so they should hurry. Noah asked thoughtfully, "They need 10 minutes, right? These patients might need to stop and rest along the way." The protagonist replied that he thought about it for a while. Suddenly, a system warning popped up saying that the monsters would respawn in 10 minutes. Stronger monsters would appear. MC was scared. They would respawn in 10 minutes? So what should they do? There was no way to get to the teleportation zone with these patients in 10 minutes. Ahuram was confused, wondering what was wrong with the two of them. What did respawn mean? The doctor explained that the monsters they had just defeated would return. Basically, their path to the teleportation zone was blocked. The protagonist nervously wondered what they should do. Maybe the patients could share the traitor's cloak? No, something bad might happen if they were caught by monsters that used the detection skill. What if he tried to kill all the monsters before they left? No, that was too long. Damn it, what should they do? There was nothing like that in this game, so he had no plan. Suddenly, Noah put his hand on his shoulder and pointed out that there were only 7 patients here, and 4 of them couldn't walk. There were only 3 medical staff here, including him. They had enough wheelchairs, he could prepare everything. Let him think about it very carefully. There had to be a way. The protagonist agreed, and opening his inventory, thought that they should think about it again. Who knows, maybe there would be a good item in there that he hadn't used for a long time. After all, he only used items for single-player games. He found the item and called out to the medics, asking if they could do him a favor. He wished they would all join the game. At this time, Giri and Yungsun came out. The girl exclaimed in annoyance that they had agreed to meet halfway. Why isn't he coming? It seems like he refused their deal, right? The guy looked at his watch and thought that there was only 1 minute left until the monsters spawned. He replied that he didn't think he could reach the teleportation zone even if he went there now. She said furiously that she knew it. So what was he doing? Suddenly, Jiri saw a light and turned to the side, confused, asking what it was. Yungsun, seeing the protagonist, said that it couldn't be. This Avenger used a speed buff on those people, and then brought them here? The MC, moving towards them, held the item Raid Leader's Torch in his hands, which equalizes the movement speed of other players, bringing their speed closer to the players for 25 seconds. The item can also be used twice. The girl asked in shock how a speed buff could work on normal people. He replied with a smile that he thought other people were players now too. Even level 1 players could temporarily run as fast as an Avenger if they used the Raid Leader's Torch. Maybe they chose a class that would be easy to adapt to. For example, a merchant class, since the tutorial quest was just walking around. Juri sighed and smiled that it reminded her of how he fought Wahang. He was damn smart, that's for sure. The protagonist approached them, called out to the girl and held out the torch, shouting for her to take it and run to the teleportation zone. She asked with a smile, was he passing the baton to her? Okay, they should run at full speed, right? The MC agreed and handed her the item. Gyuri, using the skill Running Wind, ran very fast and shouted for them to follow her and not get distracted. She became much faster than before. Jisoo, pushing a wheelchair with a patient, shouted that it was too fast. Ahram replied that she should control herself. Youngsun, watching this, noted with a smile that Juri was getting too carried away again. She gets furious when she can show what she is special at. Suddenly, the timer on his bracelet sounded and he said that 10 minutes had already passed. In an instant, a huge monster swamp lord appeared behind him, which creates landslides wherever it appears. The guy said with a smile that according to their plan, he must block the monster's path from the rear. He took out the item, Invincible Grain, with a smile, which doubles the duration of the next skill, and shouted for him to come here. He will not let him pass by him. After these words, a fight broke out between them. At this time, Juri, paving the way for the civilians, shouted that they were almost there. They should not give up. The protagonist called out to her with a serious face and warned that there was a monster here. The girl saw it and said, how inconvenient. It was not here before. A monster blue crystal spirit appeared in front of them, which required 36 hits to destroy, regardless of critical damage. Juri, armed, asked that with the two of them, it should not be a problem, right? MC agreed and added that it would only take them 10 seconds. He called out to his sister and indicated that she should wait a minute with everyone else. The protagonist ran to attack and, using the skill Grievance Flower, dealt several hits to the monster. Ahram, watching this, was very surprised and remembered how he saved her. At this time, Gyuri took the initiative and, using the skill Dagger of the Whirlwind, made a control blow and destroyed the monster, and then with a smile noted that this time she dealt the final blow. The protagonist replied with a smile that he had more blows, but however, that's true. He turned to the others and shouted that everything is fine, it's safe now. They continue moving. This park is a teleportation zone. Noah said with a smile that he was glad that he had a chance to watch his fight today. He's really something. MC was very embarrassed and replied that it was nonsense. He called his sister and noted that it was time for them all to go to a safe place. Ahram with a calm smile replied that this is indeed true, he's right. After some time they approached the portal and the protagonist happily said that they can leave from here. They can set off with the stroller as long as they touch it, so don't worry. He'll come back to them a little later. Ahram got excited that he promised that they would stick together. What is he gonna do? He answered with a smile that he was sorry. To be honest, he had somewhere to go. The girl said shockedly that he shouldn't tell her. Could it really be Shiwal? The MC agreed and added that he had to see her. And there was one more thing, but he would explain everything to her as soon as he got back. Ahram shed tears and noted that he was stubborn at the most inopportune moments. Like when she told him to take the bedroom, but he didn't. Let him go if he wanted. She didn't think she could stop him. But as punishment for lying to her, he would wash the dishes for the next month. The protagonist agreed with a smile and added that he would also do all the cleaning. He instructed Noah to make sure everyone was safe. After that, the protagonist ran back with Gyuri. Ahram sat up and said that she was wrong. To be honest, it made her a little happy when Ahram said it was time for him to go. He always acts like an adult. Even when things get tough, he never whines. He was always so attached to her. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to support him like a parent should. She was always worried, but now he told her that he had a reason for leaving her. The girl burst into tears and added that she felt so relieved. At this moment, more than ever, she doesn't know if he will die fighting. She is so proud to see him grow up. There must be something wrong with her, right? Noah calmly replied that of course there isn't. She is not just his older sister, she is also his mother. That is why she is happy. Ahram was weak after losing his parents, but he overcame his painful past and is finally strong enough to forge his own path. That doesn't make her bad. She did everything she could for him, and now she prays for his happy future. At this time, Youngsun was fighting a monster. At that moment, the enemy spat out several volleys of poison in his direction. He used the skill Fortress Wall with a serious face, and after blocking the attack, noted that it was time for a combo. The guy used the skill Fortress Cannon, and, having created several cannons in the wall, began to fire at the monster. A system window appeared which said that the skill Fortress Cannon can be combined with the skill Fortress Wall to protect against long-range attacks. This can reflect attacks from a long range, dealing 120% damage. The moment the monster was injured, Youngsung ran out from cover and shouted that it was time for him to end this. Suddenly, the guide rope item flew by at lightning speed, and then the protagonist instantly appeared, using the Phantom Vengeance Blade skill to cut off the monster's head. Juri ran up to them and exclaimed in displeasure that she wanted to deliver the finishing blow. How could he move faster than her? She was sure that she had beaten him. MC, smiling, holding the item in his hand, replied that he had used it. She shouted in displeasure that this was cheating. Youngsung tried to calm her down and noted that using items was not prohibited. This was not a race at all. In any case, did they manage to deliver everyone to the portal zone safe and sound? The protagonist agreed with a smile and added that, thanks to him, they all escaped without getting hurt. He replied that he was glad to hear it. MC opened the system window and said that it was time for them to finish their deal. Let the system send these two players 5,000 points each. In an instant, they received notifications that they had received 5,000 points. The girl happily noted that her rank had also increased. Youngsung thanked him with a smile and said that he thought that their deal with help was complete, and also, they should add each other as friends. The protagonist, accepting the offer, replied that it sounded good. Suddenly, the guy sent him an item and said that he should take it. The protagonist, surprised, took out a lava glove from his inventory and put it on. The item reduces magic damage. Normal attacks have a 45% chance of getting the fire effect. It can only be equipped by classes with a longsword with dual blades. Gyuri exclaimed in displeasure that this item is very expensive. Why is he giving it away? Youngsung calmly replied that they can't use it. Besides, he wants to repay him for protecting them from Chaos last time. It may be a competition, but it's only fun when there's a reward, right? Does he agree with that? The MC agreed and thanked him for the gift. The guy smiled and said that they'll see each other later. His girlfriend was probably already waiting for him. He sheepishly replied that they weren't dating yet. Gyuri asked with a smirk, "For now?" So there was something between them? The protagonist replied with great embarrassment that there was nothing. He thought that he couldn't say that there was nothing, but still. Youngsung warned that he probably already knew, but he should watch out for Chaos. It seemed like they ignored monsters and hunted players. In any case, their goal was probably to kill the best players so they could dominate the ranking table. At this time, Shiwol, moving along the streets, saw a building and shouted that it was the Shiraz Hotel. She thought that there was still a little bit left. She hoped that she was not too late. Suddenly, a huge monster, ancient sage dragon Kaikas, appeared in the sky. The girl nervously noted that this monster can only be found in the sage dragon shrine. Does this mean that this entire location is a top-level dragon hunting zone? Suddenly, several explosions were heard nearby. Shiwol thought with a serious face that she needed to act quickly before the entire area was destroyed. She ran towards the hotel when suddenly a monster, Stone Dragon Valarka, sat down in front of her. It is resistant to damage from magical attacks, appears only in the Sage Dragon Shrine, and is also immune to low temperatures and unconsciousness effects. She nervously shouted, "Why is a monster resistant to magic in her way?" Shiwol used the skills Abyssal Trap, Arrow Trap, Spike Trap, Fire Trap, and began to deal multiple attacks. After that, she fiercely approached the enemy, and using the skill Axe Trap, shouted that she would hit it with magic until something worked. In an instant from such devastating attacks, the monster was defeated. The girl with a serious face noted that with enough hits, it is always possible to destroy the enemy. A system window appeared, notifying that her rank had increased to 14th place. After some time, Shiwol ran into the hotel grounds and, seeing the fuss, wondered in bewilderment, why was everyone leaving the hotel? She thought that they would hide. Suddenly, a servant ran up to her and excitedly asked what she was doing here. She replied that she came here on a motorcycle. What about her parents? He explained that he did not know, he was just waiting nearby. He saw people running out of the hotel, but he did not see her parents coming out. So he called them. The girl ran on and shouted that she understood. She would go look for them and let him run with everyone else. Let him go to the green teleport zone with everyone else. After a while, she went inside and thought that the hotel was a complete mess. Could it be that monsters had gotten in here too? She found it strange. Suddenly, a monster disciple of the wise dragon appeared behind her and attacked her with red magic. Shiwol blocked the attack and thought about why she was desperately trying to save the people who hurt her. She began to fight the opponents and wondered if it was because they were her family. She no longer knew, but now was not the time for that. She would think about it after she saved them. Although she wanted to smash their heads together, she did not want them to die. The girl furiously ran to clear out all the monsters in the hotel using her magic.